Chapter 501 I felt what it means to be greedy for the first time. 10:30. The sun was hanging far in the sky, casting a 1,000-foot light, and just the right amount of warmth. It was really delicious at noon. There were still many customers queuing outside the door. As always, the line stretched from the store door to the corner. The big brother who came to the old street in the west of the city to set up a stall to sell fruits was stunned. He had never seen such a scene. Oh, my God. There must be more than 500 people queuing here. Right? Oh, no. No. There should be more. It should be 600 people. Right? The owners of other restaurants were numb when they saw the scene. This is what a fairy shop looks like. The customers in line stood there in the order they came, playing with their phones or chatting. They were more patient than the fishermen. It shows their love for the food of Zinhofan. When Li Qingjian opened the door, the customers in front of him rushed into the store impatiently. Then they split into two groups. Some ran to the counter to find Ding Suqin to order food. Others ran to the automatic ordering machine and operated it skillfully. For example, Lingling and Xiaoshu. They have been sent by their own artists to buy food here for several days in a row. Every day they are either buying food or on the way to buy food. There is no way. Their own artists never get tired of the food in this store. Even Li Qiongji, who has never been active in eating, can't stop herself. She orders the food of this store for every meal. Because of eating the food of this store in a row, her complexion is much better than before. Her face is much rosier. In order to let her own artists eat delicious food, she took the trouble to line up to buy it. Okay. She admitted that she also wanted to eat this. Although she and Li Qiongji had eaten the food of Zinhashi restaurant for a few days, her face was also rounder. But fortunately, she had a lot of exercise every day, so her weight did not increase much. Even if her weight increased a lot, she would rather exercise more than control her mouth for this bite of food. A moment. When they heard the call for food, they went to meet it at the same time. Then, they each took the bag they ordered, left the store together, got on a taxi together, and went straight to the crew. At first, Xiao came to buy food alone, and later found that Lingling often went there to buy food. So the two teamed up and went together, and they became familiar with each other. Then, they came together and went back together. The crew here. After finishing filming, Li Qiongji sat on a lounge chair and was video chatting with her agent, Sister Bing. Sister Bing was a little surprised when she saw Li Qiongji's visibly good complexion. But she couldn't help but sigh with relief. Qiongji, you always said you couldn't eat before. It seems you haven't encountered a meal that really suits your appetite. Li Qiongji smiled and said, this is not just to your appetite. It's really delicious. He had eaten so many chef's meals before, but none of them made him swallow them. Even the meals made by the chefs hired by the company were just enough for her to swallow without feeling sick. But the meals at Zinhachi restaurant can make him really feel the deliciousness of the food. It also made him feel what greed is for the first time in his life. The food in the restaurant is delicious. Not just to her taste. The agent understood what she meant in a second, so he didn't argue with her on this point. Continued to discuss work. After chatting for nearly 10 minutes and making all the work matters clear, Sister Bing was ready to hang up the phone. Although Li Qiongji is her biggest trump card and the best artist, she has more than one Li Qiongji under her name. She just took over the one this year, and she was worried about it. She couldn't leave for a moment. Before the phone call, she didn't forget to say, I heard from Lingling that you have gained some weight recently. This is a good thing. You were too thin before. But you should pay attention to yourself. Don't eat those dishes that are easy to get angry. And don't eat too greasy food. I'm not with you. Remember to take good care of yourself. The weight gain she mentioned was only half a pound. But for Li Qiongji's current situation, it is already a good start. But the food in the restaurant is always greasy and heavy. For Li Qiongji, who eats braised rice, donpa pork, braised meat, roasted chicken and roasted duck almost every day, she is afraid that she will get acne and her skin will deteriorate, which will make her look bad on camera. The main reason is that she used to eat light food, and suddenly she eats a lot, and mostly greasy meat dishes, which is easy to burden her body. It is not good for her health. Okay. I know. Li Qiongji agreed. But when Lingling came back, she immediately told Lingling to continue to buy food from Jinhao restaurant in the evening and eat eggs with walnut and ginger juice. Just on the way back, Lingling received a phone call from Sister Bing, who repeatedly reminded her. Her face fell and she said in a negotiating tone, Sister Qiongji, How about we stop eating the ginger walnut egg and zenhashi tonight? This thing is easy to get angry. Don't do it like Sister Bing said. If the skin condition is bad because of getting angry, it will be troublesome. Not only will it affect her appearance on camera, she will also suffer and be criticized by Sister Bing for not taking good care of Sister Cheongji. But Lee Cheongji didn't listen to the advice. With a look of disapproval, she insisted, "It's okay. I know my own situation. You just go buy it. Besides, I insisted on eating it. Sister Bing can't blame you." "Okay. Then Sister Cheongji, you eat first." Ling Ling nodded helplessly, and then quickly placed the takeaway boxes with various meals in front of Lee Cheongji. Lee Cheongji sat down to eat as usual. In fact, at the beginning of the day, she was still thinking about whether to eat away from everyone. Later, she learned that her assistant was caught by Lu Feifei's assistant when buying food, so she stopped hiding it. Eating restaurant food is not a strange thing. Lu Feifei, a goddess of the whole nation, can like a bite of food. It's not strange that she suddenly loves eating in restaurants. Of course, this is just her personal opinion. When the people in the crew saw this scene, they still felt quite surprised. They couldn't help discussing it privately. "Hey, I heard that teacher Lee Cheongji doesn't usually eat the food in our crew. She specially brought a royal chef to our crew to cook for her every day. Why does she look like she packed the food from outside now? That braised pork rice is not ordinary. Did you see the hot search of teacher Lu Feifei a few days ago? Teacher Lee Cheongji eats the food from that really delicious restaurant. I have observed that she has been eating there for 4 or 5 days in a row. Oh, I know this restaurant. I even went to the official account to see the food photos posted by the store. Don't say it. I am so greedy that my saliva is almost flowing." Now even teacher Lee Cheongji, who has always had a poor appetite, has fallen for it. It seems that it is really delicious. I was thinking about trying it in the next few days, but unfortunately I have never had the chance. Me too. I haven't had time to buy some to try. And I heard that if you go too late, you won't be able to buy anything. It would be great if this store had takeout. Unfortunately, I checked and found that there is no such service. I heard from many netizens that you can place an order online and ask someone to help you queue up to buy it. This is a feasible solution. How about asking someone to buy one for you tonight and try it? Just like that, a restaurant food craze brought about by the 2 top stars of the crew once again spread quietly in the crew. Chapter 502. It's so cool. Inside the store, Kai Jejia and Su Meichi finally bought their favorite ginger walnut egg, ginger dregs egg, coconut milk bobo smoothie, and brought some for their roommates. It's really not easy. Who asked them to be called back home during the New Year's Day holiday? From that moment on, they could only watch other people show off their delicious food on Weibo. There was nothing they could do even if they were greedy. Who knew that in just a few days, Zenchichi restaurant launched new products such as coconut milk bobo smoothie, ginger walnut egg, ginger dregs egg, etc. When she saw the Weibo copy of the coconut milk bobo smoothie, she couldn't help but send a WeChat message to her roommate Su Meichi. "Hey, Meichi, have you read the official Weibo of Zenhachi? Boss Huang is going to release coconut milk bobo smoothie. The diet party is ecstatic. There is another drink that can be drunk without restraint. Like the ice green bean milk drink Zenhachi. It is low in calories and high in appearance, and is the favorite of their dormitory. And the food in Zenhachi is also super delicious. Except for fish ball soup and nourishing fish soup, the calories of other dishes are a little high. For normal people, it is just a home-cooked dish. But for those diet party who have been struggling with weight for a long time, it is simply a disaster. Ever since Kai Jejia met Zenhachi and fell in love with the food in the store, she always couldn't help breaking the rules and eating, because she eats every now and then. This semester is not over yet. Her weight has increased instead of decreased, and she has gained 4 kgs. I finally went home for the New Year's Day holiday, and I lost a kg by controlling my diet. Although I am very greedy when I see the various sharings of netizens on Weibo every day. But sometimes it is a good thing to be able to see but not buy. At least Kai Jejia managed to hold on during the 3-day holiday by looking at the delicious photos of Jinhao food and eating whole wheat toast. It was not easy. Su Meichi had been looking forward to the new products of Jinhao food for a long time. But she could not eat them because she was at home for the holiday. So she could only indie them through the internet. Once, she was so close to Jinhao food. Chinchi Old Street was near her school, about 10 minutes away. But now, just because she went home for the holiday, the delicious coconut milk bobo ice cream, ginger walnut egg, and ginger dregs egg can only be seen, but not eaten. Only those who have experienced this kind of pain will understand. At that moment, I suddenly felt that the holiday was not delicious at all. After waiting for so long, the holiday was finally over. In the evening of the day when I returned to school, I dragged Kai Jiajia to Jinhao Food to try these 3 new products. In the end, they bought everything, and could only buy a portion of braised pork rice and braised chicken drumstick rice, which were delicious. Because of the classes in the next few days, they missed it. Fortunately, there was no class in the last period of the morning, so the 2 of them came to buy it immediately, because they were too eager to try it. And there were no classes in the afternoon. The 2 of them simply chose to eat in the store. After ordering the food and paying, they went directly into the store and found a seat to sit down. Su Meichi couldn't help laughing and said, "Jia Jia. I understand why everyone says that college students are the most idle people in the world." As soon as the voice fell, there were a few male college students eating at the next table, and they just happened to hear Su Meichi's self-mockery. Ahem. They said they were implied. Su Meichi noticed something from their coughs, so she had to smile at them with an awkward but polite smile. Just at this time, Li Qingzhan brought all the dishes they ordered. The ginger candy-colored ginger walnut egg was the most attractive. Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi saw that the ginger walnut egg was caramel-colored, and the steamed egg full of pores was full of walnuts. They were greedy, and they didn't care about talking at the moment. They just picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful. Put it in your mouth. First, a ginger spiciness rushed into your throat and rushed to the tip of your nose, with a little egg and walnut fragrance. It was particularly soft and smooth with a slight bite, but there was also the crispness of walnut pieces and the slightly spicy ginger juice. Chew carefully. The egg paste with walnuts. This taste can only be described in one word. That is fragrant. One bite after another is very addictive. When Kai Jiajia reacted, she had already eaten 2 or 3 bites in a row. This taste is absolutely amazing. To be honest, only the ginger walnut egg in Zenhashi restaurant makes me feel very authentic and suitable. Others are either too spicy or too sweet. Kai Jiajia couldn't help but sigh. As she said, she scooped another spoonful of ginger walnut egg and continued to eat. She carefully felt the softness of the egg, the crispness of the walnut, the sweetness of the brown sugar, the freshness of the ginger juice. The combination of sweetness and spiciness makes people have endless aftertaste. Su Meichi also ate several bites in a row. She nodded and agreed, yeah. The taste is indeed very authentic. Better than the ginger walnut egg in the old store I went to last time. And I think it's best to eat ginger walnut egg in such cold weather. Kai Jiajia nodded like a chicken. Yes. Yes. After one mouthful, my whole body warmed up. Look, there is a little sweat on my forehead. As she spoke, she lifted her hair in front of her forehead to show her forehead to her roommate. After tasting the ginger walnut egg, Kai Jiajia couldn't help looking at the cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie and admired its layers. The color is really beautiful. The cup surface is dotted with a touch of mint. The milk and coconut milk blended together are especially pure white like snow. And there is a small circle of bobo at the bottom. And it looks like there is coconut meat and smoothie. It must be very refreshing to drink. While she was appreciating, Su Meichi had already put in a straw and drank a mouthful, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. The rich milk flavor did not cover the refreshing and unique sweetness of coconut milk. And the smoothie was densely wrapped with the sweetness of coconut meat and the chewy texture of bobo. She couldn't help but say, "This coconut milk bobo smoothie tastes really good. Jiajia, you should try it too." Kai Jiajia put in a straw and took a sip, and was surprised by the amount of coconut pulp in it. The ratio of juice to pulp is just right. You can enjoy the coconut meat without feeling too thick. And the coconut milk and smoothie blend together, and it's cool and refreshing. Oh, this cup of coconut milk bobo smoothie is absolutely amazing. I think it's better than the old brand dessert shop. Kai Jiajia couldn't help but sigh again. The old brand dessert shop is a shop specializing in desserts and ice drinks at Linjiang University. And the most famous one is coconut milk bobo smoothie. She used to go there with her roommates to have a bowl of it. It turns out that there is no harm without comparison. The 2 continued to eat ginger walnut eggs, and drank coconut milk bobo smoothie in between, just because it tasted good. The combination of spicy and cold is simply super refreshing. While Huang Tao was cooking braised prawns, a long-lost cold reminder sound from the system rang in his mind. Chapter 503. This reward looks pretty awesome. Congratulations to the host for successfully and brilliantly completing the thousands of killers mission. 10,000 customers have been attracted with ginger dregs and eggs, and they have received unanimous praise. A random reward recipe has been issued. Please go to the host to claim the reward. Done? Huang Tao's stirring action of the wok could not help but pause slightly. And then he immediately recovered without being affected. Even if the task was completed, the action in his hands could not stop. And the braised prawns were the main thing to do first. After all, the guests were waiting for dinner. In order not to distract himself, he did not rush to claim the reward and continued to devote himself to the great cause of cooking. The store was still bustling, and it was really delicious now. After the expansion, the store was more spacious. As long as there were vacancies, many people were still willing to dine in here. After all, the food was the most delicious when it was fresh out of the oven. Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi were still eating, and they were the first to finish the ginger walnut egg, which left a lingering fragrance in their mouths. They even wanted another serving of ginger walnut egg. At this time, a young couple ordered food from the automatic food machine, paid, and came to find a seat. When passing by them, the girl said thankfully, "We are so lucky today. We bought the last serving of ginger walnut egg. Otherwise we would have come here in vain. Well, even if we queue up again, we can't buy it." Kai Jiajia and Su Meichi looked up at each other at the same time. Their eyes met for a moment. Their eyes fell on the 2 packed bowls of ginger walnut egg at the same time. God knows how much they resisted their strong desire. And because of their deep roommate relationship, they didn't stretch out their own devilish hands and attack their roommate's ginger walnut egg. 5 minutes later, after they finished their meals, they carried the 2 bowls of ginger walnut eggs they had bought earlier back to school. Of course, after returning to school, when the 2 roommates started eating, the whole dormitory was filled with fragrance. Even the students in the next dormitory couldn't help but get agitated. All this is a story for later. The amount of ginger walnut eggs prepared by Xinchi restaurant at noon was much more than the previous 2 days. A full 300 servings. Even so, it couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the customers, and was sold out early. Just a little longer than the fish-flavored eel shreds. And strictly speaking, the amount of ginger walnut eggs is twice that of fish-flavored eel shreds. There's nothing you can do about it. Many customers who buy ginger walnut eggs will buy a few more to take home for their families after eating in the store. After all, ginger and walnut eggs are more suitable for winter. It is also more healthy. So many customers waiting in line behind were not able to buy one. This is naturally very uncomfortable. But there is no other way. I can only buy a braised pork rice to satisfy my cravings. And I can't help but complain. Boss Huang, the amount you made this meal is too small. Office workers, like us who come here after get off work can never buy it. It's really too torturous. It's uncomfortable. Office workers, like us, always have braised rice when we come here. Although braised rice is also delicious. People are always dissatisfied. Especially when waiting for the meal. The tempting spicy ginger smell from the next table from time to time makes me more greedy and more uncomfortable. Boss Huang, can you make more ginger walnut eggs tonight? Forget it. Let's not force it. Let's have another serving of braised pork rice. We won't be so greedy after we're full. Well, that's the only way. I'll use my phone to check Weibo while eating and see how many netizens in the really delicious fact entry are complaining because they didn't buy ginger walnut eggs. That way I won't feel so bad. What he said makes sense. And it's hard to refute. Those who didn't buy it felt like they had learned a new way to adjust their bad mood. Huang Tao listened, smiled, and kept moving his hands. Some neighbors were still sitting in front of the store eating. They brought their own large parasols with fake transparent windshields. And several people sat together, eating in the sun. How comfortable. In the afternoon, all the things in Huang Tao's store were sold out. He was completely free because of this. After washing his hands and taking off his chef's hat, he made himself a cup of wolfberry tea and sat on the stool. After drinking a few sips of wolfberry tea to moisten his throat, he relied on his strong will to enter the system reward interface and clicked to receive the task reward. In an instant, a golden treasure chest flashed in front of him, and a recipe that looked like a martial arts secret book appeared. Congratulations to the host for winning a random reward recipe, God-level squirrel mandarin fish. God-level squirrel mandarin fish, also known as squirrel mandarin fish. It is a representative work of Suzhou cuisine with both color, fragrance and taste. According to legend, Emperor Qianlong went to the south of the Yangtze River and went to Suzhou's Sondola restaurant incognito for dinner. The chef took out the bones of the carp, carved patterns on the fish meat, added seasoning and marinated it slightly, then dragged it with egg yolk paste, fried it in a hot oil pan until it was tender, and poured it with hot sweet and sour marinade. It was shaped like a mouse, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and sweet and sour and delicious. Emperor Qianlong was very satisfied after eating it, and later became famous in Suzhou. In September 2018, squirrel mandarin fish was selected as one of the top 10 classic dishes in Jiangsu. How to make god-level squirrel mandarin fish. Remove the scales and gills of the mandarin fish. Cut open the belly and remove the internal organs. And wash it. Cut the fish head obliquely at the pectoral fin. Split it from the chin of the fish head along the length. Gently flatten it with the blade of the knife. And slice it along both sides of the spine to the tail. Do not cut off the fish tail. Cut off the spine. And slice off the chest spine. Squirrel mandarin fish? Ever since making the pan-fried buns, Huang Tao has had an undoubted trust in every recipe rewarded by the system. So this squirrel mandarin fish must be a tough character that can surprise people. Not to mention, there are 2 words god level in front of it. He tapped the dish lightly, and the recipe of squirrel mandarin fish suddenly turned into a stream of light and no one's eyebrows. He immediately felt that he had completely mastered the production process of these 2 things. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Host gets in recipes. Rewarded with chef skills. Please check it out. Cooking skills? Huang Tao's eyes lit up. There's even a cooking skill reward? Who cares? Rewards are good things. He hurriedly checked it out. Cooking skills. Grandmaster level flipping the wok. Huang Tao. That's it? Of course he knew that the things rewarded by the system would not be bad. But the problem is, he really doesn't look down on the skill of flipping the wok. After all, after this period of hard training, his flipping skills have also improved by leaps and bounds, almost as good as those of the chefs. However, since it is a skill rewarded by the system, he still patiently checked it out. Grandmaster level flipping, with a pot in hand. The world is yours. You can flip anything in the pot. The deliciousness of each dish. The success or failure of the cooking. The protection and loss of nutrients. And the intake of food all depend on whether the heat is properly controlled. The heat depends on the delicacy of flipping. If you have been flipping the pot for 10 years, even if it is just a dish that can be seen everywhere, it can also shine with spirit. If you have mastered the basic skills of flipping the pot at the grandmaster level, even if you stir-fry 10 or 20 points in a pot, or even more, you can make the dish reach the most perfect taste. This reward looks pretty awesome. Chapter 504. Guess right, and you'll get a prize. 2:30 p.m. is the outdoor activity time of Golden Sun Kindergarten, and all the children in the small class will participate in outdoor activities together. In the past, when the weather was warm, they played in the outdoor playground. But now in the cold season, they are naturally indoors. Besides, as a powerful private kindergarten, the hardware conditions in all aspects are naturally very good, with an independent indoor activity room. Although it is impossible to accommodate all the children to play at the same time, it is still no problem for the children in the small class to take turns to play. The children in the small class 4, led by teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei, came to the indoor activity hall. Xian was naturally among them. She often comes to this place, so she is not unfamiliar with it at all, but is looking forward to it. Who cannot love a place to play? Yiwen smiled and asked, "Children, do you want to play a game?" "Yes." The children all rushed to raise their hands and shouted at the same time. Xian was the same. She was eager to try and looked forward to it. "Okay." Yiwen curled her lips into a gentle arc, nodded and gestured. "Now, please hold hands and form a big circle." "Okay? Okay. Okay." The children all followed the instructions obediently, holding the hands of the children next to them, and forming a circle in an orderly manner. "Very good. Then all the children sit down." With Yiwen's order, all the children sat on the ground. Xian tilted her head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and asked curiously, "Teacher Yi, what game are you letting us sit here to play?" The other children, who had been curious for a long time, also unconsciously raised their heads and looked at Yiwen with blinking eyes. They were looking forward to the moment when the answer was revealed. The result? In order to liven up the atmosphere, Yiwen did not directly say the name of the game, but smiled and said, "It's a fun game. You will know it later. Now. These children are even more curious. Xian is also more curious. And eagerly asks again, what kind of fun game is that? How about you guess? Yuan continued to play mysterious. Smiling, there will be prizes for guessing correctly. When the children heard that there would be prizes for guessing correctly, their enthusiasm was aroused at once. And they immediately started to guess. Teacher Yi. I think it's the game of clap your hands. Yes. It's the game of whack-a-mole. I know. It's the finger game sitting exercises. We sit in a circle. I think it should be the game of can't escape. Everyone's enthusiasm for participation is very high. Everyone raised their hands, hoping that they can answer correctly and get a reward from Teacher Yi. Clap. Yuan clapped her hands and said, quiet. Children, please be quiet first. The children in the 4th grade class were quite obedient, and everyone soon stopped making noise, looking at Teacher Yi eagerly, their eyes full of expectation. The children are very active. But so far, no one has said it right. Yuan looked at the children, who had just said the answer with regret, and continued, Teacher Yi will give you another chance later. But the children must raise their hands first, and wait for me to call their names. The children whose names are called can say the answer. Hearing this, the child was like an eggplant hit by frost, and suddenly wilted. But after a moment, the fighting spirit was rekindled. Xian also tilted her head and thought seriously, seeing Teacher Su Weiwei coming over with a handkerchief not far away. Her eyes rolled, and she suddenly understood something. She immediately raised her hand. Xian, whose name was called by Yuan, immediately said, Teacher Yi, are we playing the drop the handkerchief game? Huh? Yuan was surprised. How did you know? Xian said with curved eyebrows. I saw Teacher Su holding a handkerchief. And then I thought of it. Yes. Xuan's answer is correct. Yuan couldn't help but nod, then raised her hands and clapped vigorously. Clap, clap, clap. Under her leadership, all the children also clapped together, and many of them clapped extra hard. Yuan praised. Xian's performance this time is very good. She knows how to observe and is good at thinking. We should all learn from her. What do you think? Everyone shouted, good. Thank you everyone. Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, but she still said it generously. Such a scene is a piece of cake for her. Then, under the envious eyes of the children, she was given a sticker and a red flower by Teacher Yuan. Yuan led Xian to her, gently put her hands on her shoulders, and said, Children. Xian answered correctly just now. So the teacher decided to let her throw the handkerchief first. Do you agree? Everyone looked at each other. And Xian's good friends, such as Cici and Chichi, raised their hands and shouted, Agree. I agree. The boys naturally had no objections and felt that Xian deserved the title. The girls had a good relationship with Xian, although some of them wanted to be the first to throw the handkerchief. They did not oppose Xian, because Xian won the privilege of throwing the handkerchief by her own strength. So Teacher Ye's proposal was unanimously recognized by everyone. Yuan said softly, Okay. Let's start the game now. Yes. Xian nodded obediently, holding the handkerchief, and walked slowly outside the circle to the singing and clapping of the crowd. Throw. Throw. Throw the handkerchief. Put it gently behind the child. Don't tell him. Hurry up. Catch him. Hurry up. Catch him. While the children were singing the ballad, they couldn't help but pray, Don't throw it behind me. Don't throw it behind me. If it's behind me, I have to pick up the handkerchief and catch up with her. Otherwise I have to perform a show. So, the children were all very alert, listening carefully to the footsteps, and staring at each other, trying to see something from the expressions on each other's faces. Xian took the handkerchief and slowly walked around for more than a circle, her eyes deliberately rolling around the bodies of several little boys, and then quietly threw the handkerchief behind Cici. Cici didn't react at first, until Hao on the opposite side laughed, and her heart couldn't help but slam. Oops. It must be behind me. She turned around immediately. Sure enough, the handkerchief was quietly lying behind her. She didn't care about anything, and hurriedly picked up the handkerchief to chase Xian. The result is imaginable. Xian had already returned to her seat and was laughing. TSK. She is really a little clever ghost. Chapter 505 as expected. If you are handsome, someone will think of you. At 4:10 p.m. The Golden Sun Kindergarten was dismissed on time. When she saw Huang Tao, Xian couldn't hide her joy. And she also had a proud expression on her face. And announced to him, "Dad, I got 5 little red flowers today." Her face said, "Come and praise me." Many parents nearby heard this, and looked at Huang Tao with envy. Damn! Whose daughter is so outstanding? The moment they saw Huang Tao and Xian clearly, they showed a little expression of enlightenment. It turns out that she is Huang Tao's daughter. No wonder she is so outstanding. Huang Tao gave a thumbs up and praised, "Oh my goodness! My baby!" Then he asked impatiently, "Tell Daddy quickly. How did you get these 5 little red flowers?" Xuan's face was proud. And she explained, 2 little red flowers are for excellent painting. And 3 little red flowers are for excellent performance. I got them because I ate a clean plate at noon, slept well during the nap, and answered the questions correctly when playing games in the afternoon, in order to encourage children to study hard and perform well during school. Jin Taiyang Kindergarten asked their class teachers to evaluate their performance during their school days. And the way to score is naturally to give little red flowers. For example, if you perform well in all aspects of the day and don't make trouble, you can get a little red flower. Those who listen carefully in class and dare to raise their hands to speak can also get little red flowers. Eat a clean plate at noon and sleep well during the nap can also get little red flowers. What is worth being proud of is that other children only get 1 red flower for drawing. But she got 2. She also performed well in other aspects. So Teacher Yi also gave her 3 red flowers. Although she is not the only one, she undoubtedly got the most red flowers in the class today. And these red flowers can be accumulated and exchanged for some snacks or toys from the head teacher after the end of the semester, such as potato chips, milk, small building blocks, etc. This undoubtedly has a great motivational effect on the children. This semester is not over yet. Xian has already accumulated a lot of red flowers. At present, the number of red flowers is already the most in the class. Dad, Teacher Yi said I draw well, and will post my paintings on the wall behind to show. Also, when we were playing games in the afternoon, Teacher Yi said I was good at observation and thinking, and asked the children to learn from me. Huang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head, saying, "My Xian is great, but you can't be proud of it. You must continue to work hard and cheer up." "Yeah, I know." Xian nodded obediently. Huang Tao saw that her performance in kindergarten was getting better and better, and she was getting happier and happier. And he was also happy in his heart. "Get in the car. Let's go home." Huang Tao opened the car door and carried her into the car. Just at this moment, a gentle voice sounded behind him, "Huang Tao." Huang Tao turned around in surprise, and saw Yuan trotting to his side. Parents coming and going couldn't help but glance at them curiously. The two stood side by side, and the sunset stretched their figures very long. It was a little awkward. Huang Tao asked in confusion, "Yuan, do you have something to talk to me about?" "Hello, Teacher Yi." Xian, who was sitting in the safety seat in the back seat, poked her cute little head towards the car door. Seeing that it was Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she stretched out her little hand and waved to Yuan, while calling softly to say hello. "Hey." Yuan smiled gently and waved to Xian, "Hello, Xian." Then she seemed to remember her origin, took out a beautiful box from her bag, and said, "I almost forgot. This is your birthday present. Happy birthday." "Thank you." But Huang Tao was really surprised and grateful. "But I felt that it was inappropriate to accept this gift. Since ancient times, parents have given gifts to teachers. But how can teachers give gifts to children's parents? Even birthday gifts are unheard of. I wanted to decline and say I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need this gift." But before I could say this, I heard the voice of the little girl Xian, "Dad, Teacher Yi specially prepared a birthday gift for you. You should accept it and say thank you." At the end, the little girl also used a cute offensive, blinking her watery eyes and looking at Huang Tao. "Huang Tao," he warned her with his eyes helplessly. Xian rolled her beautiful eyes helplessly, looking like she was disappointed with her son. Yuan smiled gently and said softly, "Actually, I think Xian is right, and birthday gifts should be accepted. Besides, it's not an expensive gift." Xian looked at Huang Tao with an innocent expression. "See, Teacher Yi also thinks so." Huang Tao: "Okay, now that we've come to this point, if we don't accept it, it will only make both of us embarrassed. And it will also embarrass Yuan. Okay, I'll accept it. Thank you. Yuan. He nodded, took it, and thanked him again, thinking that since he had accepted someone's gift, he should reciprocate. So, he invited, there will be a birthday party in the store tonight, around 7 o'clock. If you are free in the evening, come and celebrate together. Ah. Wang Tao took the initiative to invite me to his birthday party. Happy! Yuan was so happy that she nodded repeatedly and said, okay. I'm free. I will attend on time in the evening. Then I'll go back first. Yuan blinked her eyes and said goodbye to the father and daughter with a smile. Many male parents cast envious and jealous eyes at Wang Tao. He is so close to teacher Yuan. Hey! As expected, if you are handsome, someone will be thinking about you. The treatment is different. Hey! It is said that to conquer a woman, you should conquer her stomach first. This is absolutely true. Many female parents looked at Yuan with envy and couldn't help discussing in private. Teacher Yi has been very close to Boss Huang recently. Do you feel that Xuan's father and Teacher Yi are actually quite a match? A talented man and a beautiful woman. They are really a good match. Do you think they are in love? What are you talking about? Teacher Yi and Xuan's father are at most good friends. Let's not make up rumors. Yes. Don't gossip. It would be bad if Boss Huang was embarrassed and upset. After all, Wang Tao dominated their stomachs. It was too late to curry favor with him. So how could he dare to offend him? Here, Wang Tao drove Xian back to the store, getting busy preparing for tonight's dinner market. Chapter 506. Even if I die, I can't touch the food in Jinchi restaurant. Jinchi restaurant. Due to some special reasons, Wang Tao and other employees unanimously decided to wait until the end of the evening business tonight. That's right. They prepared dinner and birthday banquet together, so as not to have trouble. This is not to save some time. Only by starting the evening business early tonight can we end the evening business early and enjoy the birthday banquet in advance. I heard there will be new dishes at the birthday banquet. As for what new dishes, they don't know. Who asked their boss to be mysterious and unwilling to reveal anything? But it is probably related to Mandarin fish? Don't ask them why they know. The answer is that they saw with their own eyes that the fish stall owner sent an extra lively Mandarin fish. Although they didn't know what new dish their boss was going to make with the Mandarin fish, it didn't stop the employees from looking forward to it. The boss's cooking must be delicious. At this moment, they were all passionately busy with their own work, making final preparations for the early evening business tonight. There were more and more customers outside the store. The queue was getting longer and longer. There were at least more than 500 people queuing. Some people even had some small disputes because of the problem of cutting in line. Alas, it has to be said that this is all caused by the business being too good. Fortunately, the neighbors and the 2 traffic police comrades were very kind-hearted and consciously helped Wang Tao maintain the order of the queue in front of the store, which calmed down this slightly unpleasant episode. Finally, the 3 bad boys lined up in an orderly manner at the traffic light, and there was no more queue jumping. The traffic police were watching them from the roadside. Who dares to cut in line? Ah! If they are guilty, please punish them by law, instead of letting them be monitored by 2 traffic policemen every time they line up. When they thought about meeting the policeman in the store every time they ate in the store recently, they suddenly felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through their hearts. Ah! If they are guilty, please punish them by law, instead of letting them be monitored by a group of policemen every time they ate in the store. Their collapsed little hearts were unknown, and no one cared. Xiao Xiao, who was in the line, looked at the lines in front and behind with some boredom. Suddenly found that the number of errand boys in the line tonight was obviously much more than in the past. Huh? She patted Lingling's shoulder, who had come to meet her, and told Lingling about her discovery. Sister Lingling, do you think there are too many errand boys queuing in front of the store today? Yes, there are indeed more than usual. Hearing this, Lingling also looked at it and nodded in agreement. Maybe those people don't have time to come, so they ask others to come to help queue up and buy, which leads to this phenomenon. She has seen many customers' coquettish operations in Jinchi restaurant, and she is no longer surprised. Continue to queue and wait at ease. At 4:40, Ding Suqin opened the door of the store and said to the customers queuing outside with a smile, "Everyone, our store is open early tonight, and you can come in and order." Why? Is this really a wish that I can fulfill without spending money? The guests were quite surprised and happy like a 200-pound fat man. After they rushed into the store, They all curiously asked Ding Suchin at the counter. Why did the store suddenly open early today? Ding Suchin replied politely. Today is our boss's birthday. So we opened early. Ah. Hearing this, the guests opened their eyes wide. This is really rare. Today is a good day. Thinking that the birthday star Huang Tao actually stayed in the kitchen on such an important day to prepare delicious dishes for them. These customers were very grateful. After all, Huang Tao can take a day off with this excuse. The guests who were grateful to Huang Tao for not letting them starve for a day congratulated Huang Tao. Boss Huang. Happy birthday. Thank you. Huang Tao kept moving his hands and nodded to these guests with a smile. Afterwards, the restaurant was filled with orders. It was a lively place. It was also in full swing. I don't know how long it took, but it was finally Xiao Xiao and Ling Ling's turn to order. After ordering, the two waited for the food to be picked up as usual. When their number was called, they went to pick up the food. Then they took a car back to the crew together. At the entrance of the crew, they met many crew members who were meeting with the errand boys. Looking at the appearance of the errand boys, Xiao Xiao and Ling Ling reacted belatedly and understood. It turned out that the people who asked these errand boys to run errands for them were the crew members of their crew. The food bags that the crew members took were enough to prove that their guess was correct. The staff members who were caught showed an awkward but polite smile and greeted them. Sister Xiao Xiao. Sister Ling Ling. You are back from buying food. Hey. You have bought food too. Xiao Xiao and Ling Ling looked like they were caught but didn't say anything. They nodded and greeted them and left. They went to look for their own artists again. Sister Feifei. I bought the food you asked for. Xiao Xiao skillfully placed the lunch boxes with various dishes in front of Lu Feifei and told her own artist about the interesting things she encountered tonight. The Jinchi restaurant opened early tonight because of Mr. Huang's birthday. So I bought the food more than 20 minutes earlier than expected. By the way, I saw many errand boys queuing up at the door of the store. Guess who they bought it for? Before Lu Feifei could reply, she continued, it was bought for some staff members of our crew. When I came back just now, I saw them taking it from the errand boy at the door. The style of the food bag is exactly the same as the one we bought. After hearing this, Lu Feifei smiled and said, sure enough, no one can resist the delicious food in the Jinchi restaurant. You can see how delicious Sister Cheongji eats every day. These days, because they eat the same food in the same restaurant together, she and Li Cheongji have become more familiar with each other. During the free time of filming, Li Cheongji would even teach her some acting experience. It helped her to have some breakthroughs in acting. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao subconsciously said, Sister Feifei, you underestimate the determination of some artists. For example, the leading male, the second and third female actors in our crew have never had really delicious food. Especially some female artists. Apart from the artists and Li Cheongji, the only ones who were tempted to go to Zenhachi were some minor supporting roles and crew members. Artists couldn't be more self-disciplined when it comes to eating. Especially the female artists. Xiao Xiao felt that they would never touch the food in Zenhachi even if they died. Oh, that's right. Except for Sister Feifei and Li Cheongji. Especially her sister Feifei, who is simply a clear stream in the entertainment industry. She would rather be fat than let her mouth suffer a little. It's called I'd rather be fat and exquisite than thin and look the same. Lu Feifei smiled disapprovingly. That's because they haven't eaten Zenhachi's food. She didn't believe that anyone could refuse such delicious food after tasting Zenhachi's food. For someone like her who is determined to try all the delicacies in various cities, she should try one restaurant a day according to the original plan. What's the result? So far, the food exploration file is still stuck at the first one. I keep repeating it, and can't bear to disconnect it. I wish I could eat it 3 times a day. Xiao Xiao thinks that what her sister Feifei said is really reasonable and irrefutable. Just at this time, Lu Feifei's WeChat on her mobile phone rang. Clicking it, it was sent by her agent, saying that she would come to visit tomorrow. Lu Feifei said lightly, Xiao Xiao, your sister Tang will come at noon tomorrow. You can buy an extra meal tomorrow at noon. Ah, Sister Tang is coming to visit. Xiao Xiao was upset when she heard the news. It's bad. It's bad. Enjoying food is fun for a while. But enjoying food all the time is a waste. Looking at Lu Feifei opposite. Her face is obviously rounder than when she first came to Wenling City. A little bit. She suddenly didn't know how to explain to Sister Tang tomorrow. She will probably be doomed to be scolded tomorrow. And Sister Feifei didn't mind the trouble, and asked her to buy an extra meal from the Zenhachi restaurant tomorrow. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Ah, she said. She was very tired of dealing with such a carefree female artist. The only way to relieve her uneasy heart is eating a few more bites of Zenhashi's food. Forget it. Let her scold. It won't cost her a piece of meat anyway. Even if it's less, she can eat a few more bites of Zenhashi's food to make up for it. Chapter 507, A Look of Being at the Mercy of Others. 6:30 p.m. The food in the restaurant is really delicious. And all of them have been snapped up. The guests who stayed in the restaurant to eat left one after another after finishing their meals. Boss Huang. I'm going to go back first. You're busy. See you tomorrow. Today's food is delicious. The taste is as good as ever. I've eaten at more than 50 or 60 restaurants over the years. And only the taste of yours is so stable. Yes. Yes. Only the taste of Boss Huang's restaurant is amazing and makes people remember it after eating it. It's really amazing. Bye Xian. See you tomorrow. Xian waved to several familiar policemen in a baby voice and said goodbye. Goodbye sister, goodbye Uncle Zhang. After all the guests left, the cute little Xian came to the back kitchen, tried to tiptoe, and said to Huang Tao in a baby voice through the glass baffle, Daddy. Hungry? Food. Although she had eaten some fruit when she got home from school, Xian still felt a little hungry. She urgently needs her dad to feed her. Okay. Huang Tao leaned over and looked at his precious daughter, who was looking at him pitifully through the window through the glass baffle. He nodded softly and comforted her. Dad will make it for you right away. We will have a new dish tonight, squirrel mandarin fish. Wow. Xian smiled with her eyebrows curved, licked the corner of her lips greedily with her little tongue, and said happily, the squirrel mandarin fish made by Dad must be delicious. I love the squirrel mandarin fish made by Daddy the most. I have to say, she is really a qualified little fangirl. But, speaking of this, the little girl has too many favorites. It's almost become a catchphrase. Huang Tao smiled and teased her. Baby, Daddy hasn't made the squirrel mandarin fish yet. You haven't eaten it yet. How do you know it must be delicious? Yeah. Xian said very seriously, because it was made by Daddy. Daddy cooks the best. In her heart, Daddy's cooking skills are the best in the world, and no one can compare to them. So, there is no such thing as not being delicious. In short, she has unconditional trust in her father's cooking skills. Of course, Huang Tao will not let down his precious daughter's trust. He smiled and said, Okay, then you go to your own table and wait. When everything is ready, Dad will call you. If you still feel very hungry now, you can find some biscuits to fill your stomach. But don't eat too much. Otherwise you won't be able to eat dinner later. Xian shook her head. Dad, I'm not hungry. I don't want biscuits. The little girl was thinking about her own little tricks in her mind. She wanted to save her stomach for the new dishes made by her father. So how could she let biscuits and other vulgar things occupy her little stomach? After saying that, she went back to her seat obediently. After explaining a few words to Su Hao and the 3 assistant chefs, Huang Tao started to prepare the squirrel mandarin fish dish. This dish does not require many ingredients. In addition to the mandarin fish, the rest are various seasonings. For example, the onion, ginger, cooking wine and salt used to marinate the fish, and the tomato sauce, white vinegar and sugar used to make sweet and sour sauce, etc., can be said to be very simple. He took the scoop net and fished out the big, lively and energetic mandarin fish from the water tank. It weighed 3 pounds. He originally planned to let Yang Huiru and Ren Milan, 2 vegetable washers, handle it, but he thought it would be troublesome to clean up such a big live fish, and he was afraid that the 2 of them could not handle it all at once. Okay, he admitted. He just wanted to try the skill of killing fish with eyes blindfolded. That's right. In the experience of the squirrel mandarin fish dish, there is this skill. So, he has been itching to do it until now. He wants to try it as soon as possible, just to verify whether he has mastered this skill. He picked up a towel and covered his eyes. What are you doing? Su Hao and others were very confused when they saw their boss's operation. Lin Zifeng couldn't help but ask, Boss, what are you doing? Huang Tao replied calmly, killing fish with eyes closed. Ah? The employees exclaimed. This is definitely not a rhythm of courting death? Before opening the mandarin fish, the scales need to be scraped off first. The scales of mandarin fish are very small and grow relatively solid. So when handling the scales, a special scale knife must be used. In this way, the scales on the surface of the mandarin fish can be scraped clean. Even if the boss has great skills in killing fish, who would do this kind of work after recruiting employees? Presumably, this skill of killing fish is a little rusty. Moreover, this blindfolded killing of fish is indeed a bit beyond their cognition. They are worried that their boss will not show off his skills, but will become something else. Sure enough, when they saw Huang Tao holding the kitchen knife, his hands were still shaking a little. But the next second, they found that they were totally wrong, because their boss's method of killing fish was so professional, which refreshed their understanding of killing fish. When the boss touched the fish head, his aura changed. Then without a pause, the thumb of his left hand accurately grabbed the gills of the mandarin fish. With a slight force, the mandarin fish, which was still jumping around on the chopping board, was now as obedient as if it had been acupunctured. It looked like it was ready to be slaughtered. The next second, Huang Tao used the back of the kitchen knife to accurately tap the back half of the fish head. It seemed that he didn't use much force at all, but the mandarin fish twitched a few times. It stopped moving and lay quietly on the chopping board. It seemed to be waiting for the final judgment of fate. Oh my god. This is all solid experience. If Su Hao and the other three were to do it, they could do it too. But none of them could be so calm. It is impossible, and dare not to use such little strength, not to mention operating with eyes closed. Huang Tao did not stop for a moment, and immediately began to scrape the fish scales. He accurately grasped the tail of the fish with his left hand, and with his right hand, he placed the blade of the kitchen knife directly against the fish skin, and slowly moved forward from the tail. Wherever he went, the fish scales bounced off the fish one by one. It looked very dreamy, and it made people feel that everything was not real. Su Hao and the other three assistants asked themselves if they could do this step so perfectly. The answer is of course no. They all felt that they could not do it to this extent. At the least, the fish skin would be scratched, and at the worst, the meat would be cut directly. The boss's operation was just right. Wherever the blade passed, the fish scales were scraped cleanly, leaving no piece. The fish skin was not even damaged at all. You know, this step was done with the eyes blindfolded. This skill, it's simply amazing. The three of them all showed a big admiration on their faces. Without much effort, Huang Tao scraped the scales of the whole mandarin fish clean. Even the belly of the fish, the back of the fish head, and the dead corners around the scales were not spared, and they were all scraped very clean. This set of smooth operation techniques made the three assistant chefs admire and feel ashamed at the same time. Even if the three of them were not blindfolded, they would not be able to achieve this level in such a short time. I am not as good as them. I am not as good as them. Huang Tao, who was immersed in the world of killing fish, had no time to admire the various employees and started to gut the mandarin fish. He faced the fish head to himself and the fish belly to the right. He pressed the mandarin fish with his left hand, then grabbed the kitchen knife with his right hand and cut from the ventral fin of the mandarin fish, which is the end of the mandarin fish belly. After cutting it open, he slowly moved forward until he reached the pectoral fin and stopped. When gutting the squirrel mandarin fish, you can only cut here, because the pectoral fin near the fish head is used to make the squirrel head. If you cut it open, the squirrel head will be very ugly. After all, the mandarin fish is not eaten for the fish head. The fish head has no meat, and the shape is not beautiful. He put down the kitchen knife and used his hands to take out the internal organs of the mandarin fish. When doing this step, be careful not to tear the bitter gall of the mandarin fish. Otherwise the whole fish will be scrapped. He picked up the kitchen knife again, put the fish with the internal organs emptied flat on the cutting board. First found the pectoral fin, and then cut forward from the back of the pectoral fin, and stopped when he cut to the connection between the fish's skull and spine. Then, he turned the mandarin fish over and cut it diagonally according to the method, so that the two pectoral fins were connected to the fish head. However, because the knife was cut forward diagonally, most of the fish meat was left. So far, it also means that the step of killing the fish is considered to be over. Su Hao praised, "Boss, your skill in killing fish is really amazing. Even with your eyes blindfolded, it is better than mine with my eyes open. Your handling movements are so neat. These are nothing. You guys can do it if you practice." Huang Tao smiled, untied the towel, and washed his hands. In fact, what he said was all true. This kind of knife skills are not very technical. As long as you practice more and have enough experience, you can also achieve it. However, although this skill of killing fish with eyes blindfolded is good, it is also difficult to use. He can't kill fish by himself every time. Right. So, this skill can only be hidden most of the time. He cleaned the fish and started to change the knife. Start from the front of the fish body and cut horizontally. Cut backward along the spine of the fish. Cut all the way to the tail of the fish. And then stop. In this step, you can't cut the knife head. You have to keep the tail of the fish together. When he cut to the tail of the fish, he stopped, turned the fish over, and cut the tail of the other side in the same way. Then, he cut the spine of the fish from the tail directly with one knife and threw it aside. Then he turned the fish over, sliced off the ribs of the fish, and threw them aside. In this way, he got 2 pieces of fish meat without fish bones. After doing this step, he can cut the fish body and make the fish body into a squirrel body. This is also a step with a high degree of difficulty in the dish of squirrel mandarin fish. And it is also an especially important and critical step. This step determines whether the final product of the dish he made is squirrel mandarin fish or squirrel kneeling fish. That's right. The success or failure depends on the next cutting. He put half of the mandarin fish meat on the chopping board with the skin facing down to make it flat. This way, the fish skin will not be damaged when cutting. Otherwise, if there are wrinkles below, it will be easy to flip over. After wiping the slicing knife with a wet towel, he began to cut the fish. He held the fish meat with his left hand and cut at a 45-degree angle from the front end of the fish body. The angle was not high, probably only about 60 or 70 degrees. This was done to ensure that the cuts would stretch evenly backwards after being fried in the pan, and would not bend forward or in other directions. Cut with one knife. He stopped only when he cut to the fish skin. Then, he moved the knife back about half a centimeter, and cut again at a position parallel to the first cut. That's it. Cut every half a centimeter, cutting the fish body from head to tail. Each cut needs to reach the fish skin. Only in this way can the fish be beautiful and easier to fry thoroughly when deep fried. Wait until everything is done. He took the kitchen knife and returned to the front of the fish again. He started cutting from the 90-degree parts of the knife edge just now, and each cut was about half a centimeter apart. In this way, the 2 knife edges intertwined together to form a perfect cross-shaped knife. Then, he cut another piece of fish in the same way, and after holding the fish tail, he carefully put the fish meat into clean water and soaked it. While removing the blood from the fish meat, it can also make the cut smoother, without twisting or twisting together. But the soaking time should not be too long. Otherwise the freshness of the fish meat will be lost. About a minute later, he lifted the fish tail and gently lifted the fish meat, and spread it flat on a tray covered with kitchen paper to control the water. While waiting, he was not idle. Start trimming the fish head. He turned the fish head over and cut directly from the gills. Cut the fish head along the gills. The fish head was naturally discarded, leaving only the piece of fish meat with the pectoral fins. He washed this piece of meat under the faucet, then removed the bones inside. Place it upside down on the chopping board, with the 2 pectoral fins on top. The pectoral fins grow vertically backwards, one on the left and one on the right, and look somewhat similar to the ears of a squirrel. It can be said to be exactly the same as the devil squirrel with longer ears. After trimming the squirrel head, he cleaned it and held it with kitchen paper to absorb the water thoroughly. Then he took the fish body that had been drained of water out of the tray and put it in a basin with the squirrel head. Next, it was marinated. Put the scallion segments and ginger that had been scattered in advance into the basin. Pour in some cooking wine, a small spoonful of salt and pepper, and stir gently so that all the ingredients can be evenly coated on the fish. After marinating, he put the wok on and started to heat the oil. When the oil was heated to 60%, the fish was almost marinated. He took the fish out of the basin, carefully shook off the scallion and ginger crumbs on it, and wiped the surface moisture and cooking wine with kitchen paper. Put it on a clean plate. Put an appropriate amount of cornstarch in it, and then add some custard powder. Adding custard powder is naturally to enhance the flavor, color, crispy taste and stickiness. He stirred it for a while, and then began to pat the powder. Lift the fish tail, and put both pieces of fish body into the plate with the skin facing down. Grab the starch in the plate and sprinkle it evenly on the fish meat. It is worth noting that when sprinkling, You need to use your other hand to pull the gaps cut by the fish meat knife flour to make the starch sprinkle more evenly. In this way, the fried product will be more tempting. After the 2 pieces of fish meat are sprinkled, he lifts the fish meat by the fish tail and gently pats it with his hands, while letting the starch penetrate deeper into the fish meat. It can also pat off the excess starch to avoid affecting the overall taste due to excessive starch. After everything was patted, he held the tail of the fish and folded it forward, passing it through the 2 pieces of fish meat. In this way, it is equivalent to twisting the 2 pieces of fish meat separately, so that the fish meat faces outward and the fish skin faces inward. This step is done. Next, it is time to fry it in the pan. He held the tail of the fish in one hand and the head of the fish meat in the other hand. Then slowly put the fish meat into the oil pan and fried the surface slightly. Let the flour knife set, to avoid sticking or the flour knife not being fluffy. After all, the fluffier the flour knife is, the better the taste and flavor of the finished dish will be. After the 2 pieces of fish meat were all set, he threw the fish meat end into the oil pan, while continuing to hold the tail of the fish meat. This part only has fish skin, not much fish meat, so it cannot be fried together with the fish meat. Otherwise it will be fried. Seeing that the fish meat in the pan has slowly changed color, he threw the fish meat into the oil pan. Then, he dipped the squirrel head that he had prepared earlier in starch, threw it into the oil pan, and fried it slowly with the fish meat. After the fish meat and squirrel head were all fried, Wang Tao used a colander to scoop them all out. Of course, it had to be fried again. Soon, the oil temperature in the pot reached 70%. He took the colander and put all the mandarin fish meat and squirrel head into the pot and started to fry them again. After about 30 seconds, he turned off the fire. He used a colander to scoop out the squirrel head and mandarin fish meat in the pot again. Put it in a clean plate and arrange it. He carefully picked up the fish body with chopsticks, put it in the plate, and then put the squirrel head in front of the fish body. At this moment, the squirrel head and fish body had been fried golden all over, looking like a real squirrel, especially the fluffy body and the 2 pectoral fins pointing straight back, which are more and more similar. After setting the plate, Wang Tao did not stop for a moment, picked up the wok and started to make the sauce. After the wok was heated, pouring cold oil to lubricate the wok. This move is naturally to prevent the sauce from sticking to the wok, and it can also make the wok more lubricated and make the sauce in the wok stir-fry more quickly. After sliding the wok twice, he added a spoonful of peanut oil to the wok. After heating, add a large spoonful of tomato sauce. Stir-fry quickly. The tomato sauce sizzled in the hot oil. He stir-fried slowly, allowing the hot oil in the wok to thoroughly dilute the tomato sauce and evaporate some bad smells in the tomato sauce. Slowly, the tomato sauce was diluted by the hot oil in the wok. Then the unique sauce flavor contained in the tomato sauce was also fried out. It also means that the tomato sauce is basically fried. He added white sugar, continued to stir fry. The tomato sauce, which was already very thin, suddenly became thicker due to the addition of sugar. He continued to stir fry. In about 2 minutes, the tomato sauce in the pot became thinner and the sugar was melted. He scooped a large spoonful of white vinegar and poured it into the pot. Sizzle. A strong sour smell rose from the pot. He continued to stir slowly, and when the sauce in the pot boiled, he added a small spoonful of salt to the pot. This salt is used to highlight the sweetness and make the taste richer. Besides, salt has a strong blending property and can make multiple flavors harmonious. After boiling for more than a minute, when the sauce in the pot became thick again, he picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of still hot oil from the oil pan where the fish was fried, and poured it on the sauce in the pot. Stir the oil. It makes the color of the sauce more beautiful, and it can also keep the aroma of the sauce in it to prevent the taste from volatilizing. More importantly, stirring with hot oil can make the sauce more lubricated and taste better. He stirred the pot with a spoon for half a minute, and only turned off the fire after seeing that the hot oil and sauce had merged into one. He scooped up a spoonful of the sweet and sour sauce in the pot with a spoon, and the bright red sauce poured from the fish lying on the plate, and evenly poured it on the squirrel head and the fish. The sauce and the golden fish collided, and the sticky sauce seeped in. He took 2 washed peppercorns and gently stuck them on the squirrel head. This time, the 2 eyes appeared vividly. This also means that the squirrel mandarin fish dish is ready. Chapter 508. It's just pig food. The sky is dotted with stars, and a bright moon hangs in the night sky, forming a wonderful picture with the stars, colorful streetlights, and neon lights. In the store, Lin Qiyu and Li Qingzhan are busy decorating the store with holiday lights. Those strings of holiday lights look like piles of stars shining, colorful and beautiful. The combined dining table has been served with various delicious dishes by Ding Suqin, Yang Huiru and Ren Milan. But Xian has no intention of appreciating this beautiful scenery and the delicious dishes on this table. That's right. Her mind is full of tonight's new dish, squirrel mandarin fish. Add to that the sweet and sour smell wafting from the kitchen, which makes her pink little nose flap slightly unconsciously, and she greedily sticks out her little tongue to lick the corner of her lips. Then, she ran over and hugged her father's trouser leg, tilted her head, and said coquettishly, "Dad, come on. Let me see the squirrel mandarin fish you made." As she said that, she couldn't help but stretch her neck to look at the stove. Unfortunately, the little girl couldn't see clearly because of her height. Helplessly, she had to tiptoe with great effort and curiously stretched her head to see. "Come. Daddy will hold you and see." After feeling the eager eyes of his precious daughter, Huang Tao wiped his hands, squatted down, and picked up the little guy so that she could see clearly. Xian looked at the ruddy sauce, wrapped around the golden fried fish body and squirrel head, and the squirrel eyes decorated with 2 pepper seeds, looking like a real squirrel. It's not just the head. Even the body looks fluffy, as if the squirrel covered its body with its tail. In addition, the smell of this dish is also very tempting, especially the sweet and sour taste in the sauce. Just a slight sniff will make you salivate. I'm drooling. I want to eat. Looking at such a plate of squirrel mandarin fish with good color, fragrance and taste, Xian swallowed her saliva and turned her head to look at her father, with a pitiful face. "Dad, can we eat now? Xian is so greedy for the squirrel mandarin fish you made." "Oh, my little greedy cat." Huang Tao laughed and hooked her nose with his hand. "Okay. It's ready. Daddy can bring it over, and we can eat." "Yeah." Xian nodded obediently and said caringly, "Dad, I'll help you with it." "No. Daddy can do it alone." Huang Tao declined politely, and in order not to make her feel uncomfortable, he immediately gave her a task that she could do: go to the door to see if Teacher Yi has come, and call Uncle Jiang and his family next door to have them come over for dinner. "Yeah, okay. I promise to complete the task." Xian playfully saluted her father, and then ran to the door of the store happily like a little yellow warbler singing happily in the woods to complete the task assigned by her father. Huang Tao burst out laughing at this little look. Originally, he wanted to ask his parents to come over to have some fun together, but his mother had to go to work tomorrow and his father had to go to driving lessons. In addition, going back and forth in the middle of the night would take up too much time and energy, so he didn't ask them to come over to avoid tiring them. When Huang Tao served the squirrel mandarin fish on the table, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gulp gulp. Li Qingzhan and the others couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and they all looked at Huang Tao with admiration. "My boss is awesome." Ren Milan couldn't help sniffing again and again. "It smells so good." Ding Suqin looked at the dish and couldn't help showing a new experience expression. "Wow. It really looks like it. So this is the squirrel mandarin fish." Yang Huiru's eyes lit up. "So beautiful. It really looks like a golden squirrel. So cute. So beautiful. Color, fragrance and taste. It's really beautiful. No. I have to take a photo." She is also like the young people of today. After the dish is served, she lets the camera eat it first, and sends it to the circle of friends after a click. "Huiru, hee. It's the boss's birthday tonight, and he specially cooked a new dish for us. Squirrel mandarin fish. Just based on this appearance, just based on this fragrance, even 3 bowls of rice are not a problem. No wonder everyone likes to eat this dish. It looks good and tastes good, and because it uses mandarin fish, the taste will definitely not be bad. However, I am quite lucky. I have only worked in the store for a few days, and it was my boss' birthday, so I was lucky enough to get this benefit." As soon as this news came out, naturally, it received countless likes from friends, as well as comments of envy and jealousy. Some also condemned her for being too much, posting such tempting things at night. But because it was cooked by Mr. Huang of Zenhashi restaurant, I inexplicably had a little more impulse to eat it as soon as possible. Of course, I want to know more about when this squirrel mandarin fish dish will be available in the store. Yang Huira looked at the likes and sincere comments from her friends that kept refreshing in her moments. And she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. This was the most likes and comments she had received since she posted on Moments. Even friends, who had been lurking for years, came out to show up. All this was thanks to the boss. Seeing that everyone was asking about the time when this dish would be available, Yang Huira smiled and asked Huang Tao, "Boss, will our squirrel mandarin fish be available in the restaurant?" Huang Tao said without hesitation, "Yes. It will be available tomorrow at noon." Yang Huira, who got the first-hand information, immediately replied to the news in Moments. "Huiru, big news! Big news! Big news! The new squirrel mandarin fish dish will be officially available in the restaurant tomorrow at noon. I wish you all good luck." As soon as this news came out, Moments naturally exploded. Everyone was praying in their hearts that they would be lucky enough to get a portion when they passed by tomorrow at noon. At this time, Xian walked in with Yi Wen and Jiang Guowei and his wife. "Boss Huang, happy birthday." As soon as they entered the store, Jiang Guowei and his wife smiled and gave their blessings. But Yi Wen said gently, "Huang Tao, I wish you this day every year." "Thank you." Huang Tao thanked them and invited them to the table. Everyone took their seats. Huang Tao naturally sat in the main seat. "Teacher Yi." Xian stretched out her hand and greeted, "Come. Sit here." Xian patted an empty seat, which was also the seat next to her father. Everyone looked over at the same time. And Yi Wen, who was always graceful, couldn't help but feel a little shy because of this. But Xuan's unintentional arrangement was exactly what she longed for. So she didn't refuse, but just sat next to Huang Tao with a little shyness. The light shone on her blushing face, and she was really beautiful. Xian was very satisfied, and then happily sat on the other side of her father. Jiang Guowei and his wife looked at the two with a smile, and their eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. The atmosphere in the store was a little strange. "Let's start eating." Huang Tao smiled and greeted. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and went to the squirrel mandarin fish. Huang Tao also picked up a piece of fish covered with sauce and put it in Xuan's bowl. "Thank you, Dad." Xian picked up the fish in the bowl with a curved eyebrow and started eating. Suddenly, a sour and sweet taste burst out in her mouth, accompanied by the fresh fragrance of the fish. "Delicious." Crack. A crisp sound came. Xian closed her eyes and chewed. The delicious taste of the fish in her mouth made her enjoy it. Crispy. Sour and sweet. Delicious. Li Qingzhan, who took a bite, also praised, "Wow. This squirrel mandarin fish is so delicious. The skin is crispy. The fish inside is very tender, with sweet and sour sauce. It tastes better and better. It's really delicious. Good with rice. It's like eating yogurt. But it's many times more delicious than that. It's so delicious. This is one of the best dishes I've ever eaten. Really. As for the other delicious dishes, they are all made by the boss." After tasting it, the others also praised it, and were conquered by the deliciousness of the squirrel mandarin fish. The squirrel mandarin fish I ate before were simply pig food. Chapter 509, suddenly making such an intimate move. Pa. All the incandescent lights in the store were turned off. Then, everyone disappeared as if they had discussed it, leaving only Huang Tao, Xian, and Yi Wen at the table. Huang Tao knew without guessing that these employees and Jiang Guowei and his wife were definitely preparing a surprise for him. In fact, he was only half right. Jiang Guowei and his wife just didn't want to be a bright light bulb. So when they saw the employees evacuating, they followed them with great insight. "Daddy, I'm afraid of the dark." Xian, who was a little scared, subconsciously squeezed into Huang Tao's arms. Daddy's warm embrace can give her the greatest sense of security. Huang Tao held her in his arms, rubbed her head with his chin, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here." Xian, "Teacher Yi is with you too." Yi Wen held Xuan's hand, in order to ease Xuan's fear. She smiled gently. "Xian, do these colored lights look like twinkling little stars?" After she reminded her, Xian looked up at the twinkling colored lights hanging on the beams in front of her. Not to mention, the strings of twinkling holiday lights seemed like shining stars in the night sky. And they were colorful. Very beautiful. Xian couldn't help but stare blankly, her beautiful big eyes blinking left and right, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of her. The fear in her heart also dissipated. Xian pointed at the colored lights happily and said, "Daddy, look. Those colored lights really look like twinkling little stars." "Yeah, it really looks like it." While Huang Tao responded in time, his eyes fell on Xuan's little face. He saw a smile on Xuan's lips at this moment, and he felt extremely warm in his heart. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yuan beside him. "Thank you." Huang Tao thanked Yuan softly. In fact, he knew very well that Yuan did this mainly to establish a deeper relationship with Xian. This deeper relationship, of course, it is not just a teacher-student relationship. He also knew very well that Yuan did this to perform well in front of him and leave a better impression. He understood her thoughts. However, with Yuan's own conditions, she could definitely find an excellent man who was better than Huang Tao, or a man of equal status. But she still liked Huang Tao, and she loved and cherished Xian more. My precious daughter seemed to like Yuan very much. And this kind of liking was not just the liking of students for teachers. This made him have to pay attention to what his mother said. Ask yourself. He has some feelings for Yuan, but it is still a long way from liking her. After all, you can't hide your love for someone. You will always want to know the other person. Pay attention to the problems the other person encounters, and take the initiative to contact the other person every day. Even if there is no topic, you will find a topic to chat with the other person more. So far, he has no such substantial thoughts. The only connection between them is the initiative of Xian and Yuan. These just show that it is not enough to say that you like her. So there is no need to distinguish between liking and liking. And the two cannot be confused. Otherwise, it is easy to mislead yourself. He knows his current thoughts, but he cannot guarantee that he will not like Yuan in the future. Nor can he guarantee that he will like Yuan in the future. Well, let everything go with the flow. Huang Tao, you don't need to say thank you to me. Yuan raised a charming arc at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes looking at Huang Tao revealed determination. Determined determination. Just at this moment, several candlelights flickered in the darkness ahead, and gradually, under the faint light of the colored lights, Huang Tao and the other three saw that a big cake was pushed over with a cart. "Happy birthday to you." Li Qingzhan hummed the birthday song and slowly pushed the birthday cake towards Huang Tao. Other employees and Jiang Wei and his wife followed Li Qingzhan, humming the birthday song and walking over. "Dad? Teacher Yi? Look! It's a cake." Xian pointed out with joy when she saw the birthday cake. She couldn't help but stretch her neck, and even wanted to break away from her father's arms, wanting to see what the big cake looked like. Huang Tao was worried that she would bump into something in the dark, so he quickly pulled her back. Xian, sit still. Wait until your Uncle Qingzhan has finished the decoration before you go over." Xian was still very well behaved, and followed her father's advice, and sat down obediently. She imitated Teacher Yi, clapped her hands, and sang the birthday song, "Happy Birthday to You." When they reached the center of the venue, surrounded by flashing colored lights, Huang Tao and the other two finally saw the cake clearly. It can only be said to be mediocre, average, and no surprises. Li Qingzhan smiled and said, "Boss, you can make a wish and blow out the candles now." "Daddy, make a wish and blow out the candles. After blowing out the candles, you can eat the cake," Xian urged. "Little greedy cat Xian. This is greedy for cake." "Okay." Huang Tao nodded, crossed his hands into fists, closed his eyes, and silently made a good wish. After making a wish, he opened his eyes. Xian. "Come! Blow out the candles with Daddy." "Okay. Okay." Xian, the little cutie, agreed happily, pouted her little mouth, and blew at the candles. Who? With the concerted efforts of the father and daughter, all the candles were extinguished. Pa. Warm applause rang out in the store. The incandescent lamps also lit up again. "Daddy, what wish did you make just now?" "I don't know," when some cream dot on Xuan's pretty little nose tip. Probably because she blew out the candles. After Yuan found out, she wiped it off with a tissue. And the little girl asked in a muffled voice, "It's about you. But you can't say it out loud. Otherwise it won't work." Huang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head, saying intimately. Xian said with a little expression of enlightenment, "Oh, then don't say it out loud." Huang Tao smiled and cut a piece of cake for everyone. Everyone also happily enjoyed the cake handed over by the birthday boy. Xian ate the most happily. But she was a little person. And she had just eaten dinner. So she felt full before she could eat much. But her little head couldn't help but glance in the direction of the big cake. Typical of a person who is full in the stomach but not in the eyes. Huang Tao has never been very interested in cakes. But because he is the birthday boy tonight, he still ate the small portion. Yuan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched Huang Tao's face. The store suddenly became very quiet. Xian looked at Yuan, then at Huang Tao, and seemed a little confused. Jiang Wei and his wife held the cake in their hands, showing a half smile. Yang Hui's eyes were wide open. Ren Milan tried to hold back her laughter, and Ding Suqin and other old employees continued to play the roles of passers-by A, C, B, and D. Huang Tao's body couldn't help but stiffen. I don't understand why Yuan, who has always kept a distance, suddenly made such an intimate move. But he soon understood, and reached out and rubbed his face. It was smooth cream. He couldn't help but turn his head, and his eyes met Yuan's. Yuan, with a faint blush on her pretty face and amorous eyes in her watery eyes, winked at him, as if she was laughing. Then she silently blocked the cake in her hand in front of her. In this way, she concealed her shyness and avoided Huang Tao's sharp and slightly accusing eyes. This action made Huang Tao inexplicably feel a little cute. Xian seemed to have discovered a new way to play. She also reached out and dipped some cream, and followed suit to smear some cream on her father's face. Okay. You. Huang Tao deliberately raised the plate in his hand, which still had some cream in it. Of course, this move was just to deliberately scare Xian and Yuan. Xian slid down from the chair with a cry and hid under the table. Yuan quickly turned around and slipped away. After the two confirmed that Huang Tao did not chase them, they giggled. Chapter 510. It's just too tempting. Okay. Huang Tao saw that the smiles of the employees were getting more and more ambiguous, and the expressions of Jiang Wei and his wife were getting more and more mysterious. He felt that if he continued, something would happen. So he asked with a smile on his face, "It's almost time. And everyone has almost finished eating. So let's end it." Li Qingzhan was surprised. "It's over so soon? I was thinking about going to the next show and going to KTV. It's getting late tonight. And Xian has to go to school tomorrow. Besides, you have to get up early too." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Let's do it next time. And I'll ask you to sing next time. The boss is right. It's getting late. Let's do it next time." Ding Suqin naturally had no objection. Her daughter was alone at home, and she had to go home to take care of her. Being able to stay until this point was the first time she indulged herself after having a daughter for so long. Other employees also chose to go home when they saw this, and they had to go to work tomorrow. So, everyone packed up the store without any prior agreement. Li Qingzhan gave up and joined them to help clean up. A moment. Everything was cleaned up. This birthday party was completely over. Everyone walked out of the store together. Huang Tao sent off Ding Suqin and other employees as well as Jiang Wei and his wife. When Jiang Wei left, he put his arm around his shoulders and said gratefully, "Boss Huang, thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry for your expense this time. Happy birthday." "Thank you. Then we'll go back first." "Okay. Take care. Goodbye. Uncle Jiang, goodbye. Aunt Wenli." Xian said goodbye to the couple very nicely. "Goodbye. Xian. See you tomorrow." Jiang Wei and his wife waved to Xian and walked into the store, preparing to pack up the store and close it before going home. Before entering the store, Qin Wenli couldn't help but look back at Yuan, who was not far away, and whispered, "Lao Jiang, this teacher Yi has been very close to Mr. Huang these 2 days. She should be pursuing Mr. Huang, right? But why doesn't it seem to be progressing much?" When Yuan and Huang Tao entered and exited the store before, she felt at first sight that the two were a good match. Just now, when she saw the two sitting side by side at the banquet, she felt that the two were really a good match. And when eating cake, the scene where Yuan used cream to smear Huang Tao's face was simply too seductive. It was a scene that only idol drama scripts would have. TSK. It was so good. Qin Wenli's long-sealed old girl's heart was still expanding infinitely at this moment. Ah, these two are a perfect match. Let's get together quickly. What are you waiting for? She is waiting to see the two of them fall in love up close. She was immersed in her own world and couldn't help but smile like an auntie while looking at this couple. I also think this couple is very good. Boss Huang has a child after all. Jiang Wei said what he thought. But when he thought of Yi Wen's intimate behavior of smearing Huang Tao with cake at the banquet, he changed his words and said, but, maybe. Let's take it slowly. No matter what. I'm sure they are a couple. Qin Wenli looked at her very firmly. Jiang Wei smiled. To be honest, he was also quite optimistic. He chatted with his wife for a few words, then hurried into the store to clean up. Here, several other employees found a not-so-clever excuse to slip away first, leaving Yi Wen to Huang Tao to say goodbye. Standing at the door of the store, the street light stretched the figures of the three of them very long. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Huang Tao thought for a while and said, Yi Wen, where do you live? Otherwise, I'll take you home. After all, he was still a little worried about a girl going back alone. Ah? He wants to take me home? Hearing this, Yi Wen's pretty face flushed with a thrilling blush. While she was overjoyed in her heart, she was naturally willing to do it. This is what she has been looking forward to. But thinking that he has been busy all day and should be very tired. If he takes her back again, it will take some time to go back and forth. In this way, wouldn't it deprive him of the little rest time he had? She didn't want Huang Tao to be tired because of this. She just wanted Huang Tao to rest for a while. So she had to shake her head and said, don't bother. My home is near the kindergarten. I can walk back. Teacher Yi, it's not safe for you to walk home alone at night. Xian stretched out her chubby little hand, took Yi Wen's white hand, tilted her little head, and her big eyes were full of concern. Let my dad drive you home. Her delicate little face showed a caring look, which made people feel warm. Huang Tao was also worried and said, yes. It is indeed unsafe to walk alone at night. So I'll take you home. Well, okay then. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Huang Tao. A touching look flashed in her eyes. Seeing that Huang Tao was also looking at her, she shyly reached out to lift her drooping black hair and said thank you softly. Thank you. You're welcome. Huang Tao smiled. Okay. Let's go. Just like that, the three of them went to the direction where the car was parked. Walking on the road, they were in a typical family of three posture. Xian walked in the middle, holding Huang Tao and Yi Wen's hands in her left and right hands respectively. She was seen jumping and skipping as she walked, like a happy little rabbit. Very happy. Poor Mimi was abandoned by her own little master and could only follow behind. Huang Tao looked at Xian with a doting face, and he was used to her behavior. Yi Wen also looked at Xian with gentle eyes, and slightly exerted force on her hands to prevent Xian from falling. She looked up and sideways at Huang Tao's profile, and a little giggle appeared on her pretty face. Even if they didn't talk to each other and didn't do anything else, as long as she was with Huang Tao, she felt very happy. The neighbors who didn't know the truth saw such a warm scene and thought they were a family of three at first glance. After seeing that it was Huang Tao and his family, they couldn't help but tsk in their hearts. At the same time, they all felt that the two were a good match, and they felt that Yi Wen would definitely be happy if she married Huang Tao. Arrived at the car. Teacher Yi, you sit in the front. The night view in the front is better. The cute little Xian looked like a little host. While greeting, she helped open the passenger door. Huang Tao seriously suspected that his little cotton jacket did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. The three people plus the cat got in the car and fastened their seat belts. Huang Tao turned on the air conditioner and drove all the way to the community where Yi Wen lived. Soon, the car stopped under the shade of a tree on the road near the community. I'm here. Yi Wen, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said softly, her eyes fixed on the Peppa Pig ornament on the dashboard, her eyes moving around, not knowing what she was thinking. Huang Tao nodded, yeah. Yi Wen bit her lip and turned to look at Huang Tao. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party tonight. I had a great time tonight. Huang Tao glanced at her sideways and smiled. As long as you were happy. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face, and her voice became softer. Then I'll go first. See you tomorrow. Huang Tao nodded. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yi Wen opened the car door, got out of the car, and smiled at Huang Tao gently. Remember to go home slowly. Huang Tao nodded again. Okay. Goodbye. Teacher Yi. Xian rolled down the window and waved to Yi Wen obediently. Yi Wen was a little reluctant to leave. She walked to the back, reached in through the window, hugged Xian, and said reluctantly, Goodbye Xian. The teacher will be on duty tomorrow morning, and I will wait for you at the school gate. Xian nodded, okay. Yuan touched her little face and smiled slightly. Then he turned around and walked to the gate of the community. Stopped, and waved to Huang Tao and his daughter again. Remember to be careful on the way back. A few passers-by looked at the car with envy. Damn. Whose girlfriend is so beautiful? The task of sending Yuan home was completed, and he also had to go back to his own home. Chapter 511. Do not do strenuous exercise. Colorful neon lights are like a long dragon winding around the city, outlining the outline of the buildings. The bright fluorescent lights in the houses add some elegance to the city. The dim lights are scattered on the wide streets of the city. The endless stream of cars rushes past Huang Tao's car. Papa! Xian, who was sitting in the back seat, reached out and picked up Mimi, who was lying on the seat next to her, and put her on her thighs. After touching Mimi's cat head, she suddenly said, I like Teacher Yi. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment. Not surprised, because this was within his expectations. It was also reasonable. Which child doesn't like a beautiful and gentle teacher? The key is that this teacher is particularly good to her. He smiled. Is it because she is your head teacher and treats you well? So you like her? Huh? This tricky question made Xian unable to answer for a while. She tilted her head and blinked her big black grape eyes. She started to think hard. She thought for a full minute. She finally understood and expressed her thoughts, saying, Dad, this is just one of the reasons why I like Teacher Yi. Dad, do you like Teacher Yi too? Huang Tao did not hide it and said frankly, I just have some good feelings. But I can't say I like you. Xian could understand every word her father said, but she couldn't understand them when they were put together. What does it mean? Do you like her or not? Xian, the little cutie, didn't understand. Ah, that's the bad thing about adults. They always speak vaguely and don't express themselves clearly. She sighed helplessly. Daddy. Then, she thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and continued to ask the question she cared about most. Will Teacher Yi become my mom? Although she was only 4 years old, she had a high emotional intelligence and understood some things. Of course, Huang Tao was not surprised at all by Xuan's question. After all, Xuan's sudden daddy, does Teacher Yi like you? Gave him a shot in advance and made him immune. It made him mentally prepared. No matter what shocking words Xian said, he could remain calm, face it calmly. So he also answered her questions calmly and revealed his inner thoughts to her. To be honest, this father is not sure now. We can only let it go in the future. Xuan's big, smart eyes blinked, full of confusion. I don't quite understand. Daddy? Actually, Xian gently touched Mimi's furry body and whispered to her father in a baby voice about her inner desire. Actually, I am willing to let Teacher Yi be my mother. Huang Tao felt sour at his heart when he heard it. He knew that although Xian didn't say anything before, it didn't mean that she didn't want it. In fact, in her heart, she has always been very eager for maternal love. The car slowly moved forward and slowly drove into the alley. Xian. When they arrived at the parking area of the community, Huang Tao parked the car and turned his head to look at Xian in the safety seat in the back seat, but found that she had fallen asleep without knowing when. Mimi was dozing on her thighs. He opened the door of the back seat and took Mimi off her thighs. Meow. Feeling Mimi? She screamed in shock. Shoo. Huang Tao quickly made a gesture to silence Mimi. Mimi really stopped screaming the moment Huang Tao put it on the ground. It jumped to the side and waited. When Huang Tao carried Xian out, Xian woke up in a daze and murmured, Daddy, are we home? Yes. Huang Tao nodded. If you are still sleepy, go back to sleep. Daddy will carry you up. Yeah. Xian answered vaguely and leaned her little head on her father's chest. Huang Tao carried her upstairs, opened the door, took off his shoes, and then carried her directly to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, helped her take off her coat, gently put her on the bed, and then covered her with a quilt. Back in the familiar quilt, Xian twisted her little butt, readjusted her posture, and fell asleep again. The little guy is really tired. After Huang Tao adjusted the brightness of the desk lamp, he walked out of the bedroom quietly and came to the bathroom. He took the wash basin and towel and put some warm water in the wash basin. Bring it to the bedroom. Put it on a stool beside. He wrung out the towel, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently wiped Xuan's little face, and then wiped her little hands, without waking her up. After everything was done, he did not accompany Xian to sleep, but took his pajamas and wash basin and returned to the bathroom. Then he took a hot bath. He was a little tired today. After taking a bath, he felt much more energetic. Buzz! He was just about to brush his teeth when he heard the phone on the shelf vibrate twice. There was a message coming in. He reached out and picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Yiwen. This surprised him a little. Teacher Yi, did you get home safely? Smile. Huang Tao sat down on the small stool for washing feet. Looking at this caring greeting message, his heart was slightly warm, and he quickly replied, I just got home a while ago. You haven't slept yet? Teacher Yi, I can't sleep a little bit. I ate a little too much tonight. The main reason is that the dishes you cooked are too delicious. I ate too much again without paying attention. Huang Tao laughed. Then you should exercise to digest the food. No. I'm still full. You can't do strenuous exercise. Yiwen pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah. I'm walking in the room now. Digesting it. Smile. Yiwen, oh. By the way, did Xian sleep? Huang Tao, yes. She fell asleep on the way back. Ah. If it wasn't for sending her home, Xian wouldn't have fallen asleep in the car. Yiwen couldn't help but feel distressed and self-blame. She replied apologetically, It's all my fault. If it wasn't for sending me home, you would have gone home long ago, and Xian wouldn't have fallen asleep in the car. Huang Tao counseled, Xian often falls asleep in the car. It has nothing to do with whether she sends you home or not. She was just too tired tonight. Yiwen smiles, then I will coax her to sleep early tomorrow at noon, so that she can sleep a little longer. This WeChat chat has narrowed the distance between the two people, and also let Huang Tao know more about Yiwen. Yiwen also revealed a little about her family situation. After chatting for a while, the two exchanged good nights and ended the conversation. Huang Tao put away his mobile phone, returned to the bedroom, turned off the table lamp, got into the bed, and stayed with Xian, listening to Xian's small snoring in his ears. I just feel that the ears are quiet and good. In his mind, he unconsciously recalled Yiwen's smiles and frowns when she applied cream to him tonight. As for other things, let time verify. Chapter 512, Poisoning at Night. At the same time, Yiwen, who was far away on the other side, had no sleep at all. Wrapped in a soft nightgown, Yiwen curled up on the bed, shaking a pair of white jade-like feet, and her white fingers gently swiped the screen of the mobile phone, looking at the chat records with Huang Tao over and over again. I never get tired of watching it. The wonderful touch of applying cream tonight was recalled in my mind. She stretched out the scallion white finger that had smeared cream on Huang Tao's face, and a smile overflowed from her eyes, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She didn't expect that she was so brave at that time, in front of so many people, in full view of everyone, to make such an intimate move to Huang Tao. When she thought of this, she shyly buried her face in the pillow, holding the pillow with her arms and pressing it against her face, as if she wanted to suffocate herself. But in front of the black eyes, there was still Huang Tao's tall figure. There is no doubt that she has completely fallen. Buzz. She felt the phone in her hand suddenly vibrate twice. There is a message coming in. She hid in the bed and saw. It was a message from her best friend Lu Minglan. Xiaowen, how is your relationship with your boyfriend going tonight? When Huang Tao was mentioned, Yiwen's heart, which had calmed down a little, couldn't help but beat faster, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She immediately replied a little embarrassedly, well, I took the initiative to put cream on his face at night. Minglan looked eager. What else? Yiwen, no more. No more. Lu Minglan immediately showed a speechless expression of I took off my panties. And you showed me this. What about him? Did he show any behavior? Yiwen, he drove me home at night. Lu Minglan had a gossipy expression on her face. He is quite gentlemanly. But did you two have a goodbye kiss? Yiwen, this, she didn't even dare to think about it. Besides, even if she wanted to, she didn't have the guts. Yiwen, no, we are not that close at all. However, she thought it was good now. She could see him almost every day. She could even have dinner with him occasionally. Lu Minglan was a little anxious and gave her advice. Yiwen, I think you should confess to him directly. Just push it all at once. Yiwen, I think we should wait a little longer. She had thought about confessing directly. But the more she liked him, the harder it was for her to say it. What if she was rejected? Wouldn't it be so embarrassing to meet him in the future? Lu Minglin looked incredible. She was once a goddess in the eyes of countless students. But she actually worried that she would be rejected if she took the initiative to confess. It's outrageous. Yuan, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep. I have to go to work tomorrow. You should go to bed early too. Lu Minglin joked, go to sleep. There are all kinds of things in dreams. I wish you can kiss your Huang Tao in your dreams. Humph. To be honest, she was not angry at all in her heart. And even inexplicably looked forward to it. By the way, will he dream about me too? Then to her. Oh my, what am I thinking? I'm so embarrassed. She immediately stopped her unrealistic fantasies, turned off the lights, and lay gracefully on the bed. But she couldn't fall asleep. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Huang Tao's eyelids began to fight frantically, and he was about to fall asleep, the mobile phone under the pillow rang at an inopportune time. Oh! Not good. Huang Tao was afraid that the ringing would wake Xian up. So he quickly reached out and picked up the phone from under the pillow. Without even checking the caller ID, he directly answered the call and whispered, hello. Hello. Did I disturb his rest? Or did he not save her phone number at all? Hearing Huang Tao's emotionless voice, Lin Monli felt mixed emotions, and eagerness and joy before dialing the phone disappeared. She didn't want Huang Tao to feel her emotional fluctuations. So she adjusted her mood and said lightly, it's me. Boss Huang. Are you asleep? I know. Editor-in-Chief Lin. I'm about to go to bed. Is there anything wrong? Huang Tao turned his head to look at Xian, and saw that she was sleeping soundly and was not awakened. So he was relieved. Lin Monli's voice came from the other end of the phone again. I just want to say belated happy birthday to you. After browsing the official Weibo account of her own magazine, she also browsed the official Weibo account of Zenchichi, and learned from the comments of netizens that today was Huang Tao's birthday. She immediately called to express her gratitude. Thank you. Huang Tao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Editor-in-Chief Lin actually knew her birthday and called to congratulate him. I have to say that there are so many surprises today. What are you thanking me for? I should thank you. The sales of my food magazine have increased again because of you. And the response is also very enthusiastic. Lin Monli couldn't help showing a charming and happy arc at the corner of her lips. The magazine she shot again in Huang Tao's store last time. Once it was released, it was more popular than a number of food magazines, making her food magazine the most popular food magazine. Without a doubt. Huang Tao joked, really? So, this issue of the magazine sold well, and I have contributed a lot. Indeed, Lin Monli said in a positive tone. And after thinking for a while, she continued, why don't you come out to celebrate together? I'll treat you. Ah? This surprised Huang Tao a little. Lin Monli asked weakly, is it inconvenient? Huang Tao nodded, it is indeed a little inconvenient. My daughter has fallen asleep. I am worried about leaving her alone at home. Besides, it is too late now. I didn't think it through. Hearing this, for some reason, Lin Monli felt a little disappointed. She said helplessly, then we can only do it next time. You must give me a chance to treat us next time. Okay. That's it for now. Good night. After finishing the conversation with Lin Monli, Huang Tao lost his sleep. He just checked his phone. The first choice is naturally his own Weibo. Clicking on the comments, many customers wailed under the latest Weibo. Slap your hypocritical heart to death, not the bowl with chopsticks. I heard that the new squirrel mandarin fish will be available at noon tomorrow. Waiting for the new one. I live like a queen without you, boss. You are not a martial artist. You didn't even tell me it's your birthday today. Are you afraid that we will go over and eat the squirrel mandarin fish you carefully prepared? Desire bewitches people *, woohoo. I can't sleep tonight because of my greed. Whose fault is it? Boss, you have to compensate me. Just compensate me so that I can successfully buy squirrel mandarin fish at noon tomorrow. Woohoo. No need to guess. He also knows who leaked the news of the new squirrel mandarin fish and his birthday in advance. It must be those employees. However, these days, customers can do anything to urge new dishes. Fortunately, he took a photo of the squirrel mandarin fish last night, and he edited it and posted a Weibo. Super delicious restaurant. I heard that everyone can't sleep late at night because of the squirrel mandarin fish. So continue to watch the editor's late night poisoning. The squirrel mandarin fish ingredients you want have been decided, and they will be available at noon tomorrow. The quantity is limited. First come first served. Picture JPG. In the picture, the ruddy squirrel mandarin fish with its head held high and its tail curled up is placed on a beautiful plate, with a little coriander on the side to garnish. The ruddy sauce wraps the golden fried fish body and squirrel head, which really looks like a squirrel. The golden and dark red fish back is steaming, and you can even see a bit of crystal clear sauce slowly flowing from the fish into the plate. The body also looks fluffy, as if the squirrel is covering itself with its own tail. It can make people greedy even through the screen. There are countless night owls at this time. Not long after the Weibo about the squirrel mandarin fish was posted, many comments were quickly posted. Street corner, bless you. That's it? That's it? You still have the nerve to say that the quantity is not much? This amount. Don't let it be not enough for us brothers to share. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower. Ah! I finally waited for the official announcement of squirrel mandarin fish. However, if you change the 8 words not much quantity, first come first served to everyone has a share, it will be perfect. This year's trend. Single, yes. Yes. If I can realize the freedom of every dish in a really delicious restaurant, I can be happy in my dreams. Brother has 4 dual on, and the opposite side is full of vegetables, the upstairs. I advise you to go to bed. There is everything in the dream. Wah woo. So tomorrow at noon, it's time to compete for hand speed again? Poor us office workers. Every time I miss the new dishes, sigh. Chapter 513, This is the secret between us. Wang Tao went to bed a little late last night. So as expected, he did not wake up this morning. Instead, he overslept a little. Fortunately, he had foresight and set the alarm before going to bed last night. Look! He woke up dazedly with the urging sound of the alarm clock. But after waking up, he suddenly felt that something was a little wrong. He turned his head and looked. Xian woke up at some point. She was looking at him sideways at this moment. Her chubby little face was red. Her eyes were also red, and her little mouth was pouting, looking like a little aggrieved expression of wanting to cry but can't cry. Oh my goodness! What's going on? Huang Tao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and his originally confused spirit suddenly became nervous. But facing this sudden situation, he was a little confused and at a loss for a moment. Daddy? Xian saw her father wake up and stare at her. Her lips moved a few times, and she squeezed out these 2 short words with great difficulty. And the moment she opened her mouth, her big red eyes immediately accumulated tears, and it felt like they were going to flood in the next second. Looking at the extremely aggrieved expression of his precious daughter, Huang Tao's heart was instantly pulled up. He quickly reached out and touched her little face, and asked softly and concernedly, Baby, what's wrong with you? Daddy? Xian pursed her lips. Dizziness was already spinning in her eye sockets, and 2 crystal clear tears fell after a few turns. Sobbing and whispering, I hush. Ah? Huang Tao, who couldn't see his precious daughter crying, hurriedly reached out to wipe the tears from her face, and asked distressedly, Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Xian shook her head gently. No. Huang Tao reached out and touched Xian's forehead, and asked worriedly, Then are you feeling uncomfortable? He wanted to hold her in his arms and give her a sense of security. However, this time, Xian didn't get into his arms intimately as usual, but hid back and shook her head again, whispering, No. Daddy? Yes. I was sleeping. The next moment, she finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst into tears. Ah? Huang Tao, who heard it clearly, understood it completely. It turns out that my precious daughter wet the bed when she was asleep. Oh my! I almost scared my dad to death just now. Huang Tao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The heart that was almost hanging in his throat could finally be safely put back into his stomach. After all, it's not a big deal for children to wet the bed. It's normal to wet the bed occasionally. It's called physiological enuresis in medicine. Most children usually don't wet the bed at night after the age of 5. And in his memory, Xian didn't wet the bed much after she was 2 years old, including this time. It's only 3 times. The main reason is that the birthday party last night made the little girl excited and tired, and she drank a lot of drinks. In addition, she fell asleep on the way home. Huang Tao directly carried her to bed, and didn't let her go to the toilet before going to bed. She slept deeply at night, so it was not worth making a fuss if she couldn't hold it in and wet the bed. Of course, he also has some responsibility. Don't cry. Don't cry. He held Xian in his arms with an apologetic look, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly. Dad will take you to take a bath now. You will feel comfortable after washing. Xian buried her little head in her father's chest and sobbed, But I wet the sheets. It's so embarrassing to wet the bed. It's okay. He reached out and rubbed the back of Xuan's head, and said softly, Dad will put it in the washing machine and wash it later, and it will be clean after washing. As he said, he took off Xuan's wet pajamas, then wrapped Xian in a blanket and carried her out of the bedroom. Meow. Mimi, who didn't know what was going on, climbed up from the cat bed, followed behind and called out, as if saying, Master, Master, what's wrong with the little master? Unfortunately, no reply was received. Even her beloved little master ignored it, who made her little master feel sad and embarrassed at the moment. How could she be in the mood to play with it? Ah! Xian suddenly became sad again, and subconsciously buried her face in Huang Tao's arms again, not daring to look at Mimi. Sobbing and weakly asked, Daddy, will Mimi know? Will she laugh at me? She couldn't afford to lose face. Huang Tao suppressed his laughter and said, Don't worry. If we don't tell it, it won't know, and it won't laugh at you, because it can't talk. Xian thought about it, and felt that what her father said made sense. So she was relieved. Came to the bathroom. Huang Tao turned on the bathroom heater, and turned on the faucet with hot water. When the water was warm, he took off Xuan's shirt. He gave her a shower. After the shower, he wrapped Xuan's body with a bath towel, then wrapped her tightly with a blanket, and carried her to the bedroom. After he changed her into a clean and beautiful little skirt, her mood turned from rain to cloudy and got better. But she was still embarrassed about her bedwetting. She lowered her head to fiddle with the hem of her skirt, pursed her lips, and said, Daddy? Huang Tao looked at Xian and asked with concern, What's wrong? Daddy? She stammered and expressed her thoughts. Can you please not tell Grandpa and Grandma about my bedwetting? Huang Tao nodded, Don't worry. Dad won't tell them. Xian continued, Don't tell Teacher Yi and Teacher Su. Huang Tao nodded again, Okay. Don't tell. Xian blinked, Well, don't tell Aunt Suqing, Uncle Xuhao, Brother Zifeng. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, Okay. Don't tell anyone. And Xian thought for a while and said, Don't tell the kids in our class. Don't even tell Cici. Although there are often kids in the class who wet the bed. Every time a kid wets the bed, the other kids will secretly laugh at the other kid. As for not telling Cici, it was because when Cici secretly told her about bedwetting last time, she proudly told Cici that she had stopped wetting the bed a long time ago. So, Cici must not know, lest Cici laugh at her. Huang Tao promised, Don't worry. Dad won't tell anyone. Xian half believed and half doubted, Dad, do you promise? Huang Tao nodded affirmatively, I promise not to mention this to anyone. After all, this is a secret between us. Yeah. Hearing this, Xuan's heart was finally completely relieved. She believed that her father would definitely do what he said. Thank you. Dad, you are the best. Xian put her arms around Huang Tao's neck and kissed him on the face with a smile. Ouch. My little cutie finally burst into laughter. Huang Tao smiled and took off all the wet sheets and quilts. Daddy, I'll help you. Okay. With the concerted efforts of the father and daughter, all the sheets and quilts were replaced with new ones. Then Huang Tao went back to the bathroom again, rinsed the wet parts of the quilt with clean water, and took it to the balcony to dry. As for the quilt covers, he would wash them in the washing machine when he got home in the evening. After all, it was getting late. By the time he finished washing and went to the store, the morning market would definitely be delayed for an hour. If that were the case, the customers at the door of the store would probably want to curse. In order not to affect the business hours of the morning market, Huang Tao and Xian washed up together and drove to the store in a hurry. Chapter 514. It's fun to give advice, but it's annoying to give advice all the time. It's really delicious outside the restaurant. The queue of customers gradually increased. Those who came at this time in the morning were basically some neighbors nearby. and Lao Chin and his gang, as usual, set up card tables and chess tables at the door of the store. With the weak morning light and the light projected from the door of the store, they played cards and chess. In short, queuing up to play cards and chess is not a problem. Next to them, there were several uncles, each holding a teacup and watching, and they all showed an anxious look of hating iron for not becoming steel. Uncle Lee couldn't help but give some advice. Ah, Lao Chung, you play cards so badly. You make an order. He has no order. You hurry up and hang him. The other uncles who had the upper hand in playing cards looked at Uncle Lee with dissatisfaction and criticized him. Hey, old Lee, drink your tea. Stop pointing fingers. That's right. I've told you so many times not to give advice. You just can't control your mouth. If you dare to give advice again, just stay there. Don't watch. Uncle Chung didn't appreciate it and gave Uncle Lee a speechless look that said, what nonsense. If you can do it yourself. Uncle Lee, it's really a dog-biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know the kindness of a good person. Huh? If you don't want to give advice, then don't give advice. Even if I, old Lee, am dying, I won't give you any advice. However, after less than a minute, he couldn't control his mouth again. Old Chung, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You can't play cards like this. You are definitely going to lose. You should have listened to me just now and teased him. Go. 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 You old Lee. Stay aside. Yes. 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 Get as far away as you can. Don't disturb us playing cards. Finally, Uncle Lee was driven aside by the uncles playing cards. He was deprived of the right to watch the card game. Hey. Hey. Are you polite? Hey. Hey. Don't drive me away. I promise not to say anything more. I would rather believe that there are ghosts in this world than believe your broken mouth. Uncle Lee. Okay. If I can't stay here, I will find another place to stay. He turned around and ran to watch Lao Chin and Lao Lu playing chess. But he didn't stay for half a minute. He was disliked by Lao Chin and Lao Lu, a pair of close friends who love and hate each other, because of his careless mouth. In the end, he was driven away. It's really nice to give advice, but it's annoying to keep giving advice. He had no choice but to clap his hands back and forth with other neighbors and do morning exercises. As time went by, more and more customers came, and the queue became longer and longer. These customers were doing their own things and chatting occasionally. Huh? Uncle Lee looked at the roadside, but he didn't see Huang Tao's car. He looked down at the watch on his wrist and said in confusion, "What's going on today? Why haven't Mr. Huang and Xian come yet?" His words reminded the neighbors. A neighbor next to him took over the conversation. Yes. Yes. It's already this time. Why haven't they come yet? Usually at this time, Mr. Huang would have come to the store a long time ago. Could it be that something delayed him? Otherwise, with Mr. Huang's personality, he wouldn't have not shown up until now. Another neighbor asked curiously, "Yeah. Why haven't you come yet? Did you drink too much on your birthday last night and couldn't get up this morning?" The middle-aged man with a big belly said anxiously, "No way. No way. No way. I finally got here first. If the morning market didn't open this morning, I wouldn't be able to eat soup dumplings." As soon as these words came out, the customers behind who didn't know the truth were led astray, and they all cried and complained. "Oh, what should I do with my soup dumplings? Oh, what should I do with my wontons? Ah, no. Mr. Huang, please come back soon. I can't handle it alone. Please come back soon. Breakfast is wonderful because of you. Please come back soon. Bring my breakfast back. Don't let my stomach be empty as the sea. Hey, why is the morning market closed? If it were any other store, I would just turn around and leave. After all, customers are the boss these days. But Mr. Huang's store, I really can't bear to leave. Damn it. The morning market is closed. Where can I find food? Now for me, eating breakfast in other stores is like eating pig food. Now, those neighbors who were playing cards and chess also lost their composure in an instant and immediately refuted one or two. What do you mean the morning market is closed? The store employees are still busy. What you said is so scary. That's right. That's right. Don't be so alarmist. Yeah. Who the hell told you that the morning market is closed? If it really wasn't open, why would Mr. Huang ask the employees to come to the store early to prepare? That makes sense. Wait. What was the intention of the person who said the morning market was closed? Could he have said that on purpose to take their place in the queue? That's not right. He was the first in line. There was no need to do that. Of course. The guests who had worried for nothing all looked at the middle-aged man with a big belly with displeasure. If it weren't for the husky beside him, they would definitely have criticized him. Middle-aged man with a big belly. You are the ones who follow the rhythm. It's none of my business. Besides, he just said the word if. And you are still following the rhythm. Do you have any misunderstanding about the word if? Just at this moment, Huang Tao stopped the car on the side of the road. Oh, Mr. Huang is here. When the customers saw Huang Tao carrying Xian out of the car, with Mimi following behind him, they all looked happy. Mr. Huang, why did you come just now? Did something delay you? Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck, feeling a little uneasy. She was still a little worried that her father would accidentally tell the little secret between them. Huang Tao felt the uneasiness of his precious daughter, so he reached out and touched her little head, smiling and saying to the neighbors, I accidentally overslept this morning. Xuan's hanging heart was completely put down. The other customers all showed expressions of I guess so and I see, and couldn't help but urge him. Mr. Huang, please go in quickly. I'm waiting for your breakfast. My little grandson said he wouldn't eat anything else. I'm so greedy. I dreamed about eating the soup dumplings in your store last night. Hurry up. Yes. Hurry up. I'm waiting to buy breakfast before going to work. Boss Huang, can we open as scheduled this morning? Huang Tao smiled and greeted everyone. Please rest assured. We will open on time at 7 o'clock. I'll start now. As he said, he carried Xian into the store. Mimi followed them laboriously. Xian smiled with curved eyebrows. Daddy. Thank you. Huang Tao smiled and kissed her little face. My little darling. Why is it so pitiful? He smiled and asked, Baby, what do you want to eat in the morning? Xian thought for a while and said, I want to eat soup dumplings and wontons. In fact, she wanted to eat all of them, but her little belly was too weak to allow it. She could only choose the one she wanted most at the moment. Huang Tao hooked her little nose. Okay. Daddy will make it for you now. You and Mimi can go play. After putting Xian down, he put on his chef's uniform, went to the kitchen, washed his hands, and started to work with 3 assistants to make final preparations for this morning's morning market. Chapter 515 on the importance of building a good relationship with Huang Tao. 6:50. Huang Tao was not ready yet, and the store was not open yet. But the number of customers queuing in front of the store was increasing. The parking spaces in the surrounding parking lots were already full, and many office workers who came to queue up had to risk being fined and parked their cars randomly on the roadside because there were no parking spaces. Fortunately, the 2 traffic policemen, Wang Dobin and Sun Lihai, did not directly kill and issue tickets to the cars that were parked randomly because they were customers of the real food restaurant. They just shouted the license plate numbers to the customers in the queue, asking the car owners to come and claim the cars and drive away. The car owners had to nod and claim the cars, and pleaded that they would leave immediately after buying the food, asking them to be lenient and make some concessions. What else could the 2 traffic policemen do? After all, these people were loyal customers of the food restaurant. Even if you don't look at the monk's face, you have to look at the breeze. So, they let them off the hook for Huang Tao's sake, and only verbally ordered them to move their cars as soon as possible so as not to affect the traffic on the old street. Then the 2 of them, as usual, split into 2 groups to maintain order. Let the cars behind not drive in again, lest the old street fall into a state of complete paralysis. And those grandpas and aunties who had played cards and chess for an hour or so, seeing that the time was almost up, each put away the card and chess tables and placed them next to the door of Jianggui's store as usual. Then they lined up in an orderly manner. They looked ready to go, waiting for the moment when the door opened. Many vendors in the vegetable market were also among them. They took advantage of this time period when there were not many people buying vegetables in the vegetable market, and came to buy breakfast to satisfy their cravings. Soon, Huang Tao also packed up and opened the store on time at 7 o'clock. Li Qingzhan opened the door and greeted with a smile. Neighbors, come in. You can order? Coming. The middle-aged man with a big belly at the front of the line, even ignoring the husky, rushed into the store and went straight to the automatic ordering machine. The neighbors behind saw it and rushed to the counter without saying a word to find Ding Suchin to order. For a while, the sound of ordering was everywhere. I want 2 baskets of soup dumplings, a bowl of wontons, a bowl of sesame dumplings, 3 fresh vegetarian pan-fried buns, and 5 pork and mushroom pan-fried buns to take away. I'm ahead of Lao Chin today. Suchin, give me 4 baskets of soup dumplings, 4 bowls of wontons, 4 portions of fried dumplings, and 10 beef pan-fried buns to take away. Please hurry up. My son and daughter-in-law are waiting for my breakfast. Good morning. Suchin, give me a bowl of wontons, a basket of soup dumplings, and 5 beef pan-fried buns. Okay. Come one by one. Don't rush. Ding Suchin said politely while typing the order. The store became lively. A bustle. And outside the store, there were still some customers coming from far away. They were a little late, but they were not willing to give up. They had to continue to line up. After all, we still have to have expectations, just in case they come true. The vegetable stall owner and his wife walked into the store, ordered the food and found a seat, and smiled and greeted Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen. Boss Huang. Busy. Sit down. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll make it for you, Huang Tao said with a smile. I've already ordered. Just waiting for you to serve. The stall owner saw that there was an empty seat, so he sat down directly, waiting for a bowl of hot wontons to be served. He looked at the purple-black seaweed, the yellow pickled mustard, the white shrimp skin, and the shiny wontons crowded together. Through the thin skin, you can see the meat stuffing inside, and the strong meat fragrance emanates from the steaming hot air. Ah, so greedy. He and his wife scooped up a wonton with a small spoon, blew it to their mouths, and then gently bit off half of it. The deliciousness of the wonton stuffing and the slippery feeling of the wonton skin were combined. It was really wonderful. Both of them couldn't help showing a satisfied expression. Delicious. It's really delicious. They specifically asked the stall owner next to them to help them watch the stall for a while, and promised to pack a portion for them to take back, so that they had time to come to Huang Tao's store for breakfast, just based on this bowl of wontons. Even if they didn't do business this morning, it was worth it. When the soup dumplings were brought over, he hurriedly got up and took them. After picking up one for his wife, he couldn't wait to pick up another one gently and put it in the vinegar dish. After absorbing it, he gently bit open the skin and sucked the juice. The delicious fat juice poured into his mouth, with a hint of sweetness in the sourness, oily but not greasy, and filled with a unique fragrance of buns, which made people's appetites open. The fillings were just right. The seasoning was just right. Not salty or light, as if it could melt in the mouth. The skin was tough and tender, not soft, not hard, and absorbed the vinegar to make it more delicious. Delicious. After he and his wife tasted it, they both started to immerse themselves in dry rice. Huang Tao methodically steamed soup dumplings, boiled wontons, and sesame dumplings. Soon, the vegetable stall owner and his wife finished eating. They put the plates on the automatic dishwasher and were about to leave when Huang Tao called them. Take these braised eggs home and eat them as snacks. As soon as the words fell, the vegetable stall owner had a small bag of braised eggs in his hand, which looked like about 7 or 8. He said a little embarrassedly, Boss Huang, you are too polite. You should keep them and sell them. Huang Tao said, No. These braised eggs are not worth much money. You usually take care of me so much, and you always give me the best vegetables. When you pay the bill, you always give me a discount. It is only right for me to give you a few braised eggs to eat. Huang Tao remembers all the help and kindness to him. Huang Tao originally wanted to give the vegetable stall owner a discount, but he had already paid on the automatic ordering machine, so he had to express his feelings in another way. The vegetable stall owner and his wife were very happy, and they couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Huang's character is really amazing. The couple thanked. Okay. Thank you. You are busy. I will go back first. Other guests who were dining in the store looked at the backs of the vegetable stall owner and his wife leaving, full of envy. The importance of having a good relationship with Huang Tao. You can eat the delicious food in the store for free. Huang Tao, who was busy, was also busy, because he had to send his baby daughter to school. Let's go. Xian, Dad will take you to kindergarten. Let's go. To see Teacher Yi. Xian smiled sweetly, took Huang Tao's hand, and walked out of the store together. After getting in the car, they headed straight to the kindergarten. Not long after, the father and daughter arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten and saw Yiwen, who was on duty. She was also dressed very beautifully today. The black sweater, the simple round neck, was full of atmosphere, and the cartoon pattern embellishment showed a full sense of age reduction. The knee-length skirt with pleated skirt style was very provocative and could be said to be very sexy. The light-colored style looked very youthful and full of pure desire. A pair of small boots as a dress, elegant and warm. Her hair was slightly curled, and her beautiful eyes were with a touch of light eyeshadow. Good morning, Huang Tao. Xian. Seeing Huang Tao and Xian, Yiwen smiled and greeted them. Good morning. Xian's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. Teacher Yi, you are so beautiful today. Huang Tao was also a little surprised. I have to admit that Yiwen is really pretty. She has a great figure. Almost perfect. Yiwen squatted down gracefully, touched Xian's little face, and said happily, Xian, you look pretty in a skirt, too. Hee. We both look pretty. Xian had curved eyebrows and shallow dimples. She tilted her head to look at Huang Tao beside her, and asked with her head tilted up, Dad, do you think Teacher Yi is pretty? Yiwen's beautiful eyes also looked at Huang Tao. Some expectations. Huang Tao smiled slightly and nodded. Yeah. Pretty. He said pretty. Yiwen's heart was instantly filled with a ripple of joy, and her heartbeat also accelerated a few points. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the object of praise because of her good looks. But even though she has been praised countless times, she has never been as happy as this time. Because I like her. So even if Huang Tao's words of praise are very concise, she can still be very happy. Xian is a clever girl and continues to ask, Dad, how beautiful is she? Huang Tao. For a moment, Huang Tao felt that his carrying little cotton-padded jacket had a little bit of a father-daddy attribute. He smiled speechlessly. As beautiful as you. Okay, Teacher Yi. I'll leave Xian to you. Please take her to school. Yiwen held Xuan's little hand and smiled at him gently. Okay. Leave it to me. I'll take her there. See you in the afternoon. Okay. Bye. Dad. Xian waved to Huang Tao while walking with Yiwen to the gate of the garden. Yiwen also looked back at Huang Tao. Her pretty face flushed. Her hair gently tossed. Especially beautiful. For a moment, Huang Tao was a little stunned. However, he quickly looked away and drove away. Chapter 516. I can't even stop the car. Dad. Lu Feifei lifted her skirt and ran into the camera in a daze, crying and shouting in a trembling voice. The old actor was very professional, lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse, with a dagger stuck in his chest. Lu Feifei immediately rushed over, holding the corpse with trembling hands. In many film and television works, once an important character dies, there will be a relative or friend who plays this role, who will immediately appear beside the deceased and be responsible for crying and shouting the name of the deceased. You must also shake the body of the deceased vigorously, as if you will not stop until the other person's skeleton is broken apart. Even if this person is not dead yet, you will die early by being shaken like this. I don't know who stipulated this way of performance. Fortunately, Director Lin did not make such a request when he was explaining the play to her. There are no clear restrictions on the performance methods in the script. Lu Feifei can make appropriate responses based on her own understanding of the role. Although the character she played was smart and gentle in the early stage, it did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, she was very tenacious in her bones. So now she saw the tragic death of her father, and she knew that it was powerless to save the situation. This knife not only killed her father directly, but also tore her innocent girlish skin into a bloody mess. She transformed in the grief of losing her father at this moment. Even though the grief filled her body, she still stubbornly suppressed the pain in her bones and blood. Her father was murdered. She couldn't and shouldn't be weak, just to avenge her father one day. Lu Feifei's emotions were well prepared at this moment. Her eyes were red. Her head was lowered. Tears filled her eyes and blurred her long eyelashes. But she still didn't want to fall. Real sadness doesn't need eye drops or crying loudly. Because when you are really heartbroken, you don't have the extra energy to make those superficial hysterical shouts. She didn't say a word the whole time. She just lowered her head. The hair accessories were scattered. Her shoulders were shrugged, and the camera close-up showed the blue veins on her forehead. Her collar had been pulled open a little due to the panic before, and you could see the muscles in her neck that were tense and twitching because she tried her best to hold back her tears. She held the corpse with one hand while looking down, and stretched out her other hand tremblingly, grabbing the sleeve of Li Qiongji beside her as if seeking a life-saving straw. Holding it tightly, Director Lin slapped his thigh, thinking that Lu Feifei's suppressed crying performance was perfect. Compared to those veteran actors, it was even better. Good. Excellent. When Lu Feifei's agent Sister Tang rushed to the set, she also saw Lu Feifei filming the scene. After nodding and greeting the staff, she sat down next to Director Lin without any expression and stared at the monitor. After appreciating Lu Feifei's superb crying scene, she was a little dazed. By the way, is this still the Lu Feifei with mediocre acting skills that she knew? After just a few days of not seeing her, her acting skills have improved a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that she is comparable to those veteran actors. Is this a breakthrough? Just as she was surprised, she discovered an especially important question. Wait, why did her Feifei's face become rounder in front of the camera? Although she looked 3 pounds fatter on camera, the close-up of her face in this shot was obviously bigger than before. She understood it all at once. Feifei and Xiao Xiao both ignored her words. She was cheating on her in the crew again. No. I must have a good talk with her later. Humph. If I don't show my power, do you think I am Hello Kitty? She waited patiently for the scene to be finished, and continued to watch Lu Feifei and the veteran actors with Director Lin. Li Qiongji gently placed her hand on Lu Feifei's back, patted her gently, and whispered, "Don't cry." It was as if all the grief that had accumulated before suddenly burst out at this moment. Lu Feifei's tearful eyes drooped, her eyelashes trembled, and tears rolled down. She hugged the corpse of the old actor, leaned against Li Qiongji, and cried like a little girl with a hoarse voice, unable to stop. This scene was also successfully completed. Director Lin shouted excitedly, "Ka! Very good. Everyone take a break first." Sister Tang couldn't help but applaud for it, and the other staff members stood up in awe and applauded with a smile. The old actor who was lying on the corpse immediately sat up when he heard that it was finally clicked. Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji knew that the other party was a master in the circle, and they said to him respectfully and politely that the teacher had worked hard. The old actor nodded and said a few words to them, full of praise for Lu Feifei. Li Qiongji also praised Lu Feifei's performance this time, thinking that she was very talented. In time, her acting skills would definitely surpass hers, and she would definitely be a frequent guest at major award ceremonies in the future. Li Qiongji smiled and said with concern, "Hurry up and wipe your tears." Lu Feifei subconsciously raised her head and wiped her eyes. The corners of her eyes were still red, and she laughed. "Oh, really? I cried so hard that my makeup was ruined." "Sister Feifei, let me touch up your makeup." The makeup artist trotted over. Seeing the makeup artist coming over, Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji supported each other and slowly stood up, nodding to the makeup artist. "Okay, let's go over there." Li Qiongji drank a sip of the warm water that the assistant had prepared for her in advance, thought about it, then picked up another cup and asked with a smile, "Feifei, do you want some water?" "Sister Qiongji, I'm just thirsty." "Thank you." Lu Feifei smiled gently and nodded. "Oh my god. What's going on?" The 3-time Golden Globes actress actually gave her Lu Feifei water to drink. Looking at this scene, Sister Tang was even surprised. She never expected that in just a few days, Lu Feifei had such a good relationship with Li Qiongji, the powerful actress. You know, when she attended an award ceremony before, her Feifei and Li Qiongji sat in the same row. When Li Qiongji won the award and was about to go on stage to receive the award, Feifei stood up and wanted to express congratulations to the other party, but was ignored by the other party and went directly to the stage, leaving her Feifei alone to sit back in her original position awkwardly. Unexpectedly, now, not only does she care about her Feifei, but she also takes the initiative to give Feifei water to drink. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the sky, wanting to see if the sun was rising from the west today. At this moment, after seeing Li Qiongji off, Lu Feifei accidentally saw Sister Tang's figure, and waved to her with a smile. "Sister Tang, I'm here." Hearing the voice, Sister Tang came over and asked curiously, "Feifei, when did you get in touch with Li Qiongji and get so close to her?" Lu Feifei thought for a while and said, "I didn't get in touch with her. She took the initiative to get close to me. She should be conquered by my acting skills, so she looks at me differently." She would never tell Sister Tang that Li Qiongji took the initiative to get in touch with her, because she was greedy for her food. Otherwise, she would definitely be lectured by Sister Tang. But she forgot that her slightly round face betrayed her. Sister Tang joked, "The crew's food is good? Your face is rounder than before. Is it obvious that you are fat?" Lu Feifei subconsciously touched her face. "It's okay." Sister Tang crossed her arms and said earnestly, "Your drama is a Republican Idol drama. And the body shape is still very high. You have to keep in shape all the time. Otherwise, when the drama is broadcast, among so many actors, your face is the biggest and your body is the most sturdy. Netizens will definitely complain about your body." Lu Feifei. Sister Tang said slowly, "Where is the self-cultivation of an actor that you promised me before? Did it get eaten by a dog?" Lu Feifei. "Your humanitarianism has also been eaten by dogs. So, Feifei, you should control your diet and follow the example of those female stars who are as thin as lightning." Sister Tang continued, "Why don't you resume your diet from noon today? I'll ask the hotel to arrange it for you later." Lu Feifei. Sister Tang patted her on the shoulder. "Think about those very thin stars who can only chew a few leaves of green vegetables every night and drool at the food while browsing Weibo. You should be satisfied." Lu Feifei. Lily argued, "How do you know that they only eat a few leaves of green vegetables every night? I see many female stars also post food on Weibo every night. Barbecue, cheese, cake, steak, all kinds of dishes. Whatever has high calories. They post it." Sister Tang retorted, "Haha. With such high calories, they can still be so thin that they have no breasts in front and no hips in the back. Do you believe they will eat those delicacies late at night?" Lu Feifei. She has been in the entertainment industry for many years, so she naturally knows that these delicacies are just props for those stars to take pictures. How many female stars dare not eat for the sake of beauty and figure? But Weibo must not be without the time to show off their food. Even if they take a picture while eating, they are very reserved in pose. When their mouth touches the food, they immediately put it down in a hurry after a click. For them, food is simply a little demon that bothers them. Especially high-calorie food. But she has never done such a thing. She always eats when she wants to. Of course. Afterwards, exercise and occasional diet meals are indispensable. Thinking that I have gained some weight in order to look good on camera and to avoid being criticized by netizens for not managing my body. This time, I should follow Sister Tang's advice and stop indulging myself like this. Should I start diet meals in the days ahead? But indulging myself is really fun. Chapter 517. Has she finally come to her senses? Lu Feifei thought that after she returned to Beijing, it would be difficult for her to eat the food in Xinqiho anytime and anywhere. So, she should take advantage of the opportunity of filming in the old street in the west of the city and eat more. After all, time is limited, and every meal she eats is one less meal, so she can't miss any meal. Besides, she has already arranged for Xiao Xiao to go to Xinqiho to buy food. So why eat a diet meal? Besides, the store has a new dish at noon, squirrel mandarin fish. If she doesn't eat it, wouldn't she lose a lot? All the facts show that she should follow her heart and continue to enjoy the food, instead of having body anxiety because of Sister Tang's words, and being imprisoned by the thinking of the thinner the better. In fact, what's wrong with her figure? She's fleshy, healthy, energetic, with plump skin and good complexion. Isn't that good? She can resonate with everyone more as an actress? Isn't she more like the people around us? And her figure is not really fat. She's well proportioned, with everything she should have. It's just that today's female stars are too concerned about their figures, which makes her look a little fat. Although she doesn't have figure anxiety, and she won't be like other female stars, dieting all day long to lose weight. But Sister Tang and other staff members are very concerned about this aspect. Anyway, it's impossible for her to give up eating the food in Jinchi restaurant. It's impossible in this life. In this case, she must stand out among the self-disciplined female stars, and become the only female star who has no body anxiety. Eat when it's time to eat. Drink when it's time to drink. Well, then, now the question is, what should Sister Tang do? Of course, take her to indulge. After all, she also has a share of the lunch at noon. Well, it was decided happily. She smiled and said to Sister Tang, who was looking worried, "Sister Tang, I thought about it, and what you said does make sense." Sister Tang's bitter face showed a smile, and her eyes were a little moist. Has she finally come to her senses? Is she finally going to return to the world of a self-disciplined female star? Lu Feifei smiled and stepped forward, grabbed Sister Tang's wrist, and walked her towards the rest area without saying anything. But, Sister Tang, you finally came here? Try the food here first. Sister Tang. Looking at Lu Feifei's contrasting attitudes, Sister Tang suddenly felt that her joy just now was chopped up and fed to the dog. I asked Xiao Xiao to buy it, and I guess it should be bought by now. Sister Tang. No wonder she didn't see Xiao Xiao just now. It turned out that she was sent to buy food. Xiao Xiao. You actually pretended to obey her, and actually went along with Feifei. You girl. Don't you want to lose your job? Her face gradually took on the majesty of a top agent. Okay. In that case, she wanted to see how delicious the food that Feifei was unwilling to give up was. Thinking of the recent hot searches about her own artist, she roughly guessed which store the food that Feifei was unwilling to give up was from. What a delicious restaurant. Sister Feifei. I bought the food you asked for. I tell you, the boss didn't want me to pack the squirrel mandarin fish, saying it would affect the taste. He agreed after I insisted. Xiao Xiao set up a small table in the lounge and put the food on the table. When Lu Feifei came in, she waved and shared it with her with a smile. But she suddenly saw Sister Tang behind Lu Feifei, and her little hands suddenly didn't know where to put them. How could she forget this important owner? It's really a tragedy after happiness. She immediately showed an awkward but polite smile and shouted, Sister Tang, you are here. Yeah. Since they are on the set now. Sister Tang is embarrassed to blame Xiao Xiao. After all, there are many people on the set. If others gossip about them bullying the assistant, and then the media reports it with exaggeration, it will affect the image and reputation of them. So she will temporarily investigate this matter. We'll settle the score later when we get back. After Lu Feifei and Sister Tang washed their hands, they sat down at the table. Lu Feifei realized belatedly that Sister Tang seemed a little unhappy. But she knew why she was unhappy, so she didn't ask. Instead, she opened the lid of the takeaway box with Xiao Xiao. The moment the box was opened, a strong fragrance instantly wafted out of the takeaway box and filled their noses. Just smelling the fragrance, you know that the taste must be good. Looking at the dishes, just looking at the color, it's already appetizing. Especially this squirrel mandarin fish. With its head raised high, you can see that the mandarin fish is covered with red ketchup, and the color is bright red, as if covered with a red quilt, and the belly of the fish is blown up, like a wild chrysanthemum in bud, and shaped like a squirrel. Sister Tang, who is obsessed with appearance, just thinks this dish is very pleasing to the eyes, and looks very good. A burst of sweet and sour aroma came to her face. Gudong. Sister Tang couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Lu Feifei smiled and said, Sister Tang, how is it? Does it smell good? I tell you, it tastes even better. Sister Tang replied stubbornly, it's okay. What a pity. The gulp sound she made when swallowing her saliva just now had already betrayed her. Lu Feifei and Xiao Xiao heard it clearly. It's no use to quibble. Little guy. Let's see if you can still be as stubborn as you are now. Lu Feifei smiled and put a piece of squirrel mandarin fish in Sister Tang's bowl with chopsticks, and warmly entertained, Sister Tang, this is a new dish from the restaurant I ate recently, called squirrel mandarin fish. You try it. Sister Tang picked up the fish and took a bite. As soon as it enters the mouth, the sweet and sour taste of the sweet and sour sauce instantly fills the entire mouth. This sweet and sour taste is actually a very magical taste. Before eating it, I always feel a little greasy when I hear the word sweet and sour. And even when I see the sweet and sour sauce, I feel greasy. But the moment it enters the mouth, it is another different feeling. First of all, this sour and sweet taste perfectly opens her taste buds. Even if she is not very hungry, she can't help but want to continue eating when she tastes the sour and sweet taste. The oil in the sweet and sour sauce greatly increases the sweet and sour aroma. This sweet and sour aroma, combined with the greasy taste, makes the dish give people an extremely pleasant enjoyment the moment it enters the mouth. This sour and sweet taste, coupled with the crispy outside and tender and delicious fish meat inside, makes people feel full of happiness. And after careful tasting, you can even taste the very elastic texture of the fish skin. The fish meat in your mouth has a more distinct sense of layering. It tastes more enjoyable. Well, it's so delicious. I can't describe it in words. Sister Tang closed her eyes and blurted out in enjoyment. Lu Feifei and Xiao Xiao have been watching her eat. Now seeing her enjoyable expression, they can't help but look at each other and smile. And they all see a line of words in each other's eyes. See, as long as you have tasted the food in Zenhachi, you can't refuse or resist such delicious food. Sister Tang in front of you is the best example. Chapter 518, I seriously suspect Lu Feifei did this on purpose. Lu Feifei looked at the golden and crimson fish back steaming, and the bright red tomato juice exuded an alluring aroma, intertwined with the smell of the golden fish meat. It was mouth-watering. Seeing Sister Tang reaching for Song Su's mandarin fish with chopsticks, they were afraid that if they were slow, this squirrel mandarin fish would be taken by Sister Tang alone. So, they stopped being spectators. Instead, they couldn't wait to pick up chopsticks, clamp a small piece of cut fish meat, and gently flick it. And the fish meat was separated from the fish skin and removed intact. Then dip the fish meat in tomato juice and roll it. And the fish meat was covered with sauce. In this way, the taste of the fish meat is even more delicious. Lu Feifei put it directly into her mouth, without waiting for the fish meat to cool down. She is totally idle-free. The moment the tip of her tongue touched the fish meat, the mouth was filled with sweet and sour taste, coupled with the tenderness of the fish meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was simply a heavenly and incompetent dish. It was so delicious. It was simply a delicacy on earth. Isn't it much better than eating chicken breast? While enjoying it, Lu Feifei couldn't help but sigh. Hey, Mr. Huang of this really delicious restaurant, how come everything he cooks is so delicious? For a moment, she wanted to meet Mr. Huang, who was a great cook, and Xiao Xiao, who was immersed in the sweet and crispy taste of the fish meat, wanted to sing a song to express her happiness. After hearing her sister Feifei's sigh, she nodded in agreement and said, yes. Why does Mr. Huang cook so delicious every time? I have made fried tomato and eggs 3 times at home, but the taste is different every time. Lu Feifei said without hesitation, Boss Huang's cooking is divine, and mortals like you and me are naturally far behind. Yes, Sister Feifei. What you said is so insightful. It's true. Xiao Xiao nodded like pounding garlic, agreeing with Lu Feifei's words. Sister Tang said nothing, just focused on cooking squirrel mandarin fish. 2 silly girls. Such delicious food. Don't eat it quickly, and still have time to talk? As for her weight loss plan and maintaining a perfect figure, she had already thrown it out of the window. Happy! She looked at the donpa pork on the side, which was crowded and piled together like jelly. The color was red and bright. The trembling little appearance. You can tell at a glance that it must be chewy and melt in your mouth. She hurriedly picked up a small piece of donpa pork, and the slightly sticky juice directly covered the bottom of the donpa pork. The feeling of thick oil and red sauce added a few points to the visual. The moment the donpa pork entered her mouth, Sister Tang couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. The pig skin was soft and glutinous, with a little bit of elasticity, and the fat part was even more melt in the mouth. The lean meat was full of soup, soft and tasty, with a hint of chewiness. The rich and layered taste spun and jumped in her mouth, competing to blend together. The sweet and salty soup was intertwined with white rice. It was a perfect match. I have to say that this white rice is also amazing. It has a fragrant and soft taste. The rice grains are uniform and full. The gelatin is thick, and the color is crystal clear. In short, the rice has a strong aroma, moderate viscosity, and excellent taste, coupled with a rich donpa pork sauce. It is absolutely mouth-watering. Drink another spoonful of nourishing fish soup. A touch of surprise flashed across her delicate face again. This soup. It's too delicious. It smells fresh and fragrant, and tastes even better. There is no fishy smell at all. After tasting it carefully, she felt a faint sweetness in her mouth. This sweetness was very comfortable, lingering in her mouth for a long time. Take another bite of the fish meat. After taking a bite, she found that the fish meat was very tender. As soon as she pursed her lips, the fish meat melted in her mouth, and the fish meat was handled very cleanly, without any fish bones. It is no exaggeration to say that this lunch at noon is the most delicious meal she has eaten in these years. The key is that everything is delicious. It's amazing. Absolutely divine craftsmanship. At this moment, Sister Tang agreed with what Lu Feifei had just said. Finally, I understand why Lu Feifei is so unwilling to eat those diet meals. After all, who can eat other foods after tasting the deliciousness of these foods? Especially those tasteless diet meals. Not wanting to eat is normal. Even she, who has never been very interested in food, is also immersed in the deliciousness of these foods and can't extricate herself. Lu Feifei realized later that Sister Tang, who has always been unenthusiastic about eating, has been eating vegetables silently. She has eaten half of the squirrel mandarin fish by herself. Other dishes are also much less. She and Xiao Xiao stopped chatting and started to eat like a whirlwind. Not long. The three of them ate all the dishes on the table, leaving only a fish head without any fish meat. Burp, burp, burp. The three of them burped loudly at the same time, sat down on the chairs with satisfaction but unsatisfied, and rubbed their bloated stomachs. Sister Tang glanced at the venue with boredom, and saw Li Qiongji and her assistant sitting on both sides of the table not far away, eating happily, looking at the familiar takeout boxes and food bags on the table. She couldn't help but be surprised. She never expected that Li Qiongji, who was known as a picky eater in the circle, was also eating the food in Zenhachi, and she ate it very deliciously. But on second thought, the food in Zenhachi was indeed delicious, and it was normal for Li Qiongji to like it. After all, no one can resist the delicious food. While thinking this way, she also understood why Li Qiongji's attitude towards her Feifei suddenly changed 360 degrees. It turned out that the main reason was, they became familiar with each other because of the food at the Jinhao restaurant. Looking sideways, she found that many staff and actors in the crew were eating the food at the Jinhao restaurant. This is simply the top star of the crew who brought a wave of Jinhao food fever. Of course, the most important thing is the food in this restaurant, which is really delicious. But when she thought about it, it would be difficult to eat it again after returning. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. No, I have to stay and eat. Lu Feifei asked with a smile. Sister Tang, what time is your flight in the afternoon? 2. Sister Tang blurted out subconsciously, paused, and said, originally it was 2 o'clock. But I was worried about you staying here alone, so I plan to stay and take care of you. After you finish filming here, we will go back together. Lu Feifei and Xiao Xiao were a little surprised. This was the first time that Sister Tang postponed her return trip. Did she stay to supervise her diet? That shouldn't be the case. Logically, Sister Tang had completely fallen in love with the food at Zenhachi. Then, there was only one truth. Was it for the food at Zenhachi? The answer was of course yes. Lu Feifei looked like she knew everything but didn't say anything. She smiled and joked, I know. Sister Tang, you stayed to supervise me eating the diet meal. So, from tonight, we will eat the diet meal together and supervise each other. Xiao Xiao, from tonight, you don't have to go to Zenhachi to buy food. Just help us prepare the diet meal. Sister Tang, she seriously suspected that Lu Feifei did it on purpose. But she had no evidence. She said helplessly, Feifei, I think eating diet meals is not good for your health. It's healthier to lift weights together. We'll lift weights, as long as we can continue to eat the delicious food in the restaurant. Well, okay. Lu Feifei pretended to accept it reluctantly, but she was very happy in her heart. She said to Xiao Xiao with a smile, Xiao Xiao, you don't need to prepare the diet meal. Just buy it as we agreed in advance. Okay. Chapter 519. This chef is quite capable. This is the Zenchiho restaurant. At noon, Lao Qin directly abandoned his close friend Lao Lu, with whom he had loved and hated for many years. He did not come to the Zenchiho restaurant with Lao Lu to play chess and take up a queue position at around 9 o'clock. Instead, he was leisurely basking in the sun, drinking tea, and entertaining guests from afar. This guest, it was not someone else, but his most proud apprentice, Xie Guanming. Wait until a little after 10 o'clock. He couldn't sit still. Seeing that his apprentice had no intention of going back immediately, he directly invited him to stay for lunch at noon. And then, he didn't even bother to pack up, and hurriedly took him to the direction of Zenchiho restaurant. Those legs and feet were so agile. Even Xie Guanming, a middle-aged man, felt inferior to him. Of course, this also made Xie Guanming very curious. What kind of magical store is it that attracts his master, who has a very picky taste, to be so concerned about it, and is afraid that he will be late and will not be able to buy it? Speaking of which, what kind of store is so popular that you need to line up so early? When he came to see his master in the first half of the year, his master was not like this. He has not surfed the internet for many years and rarely reads food magazines. He didn't know that there was such a magical store hidden in the old street in the west of the city. Then, As soon as he arrived at the door of the store, he saw that there were already many people queuing up. It was estimated that there were about 60 or 70 people. If his master hadn't brought him here, if his master hadn't given him a shot in advance, he would definitely have a big question mark in his mind. Could these people in the queue be hired by the store owner? Who else would come to line up so early in such a cold day? I have nothing to do but starve. However, he found that the smell of marinade wafting from the store was really overbearing, rushing straight into the throat. Very fragrant. Just by smelling the fragrance, he, an insider, knew that this store was really good. This made him look forward to the food in the store. While waiting, he looked at the neighbors playing cards in front of the store not far away. It felt like when he was learning to cook, playing cards and chatting after get off work. I have to say, the atmosphere of this store is pretty good. After waiting for a long time, it was finally their chef's turn to order. Suchin, we want 1 braised prawn, 1 braised meat with dried vegetables, 1 eel shreds with meat and fish, 1 ginger walnut egg, 2 single servings of honey sauce fire square, 2 single servings of dompa pork, 2 servings of fish ball soup, and 2 servings of 3-in-1 braised rice. We'll eat here. Lao Chin walked to the counter and ordered food with Ding Suchin, and asked with a smile, "Do you have West Lake vinegar fish for lunch today? Uncle Chin, do you have West Lake vinegar fish today? We have the new squirrel mandarin fish. Do you want one?" Ding Suchin replied politely with a smile. "Okay. Then one." Lao Chin agreed without the slightest hesitation. The dishes made by Mr. Huang are all delicious, and the ingredients are all the freshest. In addition, it is a new dish, so there is no reason not to order it. Seeing that the dishes were a bit too much, Xie Guanming couldn't help but say, "Master, please order less. There are only 2 of us. If we order too much, we won't be able to finish it." On the one hand, he didn't want the master to spend too much money, and on the other hand, he was afraid that the food would be wasted if it couldn't be finished. Although he is a big man, his appetite is not big. In addition, he has been cooking in the kitchen for many years, which made him suffer from stomach problems. Therefore, he is always very restrained in eating. "It's okay. I'll eat if you can't finish it." Lao Chin didn't care. He paid the bill quickly and took Xie Guanming to find a seat. Xie Guanming looked at the kitchen not far away. Through the glass baffle, he saw Huang Tao grabbing the handle of the pot. His upper arm led his lower arm to exert force. The crabs and rice cakes in the pot were like a red and white waterfall. It turned up and then fell down. This flipping of the spoon was so beautiful. He opened his mouth slightly, and his expression changed a little bit. This chef is really good. It's really exciting to watch. Li Qingzhan brought some of the dishes first. "Hello. This is the honey sauce hot pot, dompa pork, 3-in-1 braised rice, fish ball soup, ginger walnut egg, dried vegetable braised meat, and oil braised prawns, eel shreds with meat and fish. Squirrel mandarin fish will be served in a while." "Okay. It's okay." Old Chin shook his folding fan and nodded, then called his apprentice to eat. Smelling the fragrance, Xie Guanming didn't hesitate to pick up the honey sauce hot pot with chopsticks. Take a bite. Not only is the lean meat delicious, but the fat part is also very tasty. The salty and fresh flavor of the aged ham, coupled with the honey sauce mixed with the fragrance of osmanthus, and the unique taste on top, is simply intoxicating. However, although this dish is a skillful dish, it does not require very high cooking requirements. It does not require public participation, nor does it require seasoning. And even the heat does not have any special requirements. The only requirement is patience. Only with enough patience can this delicacy be perfectly presented. Of course, it is rare for such a small restaurant to make this honey juice fire square so perfectly. He was a little thirsty, so he scooped up the fish ball soup on the side and took a sip. The soup is delicious. Taste the fish balls. The taste is smooth and chewy. The texture is delicate, and the taste is delicious. In terms of taste, the fish balls are made by the traditional knife-scraped fish paste method. He is an expert. Whether it is beaten into a paste with a food processor blender or the traditional knife-scraped fish paste method, you will know after tasting it. I have to say that this fish ball soup is really interesting. The scallion and ginger water is really good. The amount of starch and egg white is also in place, and the stirring is also good. He is an expert. When making fish balls, there are particularities about when to add the scallion and ginger water and how much to add. If you add it too early or too little, not only can you not remove the fishy smell and increase the fragrance, but you can also not make the fish balls delicious. If you put it in too late, the fish paste will become thinner. The onion and ginger water will taste stronger, and the taste will be worse. And this bowl of fish ball soup, even if he finds faults, he can't find any. He looked at Huang Tao with a little more admiration. Never mind the other dishes. This honey sauce fire square and fish balls are really good, which shows their level. No wonder his master is so anxious just for this delicious food. It is really worth queuing for it. Of course, compared with his level, it is on par. When he tasted the other dishes, he was also conquered by their deliciousness. In less than 10 minutes, he and Lao Qin ate most of the dishes on the table, but he still had no intention of stopping eating. Li Qingzhan brought other dishes to the table again. You too. Squirrel mandarin fish, braised prawns in oil, and eel shreds with meat and fish are ready. Thank you. The two of them thanked him at the same time, looking at the squirrel mandarin fish in front of them. The knife skills are exquisite. The sauce is bright red, and the appearance is first class. Lao Qin and Xie Guanming knew that the taste must be good. They were busy for a moment, and immediately started eating the squirrel mandarin fish. Xie Guanming picked up a piece of fish from the back of the fish, with a burst of hot fish, and put it into his mouth. The sauce was sweet and sour. The fish meat was crispy on the outside, tender and smooth on the inside, and had a toughness. It immediately felt fresh and fragrant, and the fragrance was condensed and not dispersed. He ate a large piece and couldn't help squinting his eyes. While savoring it carefully, he could only admire Huang Tao in his heart. It's not difficult for a person to cook a delicious dish, but it's difficult to cook every dish so delicious. Chapter 520 Executive Chef of West Lake State Guesthouse. Boss Huang has a new dish today. Guess what it is? If you guess it right, you will get a prize. Jiang Qihong, who hadn't done a live broadcast for a few days, switched his phone to the rear camera after starting the live broadcast. He smiled at the camera. He now has more than 1 million fans. Although the time of the live broadcast is mostly irregular and casual, but many active and loyal fans will still pay attention to him from time to time. So, seeing Jiang Qihong start the live broadcast, they rushed into the live broadcast room. Anyway, they have nothing to do when they are eating, so watching the live broadcast is also a good choice. At this time, a lot of bullet comments floated on the screen of the live broadcast room. Brother Hang is finally live. I've been waiting so long that my flowers are almost withered. But Brother Hang, why do I feel like you're going to keep eating live? Huh? Is it the store that was frequently on the hot search a few days ago? It is said that everything they have is the best. After waiting so long, Brother Hang's live broadcast is finally here. By the way, why is it this store again? Brother Hang, can you check in at another place? 10,000 people have written a petition in blood asking Brother Hang to check in at Tianshang Ringjian. Damn. The person above. I seriously suspect you want our Brother Hang to go to jail. But I have no evidence. Today's new lunch dish is squirrel mandarin fish. Don't ask me how I know. Boss Huang announced it on Weibo last night. Brother Hang, I don't want any other rewards. I just want to taste Boss Huang's cooking. Otherwise, Brother Hang, you can take your own private plane and pack me a portion of squirrel mandarin fish. If you can pack a few more dishes, I have no objection. The above. You are really bold. No one dares to think as much as you do. You should always have expectations. What if it comes true? To be honest, I also want such a reward. In this way, I can brag about it during the Chinese New Year. But I don't know if Brother Hang is willing to use it as a reward. I also want such a reward. I also want such a reward. I also want such a reward. This is the rhythm of wanting him to be a takeaway boy, or the kind of person who delivers takeaways by plane. I have to say that all the netizens of this generation are talented. Of course, it is impossible to deliver takeaways by plane, and it is impossible in this life. Jiang Qihong looked at the barrage and smiled helplessly. I know you are all craving for the food made by Mr. Huang, but I am very busy and have no time to deliver. Netizen fans, this is what I said. Why do I not believe it? Instantly, the barrage flew again. Brother Hang, you lie with your eyes open. Don't you feel guilty? What are you busy for? Brother Hang, you are the most idle person in the world. You do nothing every day, just squatting in front of this store to queue up for food. Don't ask me how I know. If you want to know, I am also a loyal customer of Jinhao Food Restaurant. I have seen you queue up. Brother Hang is indeed busy. Busy queuing up for food? Jiang Qihang ignored these teasing and continued, how about this? You can fly here, and I will pay for your accommodation and flight expenses. Netizen fans. Is this the only money they lack? Okay. They admit it. They are indeed short of money. Jiang Qihang adjusted the camera in the live broadcast room, and the camera shook and just aimed at the table opposite Lao Qin. Some sharp-eyed netizens saw it, and were attracted by the happy expressions of the two enjoying the food, and were also attracted by Xie Guanming's face. It's not because Xie Guanming is handsome, but just because he looks familiar? Huh? The person eating with the old man in tang suit and waving a folding fan over there looks a little familiar? Yes. Yes. I think he looks a little familiar too? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Me too. Wait a minute. Let me ask Baidu. Found it. Some time ago. Where Are the Chefs Going? And Seagull Vacation Guide solemnly issued the Best 50 Hotel Chef list of Xiaogua. It has launched a series of interview reports on award-winning tasks, providing a mirror for the industry peers to move forward. One of the interviewees is the executive chef of West Lake State Guesthouse, and it seems to be him. I have found the interview video and watched it. Yes, it is this person. His name is Xie Guanming, and he is the executive chef of West Lake State Guesthouse. I remember that some time ago, the Best 50 Hotel Chefs list was on the hot search. At that time, Xie Guanming was on it. Yes, it is him. In the interview at that time, he was reported in great detail, saying that he is good at cooking Zhejiang cuisine with Jiangnan characteristics, good at using local ingredients in the research and development of new dishes, and pays attention to the taste, presentation and creativity of the dishes. In addition, during the 2016 G20 Hangzhou Summit, he and his team participated in the preparation and reception work, and completed the reception task with high quality. As a result, the popularity of West Lake State Guesthouse has increased rapidly, and various honors have come one after another. It's really delicious. There are really many bigwigs hidden in the restaurant. A few days ago, business bigwigs such as Huaxing Group and Minnan Group came to the restaurant to line up for meals. Later, the first-line female star Lu Feifei came to the door to ask for food. Now there is even the CEO of West Lake State Guesthouse, who comes here to dine. Wow! Did I hear it right? This Xie Guanming actually called the old man in tang suit and waving a folding fan his master. I didn't expect that the old man who queued up to play chess in front of Mr. Huang's restaurant every day was actually a great man. There's nothing strange about this. I heard that this old man in tang suit and waving a folding fan was the head chef of a 5-star hotel. He has an apprentice who is the executive chef of West Lake State Guesthouse. It's understandable. Right. TSK, this inconspicuous little restaurant is actually cared for by so many bigwigs. West Lake State Guesthouse. The news that the executive chef dined at the Zenhachi restaurant also spread quietly on the internet, and attracted many passers-by and netizens at once. My goodness. What a great restaurant it must be to attract the executive chef of the West Lake State Guesthouse to dine here. Then they saw that it was the Zenhachi restaurant. Everyone was not surprised at all. Instead, they felt that it should be so. Xie Guanming and Lao Qin had no idea about the live broadcast and the live broadcast on the internet, and they were still immersed in the food and couldn't extricate themselves. Lao Qin smiled and reminded, Guanming, your stomach is not good, so eat less. Xie Guanming said calmly, Master, it's okay. The doctor said that you can eat more occasionally. The two continued to eat. When they finished eating, their stomachs were full. Xie Guanming looked at Huang Tao, who was still busy in the kitchen, and praised him. This boss's cooking skills are really amazing, comparable to those of our state guest house. Before coming here, I thought my master was exaggerating. After eating, I realized that it was not an exaggeration at all. But thinking about it afterwards, I felt that I was narrow-minded. After all, this boss's cooking skills have been certified by my master. It must be extraordinary. That's right. Your master's vision has never been bad, Lao Qin said calmly, shaking his folding fan. Rest for a while. Lao Qin took Xie Guanming back first and moved seats for other guests. Xie Guanming wanted to get to know Huang Tao, but because he was still very busy, he gave up for the time being. There is a long way to go, and there will definitely be a chance to get to know each other in the future. Chapter 521 Dig. dig. Little baby. Get up. Get up. Little baby. Get up. Get up. A new day has begun. Little baby. You have had enough sleep. There are many fun things waiting for you. Let's play games and read books together. Go out for a walk. Sing together. Listen to music and dance. The cheerful music echoed in the Golden Sun kindergarten. Get up. The children awakened by the music rubbed their eyes, got up from the bed in a daze, put on their coats and trousers, and folded their own quilts. Then, with the help of the two teachers, they dressed neatly and went to the toilet one by one. At this time, the nursery aunt came in, wiped the desk, and put on a small bowl. The rock sugar and snow pears in the bowl were hot, and the two teachers washed them one after another. The children who came back with good skills were given a bowl and a small piece of bread. Blow it first. Be careful of the heat. While Yuan reminded the children softly, her eyes fell on Xian involuntarily. Seeing Xian nod, she smiled. Xian took a spoon and scooped a spoonful of rock sugar and snow pear, blew it again and again, and when it felt less hot, she started to eat. I feel that this sugar water is not as delicious as the green bean milk and coconut milk bobo ice smoothie made by my father. However, Xian, who followed the teachings of her father and teacher Yi, did not waste food. She still ate all the snacks with Cici and others without wasting any food. Therefore, she got another red flower with stickers. The children who got the reward showed off their red flowers to each other. Take a break. It was time for afternoon activities and games. Yuan clapped her hands and said, "Okay, everyone, please be quiet. Move your chairs to the front and sit in a row." Wow! Some children were obedient and stood up immediately, taking their own chairs to the podium. But some naughty children ignored her and continued to play. Yuan waited quietly for a moment, and seeing that those children were still doing their own thing, she called out by name, Hao. Stop talking. Move your chair quickly. And Chi, you too. Although Yuan was young and looked gentle, she had some prestige among the children. Although the children whose names were called were still a little reluctant, they still obeyed her instructions. After a while of noise of moving chairs, the children sat in an orderly row. The children's performance is great. Yuan saw that the children were sitting well and looking at her intently. She smiled and praised them in time, and shared the content of the afternoon activities with these children. Today we are going to play the finger game Little Garden. Children should learn it seriously. Okay, let's start. In what kind of garden? Dig, dig, dig. What kind of seeds you plant? What kind of flowers you bloom? In the small garden. Dig, dig, dig. Plant small seeds and bloom small flowers. In the big garden. Dig, dig, dig. Plant big seeds and bloom big flowers. In a very big garden. Dig, dig, dig. Plant very big seeds and bloom very big flowers. Teacher Yi led the children to sing the song, singing in a gentle tone while doing gesture dance. Although the lyrics seem childish, the melody is still very cheerful. And for children of this age, singing and doing gesture dance is still very fresh and fun. For a while, the children were very enthusiastic in learning, but they also giggled and had a lot of fun. Of course, the final learning results are also different. After all, each child has different qualifications, and the degree of seriousness in learning is also different. After teaching for many times, Yuan decided to test the children's learning results. She said gently, "The children's performance is very good. Now Teacher Yi wants to invite a child to perform this finger dance on the stage. I wonder which child is willing to perform on the stage. Children who want to perform on the stage, please raise your hands." Shua, Xian, who was particularly eager to perform, immediately raised her hand happily. "Teacher, I want to perform on the stage." "Teacher, I also want to perform on the stage." The other children also raised their hands, and none of them were left out. They are all very enthusiastic. Teacher Yi was embarrassed. "Oh, everyone wants to perform on the stage. What should I do?" "I got it." Yuan smiled and clapped her hands and said, "Then let's go by whoever raises his hand first." I just saw that Xian was the first to raise her hand. So let Xian perform on the stage first for everyone to see. What do you think? She turned her head and looked at the children. All the children shouted, "Good." Yuan raised her hands and smiled. "Then let's applaud together and welcome Xian to perform for us." Clap. 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 She was the first to clap her hands, leading the children below to applaud together. Xian was not afraid of performing. She had performed on stage in front of hundreds of students' parents on New Year's Day. So she said calmly, "Thank you. Then I will perform the finger dance, Little Garden, for everyone." Yiwen pressed her hands down gently, signaling the children to be quiet. Xuanxuan's seriousness just now. Yiwen saw it in her eyes. So she also had a little more expectation at this time. In what kind of garden? Dig. 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 What kind of seeds you plant? What kind of flowers you bloom? The next moment, Xuanxuan's crisp, sweet and childlike singing rang in the classroom. Her chubby little hands did finger dances with the lyrics. Standard and playful and cute. In the small garden. Dig. 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 Plant small seeds and grow small flowers. I have to say that Xian sang very well. First of all, her voice is very pleasant to the ears. And she sang naturally and fluently, with the right emotions. Add to that the playful and cute movements. The two add up. And the effect is more than just 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It's amazing enough. The little girl, who is only 4 years old, only learned for 10 minutes. And she can sing it word for word. And she is still on the beat. What's more rare is that her finger dance is also very good. This little girl is so smart. Teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei were naturally delighted with this proud student. The other children couldn't help but open their mouths slightly when they saw Xuanxuan's great performance. In a very large garden. Dig. 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 Grow very large seeds and bloom very large flowers. Xian finished her performance. After waiting for a while, she didn't see the two teachers talking. So she turned her head and looked at Teacher Yi and Teacher Su Weiwei sitting beside her in confusion. Huh? Why is there no movement? Teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei came to their senses at this time, and quickly smiled and applauded. Great. Xian not only sings well, but also does a good job in finger dance. Led by the two teachers, applause rang out in the classroom again. Thank you for the wonderful praise, little Xian. So now please ask her to sit back in her seat. Thank you everyone. Xian returned to her seat and sat down. Teacher Yi stood up and said, "Okay. Who wants to perform next? Please raise your hands." Everyone raised their hands in unison. Then, the cheerful and childish singing voices echoed in the classroom again. Chapter 522, The Kind That Can't Be Coaxed. It was 4:30 in the evening. Due to a traffic accident on the way here, there was a short traffic jam, which made Huang Tao late for the first time. When Huang Tao arrived at the kindergarten, most of the children in the small 4 class had been picked up by their parents. Only a few children were left standing with Teacher Yi at the side of the kindergarten gate, waiting for their parents to pick them up. Where's Dad? Why hasn't he come yet? Xian stood beside Teacher Yi, looking forward to it, and tried to tiptoe, searching for the familiar figure in the crowd. Yiwen was the same. Of course, she was more worried, because among so many parents, Huang Tao was the most punctual in picking up children. He was never late. But today, he was nowhere to be seen, which made her feel a little worried. Worried that he might have been delayed by something in the store. Or that something happened on the way here? Don't let your imagination run wild. She shook her delicate little head gently, trying to get rid of all the unlucky thoughts and images from her mind. Xian. Just at this moment, a very familiar voice reached the ears of Xian and Yiwen. They both looked in the direction of the voice and saw Huang Tao at a glance. Their beautiful eyes were like black gems, sparkling and shining with joy. Daddy? Xian immediately ran towards Huang Tao. Slowed down. Huang Tao rushed over, stretched out his hands and picked her up, holding her in his arms. Daddy? The moment she was held by her father, Xuanxuan's inner grievances burst out, pouted her little pink mouth, and said, "You are late today." He said he would pick her up early, but now he is more than 10 minutes late. Does he still have a sense of time? Does he still have integrity? Too much. Xian turned her little face to one side, with a look of Xian is angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. Huang Tao looked at his little daughter in front of him, pouting and pushing her aside. He couldn't help but touch her little head, rubbed her smooth little head affectionately, and explained softly, "Baby, I'm sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way here, so I was late. Dad promises to leave earlier next time and not be late." It turned out to be a traffic jam. Okay. Xian was still very generous. Then I'll forgive you this time. But Dad, you still have to drive carefully. If there is a traffic jam, you drive slowly. Xian can wait for you slowly. Xian's big eyes flickered, frowned and thought for a while, and whispered a word. This little guy is thinking about his safety. Okay. Dad knows. Huang Tao hooked her little nose and laughed. Huang Tao. When Yuan saw Huang Tao, she smiled gently, showing her two cute little canine teeth, and blinked her beautiful eyes. Xian performed very well in school today. She learns things very quickly. She sang the best song Little Garden that she learned this afternoon. And she also did the best hand gesture dance. Xian, who was in Huang Tao's arms, looked up at Huang Tao with blinked eyes, her face full of please praise me. Really? Huang Tao smiled and said, that's all because of your good teaching, Teacher Yi. After saying that, he felt the expectant eyes of his precious daughter, and he praised Xian generously. Xian is also great. Xian was happy to be praised by her father. After chatting for a few words, Huang Tao said, then I will take Xian away first. If you have time in the evening, you can come to the store. We will have squirrel mandarin fish for lunch, and I can save a portion for you. Oh, is he inviting her? Is he trying to meet her? When she thought of this, Yuan's snow-white skin quickly turned red, and even her beautiful earlobes were stained with blush. She shyly reached out her hand to lift the hair by her ear and nodded gently. Yes. I'll go there after get off work. Okay. Huang Tao nodded, then lowered his head and said to Xian, come and say goodbye to Teacher Yi. Xian turned around and waved her little hand to Yuan, saying in a baby voice, goodbye, Teacher Yi. Yuan smiled and said, goodbye. Goodbye. Uncle Huang. Goodbye. Xian. Goodbye. Xian's daddy. The children whose parents had not come to pick them up also said goodbye to Huang Tao and Xian. Goodbye. Children. Huang Tao waved and took Xian away from the Golden Sun Kindergarten. On the way to the old street in the west of the city, Xian happily sang and danced with gestures. What kind of garden? Dig. 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 What kind of seeds you plant? What kind of flowers you will see? In the small garden. Dig. 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 Plant small seeds. Small flowers will bloom. Huang Tao looked at this scene through the rearview mirror in the car and smiled. Perhaps influenced by it, his mind kept repeating dig. Dig. Ah. I have to say, the songs here are too brainwashing. Back to the old street in the west of the city. The moment after parking the car, a familiar and rich fragrance came to my face. His eyes showed surprise, and he couldn't help but pause when he got out of the car. Plum blossom cake. While excited, it evoked some childhood fragments. I remember that when I was a child, once I was greedy. My mother would give him a few dollars and let him buy a few plum blossom cakes to satisfy his cravings. The plum blossom cake in my memory is not only liked for its plum blossom shape, the appearance, but also love its soft and glutinous taste. A mouthful of fillings, dense and sweet. Eat it with the top dough on the side, and the bean paste is still there until the end, full of sweetness. The satisfaction in my heart after eating is really indescribable. Nowadays, there are very few people selling plum blossom cakes. It also becomes a memory with the time of childhood. Seeing the old man with the vicissitudes of life not far away opposite. He is carefully making plum blossom cakes. As the snow-white flour is poured into the black mold, slowly, the hot fragrance diffuses in the air. Before tasting it, the tongue seems to have the long-lost glutinous and soft texture. Xian, let's go. Dad will take you to buy plum blossom cakes. Huang Tao brought Xian to the mobile stall and said with a smile, Uncle, give me 10 plum blossom cakes. He looked at the price and scanned the code to pay. Okay. The old man heard the WeChat notification sound, nodded with a smile, and then disassembled the plum blossom cake. Wow, Grandpa. The plum blossom cake you made is so beautiful. It really looks like plum blossoms. Grandpa, be careful. Don't break the plum blossom cake, it won't look good if it's broken. Well, it's not broken at all, Grandpa. You are so awesome as my dad. I have to say that Xian is really a great supporter. The old man couldn't help but reveal a kind arc at the corner of his mouth when he heard the babyish flattery. Looking at Xian, who was like a porcelain doll in front of him, it was like seeing his own granddaughter. And he was even more happy. He took out 10 and packed them and handed them to Huang Tao. And handed another one to Xian Xian. He saw Xian Xian was cute and gave it to her for free. Thank you, Grandpa. Xian Xian thanked him sweetly. The old man smiled lovingly. So good. Huang Tao wanted to pay. But the old man insisted not to. So Huang Tao had to give up. The father and daughter ate while walking into the store. The top layer is a thin layer of fused caramel, covered with red dates, melon seeds, peanuts, walnuts, raisins, candied dates, and other auxiliary ingredients. When you bite it, the golden skin is soft and crispy. The taste is like the soft shell of ice cream when you were a child. It is fragrant and slightly flexible, and the indescribable taste lingers on the tip of your tongue. Take another bite and eat the filling inside. It is red bean paste. The soft fine sand slides across the throat, sweet and rich, and even the heart is warmed. The neighbors who were queuing at the door of the store saw it and smiled and said, Xian Xian, what do you want to eat? Xian Xian said with a smile, plum cake. It's delicious. Old Qin gently waved his folding fan and said jokingly, can you give some to Grandpa Qin? Xian Xian was reluctant to give it up. She smiled and pointed to the plum cake stall not far away and said, Grandpa Qin, if you want to eat it, you can go there to buy it. Old Qin and other neighbors were amused. It tastes really good. Old Qin, take one and try it. Huang Tao smiled and took one from the bag and handed it to Old Qin. How could Old Qin accept it? He kept saying no, and that he would go buy it himself in a while. Seeing this, Huang Tao didn't force it and took Xian Xian into the store. And the group of customers queuing at the door of the store were also a little greedy. Besides, Huang Tao said it was delicious. So the taste must be good. Besides, since we can't eat Huang Tao's food yet, let's buy some plum blossom cakes to fill our stomachs. So, many customers who were queuing in front of the store left their own folding chairs to queue. Then they all ran to the temporary plum blossom cake stall. Uncle, did the father and daughter buy plum blossom cakes from you just now? The old man looked at the sudden crowd of people and was stunned. He understood what they were asking, nodded, and asked curiously, yes. Why are you asking about this? Hee. It's okay. Boss Huang and her daughter said that your plum blossom cakes are delicious. So, we thought of buying some to try. The old man understood that the father and daughter were taking care of their own business. He smiled and made plum blossom cakes for those people. Not long after, all the prepared ingredients were done. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the fastest and best time he sold plum cakes in his life. The old man smiled. His tan face was dark, but his eyes were particularly bright. That was hope for life. Chapter 523. Sex and Romance. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. It was 8 o'clock on Saturday night. The official account of the crew of 2 songs and 4 shungs released a latest behind-the-scenes video. In the short 5-minute video, there are some high-value behind-the-scenes pictures, which not only allow fans to peek into some classic plots, but also do not leak all the plots. After all, this TV series 2 songs and 4 shungs is adapted from a novel. So in the behind-the-scenes, the crew deliberately picked some memorable ones to spread. Of course, there are also the crew's leisure behind-the-scenes between the male and female protagonists and various actors. These are naturally to cater to the fans of each family, who want to see the unknown side of their idols on the set. And this time point happens to be the time when the majority of netizens are most free. Fans also heard the news and quickly occupied the comment area. Ah, help! I finally saw my Fei Fei. Fei Fei looks so beautiful in this Republic of China outfit. It feels like a dream back to the Republic of China. And she looks so good. Oh my god! After waiting for so long, the behind-the-scenes footage of Wanling City has finally arrived. I remember that the hero and heroine fell in love at first sight here. Right? Wow! This silky look, with a hint of agility in the charm, is affectionate but not revealing. It's so sweet and so good. It's really good. When I saw the crew announce that the male lead was Ling Lui, I thought Ling Lui and Lu Feifei didn't have a sense of couple. After watching this video, I admit that I was wrong. At this moment, I want to lock the two of them together. From now on, I declare that Ling Lui is the male actor who has the best sense of couple with Lu Feifei. Unlike other male partners, he is not afraid of Lu Feifei's air of demeanor, and his eyes are full of desire and provocation. He is not empty at all. He just dragged the fairy from Guanghan Palace to the human world to make love with her. The above. I understand your desire to ship CP. But please don't take it personally. Thank you. I can tell you are a fan of Lu Feifei's career. Take our Lu Lingyin away. No thanks. No way. No way. Am I the only one who finds that Feifei's acting has made a qualitative leap? You see? Her crying scene is really amazing. This scene is really explosive. Indeed. Feifei performed the crying scene of her father's death very well. Very infectious. And when I saw this crying scene, I couldn't help but feel distressed. Fans of various families expressed their opinions. But in general, they were quite satisfied with this tidbit. It is perfect to see the latest news of the crew and pay attention to the movements of their favorite artists. The crew is also rich and knows marketing very well, knowing that pre-promotion is essential. So they directly bought 2 hot searches. Show your presence. The behind-the-scenes footage of the 2 songs and 4 Sheng's crew in Wanling City is so sweet. 2 songs and 4 Sheng Ji Sheng and LV Wanqing. Please lock me tightly. The cast of the crew is already very eye-catching. The male and female protagonists are both popular stars with many fans. And the other supporting roles are also powerful actors with extraordinary strength. Such a luxurious crew naturally attracted countless netizens to click in curiously. And the popularity soared for a while. Lu Feifei naturally also saw these 2 hot searches. Although she herself doesn't like to hype CP. For the crew, hyping CP is undoubtedly the most eye-catching topic at the moment. And it is also the easiest to get the popularity and traffic. Not to mention the TV industry. Even the film industry likes to use such means to hype the popularity. So, with a good professional ethics, she still fully cooperated with the publicity needs of the crew and acquiesced to the hot search plan to hype the male and female lead CP. When she saw this hot search term on Weibo, she was very calm and didn't even want to click in to take a look. If you know it's fake, why spend time to read it? If you have this time, look at the terms about the food of Zenhachi restaurant. Isn't it good? The crew's director Lin and the producer saw that the effect of this wave of marketing was really good. So they put their minds at ease, drank some wine, relieved their nervous mood, and celebrated a little. At the same time, a fan passerby once again played the ability of Sherlock Holmes and made the latest discovery from it. Once this comment was published, it immediately sparked heated discussions. Did you notice that at 351? The takeout boxes and bags on the small table propped up by teacher Li Qiongji look like takeout? What the hell? Our sister Qiongji never eats takeout. She only eats meals prepared by a professional chef. This is already an open secret in the entertainment industry. If you want to get attention, you can't just eat this kind of free meal. The person above. You are too arbitrary. You can take a closer look first. I just went to see it on purpose. Suddenly, it seems that this is really the case. The camera flicked and indeed captured the takeaway box and the takeaway bag. Teacher Li Qiongji even scooped soup from the takeaway box with a spoon. Shocked. Guess what I saw at 359? Even Lu Feifei's table was the same takeaway box. When the camera was turned off, the stage staff also had several such takeaway boxes. I took a screenshot and enlarged it to see that the words on the takeaway box were really delicious. Could it be from the really delicious restaurant that Lu Feifei went to check in when she arrived at the crew? Everyone. I have a bold idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Is Jinhaochi restaurant the designated restaurant for cooperation with the crew of 2 songs and 4 Shengs? The above. Although your idea is indeed somewhat reasonable. But I see that on other people's desks. They are all ordinary white plastic takeaway boxes. Not Jinhaochi restaurant's takeaway boxes. After all, Jinhaochi restaurant's takeaway boxes are still very distinctive and easy to identify. Fans from all walks of life continue to discuss this new discovery. In addition, after watching the behind-the-scenes video, the new passers-by scanned the comment area and saw that netizens were discussing this issue. And they also curiously participated in it. They all turned into Sherlock Holmes and started watching the behind-the-scenes video to find the takeaway box. Looking at it frame by frame. Not letting go of every subtle detail. Lu Feifei went to Zenhachi restaurant to eat and became a hot topic. Now everyone unexpectedly discovered in the behind-the-scenes video that Li Qiongji, who only ate the food made by the chef specially hired by her family, was also eating the food in Zenhachi restaurant. Even many crew members were eating the food in Zenhachi restaurant. They really wanted to know how delicious the food in the takeaway box was. Especially Li Qiongji's fans. After all, Their idols would not eat food made by anyone other than their own chefs. Therefore, many people quickly posted a Weibo about their new discovery, which attracted more people's attention and liked and commented on it. Not long after, a new entry appeared, and it kept climbing up because of the popularity until it climbed to the real-time hot search. Then, other hot searches were derived. The enthusiasm of the majority of netizens, as well as the popularity of the first-line traffic stars and the 3-time Golden Horse Award winners of the crew, plus the fact that this is the peak time of traffic, has brought this tap water marketing to its extreme. First-line star Lu Feifei eats really good restaurant food. 3-time Golden Horse Award winner Li Qiongji eats really good restaurant food. Many people in the crew of 2 songs and 4 shungs eat really good restaurant food. Chapter 524. All the things that should be taken advantage of have been taken advantage of. In the crew lounge, when director Lin and the producer first released the behind-the-scenes video, they observed it and saw that the comments were very good. After they saw that the hot searches they bought were on the list, they stopped paying attention. Instead, they drank a little wine, talked about life, and discussed the next filming arrangements. At this time, that is a magical road to heaven, which brings the warmth of the world to the border. From then on, the mountains are no longer high and the roads are no longer long, and the children of all ethnic groups gather together. A phone rang suddenly and echoed in the lounge. "It's my phone." When director Lin heard the ringtone, he knew it was his own phone. He picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was Xiao Sun, who was in charge of the marketing of their crew, calling. This made his heart skip a beat. Could it be that there were some bad comments on the behind-the-scenes video that was just posted, which caused the fans to quarrel? Or did the purchase hot search not attract many people, and was mocked by the crowd for recharging the value of the hot search? But it shouldn't be. Half an hour ago, the situation was quite hot. He hurriedly picked up the phone. After learning the situation, his uneasy mood was suddenly dissipated, replaced by a smile. "Hey. Good. Good. This is a good thing. You keep an eye on it, and tell me any progress or changes at any time." Lao Lin. "What's wrong?" The producer on the side saw director Lin smiling, and from the other party's tone, it should be a good thing. His hanging heart was also slightly relieved, and he asked curiously, "Just now, Xiao Sun said that our behind-the-scenes footage has climbed 3 hot searches again, and it is quite hot. It is said that netizens are discussing the fact that our crew ate food at Jinchi restaurant." Director Lin asked cheerfully, "Do you know that really good restaurant?" These past 2 days, Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji asked their assistants to buy food there every day. Last time, Lu Feifei went to that restaurant to eat, but was turned away. He had also heard about the hot search. At that time, he was surprised why Lu Feifei went to a small restaurant to eat. Later, he also paid some attention to Lu Feifei's assistant buying food. Later, Li Qiongji also asked her assistant to buy food. He also paid some attention to it. After all, Li Qiongji's picky attitude towards food was known to everyone in the circle. He couldn't help but be curious when she suddenly asked her assistant to go out to buy food. However, he didn't take it seriously at the time. In addition, there were many things to do in the crew, so he didn't pay any more attention to it. I have also heard about Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji asking their assistants to pack up the food in the small restaurant. But how is this related to our behind-the-scenes video tonight? The producer was puzzled and a little confused. He really didn't understand the logic of these netizens now. These 2 things are completely unrelated. However, 3 more hot searches were added for no reason, and anyone would be very happy. After all, this increase is the popularity of their 2 songs and 4 shungs crew. The 2 of them immediately opened their mobile phones and browsed Weibo. Click on the real-time hot search. Wow! These 3 hot searches are ranked 5th and 7th. And there is also a 12th hot search. On the contrary, the 2 hot searches that their crew spent a lot of money to buy have sunk to the 20th and 26th. Not bad. Who would have thought that when someone took a photo of the actors and crew members eating, it would suddenly become a hot search? And even 3 hot searches. I have to say that the netizens of this generation have a very good eye. They can even find out which restaurant Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji ate from. The producer also smiled and said, yes. In just a few seconds, they were able to recognize that the food Lu Feifei and Li Qiongji ate was from this restaurant called Zinhachi. And they could also find out that several stagehands also ate from this restaurant. It's amazing. It's really a case of planting flowers with care, but flowers don't bloom. But planting willows by accident, willows grow into shade. Don't mention it. This time our crew can have such popularity. And it's all thanks to Zenhachi Restaurant. Director Lin was very happy. He drank 2 sips of wine, and couldn't help humming a few lines of Peking opera. Old Lin. You see? Many netizens are asking. Why don't we just order the braised rice from Zenhachi Restaurant instead? The producer clicked on a comment, and thought it was interesting. So he shared it with Director Lin. When he scrolled down again, he saw that the operation team of the crew's official account had responded to the matter. 2 songs and 4 shungsvi. Our crew really wants to order it. Unfortunately, the braised rice from Zenhachi Restaurant is too popular. So we can't order it. Other dishes are even harder to get. QAQ? Instantly, countless comments appeared under the official account. Really? Is there any meal that the crew can't order? I'm not well educated. Don't frame me. If you say that it's hard to order food in a 5-star hotel, I can understand it. But for a small restaurant like this, as long as you ask the merchant to order food, the merchant will definitely be happy to do it. After all, the boss can't just leave the big business alone. Ha ha ha. The person above. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my huabe? You may be able to order it at other restaurants. But the food at Zenhachi is not something that the crew can order just because they want to. To be honest, the food at Zenhachi is really popular. I live in Wenling City. If you want to eat the braised rice in the restaurant, you must go there to queue up before 5 o'clock. If you go there later, you may not be able to buy it. Don't ask me how I know. I just said that I have experienced it myself. What the person above said. I can prove that I am one of the first loyal fans of Zenhachi. At that time, the whole office was so greedy just for the Xingjianbo that we would be so greedy if we didn't eat it for one meal. We couldn't help but run to eat it every day. We never get tired of it. Although Xingjianbo is only available for breakfast now, I still go there early every morning to queue up to buy it. In fact, seeing that Zenhachi is so popular now, even Li Qiongji, who has always only eaten the food made by the chef, can't help but go there to eat it. I know that the taste of this restaurant must be good, and it is even very fragrant. From this point of view, the crew's business may not be considered a big business for Zenhachi Restaurant. After watching it, Director Lin and the producer couldn't help but sigh that the marketing team they cooperated with this time was really good. Strong ability to do things. In just a few words, the fans' enthusiasm for discussion did not decrease. And the crew's face was saved. Not bad. Both of them were extremely satisfied. Continuing to drink a little wine, while discussing the filming arrangement just now. Holding a pen, they marked 1 or 2 scenes that needed to adjust the time. At the end, the producer smiled half-jokingly and said, in view of these 3 hot searches, we have to try this Zenhachi food later. That's a must. Director Lin said with a smile, to be honest, I've been craving this for a long time. Ha ha ha, old Lin. You've spoken my mind. The 2 of them clinked their glasses with a smile. At the same time, the main actors of the crew also checked Weibo. Ling Lui was lying on the bed in his suite, checking his phone. Seeing netizens talking about the Zenhachi restaurant crazily, he couldn't help but be moved. Is the food in this Zenhachi restaurant really that delicious? When he thought of the fragrance he smelled when he had dinner after filming on the set these days, he felt a little hungry. At that time, he was a little moved. But when he asked, he found out that the food was from a small restaurant. He was worried that the small restaurant was not up to standard in terms of hygiene. In addition, he had a physique that was prone to obesity. So he had to control his diet and couldn't touch greasy food. In addition, his assistant and agent reminded him and supervised him every few days. So he had no chance to indulge. So he didn't think about it or watch it. Out of sight. Out of mind. But at this late hour, he couldn't help but touch the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant to look at the pictures of the delicacies. Then he swallowed his saliva silently. After confirming that he was using a Weibo account, he left a trace on Zenhachi Restaurant with confidence. Ling Lui is the most handsome. My stomach suddenly growled with hunger at night. I really want to eat your family's food. Lu Feifei put on a facial mask and curled up on the sofa. When she saw these 3 popular hot searches, she couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the food of Zenhachi Restaurant could bring such an effect? This is the most valuable food she has ever eaten. With such a hot popularity, the crew of 2 songs and 4 shungs will definitely be able to gain a sense of presence in the public eye. This also means that the drama she starred in has become popular before it was broadcast. After the drama is broadcast, the data will definitely be very good. In this way, she can also rely on this drama to rush to the throne of the queen of the screen. Li Qiongji sighed. She was talking to her agent, Qiongji. You know what? This Zenchiho restaurant is really lucky. Lu Feifei accidentally liked the post and went to the restaurant, which boosted the popularity twice. This time, the behind-the-scenes video boosted the popularity again. But this matter, it's hard to say who helped whom. After all, the crew also got 3 more hot searches for no reason. It has been on the hot search list for more than an hour. And the ranking is still climbing up. They have gained all the benefits. But Qiongji, I still say that. Don't eat the food in Zenchiho all the time, lest your stomach can't stand it later. It's not that she is worried that the food in Zenchiho is not clean or hygienic. She is just worried about Li Qiongji's physical condition. After all, Li Qiongji had always eaten very light food before, and it was not okay to eat a lot of fish and meat for a long time. Her stomach could not bear it. Well, I know. Li Qiongji listened to the agent's nagging, and just responded lightly, without refuting, so as not to make the agent nag endlessly. Besides, she asked her own chef to check it out. The ingredients used in the restaurant's meals are all the best and freshest. Although it is a bit oily, it doesn't matter if you eat it once a day, and you can also grow meat. So, you have to keep eating. When the crew goes back in a few days, it will be difficult to eat again. Chapter 525. Sure enough, handsome men are all taken. Because of the 2 songs and 4 Shung's crew footage, the line at the door of the Jinhao restaurant has become longer during peak hours. Of course, the portion of each meal has not changed, but the closing time is getting earlier and earlier. This also makes it even harder for many new and old customers to get a meal. However, for Huang Tao, the business is better, and he is naturally happy. Seeing the increasing amount of money in the card, he is in a happier mood. Look! After closing early at noon today, he drove the car and took Xian to the mall. Dad, where are you taking me? Xian sat obediently in the exclusive child seat in the back seat, her little head looking out the window, always curious about everything around her. Huang Tao smiled and said, Go to the mall to buy you clothes for the new year. It's approaching the spring festival, so I have to prepare some New Year's uniforms for Xian and her family in advance. After all, wearing new clothes and changing into new clothes during the Chinese New Year is a tradition of the new year. When he was young, the greatest joy of the Chinese New Year was wearing new clothes and getting red envelopes. On New Year's Eve, his parents would put a pile of new clothes, new hats, new gloves, new shoes, and even new underwear on his pillow. There was also a small red envelope hidden in the clothes. At that time, even if the economic conditions were not good, children from every household would always wear new clothes during the Chinese New Year. And when they gathered together during the Chinese New Year, they would compare whose clothes were brighter in color and better looking. Although children nowadays basically have whatever they want and can buy clothes as they please, they no longer have to wait until the Chinese New Year to get new clothes. But in his eyes, wearing new clothes during the Chinese New Year is an instinctive reaction rooted in his genes. Among the series of things during the Chinese New Year, buying new clothes has become a must-do item. Besides, wearing new clothes means bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. And it is a grand ceremony to welcome the new year. Therefore, it is even more necessary to buy them, so that it can be full of ritual sense and give children a childhood full of the flavor of the new year. Really? Daddy wants to take Xian shopping? Xuan's beautiful big eyes sparkled, and she cheered in surprise. Really? Huang Tao smiled and nodded, and drove Xian to Baoju Shopping Mall, which is relatively close to home. Near the end of the year, Baoju Shopping Mall is also holding activities. There is also a huge dinosaur world on the square on the first floor, which stimulates many children to pester their parents to go in and play. Xian also wants to go in and play, but the temptation of buying new clothes is obviously greater than the dinosaur world. This is not. After she stopped for a while, she was attracted by the clothes in a children's clothing store not far away. She ran in front happily and called her father, Dad. This? Look at this. This is so beautiful. Huang Tao looked up. Xian liked a red tang suit for New Year greetings, with a plush collar and delicate floral embroidery on the chest. It was beautiful and elegant, classical and fashionable, with retro buttons full of summer style. and embroidered tassel pendants under the skirt. It was full of Chinese style. Beautiful and elegant. A bit like the dress worn by New Year dolls. Festive and beautiful. The little girl is so beautiful. You have a good taste. A female clerk in the store saw it and immediately came over and said with a smile on her face, "This skirt is very suitable for you. Do you want to try it?" She didn't say good things for the sake of business. Although Xuan's dress was ordinary, she was beautiful and charming. She was definitely loved by everyone. Xian was a little shy. She ran to her father again and held his hand. "Sir, come in and take a look." The female clerk immediately changed her target and said to Huang Tao with a smile, "Your daughter is very fair-skinned. She looks very beautiful in such a New Year's greeting dress. She feels like she walked out of a New Year's picture. And today we are having an event. All clothes are 88% off. If you try this one and feel it is not suitable, we have other styles." Huang Tao looked down at Xian. Although the little guy was shy, his eyes were still looking forward to the New Year's greeting dress. He smiled and nodded, "Okay. Then go in and try it." The clerk brought a size suitable for Xian and asked Xian to try it on. It must be said that the saying "clothes make the man" is still very reasonable. This New Year's greeting dress, which is similar to the costumes of the Republic of China period, gives the young Xian a touch of classical charm. Just like a little star from a movie or TV series, she not only attracted the attention of several store employees, but also attracted other parents who brought their children to see her. They asked the store employees if the clothes Xian was wearing were still in stock. The store clerk, who had been serving Huang Tao, and his daughter saw her and smiled and said to Huang Tao, "Your daughter can be a little model and a spokesperson for our brand." What else could Huang Tao say after hearing this? Of course he bought her a lot. 10 minutes later, Huang Tao bought Xian 2 down jackets, 2 wool sweaters, 2 coats suitable for slightly warmer weather, plus 2 pairs of pants and a set of New Year's greeting clothes, spending a total of more than 3,000. Then he and Xian walked out of the store with bags in hand. The shop assistants behind him smiled brightly, and Xian, who bought her favorite New Year's greetings clothes, also smiled happily. Of course, this is not over yet. In the children's shoe store next door, Huang Tao bought 2 pairs of children's shoes that can be matched with clothes, plus socks, gloves, scarves, hats, etc. The shopping bag can hardly be carried. After buying so much, Xian said that it was enough. She tilted her head and said, "Dad, I have bought a lot. Can you buy a few for yourself or for Grandpa and Grandma?" The little guy is really sensible. He smiled, "Okay. Let's go upstairs later." Xian nodded, "Dad, I will help you carry the bags." "It's okay." "No. Dad can still carry it." Huang Tao smiled and lowered his head to kiss her on the cheek, and said, "Let's go. Let's take the elevator upstairs." The father and daughter took the elevator to the men's clothing area on the 2nd floor. In a mid-range brand men's clothing store, Huang Tao picked out a set and tried it on. A gray turtleneck sweater paired with a black suit-collared long cashmere coat and trousers. Huang Tao appeared in the fitting mirror, just like a supermodel on the catwalk. The female clerk next to him had stars in her eyes. She instantly became a fangirl. She had seen many handsome guys, but a man like Huang Tao who was stylish and had a supermodel aura was really rare. Although those who came here were not very rich, they couldn't resist Huang Tao's handsomeness. In this world where looks matter, being handsome can be eaten. But unfortunately, Xian, who was sitting on a small sofa waiting for Huang Tao, reminded the infatuated clerk that this handsome guy was not only not a bachelor, but also someone's father. Sure enough, handsome and good men are all taken. Xian. Huang Tao turned his head to look at Xian not far away and asked, "Look, what do you think of Dad wearing this suit? Is it handsome?" Xian put her elbows on her thighs, held her face with both hands, and answered without hesitation, "Handsome. Very handsome." Huang Tao made the decision, "Okay. Then buy this suit." He changed into new clothes, asked the clerk to pack them, and then took Xian for another round and bought a new set of clothes for both parents. After everything was done, he looked at the time and saw that it was already past 2 o'clock. So he took Xian back to the store. Not long after returning to the store, while he was preparing the ingredients, the store welcomed a special guest. Chapter 526, he lost interest all of a sudden. Ding dong ding dong. The door of the store was gently pushed open, and the cold wind blew in from outside. The string of wind chimes hanging on the glass door swayed violently, and immediately made a series of crisp and pleasant collision sounds. Ding Suchin, who was busy sorting out the drink cups behind the small counter, looked up at the door and saw a man in a suit. She subconsciously thought he was an office worker nearby who came here to buy drinks for afternoon tea. Recently, in order to cater to the needs of some customers who buy iced drinks alone, the store now basically sells iced drinks all day long. A small counter was specially set up for this purpose, so that customers can queue up directly to buy iced drinks. Of course, you can also buy iced drinks at the big counter while ordering meals. With a warm smile, she asked politely, "Hello? Welcome. Are you going to buy a drink? Which one do you want?" "Hello. I don't buy drinks." The man in a suit and leather shoes smiled slightly and stated his purpose. "I'm here to see your boss." "Is Mr. Huang in the store?" "Yes." Ding Suchin smiled and nodded, and shouted towards the back kitchen, "Boss, there is a customer looking for you." Hearing the voice, Wang Tao looked up and saw that the other person looked familiar, but he didn't recognize him. After all, there are so many customers coming and going every day, except for a small number of customers who left a deep impression. How could he know who is who? But he found that since his shop became popular, more and more people have come to him. First, it was Mr. Yang Jiaqing, then a group of celebrities, followed by a reporter from Wenling Morning News, then a first-line star and the marketing manager of Sikhun Dairy, and then the one in front of him. Since the other party chose to come to him during non-business hours, he must have something to discuss with him. So, according to the hospitality principle of whoever comes as a guest, he should also entertain them. "Su Hao, I'll leave this to you three. I'll go out first," Wang Tao said, and then walked out of the kitchen. Lin Chi smiled and came forward, stating his identity. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Lin Chi, and I'm currently starting a business." After saying that, he didn't forget to hand over a business card. Wang Tao took it, took a look, and extended his hand to invite him to sit down. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat first. I don't know why Mr. Lin came to see me on purpose." Ding Suchin poured 2 cups of warm water, brought them over, and placed them in front of Wang Tao and Lin Chi's table. "Thank you." After sitting down at a table nearby, Lin Chi thanked him and explained his purpose for coming today with a smile. "During this period of time, I noticed that Mr. Huang's restaurant is very popular on the internet, but I found an important problem. That is, Mr. Huang, you don't have any particularly good ideas in doing business. I especially made a detailed investigation for your store. Mr. Huang, your restaurant should have a daily turnover of more than 100,000 and a profit of about 60%. To be honest, owning such a restaurant means unlimited possibilities." "But?" At this point, Lin Chi suddenly changed his tone. "Mr. Huang, your store's turnover has a certain upper limit. Even if your business is good, your store is short of staff, and coupled with the limitations of store space, I think the upper limit of this turnover will probably stop at around 150,000. Lin Chi's point of view was quite pertinent, and Wang Tao also agreed with it. He nodded in agreement, and wanted to hear the other party's opinion. Lin Chi picked up the cup of warm water on the table, gulped down a sip of water, and continued calmly, "And I can help you, Mr. Huang, solve this bottleneck. With my help, the income of your store can at least increase several times. Okay?" "Oh!" Wang Tao raised his eyebrows, and a look of disbelief appeared on his handsome face. Seeing Wang Tao's doubts, Lin Chi smiled awkwardly but politely. "I know that Mr. Huang must be doubting what I just said. Well, let me briefly tell you my thoughts. First of all, you have to increase the price of the food in your store. This is also the simplest and most effective way to increase sales in a short period of time. The price of braised rice and other dishes will increase by 10 yuan. Pan-fried buns will increase by 2 yuan. Porridge will increase by 5 yuan. And cold drinks will increase by 5 yuan. It's not a problem at all. Then you open another branch. But the address of this branch must be chosen on Yintai Road. And the decoration must be luxurious and high-end. Only in such a place, coupled with your cooking skills, even if a bowl of yellow croaker noodles is sold for 198 yuan, it will still be full every day. Look at Arzan Rongji, which opened a noodle shop in Lu City, and the price of a bowl of yellow croaker noodles is 128 yuan. And it is still popular." Looking at Lin Chi, who was spitting all over the place. He passionately and generously planned his future. Okay, Huang Tao admitted. He lost interest all of a sudden. For him, raising prices is the most low-level marketing method. Of course, this does not mean that this move is ineffective. After all, the Zenrongji he mentioned operates in this way. The effect is okay, but it is still a little far from being full every day. There is another point. In his inherent thinking, if he wants to increase the price of dishes, the prerequisite is that the price of raw materials will increase. If the raw materials do not increase in price, you suddenly increase the price. Maybe you can rely on the deliciousness of those dishes to keep a group of unhappy old customers. But it will eventually backfire. So, when the other party proposed this price increase, Huang Tao directly passed the plan in his mind. Lin Qi, who didn't notice Huang Tao's expression change at all, continued to talk. In addition to these, I suggest that you, Mr. Huang, quickly start the takeaway delivery business. This way, you can also increase the store's turnover. Before Huang Tao could answer, Lin Qi continued, Oh, by the way, Mr. Huang, I found that your store doesn't seem to have a recharge service yet. You have to hurry up to start this recharge service. For this recharge, you can recharge 100 yuan and get 10 yuan off, or enjoy a 95% discount. After all, with the current reputation of the store, if you open recharge, you will definitely get a lot of cash flow in a short time. This aroused Huang Tao's interest. Recharge discount. It seems to be a good suggestion. Many businesses also have this marketing activity, the purpose of which is to retain old customers while also increasing some new customers. Although Huang Tao's store is not short of customers, marketing activities are still needed occasionally. Give back to new and old customers. Lin Qi, who was a little thirsty, drank all the warm water in the teacup, looked at Huang Tao, and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, what do you think? Very good, Huang Tao said politely, but your ideas are still a little different from mine. Lin Qi was stunned. Difference? What difference? To tell you the truth, I am not interested in your idea of price increase and high-end route. Huang Tao smiled slightly, stood up and said, Sorry, I have to go to work. Please go back. This made Lin Qi's eyebrows frown into a straight line. Before coming, he did some homework. He thought that the future development plan of the restaurant he planned would definitely be appreciated by Huang Tao. So he specially visited him. After all, no one can get away from money, and no one will complain about making too much money. But Mr. Huang actually refused. When Lin Qi left the store, he was still a little dazed. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. In fact, this problem is very simple. As Huang Tao said, he didn't plan to go the high-end route at all, let alone raise prices. As a man with a chef system, letting everyone eat the food he made is his greatest pursuit in life. Making money is important, but spiritual pursuit is also essential. Equally important, let him sell a dish such as yellow croaker noodles for hundreds of yuan. Sorry, he really can't do it. After watching Lin Qi leave, he returned to the kitchen and prepared to continue working. Chapter 527. This meal cost 30,000 yuan? In the kitchen, Huang Tao and 3 assistants processed fish, meat, vegetables, and other ingredients. Some of the ingredients were already pre-cooked. Food was being fried in the pan. Huang Tao couldn't help but do 2 things at once. Thinking that the activity that Lin Qi had just proposed, where you get a discount for every deposit you make, was pretty good. So, he decided to put this matter on the agenda. Find someone to make a catering software. But when he thought that he didn't know anyone in this area, he was a little distressed. He glanced and saw Su Hao busy at the side, and subconsciously asked, Su Hao, do you have any classmates or friends who can program? Ah? Su Hao thought he had misheard. He knows a lot of classmates or friends who are studying cooking. But this one who is studying programming. Sorry, he really doesn't know anyone. Su Hao thought about it and shook his head. No. Boss, why are you asking this suddenly? Is your computer infected with a virus? Huang Tao. He shook his head. No. At the end, he did not forget to explain. I just want to make a catering software, which can directly use WeChat and Alipay to scan the code to order food. And you can also see the recharge balance. Oh. Su Hao understood and gave Huang Tao an idea. Boss, why don't you ask the boss who bought the automatic ordering machine last time, and ask him if he has this business? Yes. Huang Tao paused with the colander in his hand. thinking that somehow made sense. Just when he was thinking about calling to ask after the pot was fried, Jiang Chao's puzzled voice suddenly rang in his ear. Boss, you want to make catering software? Yeah. Huang Tao nodded and asked curiously, Josie, do you know anyone? Jiang Chao smiled and said, I don't. But my dad knows someone in this field. Boss, wait. I'll call my dad and ask him to help contact someone. Okay. Huang Tao nodded again. Thank you. Josie. Boss. You're welcome. Jiang Chao smiled, wiped his hands, picked up the phone, and called his father Jiang Mingtao. As soon as the call was connected, his father's somewhat dissatisfied voice came. You little brat. What's the matter? You have to call me now? Don't you know I have a meeting at this time? Jiang Chao. He smiled awkwardly. Dad. It's like this. Our boss wants to make a catering software, but he doesn't know anyone in this field. I thought you know someone, so I want you to help contact someone. When Jiang Mingtao heard that Huang Tao's store was going to make an ordering system, his attitude immediately changed 360 degrees. He took it seriously and said with a smile, Xiao Chao, tell Mr. Huang. I will send someone to help him set up the ordering system. It will be here in half an hour at most. Good guy. You are not as fast as the face changing in Sichuan opera. Listening to the change in his father's address to him, Jiang Chao didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He felt that he was not as important as his boss in his father's heart. It was also because of his boss that he was lucky enough to be called Xiao Chao by his father. Ah! He sighed a little in his heart, then told Huang Tao what his father said, and then returned to his job as a kitchen assistant. Huang Tao was also cooking while waiting. 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and a little bald followed Jiang Mingtao into the store. Boss Huang, I brought you the person you wanted. This is Manager Yang. Jiang Mingtao said with a smile as he came in. Jiang Chao was a little surprised when he saw his father, who said he was busy with a meeting 20 minutes ago, actually brought people to the store in person. This was the first time that his father had an early meeting, and the first time that his father personally brought people to help. It seems that his boss still has a lot of face. To be honest, when Manager Yang received a call from Jiang Mingtao's assistant, asking him to go to a small restaurant to get catering software, he was also surprised. What surprised him even more was, Manager Jiang actually came to take him there in person. You know, Manager Jiang didn't pay so much attention to the ordering system for his own hotel. He was very curious about what this restaurant was like. It actually made Manager Jiang so excited. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for troubling you this time and asking you to make a special trip. Huang Tao walked out of the kitchen, smiled and thanked Jiang Mingtao, and then expressed his needs to Manager Yang beside him. Manager Yang. Right. Please sit down first. Sit down and talk. Mr. Jiang. You sit down too. Okay. Okay. Jiang Mingtao sat down at a table beside him with a happy face. Manager Yang also nodded and said very well while sitting down, Boss Huang, you are Mr. Jiang's friend. Let's not be so polite. Let's talk about business. Ding Suqing poured 3 glasses of water and placed them one by one on their table. Huang Tao went straight to the point and said, Manager Yang, what I want is the kind that allows me to order food directly by scanning the code with WeChat or Alipay. And I can also see the recharge balance. It's not a standalone version. Right? Manager Yang initially thought that it was a standalone version. But now after hearing what Huang Tao said, he suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Okay. No problem. I'll do it for you now. Jiang Mingtao had already explained it to him on the way here. This order must be handled as a big order. You must do your best. That's why Manager Yang was so eager to help Huang Tao do this. That's fine. Huang Tao thanked him. How much does this software cost for a set? How long will it take to make it? Can it be used during the evening market? Manager Yang quickly said, it's free. It's not a difficult project. I helped solve it. In fact, Manager Yang's Lalafa Network Technology Company Limited is relatively famous in China. For a catering software like this, the whole set costs at least 30,000 yuan. But Jiang Mingtao said that he could not charge any money and just used his company's account. Manager Yang could not charge any more. Huang Tao was reluctant. Let's charge as much as we should. Personal relationships are personal relationships. But we can't let you work for nothing. Manager Yang listened to Huang Tao's words and instantly understood why Jiang Mingtao valued Huang Tao so much. At least he has a good personality. He doesn't want to take advantage of others. Manager Yang smiled and said, "It's really not a difficult project. If it were my friend, I wouldn't charge for this kind of help. Besides, Mr. Wang, you are Mr. Zhang's friend and my friend. So you can't charge me." Wang Tao smiled gratefully. "How about this? You and Mr. Jiang stay tonight and have a simple meal with us?" "Okay." Jiang Mingtao almost agreed with both hands. "I think this wave is worth it." Manager Yang looked at Mr. Zhang's joy. He didn't understand and couldn't feel Mr. Zhang's joy at the moment. Seeing that Mr. Jiang kept winking at him, he nodded reluctantly. "Okay. Then I'll trouble you." Mr. Huang, however, can he understand it in disguise as, "This meal cost 30,000 yuan? He was bleeding. He didn't think much about it, and immediately got down to work without delay. Took pictures of the menu on the wall and the pictures of the dishes, and sent them to his subordinates. After waiting for about half an hour, it was done. These are all modular. Just add information directly to add or remove dishes, set discounts, and top up. You can log into the backend directly from your computer, and the ordering system will be updated synchronously on your mobile phone." Boss Huang, let's add a contact number. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me on WeChat. Or let's add a contact number, Manager Yang suggested after teaching how to operate. Wang Tao readily accepted it. And after adding WeChat and contact numbers with Manager Yang, he tried to top up 1 yuan. Immediately, the account on WeChat had 1 more yuan. Not bad. With this system, it will be more convenient for customers to order food in the future. Wang Tao looked at the computer and thought about the discount issue. Finally, he confirmed it. Top up 100 yuan and get 10 yuan. 500 yuan and get 80 yuan. 1,000 yuan and get 180 yuan. Chapter 528: The Magician, who has been making fireballs for many years. At 4:30, Wang Tao finally prepared a dinner carefully. This dinner is extremely sumptuous. Honey fire square, dompa pork, grilled fish, steamed hairy crab, home-cooked small yellow croaker, dry fried bell, braised prawns, roast duck. A full table. While everyone present was feasting their eyes, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva silently. Wang Tao smiled and greeted, "There is nothing special, Mr. Jiang and Manager Yang. You can make do with it. Isn't this good? Usually, some of them can't be eaten here. Right?" Jiang Mingtao looked at the full table of delicacies and couldn't stop smiling. After all, some of these dishes can't be bought in the store even if you have money. Alas, another day of envying my son's work. Of course, he was also glad that he ended the meeting early this time and personally brought people to help Boss Huang, so that he had the opportunity to have such a meal that he couldn't buy even if he had money. It must be said that Boss Huang is a good person and will repay a favor. He looked at Wang Tao with admiration and respect. He faced subordinates, reports, meetings, business partners, and a lot of money every day. Credit, gratitude. This kind of word seems to have disappeared in his business circle. However, in Wang Tao, he can feel the long-lost human touch, and Manager Yang beside him. When he saw Jiang Chao, the son of Jiang Mingtao, working as a kitchen assistant in this store, couldn't help but be a little surprised, and also understood why Jiang Mingtao was so concerned about this restaurant. And since Mr. Jiang, who always boasts of his extraordinary cooking skills, is willing to help in the kitchen, it seems that Mr. Huang's cooking skills are extraordinary. He is looking forward to Wang Tao's cooking skills even more. While Wang Tao laughed, he called his precious daughter to come over for dinner. "Xian, wash your hands and come over for dinner." "Yeah, I'm here." Xian ran over with her thin legs and sat down next to her father. "Hey!" Jiang Mingtao looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, is this your daughter? So cute." "Yes, my daughter." Xian. Wang Tao introduced her with a smile and turned his head to look at his precious daughter beside him. "Xian, what do you say when others praise you?" Xian said obediently, "Thank you, Grandpa Jiang." His baby voice instantly made everyone in the store laugh. "Everyone, hurry up and start eating." "Boss Huang, I won't be polite then." Sitting at the table, Jiang Mingtao was already extremely hungry, looking at the delicious dishes in front of him. Now that everyone was present, Wang Tao asked them to start eating again, and Jiang Mingtao was no longer reserved and polite. He first reached out to the pot of dompa pork in front of him, which was trembling with a caramel-colored luster. This was also his favorite. Even though he had eaten dompa pork in the store many times, he still felt it was amazing. He said with an intoxicated look on his face, "Boss Huang, your cooking skills are really good. This dompa pork is still so delicious. It feels sweet but not greasy. And it's all meat when you bite it. It's so fragrant." Seeing that Manager Yang on the side was reserved and hadn't started eating, he smiled and greeted him. "Manager Yang, what are you doing? Try it quickly. I tell you, the food made by Boss Huang is really delicious. You will regret it if you don't eat it. You should try it quickly." "Okay, I'll try it too." Manager Yang thought that it must be delicious to be praised by Mr. Jiang, who runs a hotel. "I just don't know how delicious it is." Looking at the caramel-colored dompa pork on the simple white porcelain plate, the layers of white and lean are evenly distributed, just like agate jade with clear crystals in the middle. Beautiful like a work of art. In addition, the faint meat aroma floating in the air seemed to become more intense at this moment after Jiang Mingtao's reminder, and his stomach couldn't help but make a sound. "What are you waiting for? Eat first." He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of dompa pork, and started eating. The taste of the meat in his mouth made him stunned. The gelatinous skin was not greasy at all, and the meat inside was soft and loose, and it fell apart as soon as he bit it. It was incredible. The salty sauce wrapped the meat and filled the entire taste buds, making people want to take another bite. Manager Yang was so surprised that this dompa pork was even better than his private dishes and the ones made by his family chef. But he didn't taste any secret seasoning at all. Just ordinary wine, sugar and other flavors. It was very ordinary but surprisingly delicious. As if the taste of these ingredients was brought to the extreme. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaimed, "It's really delicious. It's delicious. You should eat more." Seeing the guests eating happily and satisfied, Huang Tao was naturally happy in his heart. Huang Tao smiled and cut off a crab leg with scissors, poked out a long strip of leg meat with the tip of the crab claw, dipped it in vinegar, and gave it to Xian Xian. Xian Xian opened her mouth and took a bite, chewed it twice, her eyebrows curved, and smiled lightly with dimples. Delicious. She really likes this sweet crab meat." Huang Tao reached out and took a few tissues to wipe her mouth, and scooped a fish ball from the soup bowl for her. The fish ball was still hot. Huang Tao crushed it with chopsticks in the spoon, so that the heat can be quickly dissipated and it is convenient for Xian Xian to eat. When Manager Yang picked up the dishes, he saw this scene. As a magician who has been rubbing fireballs for many years, deep in his heart, he really didn't want to admit his envy and jealousy. "I really want to have such a well-behaved, cute and sensible daughter, who can be used to love. Okay, let's continue eating. Only by eating can we fill that empty heart." Then he tasted the squirrel mandarin fish again. His eyes widened involuntarily. "Delicious. Isn't it fragrant? How about this roast duck? It's also delicious. This braised meat with dried vegetables is also very good. This fish ball is so chewy." After tasting all the dishes, Manager Yang felt that this meal was worth it even if it really cost 30,000 yuan. At first, it was difficult for him to understand why General Manager Jiang had to move the headquarters to Wenling City. Now he finally understood. It's all for the food in Jinchi restaurant. But if it were him, he would also be willing to move his own company here for this delicious meal. Once this idea came up, he couldn't help but want to put it into action. Of course. Eat first. Think about other things later. During the meal, everyone ate and talked. Jiang Mingtao and Manager Yang also used tea instead of wine to toast Huang Tao and thank him for his hospitality. Huang Tao accepted it with a smile and clinked his glasses. By the time everyone had eaten and drunk enough, their bellies were about to burst. It was already past 4:50. Burp. Everyone couldn't help but burp. "It feels like I haven't eaten enough. But I'm already full." Manager Yang leaned back in his chair, feeling a little regretful. "It's so delicious. Mr. Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing." Jiang Mingtao was also full and said with emotion, "I have been eating for a long time, and I still feel the same way. You are just getting started. Let me tell you, you haven't tried Mr. Huang's soup dumplings and pan-fried dumplings, preserved egg porridge and treasure porridge. They are all very, very delicious. You haven't tried fried glutinous rice balls and sesame glutinous rice balls. And this braised food is so delicious." Manager Yang couldn't eat it now. And he couldn't eat it. The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He quickly stopped him. "Okay. Mr. Jiang, don't say any more. If you say more, I can't suppress my gluttony. Ha ha ha, Jiang Mingtao smiled. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them sat for a while, and then stood up and said, Boss Huang, thank you for your hospitality tonight. We are all full, so we won't bother you anymore, and we'll go back first. No, I'm bothering you. Huang Tao smiled and said, Take these. As he said that, he went to the kitchen and took out 2 packed bags. There were some braised dishes in them, including braised pig's trotters, braised chicken legs, braised chicken wings, etc. Take these braised dishes home and eat them as snacks when you feel like eating. Manager Yang and the other two were a little surprised. Isn't this embarrassing? Huang Tao smiled slightly. What's there to be embarrassed about? I just happen to have a little more braised today. Take it. Manager Yang took it with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Mingtao was also quite surprised. I have a share too? Huang Tao thanked him seriously. Of course. You helped me introduce people here, so I naturally have to thank you. Okay. Then I'll take it too. Jiang Mingtao took it and waved to Xian Xian with Manager Yang. Goodbye, Xian Xian. Xian Xian waved politely. Goodbye, Grandpa Jiang. Goodbye, Uncle Yang. Watch them walk out of the store. Chapter 529, I'll top up 10 million first. After leaving the store, Jiang Mingtao smiled and said, Boss Huang is really a good person. Right? You treat him well. He understands. He also cares about your kindness in his heart. Yes. Manager Yang nodded in agreement and smiled slightly. No wonder you care so much about Boss Huang's affairs. Just for his character. I also like him. The key is that the food he makes is really delicious. And his personality is also good. And he can get along well. The smile on Jiang Mingtao's face suddenly withdrew. And he became a little serious. In the future, you have to pay more attention to the software maintenance of Boss Huang's store. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will definitely pay attention. Manager Yang nodded again and expressed his attitude. After all, I still want to eat here in the future. I rely on Boss Huang for the rest of my life. It's so delicious. Hi. Jiang Mingtao understood the meaning of the other party's words. From what you said, you plan to live here for a long time? Manager Yang did not hide it. To be honest with Mr. Jiang, I plan to open a branch nearby, and then buy a house here, so that I can come here every now and then to eat. He accidentally found a competitor for himself. Jiang Mingtao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He smiled bitterly. Good boy. Are you trying to steal food from me? The dishes in this restaurant are limited every day. But no matter what, this time, I also benefited from you. Not only did I not have to queue up to eat, but I could also take it home. Jiang Mingtao made a lot of money in his life and received a lot of expensive gifts. But only this bag of food is the best and most favorite gift he has ever received in his life. It smells so good. Feeling the somewhat resentful and envious eyes of the rich second generation and other customers outside the store, Jiang Mingtao waved the bag in his hand with a smile on his old face. I'm leaving first. You guys line up first. This is a naked show-off. However, you are not afraid of grinning. Jiang Qihong and other rich second generation and other customers were so jealous that they wanted to beat him up. But what can they do? They can only watch Jiang Mingtao leave in a triumphant manner. Of course, they all thought that next time when Mr. Huang needed help, they would be the first to help him. In this way, they would get the chance to be treated by Mr. Huang without waiting in line. What a pity! They missed such a good opportunity in vain. The reason was that they were out of touch with the news. The rich second generation decided to bribe Li Qingzhan and his friends after they returned home at night, so that they could reveal the latest news in the store to them in the future. At this time, it was 5 o'clock, and Huang Tao's store opened on time. Ding Suqin opened the door and said with a smile, Everyone, you can enter the store and order now. Here. The rich second generation at the front heard it, and walked into the store in an orderly manner. Hello. We can now order food by scanning the QR code on the table. Ding Suqin introduced with a smile, paused, and continued, Oh, by the way, our store can now recharge. And there are discounts for recharging. Recharge 100 yuan and get 10 yuan. 500 yuan and get 80 yuan. And 1000 yuan and get 180 yuan. Jiang Qihong had already started his live broadcast before entering the store. At this moment, after hearing what Ding Suqin said, the fans in the live broadcast room started to post comments. A few jokes. Oh my god. This clerk has no sense of vision at all. Would a super rich second generation like my brother Hank care about such a small discount? Would he care? Would he care? Obviously, he wouldn't care. I seriously suspect that this clerk has a problem with his eyes. Otherwise, why would she promote the recharge marketing activity to a rich second generation like brother Hank? I strongly suggest that our brother Hank show off his wealth in front of this clerk, so that she knows what a rich second generation is. That's low. This is low-minded. This clerk's mindset is really low. Isn't this clerk blind to the faces of rich second generations? There was Liu Qiangdong who didn't know his wife was beautiful. And there was Wang Sicong who didn't know his father was rich. And now there is a clerk who doesn't know he's a rich second generation. But the next second, the originally lively atmosphere in the live broadcast room fell into silence because of a sentence said by Jiang Qihong. Okay, let's recharge 10 million first. As soon as this was said, Ding Suqin was stunned instantly. She thought she had misheard and subconsciously asked, "What? How much did you say you wanted to top up?" 10 million. Jiang Qihong replied disapprovingly. Since we have to eat anyway, we should top up more at once to avoid having to top up again later. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. The second-generation rich man Liang saw this, and couldn't help but roll his eyes, while silently reminding him, "Brother Hang, the most expensive thing Mr. Huang has here is roast duck, which costs 198 yuan. If you top up 10 million, how long will it take you to finish it? It's not that I'm worried about not being able to pay this money, but this consumption also depends on the place of consumption. Right? If Huang Tao store is high-end, it's normal for you to top up hundreds of thousands or millions at a time. After all, in some high-end Chinese restaurants, the average per capita consumption is basically around 20,000 to 30,000. Sometimes if you choose some high-end wine, the consumption of this table will start at 100,000. But if you top up 10 million in a restaurant with a highest price of less than 200 yuan, others will not think you are showing off your wealth, but will think that your brain is squeezed by the door. After all, this behavior is too stupid. After Liang reminded him, Jiang Qihong suddenly patted his forehead. Oh, I didn't think so much at all. He was just thinking. Hey, brother Hang must have left his brain at home when he went out today. Liang shook his head speechlessly and scanned the code. Sister Suqin, I will top up 100,000. As soon as the voice fell, the prompt sounded Alipay has received 100,000. Other rich second generations also took out their mobile phones to scan the code and top up 100,000 first. For a while, the prompt sound of Alipay's arrival sounded continuously. Seeing this, Jiang Qihong smiled awkwardly and said, "Since everyone is charging 100,000, I'll charge 100,000 first. If he really charges 10 million. If this gets out, other friends will probably laugh at him for being stupid." Listening to the constant sound of Alipay receiving money, the fans and viewers in the live broadcast room were excited again, and the comments were flying. Oh my god. I was shocked. I thought Brother Hang was really going to charge 10 million. Oh my god. I almost dropped the dried fish in my hand. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. But I have to have a cup of 1982 Sprite. Fortunately, I didn't top up 10 million. If I did, Brother Hang would definitely be on the hot search list tonight. It turns out that the second generation rich top up in units of 100,000. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. Brother Hang is rich. But that doesn't mean he's stupid. Damn. Brother Hang just realized it now. His brain is so long. Even if Brother Hang spends 2,000 yuan a day at Boss Wang's place, he would have to spend 10 million for about 5,000 consecutive days. Right? Damn. It would take more than 13 years to finish this. Seeing these comments, Jiang Qihong's not very handsome face turned red. Fortunately, he didn't top up 10 million at once. Otherwise he would be on the hot search list again. It would definitely attract ridicule from the whole network, mocking him for being a big jerk. That's enough. I'm going to eat. So that's all for today. I'm going to end the live stream now. Speaking of this, he turned off the live stream, lest the teasing affect his appetite. Chapter 530. The recognition of his small shop is very high. The business in the evening is as good as ever. The customers who came in to order food later also noticed the difference in the shop at once. Oh! I found that the shop now seems to be able to order food directly through WeChat and Alipay. This is much more convenient than ordering food from the automatic ordering machine before. In this way, You don't have to queue up in front of the automatic ordering machine or the counter to order food. Just find a seat first. Then scan the code to order food. It is really much more convenient. Yes, this is too convenient. Just sit down at the seat when you come in. Then scan the code to order food. And wait for the food to be served. It saves me a lot of time waiting in line to order food. I have to say that Mr. Huang's shop is becoming more and more formal. It is also keeping up with the trend of the times. I think this is good. It can not only effectively save the store's labor costs, but also improve the efficiency of customers ordering. Not bad. Not bad. I like this wave of operations. It's good. But scanning the code to order food on the mobile phone is just like ordering food on the self-service ordering equipment before. For us old people, this operation is a bit difficult. I don't know how to do it. You don't know? Just this scan code payment. It took me a long time to learn it. Young people are very satisfied with this service method of scanning code to order food. And they are also happy to accept this change. After all, scanning the QR code can complete the queuing, ordering, checkout, and other services. Very convenient. But the elderly, who can't play with smartphones, still can't adapt to it. After all, there are too many steps to scan the code to order food, which is too cumbersome. And their hands are not flexible, and their eyesight is not good. It is easy to accidentally touch other pages when ordering food, which makes it difficult for them, who are not good at using smartphones, to find the next step. How to adjust it back. For them, it is more convenient to order food at the counter than to scan the code. Ding Suchin smiled and told these uncles and aunts, Uncle Li, if you don't know how to do it, you can come to the counter to order food from me. Also, there is an ordering guide on each table. You can also refer to the ordering guide and try it. Practice makes perfect after a few times. In terms of service thoughtfulness, Jinhao Restaurant is still the best. The uncles and aunts were very satisfied with this thoughtful move. Then they tried to operate it 1 or 2. Ding Suchin smiled and reminded, our store has opened a recharge system today. There are discounts for recharges. Recharge 100 yuan to get 10 yuan. 500 yuan to get 80 yuan. 1,000 yuan to get 180 yuan. As soon as this was said, it immediately aroused the interest of customers again. Oh, can I recharge now? Can I recharge directly through WeChat? Ding Suchin smiled and nodded, and replied politely, yes. WeChat can be recharged directly. At the end, she did not forget to add, you can also use Alipay. Then I'll recharge 100 yuan first. Hey, what can 100 yuan do? At least 500 yuan should be the starting point. That's right. This money should be spent on the right things. Even if I uninstall the King of Glory, I have to recharge 1,000 yuan. Every customer who entered the store, after learning that the store was holding a recharge discount event, picked up their mobile phones one by one and started scanning the code to recharge. For a while, in addition to the voices of customers talking in the restaurant, there was also the sound of Alipay and WeChat accounts being received. 500 yuan has been received via Alipay. 500 yuan has been received via WeChat. The customers who stayed in the restaurant to eat couldn't help but immerse themselves in the food and felt that they never got tired of it. Especially some college students, who couldn't eat the food in the restaurant because they had exams recently. At the moment of eating, they felt that the devastated mood tortured by the test questions in various subjects was healed at this moment. The whole person was happy and satisfied. Don't mention how happy he is, Xiao Ji said with his mouth full of oil. I was starving after the exam in the afternoon. Now I can eat such delicious 3-in-1 braised rice. I am so happy. I have to say that Boss Huang is really amazing. The food he cooks every day is so delicious. Unlike the chef in our school cafeteria, he is so ridiculous that he cooks new food every day. Xiao Wei kept talking and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the stir fry on the second floor of our school cafeteria can make sweet and sour potato shreds for me. I feel that if I stay in school all the time, I will starve to death sooner or later. Yin Ming also felt that what his two roommates said was right. He said half-jokingly, can we tie up Mr. Huang and bring him to our school to be our chef? That's a good idea. Lin Yuan nodded. But the next second, she felt the malicious eyes of the neighbors. She smiled awkwardly and winked at Yin Ming. But if we really do this, these neighbors will probably want to kill us. Right? After all, Mr. Huang is the treasurer of this street. Yin Ming and others looked over subconsciously, and saw that the neighbors around them all shot them a murderous look of there are always bitches who want Mr. Huang. They had to respond with an awkward but polite smile. Just kidding. Just kidding. Since that's the case, The neighbors had no choice but to forgive him. When Yanning thought about going back to his hometown for the holidays in the next 2 days, and not being able to eat the food at Jinhao restaurant before school started, he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. Lin Yuhan saw him in a daze and asked with concern, "Ming, what's wrong with you?" Yan Ming smiled bitterly. "Hey, I just feel inexplicably uncomfortable when I think about not being able to eat the food made by Boss Huang after returning home." It would be better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, everyone felt that going home to reunite with their families was not fun at all. I also felt inexplicably sad. I really want to stay here and eat the food made by Boss Huang. Of course, it is impossible not to go home. If you don't go back, your parents will come to arrest you. Even if they don't come, they will be unhappy and cut off their living expenses. Will they be left with nothing? You still have to go home for the new year to make your parents happy, so that they can increase their living expenses, and then earn more red envelopes. After school starts tomorrow, they can also enjoy the freedom of eating delicious food. Now, you can only eat as much as you can while you are still here. After all, after you go back, you can only look at the food pictures to satisfy your cravings. These college students, with a sense of sadness, wished they could cover their heads with food. In less than 10 minutes, they were so full that they couldn't sit up straight. I have decided that before I go home, I will eat at Mr. Huang's place every meal. That's what I mean. Whoever is free will line up first and help get food. Well, it's decided happily. At 7:30, the evening market ended. Huang Tao opened the computer back in to check the recharge status. Wow! The number of recharges reached 468. The highest single recharge amount, 100,000 yuan. There were 20 in total. He knew without asking that it must be the rich second generation and wealthy bosses who recharged. The number of recharges of 1,500 ranked second and third. It seems that these customers have a very high recognition of his shop. Chapter 531. Why are all these employees so sad? Time passed, and it was February 2nd, which was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. The footsteps of the new year were getting closer and closer. Shopping malls of all sizes ushered in the most important moment of the year, with discounts and promotions emerging one after another. More and more customers were buying New Year goods, and the air was filled with a sense of impetuousness and excitement. It was really delicious that day. After the morning market was over, Huang Tao had to take some time off. He washed his hands and wiped them, and walked out of the kitchen. "Daddy?" At this time, Xian asked, "Are you done?" Huang Tao looked at Xian with a smile in his eyes, and quickly opened his arms. No need to answer with words. His posture had already shown everything. In an instant, Xuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately slid down from the dining chair, ran towards Huang Tao, and suddenly fell into his arms. Huang Tao squatted down, hugged her in his arms, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Baby!" Xian buried her little face in his arms, and said in a baby voice, "Well, nothing. I just miss you." Huang Tao hugged her and felt like he had a warm little cotton jacket on his body. "This heart. Warm. Dad has always been with you in the store." He rubbed Xian's little head and said with a smile, "No one went out. Why do you still miss Dad?" This question stumped Xian. She blinked her eyes. Her little brain turned around, trying to find the answer to this question. But in the end, she still couldn't figure it out. She had to act coquettishly and said, "Daddy, I don't know. I just miss you. I just miss you." Huang Tao smiled, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead, and asked softly, "Do you still miss it now?" "I don't want it now." Xian raised her little face. Her eyebrows curved and said, "I just missed it very much just now." Hee. Huang Tao stretched out his hand to scratch her little nose, and said, "Then Daddy will accompany you for a while now." "Okay. Okay." Xian happily kissed Huang Tao on the face. "Moi. Xiao. Xian. Come and eat some dragon fruit." Song Salian cut the dragon fruit into small pieces with a knife, put it in a bowl, and ate it with a toothpick. Xuan's stomach was still a little full. "Grandma, I'm still full. Let's eat later." But she still picked a piece of dragon fruit and fed it to Huang Tao's mouth. Huang Tao took a bite and said with a smile, "It's very sweet. It's really sweet." Song Salian took a bite and was also very satisfied. "Then I want to try it too." Xian made another one and took a small bite. "Yeah, it's delicious. Daddy, Let's go to the dining table to eat. You hold me and eat. Xian just wanted to stay with her dad for a while longer. Okay. Huang Tao took a bowl of dragon fruit, held her and came to her exclusive dining table to sit down, holding her to eat together. Li Qingzhan, who had cleaned up the table and was browsing his phone, asked with a smile, Boss, the new year is coming soon. Will our store be open on New Year's Eve? Since Li Qingzhan and Jiang Chao applied for the job at Zenhachi Restaurant, everyone has a group called Zenhachi Restaurant. Each group has a large number of neighbors, college students and office workers who join in order to get first-hand information from them. Originally, only the rich second generation knew about this group, and later it became their family, including nearby neighbors, college students, office workers, and people from other towns. It is said that people from neighboring provinces and cities have also mixed in, but there are too many people, so it is not easy to find them. And the people in these groups will tag Li Qingzhan and others in the group if they want to inquire about the store. At this time, he saw someone tag him about the store's New Year holiday. So he asked. Huang Tao smiled and said, It's closed. We should be on holiday on the 23rd. At that time, we will have a New Year's Eve dinner in advance, so you can go back early to reunite with your family, prepare some New Year's goods, and have a good New Year. On New Year's Eve, you must have a reunion dinner with your family. Besides, there were still many trivial things to do the year before last, so naturally we had to take a holiday early. Li Qingzhan was full of helplessness. Well, I was thinking that if the store was open, I would not go back this year, and just let my family come here to celebrate the new year together. It seems that Lin Qiyu was also very helpless and reluctant. I suddenly don't want to take a holiday. If I go back, there won't be such delicious food. How can I live like this? There are more than a dozen dishes in the store every day, and they are basically cooked by the boss himself. Many of them are dishes that cannot be eaten in the store. They have been spoiled by Huang Tao. If they go home, they may not be able to get used to eating alone. Li Qingzhan continued to ask, Boss, when will we go back to work after the new year? Huang Tao said without hesitation, the earliest will be the 8th day of the first lunar month. We basically start work at this time. I will inform you of the specific time. Lin Zifeng said expectantly, Boss, I hope you can open earlier instead of later. Huang Tao smiled. Shouldn't we be happy about the holiday? Why are these employees so sad? Just at this time, his phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was Gao Lu, a salesperson at the Four Sons store. Huang Tao probably guessed the intention of the other party's call. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Lu's kind and polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Huang, the car you ordered has arrived and you can pick it up now. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Huang Tao said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I'm going to pick up the car. Are you going? The car has arrived? Huang Ida said with surprise. Yes, the 4S store just called me to let me know that I can pick up the car today. Huang Ida and Song Salian said at the same time, Okay, let's go and have a look. Huang Ida has already got his driver's license. He has been going to the driving school whenever he has time these days, and he spent 300 yuan to let the coach continue to practice with him. In terms of driving skills, although he is not an experienced driver, he has no problem driving on the road normally. He has driven at a maximum speed of 120 miles per hour, which shows that he is very confident. So when he heard that the car had arrived, he kept rubbing his hands, and his face was full of excitement. A moment, the family packed up, and after Huang Tao explained to the clerk, he drove his parents and Xian to the store of his fourth son. This time, Gao Lu also received the guests. The formalities were handled very quickly. After putting on the temporary license plate, Gao Lu smiled and gave Huang Ida a bouquet of flowers and a bunny doll. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. I was in a hurry and couldn't prepare a car delivery ceremony for you. It doesn't matter. This flower, my wife will definitely like it. And this bunny, my granddaughter will definitely like it. As he said, Huang Ida handed the flowers to Song Salian on the side, and also handed the bunny doll to Xian. The moment Song Salian and Xian received the gifts, they were also very happy. Son, how about you drive? Dad, you drive. I'll drive mine. This is a Mercedes-Benz. Are you sure you don't want to drive it? I don't want it. I'll change to a large car later. Huang Ida looked at Huang Tao with resentment. Hi, you kid. Are you really trying to hurt me? He turned his head to look at his precious granddaughter, Xian. Do you want to take Grandpa's car home? Xian blinked, thought for a while and said, Grandpa, I'd better take Daddy's car back. Song Salian smiled and gave Huang Yi a way out. Okay. I'll take your car back. Huang Tao reminded, Dad, drive slower and pay attention to safety on the road. Xian waved her hand and said, Grandpa, drive carefully. Okay. Grandpa knows. Huang Yi touched the steering wheel, feeling very happy and excited. In this life, he finally drove a car. All this is thanks to his son. He felt that the most correct thing he had done in his life was to give birth to such a promising and filial son. Chapter 532 I just saw your man. Outside the Zenchichi restaurant. At this moment, many people, after finishing their chores at home, made an appointment to come together to line up. They are all loyal old customers. Bring their own stools and awnings, and sit in a row outside the store. Queuing and sunbathing are both possible. It's like a vacation. And the old men and women like Lao Qin, as always, set up card tables and chess tables at the door of the store and entertain themselves. For a while, the door of the store also became lively. If you don't know the situation, you will definitely mistake it for a chess and card room. After a while, the rich second generation also drove their cars and made an appointment to come. Then, they all brought their queuing artifacts and lined up in an orderly manner behind the neighbors. They all cherished the few meals before the holiday at the Zenchichi restaurant. They must eat every meal into their own stomachs. After all, eating one less meal is a meal. If they want to eat in the future, they have to wait until the 8th day of the first lunar month after the Chinese New Year. So, now as long as the store is not closed, they will come to eat regardless of the weather. Liang glanced and saw that Huang Tao's car was not in the parking space. He couldn't help but muttered in confusion, Huh? Where is Mr. Huang's car? Why is it gone? As soon as this was said, it attracted everyone's attention, and they all talked about it in confusion and worry. Yes, it was parked in the morning. Why is it gone now? Did he go out for something? It should be. But there are still employees in the store. It should be like last time. And they will be back soon. Yes. Don't scare yourself like last time. It will definitely be open for business at noon. Everyone remembered the last time they had a false alarm because of their own random thoughts. Now that they were reminded, they were not panicked and waited for Huang Tao to come back. At this time, Huang Tao parked his car on the side of the road. Huang Yi also carefully parked his car behind Huang Tao's car. Boss Huang is here. The moment the customers saw Huang Tao get out of the car, they all had a happy look on their faces. Boss Huang, did you go out for something? Yes. Yes. Huang Tao nodded, opened the back door, and took Xian down from the exclusive dining chair. When Uncle Chung saw Huang Yi get out of the driver's seat of a brand new unlicensed Mercedes-Benz, he understood it all at once, and said familiarly with some surprise, Hey, Lao Huang, did you buy a car? Huang Yi, who was in high spirits when he was happy, smiled and said, How is it? Does it look good? It looks good. Is this a Mercedes? It costs more than 1 million. Right? Lao Chung, who was nearby, couldn't help but step forward and take a look at the car. Huang Yi smiled and waved his hands. It's not that expensive. More than 500,000 yuan. Is it more than 500,000 yuan expensive? Old Chung felt that his worldview was impacted. He has worked all his life, and he saved money and bought a commercial house here and drove a Passat. Old Huang even drives a Mercedes-Benz. Hey! We are all working. Why is there a big difference? He said with envy. Old Huang? I can't tell. Your small treasury is quite rich. Other neighbors also agreed in unison. Yes. Yes. I can't tell that old Huang's wallet is still very fat and thick. Huang Yi smiled and continued to wave his hands and said, I am a salaried person, and the money I earn is just enough to spend. How can there be a small treasury? How can there be a fat and thick wallet? This car. My son bought it for me. I said no. Don't waste money. But he insisted on buying it for me. And he got angry with me if I didn't buy it. Although his expression was full of helplessness, his words were full of pride. Neighbors, envy, jealous. They seriously suspected that the last two sentences were what Huang Yi wanted to say to them the most. But unfortunately they had no evidence. Alas, this is a blatant show-off of his son. However, Old Huang does have the capital to show off. By the way, this old Huang must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life to give birth to such an excellent and filial son like Huang Tao. Although their children are also very good and filial to them. But no one has ever been so filial as to buy a Mercedes-Benz car at once. The neighbors looked at Huang Tao with more admiration and respect. He is filial and generous to his parents. Such a son is rare. Of course. They looked at Huangita with envy in their eyes. I envy you for having such a promising and filial son. Yes. Yes. Old Huang. You have such a promising and filial son. And you have no regrets in this life. Boss Huang. You are really filial. You still think about your father after making money. And you bought him a luxury car. Envy! Huangita's smile never stopped after he picked up the car, and the neighbors came to support him. After chatting with the neighbors for a few words, he entered the store. Lu Minglin, who had just come to the Q at Zenhachi restaurant because she was on vacation and went home, was stunned when she saw this scene and heard their conversation. She stood there quietly, and a surprise was set off in her heart. After Huang Tao and his friends entered the store, she realized it belatedly. She walked to a corner and called Yuan. She and Yuan had agreed the day before yesterday that when she came back from vacation today, she and Yuan would come to Huang Tao's place for lunch at noon. But man proposes, God disposes. Yuan's parents came back from business yesterday afternoon. Yuan also went back to the countryside to accompany her parents. At this moment, she should be helping her parents clean up their hometown. A moment, as the call was connected, Yuan's gentle voice came. Hello, Minglin. What's the matter? Xiaowen. Guess who I just saw? Without waiting for Yuan to answer, Lu Minglin couldn't wait to continue. I just saw your man. My man? Yuan was stunned for a moment and spat softly. Ah, when did I have a man? Lu Minglin hurriedly said, It's Huang Tao. When Yuan heard the word Huang Tao, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but draw a beautiful arc. Where did you see him? Where else can it be? Lu Minglin, who thought this question was stupid, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course it's in front of the Zenhachi restaurant. Oh, by the way, guess what I found? Yuan asked in confusion. What? Lu Minglin smiled and said, Huang Tao. His parents and Xian went to the 4S store to pick up a car this morning. Guess what car he picked up? Yuan was a little surprised. He bought a car again. Lu Minglin also asked in surprise. You don't know? I don't know. When asked by her bestie, Yuan felt a little depressed. How would I know? I'm not his relative. Lu Minglin had an expression of the emperor is not anxious. But the eunuch is anxious. And said angrily, Ah, Xiaowen. You really are. You're driving me crazy. Let me tell you. He bought a Mercedes-Benz for his father. It's an E-Class. It costs 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. He just picked up the car today. And it's still 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. What does this mean? This means that his small restaurant is very profitable. It also means that he is very filial and has good character. There are many rich people, but not many filial ones. Especially those who sell luxury cars to their parents through their own efforts. Lu Minglin has seen rich people before. But she initially thought that the restaurant owner that Yuan liked made at most 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month. Who would have thought that he had such a strong ability to absorb? In a short period of time, he earned another Mercedes-Benz. Xiaowen. You must chase him. Ah? A what? Chase him. He is a potential stock. If you don't chase him, he will be snatched away by others. But what but? There is no but. When will you confess? If you don't confess, then I will chase him. If you catch him, why would you work for the rest of your life? You can just sit at the counter of the store and count money, and then think about how to spend the money. Mengli. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding. But I am indeed a little jealous. The key is that he is so handsome and has a good figure. Even if you don't want his money, it must be a wonderful thing to have a relationship with him. Anyway, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't say. You can do whatever you want. You have to hurry up. Otherwise, you won't have a share. If he's snatched away by another woman, don't cry to me then. I won't tell you anymore. I have to go and line up. Lu Minglin hung up the phone. Yuan, however, had no intention of working. She knew that Huang Tao's shop was very profitable. But she didn't know it was so profitable. In just a few months, he bought 2 cars in a row. One is more expensive than the other. 2 cars. At least more than 800,000. Originally, she wanted to let everything go naturally. Anyway, there was enough time, and she only needed to wait for the most suitable opportunity. But now, suddenly knowing the news, she was still a little confused. Just like Lu Menglin said, even she is jealous of such an excellent man, let alone other women. But she still can't take the initiative to express her feelings. The most important thing is that she feels that if she expresses her feelings now, it's a bit like she's going after money. Her heart is so confused. Chapter 533. How come one operation is more outrageous than another? Time always slips away silently between fingers. And before we know it, it is already the 22nd day of the lunar calendar. The business in Huang Tao's store is still very good. There are even more customers than in the past few days. No way. If you miss these 3 meals today, you will have to wait for a year to eat them. After all, Zenchiho restaurant will close after the dinner market tonight. If they want to eat the food in the store again, they have to wait until the 8th day of the first lunar month after the new year. It's not a year to wait. In order to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner in the store tonight, and to let the employees have a lively New Year's Eve dinner together, and then give the employees a red envelope to cheer them up. Huang Tao didn't prepare too many ingredients for the dinner market. That's right. He just wanted to end the business hours of the dinner market early. It's just this move. As a result, many customers who were looking forward to having a full meal at Zenchiho restaurant this year were unable to buy it. Now, the customers who failed to buy food in the store were completely upset. The wailing sound spread from the front to the back of the line. It was so cruel. It was not like the human world. Ah, no way. How come it's gone? How come it's my turn? Why am I so unlucky? No way. No way. No way. I finally came here to buy it before the store closed early. It's sold out already. It's only 6:30. The donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest so early. Oh, forget it. I decided not to go to the store tomorrow. I will queue up here directly. I don't believe I can't buy it. Ah, how could I forget that Mr. Huang will take a vacation tomorrow? Ah, why am I still queuing? Why am I so unlucky? Ah, if you miss it, you have to wait another year. Ah, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The customers who didn't buy the food felt bad. But when they saw the neighbors who had already eaten in the store, they were envious. I'm so greedy. I really envy those neighbors in front of me, who finished eating in the store and took a portion home. That's right. Those neighbors and college students are so lucky. They actually ate the last meal of the year in the delicious restaurant. I envy them so much. The neighbors who ate the food laughed happily. This feeling of being envied is so comfortable. And those customers who didn't buy the food left reluctantly with full of regrets. Of course, there are also unwilling customers, such as Lin Jibua. Boss Huang, is there no food? Is there really no food at all? Lin Jibua finally finished his work in the first time and ran to queue up. But in the end, he got the news that the food was sold out, which made him almost cry. He got up late in the morning and didn't get to eat the food at Jinchi restaurant. As a result, he couldn't come to buy food at noon because he hadn't finished his work schedule. If he hadn't missed 2 meals today, he wouldn't have been so obsessed. No more. All the ingredients prepared for the evening market were sold out. So where are the dishes? Besides, Huang Tao couldn't give him some of the New Year's Eve dinner that their employees were going to eat tonight. If he set a precedent, other customers behind him would also clamor for a share of it. Then would he and his employees still have to eat the New Year's Eve dinner tonight? When Lin Jibua heard this, he was like an eggplant hit by frost. And he wilted. He looked at the steaming stewed soup in each stew pot through the kitchen baffle, gritted his teeth, and made another request. Boss Huang, can you give me some of your stewed soup? Can you buy me a portion of rice? I want to pour the stewed soup on it and eat it with white rice. He added, don't worry. I will pay. Huang Tao and others were stunned when they heard this. There are no more dishes. And even the stewed soup is not spared? Huang Tao couldn't bear it. And seeing that other customers who didn't buy anything had dispersed, he nodded and agreed to Lin Jibua's request. Okay. Howsy. Give him a bowl of rice and a bowl of stewed soup. Lin Jibua thanked again. Thank you. Mr. Huang. How much is it? Huang Tao shook his head and said, no. It's for you. Lin Jibua thanked again. Ah, then thank you. Mr. Huang. If you need any help next time, just ask. As long as I can help. Lin Jibua. will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. Huang Tao. He seriously suspected that this guy had watched too many martial arts dramas. Su Hao handed the white rice and stewed soup to Lin Jibua. Here. The white rice and stewed soup you asked for. Be careful not to spill it. Thank you. Lin Jibua poured the stewed soup on the white rice, mixed it, and then enjoyed it happily. This wave of operations naturally attracted the attention of diners in the restaurant. I have to say, this guy is really ruthless. Even if there is no vegetable, you can still eat it happily with the stewed soup. Of course, as long as it is really delicious in the restaurant. Even if you only eat white rice, it is delicious. Just at this time, Huang Ziqing, deputy director of the police station, walked in with a takeaway bag. He had just got off work when he heard the bad news that the food at Zenhachi was sold out. Helplessly, he had to order a crab fried cake online to solve his physiological needs. Now Huang Ziqing believes that in addition to the food at Zenhachi, eating other things is just to maintain his physiological needs of not starving to death. But to be honest, the crab fried cakes in other stores can't arouse his appetite at all. So, he came up with a great idea. The moment he got the takeaway, he went straight to Zenhachi. Li Qingzhan saw him coming in and thought he was going to order food. So he said apologetically, Deputy Director Huang, I'm sorry. All the dishes in our store are sold out tonight. Why don't you go to another store to have a look? That. Huang Ziqing hesitated for a while before saying, I have something to ask your boss. Li Qingzhan was curious. What do you want to ask my boss? It's... Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth and whispered his purpose. I just bought a crab fried cake outside and wanted to eat it here. I know the food in the store is sold out, but I want to eat Boss Huang's food but can't. Eating here is equivalent to eating what Boss Huang cooks. Don't worry. I will pay the table fee. Li Qingzhan. What's wrong with the customers tonight? Why are the operations more outrageous than one another? Li Qingzhan conveyed Huang Ziqing's wishes to Huang Tao. Huang Tao also agreed to Huang Ziqing's request, but he didn't ask for the table fee. Huang Ziqing sat at a dining table, smelling the aroma of various dishes in the restaurant while eating crab fried cakes. This scene was a bit weird. Huang Tao and other employees were still a little uncomfortable for a while. Fortunately, they still had work to do, so they were not affected when they were busy. The diners who stayed in the store to eat were also a little uncomfortable. Lin Jibua asked in surprise and confusion, Deputy Director Huang, why did you come here to eat when you ordered takeout instead of eating at home? Isn't the food in Mr. Huang's store sold out? I want to eat the food made by Mr. Huang. In this way, watching you eat what Mr. Huang makes, I feel that I am also eating what Mr. Huang makes. Huang Ziqing took another breath of the aroma of food in the store. This Deputy Director Huang is really a talent. He can even think of such an idea. But this also shows that the food is really delicious. Just like him. For a bite of food, he didn't even let go of the stewed soup in the store. So, he couldn't laugh at Huang Ziqing for making a fool of himself. Instead of wasting time, he might as well enjoy the hard-earned white rice. Lin Jibua felt that he was still lucky compared to Huang Ziqing. At least, he had the braised soup to eat with rice. Huang Ziqing, who was eating the crab fried cake he brought, was really unhappy, looking at the crab fried cakes on other people's plates, which were delicious and fragrant, and his takeaway box was shiny with oil. He knew that there was too much oil. After peeling off the crab shell and rice cake, he could see a thick layer of oil under the takeaway box. The rice cakes were not flavorful or loose at all, and they were stuck together in 2s and 3s. They were sticky and greasy when eaten. This is the difference. Alas, there is no harm without comparison. While he silently waded through 2 wide noodles in his heart, he had to constantly hypnotize himself to imagine that he was eating the crab fried cake cooked by Boss Huang. The more he thought about it, the more he remembered the wonderful taste he had eaten before. But when he came to his senses, he suddenly found the crab fried cake in his mouth even harder to swallow. And then he thought that such days would continue until the 8th day of the first lunar month. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Chapter 534 9 Large Intestine. Not long after, the last batch of diners who stayed in the restaurant, after finishing their meals, all put their plates and bowls into the bowl basket next to the automatic dishwasher. Ren Mylan, who was washing the bowls next to the automatic dishwasher, saw this and just smiled and expressed her gratitude to these diners. Thank you. That's right. Now she has become accustomed to some of the shocking and refreshing phenomena in the store. She also clearly knows that all this is largely due to the strong personality charm of her boss. Of course. And his amazing cooking skills. You're welcome. And these diners. Before leaving, did not forget to say hello to Huang Tao. Let's go. Mr. Wang. You guys should hurry up and eat. See you next year. Mr. Wang. Today's food is also very delicious. I really respect your cooking skills from the bottom of my heart. K's is really amazing. I've eaten too much here. I don't even like the food from other places. Hey, Mr. Wang. You suddenly want to close for the new year. I don't know where to eat tomorrow. Mr. Wang. You must open earlier next year. Even if you can't open earlier, you must open on time on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Don't delay the business hours. Wang Ziqing also nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Waiting one more day is torture. Huang Tao smiled and greeted the guests. Okay. I will try my best to open on time on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Hello everyone. Huang Tao smiled and watched them leave the store. He started to prepare the last dish that his father liked the most. And it was also his best dish in the past. 9-turn large intestine. To put it bluntly, the 9-turn large intestine he made was actually braised large intestine. There was no fancy method. Just clean the pig large intestine. Blanch it in water. Deep fry it. And then add more than 10 kinds of seasonings to braise it. He cut off the tail of the clean pig large intestine and cut it into 2.5 centimeters long sections and set it aside for later use. The next step was blanching. He added water to the pot. Put some scallion and ginger slices, a small handful of dried pepper, and a few bay leaves. And then poured a small bowl of white wine into the pot. Wait for the water in the pot to boil. Put the cut large intestines into the pot and start blanching. Then drain the water from the blanched large intestine. While it is hot, add a little dark soy sauce and stir it carefully. The dark soy sauce is added to make the fried pig intestines more beautiful. At the same time, the dark soy sauce has a strong sauce flavor. When frying, the sauce flavor of the dark soy sauce will also penetrate into the large intestine. In this way, the odor of the large intestine itself can be removed. After all, the disadvantage of cooking with large intestines is that the odor is too strong. So, from the moment of cleaning, almost every step of the operation is to remove the odor. Of course, the charm of the large intestine is also here. If the odor is removed and turned into fragrance, this dish will be extremely delicious. Then, he poured half a bucket of oil into the pot and prepared to fry the large intestine. Frying is not only to color the pig intestines, but also to remove the odor of the pig intestines and fry out the excess fat in the pig intestines. Moreover, after frying, the surface of the large intestine will become slightly dry, and it will gradually become chewy during the subsequent cooking, making it taste better. When the oil temperature rises to 50% to 60% hot, he first poured all the pig large intestine segments into the oil pan and fried them. Sizzle. The moment the pig large intestine segments were put into the pan, the oil pan immediately became lively and made a pleasant sound. However, because the water in the pig large intestine segments had been drained before, the oil in the pan did not explode suddenly at this time. He picked up the spatula and gently turned the pig large intestine in the pan. And the little bit of peculiar smell left in the pig large intestine also gradually disappeared during the frying process, and was replaced by a fragrance. When the color of the pig large intestine completely turned light yellow, he took a colander to scoop it out and put it aside to control the oil. To be honest, the frying step is particularly important and requires strict control of time. When the surface is browned, you have to quickly take it out, because at this moment, although the outer skin of the pig intestine is a little crispy, the inside is still soft and tender. This taste is the best. While the pig intestine is controlling the oil, he poured out the hot oil in the pot, put the pot back on the stove, and turned on the fire. Wait for the pot to heat up. He scooped a little lard into the pot, and then put in a full spoonful of white sugar. Turn down the heat, and stir slowly in the pot with a spoon. This dish needs to use sugar color, and it is best to use oil to fry the sugar color, because after putting the large intestine into the pot, the coloring effect will be better. The use of lard is to add a pork aroma to the dish, which can also reduce the smell of pig offal in this dish. Stir-frying sugar color is also a very patient job. You have to use medium-low heat to stir-fry the sugar until it melts, changes color, and bubbles appear. Then stir-fry until the bubbles disappear and turn into a reddish sticky liquid. Only then is it done. He then poured the pig intestines into the pot. The intestines, which were originally light yellow, became darker and more attractive after being coated with sugar color. Then, he poured the chopped green onion and ginger prepared in advance into the pot. The chopped green onion and ginger were used to further remove the odor in the intestines, and to add some ginger and green onion fragrance to the intestines. When the fragrance of green onion and ginger drifted up from the pot, he poured a spoonful of balsamic vinegar along the edge of the pot. Adding balsamic vinegar is mainly to increase the sourness of this dish. In addition, when the balsamic vinegar evaporates, it will also take away the odor of the intestines, making the taste of the intestines purer. Stir fry twice. After the coarse aroma was released, he poured half a spoonful of soy sauce and cooking wine into the pot. Instantly, a loud hissing sound came out of the pot again. The aroma of soy sauce and cooking wine also burst out immediately. After the soup in the pot boiled, he added half a spoonful of white sugar to the pot, mainly to enhance the flavor. After all, the sugar added at the beginning can only add color, but has no taste. If you want to highlight the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty in this dish, you need to add sugar again. Wait for the sugar to enter the pot. Stir fry a few times. When all the white sugar in the pot is dissolved, add a large bowl of boiling water to the pot. Cover the pot and simmer slowly over high heat. To simmer the 9-turn large intestine, you need to use high heat first and then low heat. When the juice in the pot is simmered until it becomes thick, stir fry evenly, and then you can serve it on a plate. Next is waiting. Xian sat at the exclusive dining table, smelled the fragrance, licked the corner of her mouth. Dad? When is the meal? I'm hungry. I want to eat. It will be ready soon. Dad is making the last dish. Huang Tao raised his eyes and smiled at her. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and continued to look down at the picture book. Soon, 20 minutes passed, and the soup in the pot was almost dried up. Now what was left was almost all grease. The large intestines were all colored, and the red and shiny color made people very greedy at first sight. And the fragrance in the pot wafted out, and it smelled very fragrant. More importantly, there was no peculiar smell at all. Not bad. Huang Tao held the pot with satisfaction, stirred it gently a few times, and then sprinkled a small spoonful of pepper and a small spoonful of cinnamon powder into the pot. After sprinkling the spices, he turned up the heat and used a stir-fry method to turn the large intestine in the pot a few times to stir the spices evenly in the pot. At this time, the remaining soup in the pot was almost dried up. Before serving, he scooped a little pepper oil into the pot with a stir-fry spoon, stirred it again, and then held the pot and poured the large intestine into the plate. Just at this moment, a cold electronic sound instantly rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a 9-turns large intestine with good color, fragrance and taste. Huang Tao was very curious why the system put double quotes on the 4 words 9-turns large intestine. Before he could figure it out, the cold electronic sound rang again. But it is a long way from the authentic 9-turns large intestine. But since the host is brave enough to try innovation, this spirit is rare and precious, and a recipe for the century-old famous dish 9-turns large intestine is specially awarded. Chapter 535. Receive too many red envelopes. Surprises come too fast. Like a tornado. It's a pity. Such surprises can no longer excite Huang Tao. That's right. After many similar experiences, he has become numb. The reward for the recipe of the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan large intestine has been issued. Please check it. Huang Tao's mind immediately heard the cold reminder of the system, he thought, and a holographic picture that only he could see appeared in front of him. In the picture, a recipe book was quietly placed in the reward space. Receive, he thought again, and the reward slowly opened. Congratulations to the host for winning a copy of the recipe of the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan large intestine. The story of the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan large intestine. Jiuzhuan large intestine originated from the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, and was first created by the chef of Jinan Juhulu Hotel. The owner's surname is Du. He is very rich, and has opened 9 stores in Jinan. He is very interested in the number 9, so all his stores have the word 9 in them. Ingredients of the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan Dachong: pig large intestine, onion, ginger, coriander, clear soup, pepper oil, lard, soy sauce, pepper, cinnamon, cooking wine, etc. How to make the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan Dachang. This dish uses a lot of ingredients, and uses all the ingredients. It is boiled first, fried, and then roasted. After a quick look, he realized why the system put double quotes on the Jiuzhuan Dachang he made for him. This gap is really not a little bit big. Haozi, Zifeng, Chizi. The three of you should take out the dishes first. After sending the three assistants away, he tapped the menu lightly. Suddenly, this recipe book of the century-old famous dish Jiuzhuan large intestine turned into a stream of light and sank into his brow. He immediately felt that he had completely mastered the production process of this thing. I thought about whether to try to make another one, but the pig large intestine was all used up, and time did not allow it. So he had to suppress the desire to try it. Then he washed his hands, walked out of the kitchen, and had a New Year's Eve dinner with the employees. As soon as he came, everyone smiled and called him, "Boss, we're waiting for you." "Son, don't be busy. Come and eat." "Okay." Wang Tao nodded and sat down next to Xian Xian. Unknowingly, the number of employees at Jinchi restaurant has reached 8. Although a large table cannot be filled, it looks quite impressive. "Before we eat, I'll give out red envelopes first." Wang Tao looked at every employee present, and then took out a thick stack of red envelopes from his coat pocket. All the names were written on the red envelopes, and they were handed out one by one. Even Yang Huiru and Ren Milan, who had just joined the company, also had a share. Yang Huiru and Ren Milan were a little embarrassed and said, "Boss, we don't need it." They had just joined the company and felt a little embarrassed to take this red envelope. Wang Tao smiled knowingly. "As long as you are an employee of Jinchi restaurant, you will have a share of this red envelope. So just take it." They both worked very hard during their work, never slacked off, and helped with other chores with great attention. It is only natural to take a red envelope. Then, he gave the thickest red envelope to Ding Suqin. Ding Suqin was stunned. "Boss, did I give it to the wrong person?" "Yes." Wang Tao said seriously, "This is what you should take. Thank you for helping to keep the store in order." It is because Ding Suqin got up early and worked late to help him look after the store that he had more time and energy to accompany Xian Xian. And Ding Suqin has several positions. Basically wherever she is needed. She is careful and hardworking at work. And she is also very humble and polite to customers. And is deeply loved by customers. All of this, Wang Tao saw it in his eyes, and naturally remembered it in his heart. This red envelope is just a token of his thoughts. The 500 yuan salary he originally gave Ding Suqin was really a little less. Now it is just the right time to make up for it. Besides, it is not easy for her to be a woman with a child. It is reasonable for him to help her a little. Ding Suqin said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, this is what I should do." And this red envelope was for Xian Xian. "Sister Suqin, don't be polite to the boss. Our boss has a lot of money." Li Qingzhan helped Ding Suqin take Huang Tao's big red envelope, stuffed it into Ding Suqin's hand, and said, "Take it." Huang Tao smiled. "I also have a red envelope to give out." Li Qingzhan took out a red envelope from his pocket. This red envelope was naturally for the cute little Xian Xian. "Xian Xian, come here. This is the New Year's money given to you by Brother Qingzhan. I wish you grow up healthy and happy in the new year." "Aw? For me?" Xuan's eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth became round. Then she turned her head to look at Huang Tao beside her, as if asking for his opinion. Huang Tao nodded. Seeing this, Xian Xian reached out to take it, smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Brother Qingzhan. So good." Li Qingzhan reached out and touched her little head. "Happy New Year." Now, other employees also took out the red envelopes they prepared in advance and handed them to Xian Xian. Even Ren Milan and Yang Huiru, who had not prepared, also wrapped a red envelope for Xian Xian on the spot. "I wish you health and safety in the new year. Xian Xian, I wish you happiness every day. Grow up quickly and make progress in your studies. Be happy forever." For a while, Xian Xian received so many red envelopes that her hands were soft, and she said thank you until her mouth was dry. As for how much money was in the red envelope, she didn't care at all. The main thing was to have a happy and auspicious time. She handed all the red envelopes she received to Huang Tao. "Dad, please keep it for me." "Okay." Huang Tao smiled and took it. "Dad will save this New Year's money for you in the bank. You can take it out when you need it in the future." "Yeah." She trusted her father very much and nodded obediently. "Thank you, Dad. Huang Tao smiled and reached out to touch her little head. He remembered that when he was a child, he also received a lot of New Year's money. And then it was all taken away by his mother, who said that she would keep it for him. But the final result, the New Year's money was all spent by his mother. She used it to pay his tuition and buy clothes. In comparison, Xian is much happier. He would never spend the money. She kept it all in the bank. The little girl's current savings is almost 30,000. She is definitely a rich woman. Everyone, please start eating, Huang Tao said with a smile. Everyone was not polite. They all reached out for the ruddy-colored Jiuzhuan large intestine. Then, they couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in their mouths. As soon as the large intestine entered the mouth, the fat and glutinous taste immediately burst in the mouth. There was a lot of juice inside. Because it was fried, the large intestine was not greasy at all. And it was very refreshing to eat. And the large intestine was handled very cleanly, without any peculiar smell. And the taste was also layered. It was fat but not greasy. Fresh and delicious. Delicious. Chapter 536. This year is no exception. The next morning, the sky was just getting light, and the ground was covered with mist. Huang Tao slept very sweetly. This was the most comfortable and restful sleep he had had in a while. But the stubborn biological clock seemed to be unable to bear his desire to sleep in, and still woke him up from his sleep as scheduled. He woke up, opened his eyes and saw. Oh my God! It was still getting light. Alas! The greatest pain in the world is that you can sleep in during your rest, but your biological clock makes you wake up early. This is simply a complete holiday early awakening syndrome. At this moment, only the two words haha can express his mood. Fortunately, he turned his head and saw Xian, who was still sleeping beside him. The little guy was lying on his side, with the corners of his lips slightly upturned, and a faint smile appeared. She is sleeping soundly. Looking at his precious daughter's sleeping face like a little angel, his depressed mood caused by being forced to wake up early instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. He stared for a moment, and couldn't help but lean forward, lowered his head, and kissed Xuan's red face secretly. Result? Xian, who was sleeping soundly, felt the sneak attack he made, and made a sound. Then she half woke up and murmured, Daddy? Oh! Not good. Huang Tao was very annoyed. He didn't expect that his sneak attack would wake up Xian. He quickly set him and reached out to pat her gently through the quilt, saying softly, Daddy is here. We are on holiday today and won't go to the store. Xian, you can continue to sleep for a while. Xian nodded dazedly and twisted her little body to make herself more comfortable in her father's arms. She hummed twice like a sleepy pig, pouted her little mouth, and continued to sleep. Huang Tao looked at the little person in his arms, and the happiness in his heart was about to overflow. During this period of time, under his careful care, Xuan's personality has become more and more cheerful. She is no longer picky about food, and her body has become a little fleshy. This little face has also gradually developed from the original thin melon seed face to an oval face. The eyes are bigger. The eyebrows and eyes are curved like a crescent when smiling, and the dimples on the cheeks are getting deeper and deeper. The cuteness value is at least +10. Looking at it, thinking about it, he, who originally wanted to take a nap with Xian, had no sleepiness at all. Okay, let's get up, and put the long-abandoned morning exercise back on schedule. He reached out from under the pillow and took out his phone to check the time. It was still early, and Xian could at least sleep for a while longer. After taking another look at the sleeping baby, he tiptoed out of bed, put on his clothes and went out. Meow. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, a furry ball came towards his crotch. Huang Tao was quick-witted and leaned over to grab Mimi's back and lifted it up. Mimi, who had no ability to resist, was lifted into the air, looking at Huang Tao with innocent round eyes. Shoo. Huang Tao quickly made a hush gesture to it and put the naughty guy back into the cat bed. Mimi really didn't call anymore, but just poked his head out of the cat bed and looked at him. He saw that the door of his mom and dad's room was still closed, and his mom was nowhere to be seen in the kitchen and living room. She must still be sleeping. He did not bother her. He went to the bathroom to wash up, worried that Mimi would disturb Xuan's sleep if she was at home. He lifted Mimi from the cat bed and carried her outside. Putting Mimi down, he gently closed the door again. Let's go! He took a step and went downstairs. Mimi also followed him downstairs. The morning mist had not completely dissipated, shrouding the community. The clear sky indicated that today would be another beautiful day, which made people feel happy. The left side of the gate of the community led directly to the river bank with weeping willows. The environment here was good. The two sides of the river had been repaired and renovated, with stone railings and stone slabs, as well as some rest benches. The river water was clear, and Huang Tao's running pace was getting faster and faster. But poor Mimi was running behind him, panting, with a helpless expression of "I shouldn't be here. I should be in my nest." He even wished he could grow arms and hold up a sign with the words "I'm dead" written on it. Huang Tao, who was running against the wind, was completely unaware and continued to run forward. He met many elderly people doing morning exercises along the way. Most of them were customers of Jinchi restaurant. The moment they saw Huang Tao, they all smiled and greeted him. "Hey, Mr. Huang, are you running?" "Yes. You are doing morning exercises." Huang Tao smiled and nodded in response, then continued to run forward. After running 3 laps, he was sweating all over, but it felt very good. Seeing that it was getting late, he went home. When he came back, Song Salian heard the door open, poked her head out of the kitchen, and asked in confusion, "Son, what have you been doing so early in the morning? Why are you sweating so much?" "Oh, I'm going for morning exercise and jogging," Huang Tao replied with a smile and asked, "Mom, where's Xian? Is she up?" "She's up. Washing up in the bathroom now. You should wash up too, and then have dinner." "Oh, okay," as expected. As soon as Huang Tao arrived in the bathroom, he saw Xian brushing her teeth with a toothbrush. Daddy seeing that it was her father, Xian called out vaguely with curved eyebrows and eyes, and her mouth was full of toothpaste foam. It was so cute. "Hey!" Huang Tao smiled and walked forward, reaching out to wipe off some toothpaste foam on her face. Then he stood quietly by and watched her brush her teeth, wash her face, and apply children's face cream. Huang Tao said, "Let's go out for breakfast, and then we will go to meet a grandfather together." "Okay?" "Okay." Xian nodded obediently and ran out. Huang Tao laughed, closed the door, took off his clothes, and took a shower in the shower room. After all, after a morning exercise, the whole body is sweaty. If you don't take a shower, you will feel uncomfortable all day. After taking a shower and changing into clean new clothes, Huang Tao came out to eat breakfast. Mom and Dad have already put breakfast on the table, and Xian has also helped to set up chopsticks and spoons. Seeing Huang Tao coming over, they smiled and shouted, "Xiao Tao, have breakfast. The sweet potato porridge just cooked. Dad, come and eat." "Hey, here I come." Huang Tao smiled and sat next to Xian. Huang Yida took a sip of sweet potato porridge and asked, "Xiao Tao, do you have any plans today?" Huang Tao replied, "I plan to take Xian to see Teacher Li. It's the end of the year, and I should go visit her." Huang Yida nodded. "Then I'll go to the old street with your mother to buy some New Year's goods, and then we'll go back to our hometown together in the afternoon. Every year during the New Year, we go back to our hometown to celebrate together. This year is no exception." Chapter 537 Class Beauty. The sky is so blue, without even a trace of floating fluff, as if all the colors have been filtered out. Shining magnificently under the sky, the wide road stretches into the distance like a beautiful black ribbon. Driving BYD, Huang Tao is on the way to Li Jiqing's house. It's just that the new year is approaching. There are many vehicles on the road, and there is a bit of traffic jam. As a result, the journey that usually takes only 20 minutes now took nearly 40 minutes to arrive. When I just drove over, the lifting railing of the gate of the community was horizontal, and I couldn't enter at will. Huang Tao rolled down the window and was about to negotiate with the security uncle, when he saw the security uncle greet him. "Hey, come to visit Mr. Huang?" Huang Tao looked at the security uncle with some doubts. So enthusiastic. "Do we know each other?" The security guard smiled and said, "Boss Huang, I am a frequent customer of your store. I often go to your store to eat." This was a bit unexpected for Huang Tao. "I didn't expect to meet my customers here, but looking at the entire Wenling city, it is no exaggeration to say that about 2/3 of the people are customers of Jinchi restaurant. Right? So, it is not surprising to meet customers here." The security guard continued, "Boss Huang, you want to visit relatives in the community, right? Then I will open the door for you. Please go in quickly." After speaking, he pressed the remote control button, and the lifting railing opened automatically. Huang Tao smiled and thank you. But do you want to register? The security guard waved his hand. Boss Huang, you don't need to register. You can just go in directly. Other visitors have to register to enter. But he relies on his face to enter? Huang Tao felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this bad? The security guard smiled. It's okay. We are all family. Thank you. Having said that, Huang Tao had no choice but to drive in. Thank you, Grandpa. Xian leaned on the window and waved to the security guard in gratitude. So good. The security guard also smiled and waved to Xian, then took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Huang Tao's profile. Then he sent it to his own security group. The suave Uncle Shen caught Mr. Huang alive at the gate of the community. Do you know why Mr. Huang came here? There are only a few people in this group. Only 8 people. But they are all loyal customers of Jinchi Restaurant. So, once the message was sent out, the group became lively. Little wine opener. Oh, is that true? But looking at the side profile, he does look a bit like Mr. Huang. But then again, why didn't Mr. Huang enter from my north gate? Otherwise, I would have met him. Midnight Tavern. Oh, it's really Mr. Huang. But why did he come to our community? If I remember correctly, Mr. Huang's home is over in the old street in the west of the city. Bartender, I guess he's here to visit relatives. After all, it's almost the new year, and it's normal to visit relatives and elders. Happy wine, that's right. But I don't know who is so lucky to be a relative of Mr. Huang. As soon as this was said, the guards all envied the relative who was going to be visited by Huang Tao. Of course, they were also very curious about who this mysterious relative was. On the other side, Huang Tao had parked the car in a parking space and took Xian down from the safety seat. Xian looked at the community in front of her curiously and asked, Dad, does Grandpa Li live in this community? It's bigger than ours. He had asked Gu Zhihao before and knew that teacher Li Zhichen currently lived in this community. He even asked which unit, floor he lived in. At that time, Gu Zhihao also asked him why teacher Li's home address was. Did he want to visit teacher Li? After he answered yes, Gu Zhihao also said that he would go with him to visit another day. But, before coming this morning, Huang Tao called him and said that this guy actually forgot his friends for the beauty and went shopping with his girlfriend Zhang Linya and couldn't come. He really forgot about him. The matchmaker. After he got a wife. Of course, Huang Tao would naturally not argue with Gu Zhihao. I won't take it to heart. He smiled and touched Xuan's little head, nodded and said, yes. At the end, he didn't forget to praise Xian. Xuan's observation is really careful. It's great. Xian, who was suddenly praised by the baby, was so happy that her heart was bubbling. Huang Tao took down the fruit basket and some high-end nutritional supplements that he bought on the way here. Daddy, let me help you carry it. Xian volunteered. Since the fruit basket and nutritional supplements were not light, and since Xian was too small to carry them, Huang Tao smiled and declined, thank you, baby. But Dad can carry it now. You can help Dad when Dad is tired. Okay. Xian saw that her father easily lifted the gifts with one hand, so she agreed to his suggestion. She took her father's hand and followed him along the tree-lined avenue. Arrived in front of a unit building. That's it. As soon as he arrived at the elevator door slowly opened, and a beautiful woman in a white coat walked out from inside, just in time to meet him. Huang Tao was stunned. The woman in white was also stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Huang Tao, are you here to see teacher Li too? Huang Tao nodded, yes. Su Qing. Long time no see. The woman in white was Su Qing, his classmate and class flower, who had pursued Huang Tao, but was eventually rejected by Huang Tao. After all, he already had a crush on someone at the time. Xian's mother. And after graduation, Su Qing went to work in Beijing. It's been more than 5 years since we last met. After so many years, Su Qing has become more beautiful, with a more mature charm. But her smile still makes Huang Tao feel familiar and a little strange. Huang Tao, I heard that you are now a big boss in a restaurant. Huang Tao smiled and shook his head and said, what big boss? I just get by. By the way, how are you now? I'm fine. Su Qing reached out and lifted the scattered hair, saying, "Oh, by the way, my former classmates are discussing holding a class reunion in the first month of the year, but I don't think I have time to go, because I will go to work abroad after the new year." "Really?" Huang Tao smiled and said, "Working abroad is also good." Su Qing's eyes fell on Xian, who was held by Huang Tao. She knew Huang Tao's situation well, so she guessed it at once, and said with a little surprise, "Your daughter is so big now. She is really cute." Xian said politely, "Hello, Auntie." Su Qing squatted down, stretched out her hand to pull Xuan's other little hand. With a smile in her eyes, "Your name is Xian, right?" "Yes." Xian nodded obediently, "But Xian is my nickname. My full name is Huang Jingxian." "Well, Huang Jingxian. What a nice name." Su Qing suddenly remembered something, and quickly opened her handbag, took out a few 100 yuan bills from it, and stuffed them into Xuan's hands. "This is the New Year's money given to you by Annie. I wish you grow up healthy and happy." Xuan's little hand didn't know what to do for a while. She looked up at her father. Seeing her father nod, she accepted it with peace of mind and expressed her gratitude with a smile. "Thank you, Auntie. You are so good." Su Qing reached out and gently touched Xuan's little head, then stood up and smiled at Huang Tao. "It's getting late. I have to go first. My family is still waiting for me outside." "Bye. Bye." Huang Tao nodded. "I wish you a safe journey." Su Qing smiled. "Thank you. I will visit your store again if I have the chance, and taste your cooking skills." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Welcome." Su Qing waved to Xian as a farewell, and then walked away with Huang Tao. Huang Tao turned his head and watched her figure disappear at the entrance of the corridor. "Goodbye, my old classmate." Chapter 538. Find someone who can love Xian. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. Huang Tao straightened his clothes and took a photo of himself against the wall of the elevator. "Yeah, very neat." Seeing this, the little Xian followed suit and even straightened her bangs that were a little messy due to the wind. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was like Huang Tao. "Let's go!" Huang Tao looked at her little appearance, and a loving arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and took her chubby little hand again and walked out of the elevator. He saw the huge house number diagonally opposite at a glance. 502. It was exactly what he was looking for. "Daddy, look! 502. Is this Grandpa Li?" Xian was sharp-eyed and saw the number 502 on the house number at once. She gently shook Daddy's hand and pointed the other finger in the direction of the house number. "Yes." Huang Tao nodded and praised, "My Xuan's eyes are so bright." She saw it right away. "So great." After receiving the praise, Xian tilted her head and smiled at him with curved eyebrows. Tap! Huang Tao reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. A moment. The door slowly opened. "Su Qing, did you forget something?" The one who opened the door was Lin Wenli, Li Jiqing's wife. From the tone of her voice, it was obvious that she thought Su Qing, who had just left, had returned. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Master's wife. Hello. Do you remember me?" Hearing this, Lin Wenli raised her head with a little surprise when she saw that the person in front of her was Huang Tao. Her eyes flashed with a look of surprise and surprise. "Ah? Huang Tao, why are you here?" There was a hint of hesitation in her voice. After all, it was the first time that Huang Tao had come to visit her in all these years, and she had only recently learned that her teacher, Mr. Li, actually had such a proud student. She had never expected that Huang Tao would come to visit them today. "It's me." Huang Tao smiled and nodded, touching his nose a little embarrassedly. Although he and Teacher Li were in the same place, it was the first time that he had come to visit Teacher Li and his wife. He felt very ashamed when he thought about it. He continued to answer, "It's not the new year. I came to see you and Teacher Li. How are you doing recently?" "Yes, I'm fine." Lin Wenli's eyes fell on Xian beside Huang Tao, and she asked with a smile, "Is this your daughter?" Huang Tao formally introduced Xian to Lin Wenli. "Yes, Master's wife. This is my daughter Xian." Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes and greeted her obediently. "Hello, Grandma." "Hey. Good. Good." Lin Wenli smiled and leaned over to touch Xuan's pink little face. She was so happy that she hurriedly greeted, "Don't stand at the door. Come in and sit down. Okay. Huang Tao took Xian into the living room and put the fruit basket and nutritional supplements in his hand on the coffee table. Wenli, who's here? At this time, Li Zicheng came out of the study. He propped up his glasses, which were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, and looked at the visitors in the living room with surprise. Huang Tao smiled and shouted, Teacher Li. Oh! Huang Tao. Li Zicheng was very surprised to recognize Huang Tao. He walked over and held Huang Tao's arm, and said in a tone of disbelief, How come you have time to come here? Hurry up and sit down. The two sat down on the sofa together. Huang Tao smiled and responded, It's almost the new year. The store starts to close today. I thought of coming to see you before going back to my hometown. How are you doing recently? Why haven't you and your wife come to my store for dinner during this period? Li Zicheng smiled and said, It's mainly because I'm too busy with work recently and can't spare the time. Huang Tao smiled, seeing through it but not saying it. To be honest, since the last time he met Mr. Li and his wife in the store, Huang Tao still hoped that the two elders would come to the store for dinner again. But after that chance encounter, the couple never appeared in his store again, and he was still worried at the time. Later, he asked some college students who came to the restaurant for meals. From them, he learned that Teacher Li was very good and had been teaching at school. A few times at noon, when they passed by the classroom office, they saw Teacher Li and other teachers eating the food they packed from the Zenhachi restaurant. When he heard that Teacher Li was fine, he was relieved and confirmed one thing. That is, Teacher Li was embarrassed to come to his restaurant for dinner. As for the reason for being embarrassed, it was probably because he was afraid that he would not charge him for the meal. Li Zicheng looked at the gifts on the coffee table and couldn't help complaining to Huang Tao, You can come if you want. Why do you bring so many gifts? It's so expensive. Lin Wenli nodded in agreement. Yes. Why bring so many things? We don't eat them. Huang Tao smiled and said, Teacher Li, teacher's wife, this is a little gift from me. Don't refuse it. I asked. They are all some supplements suitable for the elderly. During the period, Teacher Li took good care of him. Later, when his wife went to see a doctor, Teacher Li also learned about it and asked Gu Zhihao to bring him some money. Li Zicheng warned, You kid, don't spend money next time. Come. Order some tea first. Lin Wenli handed the brewed tea to Huang Tao, and then took out a bag of chocolate candies from the wooden cabinet in the corner of the living room. She removed the plastic packaging, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into Xuan's hand. With a kind and loving face, Xian, this chocolate is delicious. Eat it. Xian pinched the chocolate and said, Thank you, Grandma. Lin Wenli touched Xuan's little hand and said softly, You and your daughter will stay for a simple meal at noon. I'll go buy vegetables first. Without waiting for Huang Tao to answer, she hurriedly got up, picked up the basket and went out. Huang Tao had to accept this kindness. Li Zicheng asked with a smile, Xiao Tao, your daughter's name is Xian, right? Yes. Huang Tao took Xuan's hand. Without his reminder, Xian said hello obediently. Hello, Grandpa. My nickname is Xian, and my full name is Huang Jingxian. You can also call me Xian. This hello, Grandpa, really touched Li Zicheng's heart. Okay. Li Zicheng smiled. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, your daughter has grown up so much. He thought for a while, got up, and went to the study. He came back soon with a jewelry box in his hand. Then he stuffed the box into Xuan's hand and said, This is a gift from Grandpa. Huang Tao was surprised and quickly stopped him. Teacher. No. Don't. It's not a valuable thing. Li Zicheng pretended to be angry and glared at him, saying, I'm giving this to your daughter Xian. Not to you. Why don't you use it? This made Huang Tao speechless. It was also difficult for him to refuse and stop. He could only agree. Xian thanked politely. Thank you, Grandpa. You are so good. Li Zicheng touched her little head and asked kindly, Xian, how old are you this year? Where do you go to school? Xian replied politely, I'm 4 years old this year, and I'm in the small class of Jinan kindergarten. Li Zicheng chatted with Xian with a smile, and then talked about his situation with Huang Tao like a casual chat. Huang Tao also talked about it briefly and clearly. Li Zicheng said with emotion, Who would have thought that you, a finance major, would one day go into business and open a restaurant? And I didn't expect that your cooking skills are so good. To be honest, He didn't expect it either. If he hadn't accidentally got the system, he would never have been able to do this job in his life. Huang Tao listened with a smile. Li Zicheng continued, no matter what you do, as long as it is a legitimate industry, then do it seriously and steadily. With your intelligence and cooking skills, you will definitely do well. Huang Tao nodded in agreement. No matter when. In front of Li Zicheng. He is always a student. Li Zicheng thought for a while and said, when your career is stable, then find someone who can love Xian and live a peaceful life. Huang Tao looked at Xian, who was eating chocolate, and smiled bitterly. Let's talk about it later. Everything depends on fate. Because Xian was present, Li Zicheng didn't continue the topic. He smiled and talked to Huang Tao about the interesting things he had during his school days. Chapter 539, Exquisite Works of Art. Lin Wenli spent a lot of money to entertain Huang Tao and his daughter. First, she stewed the old duck in an electric pressure cooker. Then steamed the seafood. And finally fried, stir-fried, deep-fried and boiled everything. Of course, as a chef, Huang Tao was embarrassed to let his wife work alone in the kitchen. After chatting with Li Zicheng, he went to the kitchen and volunteered to help. At first, Lin Wenli refused a little, but she couldn't resist her desire to see Huang Tao's cooking skills. Finally, she nodded in agreement and gave the position of chef to Huang Tao. She retreated to the second line and became an assistant chef to help Huang Tao. Huang Tao saw that some of the ingredients bought by his wife were very suitable for making dishes in the store. He also saw that his wife bought pig intestines, and there was pork bone broth stewed in the pot. So, he was itching to show his skills. So he made 9-turn intestines for Zhengba. Of course, this time, the recipe was made according to the system reward. However, when Lin Wenli and Li Zicheng learned that Huang Tao was going to make this dish, their eyes widened uncontrollably. No matter who it is, when hearing the name of this dish, they will have an inexplicable urge to eat it. They are no exception. There is no way. Who made this dish so famous? In addition, Huang Tao was the chef, which made the old couple look forward to it inexplicably. In addition, when Xian heard that her father was going to make the 9-turn large intestine, she said proudly that she had eaten the 9-turn large intestine made by her father, and it was delicious. After saying that, she couldn't help but stick out her little tongue and lick the corner of her lips. Now, the old couple's expectations were completely raised, and they were also happy that they had a good meal at noon. Now, after Huang Tao put the sugar into the pot, he stirred it slightly with a spatula. After the sugar in the pot was completely dissolved, he added a large bowl of pork bone broth to the pot. Next, he covered the pot, turned the heat to low, and let the soup in the pot slowly simmer the pig intestines. This simmering will take some time, about 20 minutes. Taking advantage of this free time, he found a rectangular plate from the cupboard, washed it, wiped it dry, and placed it on the workbench, ready to start preparing for the plate. Then, he took the finished caramel that had been cooled in advance. This surprised Lin Wenli, who was helping out and watching him, and wondered what he was going to do. Oh, by the way, master's wife, do you have piping bags and nozzles at home? Huang Tao asked after realizing it belatedly. Yes, I'll get them for you right away. Although Lin Wenli was puzzled by his intention, she didn't ask any more questions. She just hurriedly searched the cupboard and found the piping bag and nozzle, and handed them to him. Huang Tao cut off the tip of the piping bag, making the opening diameter the same as the middle diameter of the nozzle. Then put the nozzle into the piping bag, exposed the slender nozzle from the piping bag, and filled it with caramel. He pinched the piping bag tightly, and drew a zigzag line on the plate with his head down. Huh? What's going on? Just when Lin Wenli was curious, she saw Huang Tao holding up the piping tools again and drawing again. This time, he drew a zigzag line on the plate, which was very close to the line he had drawn before. The degree of crookedness is also very similar. Is this the rhythm of painting on the plate? Lin Wenli's slightly surprised face was quietly replaced by a touch of surprise. Huang Tao continued to paint, and sipped some excess caramel with chopsticks. When he stood up, Lin Wenli could see the true appearance of the painting on the plate thoroughly. It was a crooked branch, and the brown caramel was very similar to the color of the dead branch. The whole painting was sparse and orderly, and the brown branches had a strong visual impact on the porcelain white plate. Even though Lin Wenli was an art novice, she could see at a glance that Huang Tao had a high level of artistic skills. The dead branches in the plate all had a strong sense of desolation. At first glance, I thought it was a print on the plate. But why do you have to reserve some branches at the end of these dead branches? Could it be that you want to pretend? She glanced at the pig intestines still simmering in the pot, and it became clear at once. If a painter had drawn this, she would definitely not be able to guess what the purpose was. But Huang Tao was a chef. What else could a chef do by drawing on a plate? It was just for decoration. But Huang Tao could use caramel to carve a dead branch on the plate, which really surprised her. I have to say, it was a great painting. She couldn't help but praise him. Huang Tao, you draw so well. So beautiful. Master's wife. You're too kind. Huang Tao smiled slightly. It's just a casual doodle. Not worth talking about. As he said that, he was busy checking the cooking of other dishes. Very soon, the soup in the pot of pig intestines had almost been collected, and almost only fat was left. The large intestines have been thoroughly colored, and the rosy color makes people salivate at the sight of it. Huang Tao opened the lid of the pot and sprinkled pepper powder, cinnamon powder, and almond powder into the pot one by one. While using high heat, he flipped the large intestines in the pot a few times with a stirrer to mix the fragrance evenly in the pot. Seeing that the remaining soup in the pot had almost been collected, he scooped a little pepper oil into the pot, stirred it a few more times, and poured it into a clean plate beside it. Then he picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a section of large intestine from the plate, and placed it vertically on the blank space of the tree branch of the plate. 5 small pieces of pig large intestines were placed on a tree branch. Looking from the top, those red pig large intestines were like a blooming plum blossom, and even beautiful. Then, he turned out all the large intestines with toothpicks and took out the toothpicks. On each of the other blank branches, 5 pig intestines were placed. 5 plum blossoms were formed, together with the dead branches on the plate. They formed a picture of winter plum blossoms. It looked very poetic. It seemed that this was not just a dish, but a piece of exquisite art. So beautiful that people dare not pick up their chopsticks. Lin Wenli's mouth could not help but swell into a circle. Her exclamation also attracted the attention of Xian Xian, who was watching Peppa Pig cartoons in the living room, and Li Jiqing, who was accompanying her and reading the newspaper. Coupled with the fragrance that was wafting in, the old and the young ran to the kitchen to take a look. Wow! So beautiful! Xian Xian exclaimed, and the little guy's mouth opened wide, as if an egg could be stuffed in, and she subconsciously covered it with her little hands like a lady. Huang Tao smiled. It seems that even children are in an age where appearance is important. Li Jiqing also exclaimed, it's really beautiful. This is simply a work of art. In fact, he has also studied art for a few years, and is somewhat proficient in art. He also paints in his spare time to cultivate his sentiments. He thinks his own paintings are pretty good. But if he is asked to use the tools for mounting flowers to paint on the plate, okay, he should be able to do it. But the final effect is definitely not comparable to Huang Tao's. His work can only be called graffiti at best. Li Jiqing looked at Huang Tao's masterpiece and sighed that this student was waiting for many surprises. However, he was also quite curious in his heart. Xiao Tao, who did you learn to paint on the plate? Huang Tao smiled. I learned it online. Ah? Learned it online again? Li Jiqing and Lin Wenli were both surprised. Huang Tao continued, I think it looks good. I practiced it in my spare time. It's actually quite simple. Li Jiqing was envious. Huang Tao's talent is really high. He learned it by just learning it online. And he learned it so well and so exquisitely. On the other hand, if I didn't have a teacher to guide me and only learn from online teaching materials, I would definitely draw very badly. Thinking about it this way, I always feel that I am a bit incompetent as a teacher. Chapter 540 Plans after the New Year. Huang Tao was busy from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. As the dishes were served, the whole room was filled with a strong aroma. Even if the doors and windows were locked, the aroma would quietly drift out through the gaps in the doors and windows. Blown by the wind, the families closer to Li Jiwen's house naturally smelled the strong aroma that aroused their appetite. They all couldn't help but move their noses and sniff carefully. The fragrance was really good. At the same time, a big question mark appeared in their minds, and they were full of envy and jealousy. Whose family cooks so well? If you have the guts, come to my house and cook it. When the children at home smelled the fragrance, they were directly greedy and cried, wow! What smells so good? I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. What's the use of eating other people's things? We can't buy them. The adults were even helpless. But the children didn't care about these things. If they want to eat, they must eat. So, Saw Gun broke the news. I don't care. I don't care. I want to eat. I want to eat. This time, the adults were in a big trouble. The adults with good tempers hurried forward to appease them. The adults with more irritable temper shouted directly, I think you are itching to eat rattan. Find it. Right. This roar was very effective. The child, who had a strong desire to survive, stopped making noise all of a sudden and became quiet. But he was still a little aggrieved and his tears were about to fall. But they were stuck in his eyes and wouldn't fall out. And the one in room 501 smelled the source of the fragrance. Unexpectedly, it was old Lee's house. What delicious food does Teacher Lee make at home? I don't know. But when did his wife's cooking skills become so good? Of course. Li Jiqing and his friends were completely unaware of the puzzled and envious voices of the neighbors. At this moment, the couple faced a table of delicious food and were very greedy. Lin Wenli was just like a young person. After the dishes were served, she asked the camera to eat first. And she would send a photo to her friend circle to say, Today, old Lee's students came to visit and specially prepared a table of food for us. Just looking at it makes people salivate. Photo IPG. Li Jiqing smiled and said, I have to take photos and send them to the teacher group to let those old professors see the big meal I had at noon. That's right. He couldn't help showing off before he even started eating. He took out his mobile phone, found a good angle, and took a few photos of the delicious food with a few clicks. Then he walked to the kitchen and took some photos. As soon as he finished taking the photos, he immediately sent these 2 photos to the teacher group. He wrote, Today my student Huang Tao came to my house as a guest and personally cooked a table of delicious food for me. His teacher. He even prepared the 9-turn large intestine. Look at this poetic 9-turn large intestine. It makes people reluctant to eat. His words seem ordinary on the surface. But in fact, he is showing off. He is showing off Huang Tao's own students, who personally cooked for him. And he also shows off that he is the first one among them to eat the 9-turn large intestine. As soon as Lao Li's message was sent, several teachers in the group saw it. While they were envious, they immediately replied to the message and complained. Professor Wei, Lao Li, you are going too far. You are posting such tempting food at lunchtime. Can't you let people eat properly? Professor Sun, oh, I can't eat my lunch anymore. Lao Li, please be a decent person. Professor Su, I was going to bring an 80-meter long sword to criticize Lao Li for fooling people. But such a tempting and beautiful 9-turn large intestine must be made by Mr. Huang. Professor Qi, I envy you. Lao Li, you actually have such a good student who comes to your house to cook for you during vacation. Professor Chen, who would not say, I am jealous after seeing this table of food? Professor Shui, Lao Li, if you have the ability to post pictures, you have the ability to ask Huang Tao to cook at my house. These professors are even more eager to bring a pot of wine and go to Li Jiqing's house to eat this meal. Lao Li looked at the messages in the group. Very proud and arrogant. His students came to visit him specially and cooked for him personally. He wanted to use a loudspeaker to announce it to the whole world. Lin Wenli saw Huang Tao coming over after washing his hands, and quickly said, Xiao Tao, you have worked hard. Come and eat. Okay. I'll be right there. Huang Tao smiled and responded, then sat down next to Xian Xian. Li Jiqing also took out the good wine he had collected for a long time to entertain Huang Tao. However, Huang Tao had to drive and couldn't drink with him, so he could only replace tea with beverages. He couldn't force it, so he agreed with a smile. Xiao Tao, Xian Xian, eat, eat. After Li Jiqing greeted him enthusiastically, he picked up the chopsticks and first picked up a piece of large intestine with a ruddy color and a shiny surface covered with soup and put it into his mouth. It tastes sour at first, then sweet and sour. After chewing, it has a slight bitter taste, and then slightly spicy. It is not the spicy taste that comes from chili peppers. Not so pure. Nor is it the distinctive spicy taste of mustard or pepper. It is just slightly spicy, mixed with sweet and sour. And finally the salty taste is sublimated into a fresh and salty taste, which wraps up all the flavors and turns them into a very special taste. And these flavors do not conflict at all, blending together very harmoniously. So beautiful. And the taste is also very special, soft and firm. with oily and smooth outside. Chew it. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chewy and smooth. And the juice flows between the teeth with the tip of the tongue. It is intoxicating. It is simply a delicacy that you will never forget after eating it. He squinted his eyes involuntarily. Xiao Tao. This is too delicious. Your cooking skills are really amazing. After pouring a drink for Xian Xian and picking up a lot of dishes for Xian Xian, Lin Wenli also picked up a section of large intestine to taste it. Her eyes suddenly widened and she nodded in agreement. It is really delicious. This is definitely the best 9-turn large intestine I have ever eaten. And it is also very beautiful. As a chef, no one does not like to be praised by others. And Huang Tao is no exception. What's more, it was a compliment from the teacher and his wife. Huang Tao smiled and said, Teacher, wife, you like to eat this. If you have time to come to the store after the new year, I will make more for you. Okay. Li Jiqing and his wife smiled and nodded. Xiao Tao, what are your plans for next year? Huang Tao replied without hesitation. After the new year, I initially planned to buy another good store in the city or the next city. But I haven't thought about it yet. Just at this moment, a cold reminder sound suddenly rang in Huang Tao's mind. Ding! The host's strong intention is detected. And the latest task is now released. Please open another store with an area of no less than 100 square meters within 2 months. P.S. The store location is not limited. You want to open a branch? Li Jiqing and Lin Wenli were both stunned. This news was really explosive. When they all thought that Huang Tao would make money lying down in the old street in the west of the city, Huang Tao had already thought about opening a branch. But thinking about the good business of Huang Tao's current store, it was only a matter of time before he opened a branch. They were also happy for Huang Tao. That's great. If you need help, just tell the teacher. As long as the teacher can help, I will do my best to help. Okay. I remember. Huang Tao nodded. Everyone ate and drank until 1 o'clock before they dispersed. Before leaving, Li Jiqing talked a lot and said a lot to Huang Tao. Xiao Tao, if you have time in the future, bring Xian Xian over to sit with you. If you drive home by yourself, be careful on the road. Huang Tao did not feel impatient at all, and there was only warmth and gratitude in his heart. Chapter 541 Speak of the Devil, and he will appear. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Huang Tao and his parents packed up and put all kinds of New Year's goods into the trunk, then drove their cars and headed back to their hometown. That's right. There were so many vehicles on the road, making the road seem particularly crowded. So careful driving is a must. After all, he was not alone. His baby daughter and were sitting in the car. As for Mimi in the car, it certainly can't be considered a person. And behind his car, there was his father, a novice driver. Besides, his mother was also in his car. So, safety comes first. Huang Tao glanced at the rearview mirror in the car. Xian Xian was leaning in the safety seat, with her little head tilted, sleeping soundly, with crystal saliva still remaining at the corners of her mouth. The little girl was a little sleepy, and the vibration of the back seat was quite strong. So she fell asleep unknowingly not long after getting in the car. Fortunately, Huang Tao had foresight and was worried that she would fall asleep in the car. So after she got in the car, he covered her belly with a thick blanket. At that time, the little girl pouted and looked very reluctant. She also vowed that she would not fall asleep in the car. As a result, you see, not long after getting in the car, she fell asleep. Fortunately, although she was reluctant at first, she also covered the blanket obediently. Otherwise the little girl would definitely catch a cold if she slept like this. Although the air conditioner was turned on in the car, it was quite warm. But it was winter after all. It is easy to catch a cold if you sleep in bed together. Looking at his beloved baby sleeping soundly, Huang Tao couldn't help but draw a loving arc at the corner of his mouth. 50 minutes later, he got off the first-class highway and entered the small road. Dad. At this time, Xian Xian nodded suddenly and woke up. She rubbed her eyes and asked in a daze, "Where are we now?" Huang Tao smiled and said, "We have already got off the first-class highway. In 10 minutes, we should be home." Oh! Xian Xian looked out through the glass window. When she saw the familiar building, she smiled and shared something with Mimi beside her. Mimi, look, go around this bend, and keep going forward, 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 and you will reach Grandpa and Grandma's house. Meow. Mimi, who was lying on the back seat to gather his strength, lazily raised his cat head after hearing the call of the little master, and called out in response, as if saying, "Yes, little master, I know." Schwan's little hand was lying on the car window, and she tilted her little head to look back through the car window glass, wanting to see if Grandpa's car was still following behind Dad's car. That's right. The little guy was afraid that Grandpa would lose him. What a pity. The car window blocked her sight, and this position was a blind spot, so the little guy couldn't see the situation behind it all. Now, Xian was so helpless. Bingo! Got it! She rolled her beautiful eyes, and a plan came to her mind, wanting to look through the windshield behind the car. But she was caught by the seat belt on the safety seat, and she couldn't get up to see what was going on. Okay. This time she was completely helpless. Daddy? She looked at her father for help and asked, "Are Grandpa and Grandma still following us? They didn't lose us, did they?" Huang Tao laughed dumbly, looked at the rearview mirror outside the car, confirmed it, and said, "Don't worry. Grandpa and Grandma are still following behind. Even if they lose them, they know the way home. Don't worry. Just sit well." Yes. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely know the way home when they go back to their own home. Thinking of this, Xian was completely relieved and sat well. Xian, if you are thirsty or hungry, there are drinks and food in the bag next to you. Take them yourself. Yeah. Xian was really a little thirsty. She didn't drink water this morning, but she drank some drinks at Grandpa Li's house at noon. She reached out and took the children's thermos cup in the bag, then pressed the button on the kettle lid, opened the lid, held the cup, sucked the straw, and gulped it hard. Drink it happily. Mimi looked up at her eagerly, and while acting like a spoiled child, she stretched out her little cat paw and pressed it directly on Schwan's arm. Is this the rhythm of wanting to drink? Xian felt it, paused, reached out and touched its head and asked, "Mimi, are you thirsty too?" Mimi leaned over to lick the water cup, and Xian quickly moved away. "This is for me to drink. If you want to drink, I will pour you another one. But how can I pour it for you? You don't even have a water bowl." Xian was in trouble. She looked at Mimi helplessly. "How about, Mimi? Open your mouth wide, and I will drip some water from the kettle for you to drink?" Mimi seemed to understand, and tilted her cat head and opened her mouth wide. Xian lifted the kettle with great effort, trying to let the water in the kettle drip into Mimi's mouth from the straw. After all, she was too weak to unscrew the kettle, so she could only feed Mimi water in this way. This is really hard for Mimi. She opened her mouth so wide, and it took a long time to drink a few drops of water. This cat is so tired. It's better not to drink this water. With this energy, it's better to sleep for a while. You won't be thirsty when you fall asleep. It meowed and laid down again, curling up lazily. Fortunately, Xian understood what she meant and quickly put the kettle straight, so that the water didn't fall on the seat cushion. She said helplessly, "Mimi, you are so naughty." Huang Tao looked at the rearview mirror again, and when he saw this scene, he reminded Xian, "Let's give Mimi water when we get home. It's not convenient in the car now." "Yeah." Xian nodded obediently, covered the lid of the kettle, and put it back in the bag. Not long after, Huang Tao's car drove into the village road of Huangjia village, arrived at the door of the house, parked the car in an open space in front of the door. Aunt C, who was washing at the sink next door, saw Huang Tao getting out of the car and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Xiao Tao is back." "Hey, I'm back." Huang Tao smiled and replied, "Aunt, you are busy." Xian greeted Aunt C obediently. "Hello, Grandma." "Good. So good." Aunt C's mouth showed a kind arc, and she didn't see Huang Tao's parents getting out of the car. So she asked curiously, "Xiao Tao, where are your parents? Why don't you see them?" "Oh, my dad is in the back, and will be here soon." "Speak of the devil. The devil will appear." Ding. Huang Yida slowly parked the Mercedes behind Huang Tao's car, and then he and Song Salian unbuckled their seat belts and got out of the car at the same time. The moment they saw Aunt C, the old couple greeted her in unison. "Aunt C." "Ida." "Salian." Aunt C's eyes suddenly widened. She raised her hand and wiped her eyelids vigorously. She was shocked. That's right. Huang Yida drove back in a Mercedes-Benz, which shocked her a little bit. She was a little bit unrecognizable. Although Aunt C didn't know much about cars, She still recognized BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Juanita and Song Salian laughed in unison again. "It's me." Ansi looked up and down at the car that Juanita drove back, and asked enviously, "Ida, did you buy this car?" Juanita smiled and said, "No. Shout Out bought it for me." "Oh, Shout Out bought it." Ansi gave Huang Tao a thumbs up and said, "Shout Out is really filial and promising. He even bought a Mercedes-Benz for his old man." In fact, sedans are not rare in Huangjia village. Basically every household has one. There are many cars, like BMW and Mercedes-Benz. But Huang Tao is the only one who bought a Mercedes-Benz for his father. I have to say, Huang Tao is really filial. Looking at the whole village, there is no one else like him. Andy Four envied Juanita and his wife for having such a filial and promising son. When the other neighbors heard this, they all looked envious. Chapter 542. Dad will show you a little magic trick. Time flies, and it is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month in a blink of an eye. A folk proverb says, on the 23rd, worship the kitchen god, on the 24th. Sweep the house, on the 25th. Grind tofu, on the 26th. Go to cut meat, on the 27th. Steam the Juju mountain, on the 28th. Paste New Year pictures, on the 29th. Go to buy wine, on the 30th. Eat dumplings, on the first day of the new year. Bend your back. According to the old saying, on the 23rd, worship the kitchen god. Once the kitchen god goes to heaven, the new year is coming soon. So, since yesterday, the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the new year has begun, commonly known as the Little New Year. According to legend, the kitchen god is the god in charge of managing the stoves of each family. He lurks in the kitchen of each family and monitors the whole family. On the evening of the 23rd day, he rides a horse to heaven to report to the Jade Emperor the good and evil of this family in the past year. The Jade Emperor will decide the good and bad fortune of this family in the coming year based on the report of the kitchen god, because the report of the kitchen god is of great importance. Before he goes to heaven, the common people have to hold a worship ceremony, commonly known as sending off the kitchen god or saying goodbye to the kitchen god. Although the procedure of worshipping the kitchen god is quite cumbersome, the people of Huangjia village still adhere to the annual custom of worshipping the kitchen god every year. Huang Tao's family is no exception. After returning home yesterday afternoon, my parents cleaned the kitchen and made a large pot of steamed dough cakes, one for each family member to show the solemnity of worshipping the kitchen god. In addition to steamed dough cakes, a plate of kitchen god cakes, a bag of sesame candy, a plate of desserts, 2 plates of fruit, a handful of grass, and a killed rooster with a few tail hairs are also necessary. The kitchen god cakes are for the kitchen god to fill his stomach on the way to and from the heavenly palace. The sesame candy is used to stick the kitchen god's mouth so that he can't say bad things. The rooster is the heavenly horse given to the kitchen god. And as for the grass, it is naturally fed to the heavenly horse. The ritual of offering sacrifices to the kitchen god is held at dusk. My father first offers dough cakes, sesame candies, roosters and other items in front of the kitchen god statue, then lights 3 incense sticks in front of the statue, and the whole family takes turns to kowtow to the kitchen god. While kowtowing, burn gold and silver paper, and then put sesame candies on the fire to burn into a thin state, which covers the kitchen god's mouth. The ceremony is over. Throw the hay on the top of the kitchen to feed the heavenly horse. Then take down the kitchen god statue and burn it in the yard. While burning, pray, go on the 23rd, and return on the first day of the first month. Kitchen god, you are the head of the family. Please ride on a horse. Bring dry food. Go to the heavenly palace. Say more good things. Don't say bad things. Bring more auspiciousness and good luck when you go down to the world, and everything will go well. Please. After that, set off a string of firecrackers to clear the way for the kitchen god, which is considered to send the kitchen god to heaven. Although Huang Tao doesn't really believe in these, he also thinks that these traditional folk customs should not be forgotten or abandoned. Otherwise the new year atmosphere will become weaker and weaker. Today is the 24th day of the lunar year, and according to tradition, the house should be cleaned inside and out. All the dust and garbage should be removed, and the house should be bright and clean to welcome the coming new year. Look! Early in the morning, Huang's father and mother started to get busy after breakfast. They covered the furniture with sheets, took a broom with a long handle and swept the roof, walls, doors and windows, all. Grandpa and Grandma, what are you doing? Xian and Huang Tao came out of breakfast together, and saw that Grandpa and Grandma were holding a stick with a long broom in their hands, sweeping on the roof. They thought it was very fun and asked in confusion. Song Xian smiled lovingly at Xian. Xian, today is the 24th day of the lunar year to sweep the house. I tell you, sweeping the dust in the 12th lunar month can bring good luck. Oh! Sweeping the roof with a long broom is sweeping the house. Xian, who didn't know much about traditional customs, nodded after hearing her grandmother's explanation. However, she was very interested in the long-handled broom in her grandparents' hands and wanted to try it. Mom and Dad, take a break. Let me do it. Huang Tao saw that his parents were struggling, so he stepped forward to help them. Huang Yida hurriedly said, Xiao Tao, it's not necessary. Your mom and I will be done soon, and we will just wipe the furniture and the glass of the doors and windows a little later. It's an old house anyway, so just do it casually. You just accompany Xian. Huang Tao laughed, patted his father on the shoulder and said, Mom and Dad, I have nothing to do anyway, so let's do it together. It can be done faster together. Xian, do you think it's right? He turned his head and asked Xian the last sentence. Xian nodded vigorously. Yes. Huang Tao stretched out his hand to her and asked, then let's clean together with Xian. Okay? Xian happily took her father's hand. Okay. That's it. Roll up your sleeves and work hard. Cleaning the house together will make the new year more festive. Huang Tao found a broom, a wash basin, and a rag, and prepared to start with the dirtiest windows. Xian stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of Huang Tao's clothes, and asked, Dad, what should I do? Huang Tao originally didn't want Xian to help. After all, the little guy was only 4 years old and was not suitable for these rough jobs. But now she took the initiative to ask for it, and her excited look on her face made him reluctant to refuse her request. After thinking for a while, Huang Tao handed Xian a rag with water wrung out, and said, Dad will clean the glass. Xian will clean the coffee table. As for Mimi, he glanced at Mimi squatting at Xuan's feet. Let Mimi be responsible for being cute. Mimi seemed to understand, and called a few times, then turned over on the floor, curled up with his belly facing the sky. I have to say, she is a qualified cute girl. Xian was amused by Mimi's cute look and burst into laughter. Then she waved the rag in her hand and said, Daddy, I'll go clean the coffee table. She was very happy to work with her daddy. If she added Grandpa, Grandma and Mimi, the happiness would be doubled. Baby, wait a minute. Huang Tao quickly reached out and held her little hand, saying softly, Don't worry. Daddy will perform a little magic for you. Magic? What magic? Xian turned her face to the side, her eyes full of curiosity and a little expectation. I saw Dad took a clean newspaper from the simple newspaper rack next to the sofa and spread it flat on the sofa. Then he tore the newspaper in half and folded one half in half. Then he folded the two folded corners evenly toward the middle, and then folded the triangle at the top downwards along the crease, and pulled the top opening open to both sides and pressed it. Finally, he gently pulled the triangles on both sides to the left and right. A yuanbao hat was made with his skillful hands. Xian looked at this scene and couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and suddenly felt that her father was an omnipotent magician. She couldn't help but applaud. Daddy is so good. This compliment was so sweet to Huang Tao's heart. Come, Daddy will put it on you, so you won't be afraid of dust. He put the ingot hat on Xuan's head. It's not too big or too small. Just right. Thank you, Daddy. Xian touched the paper ingot hat on her head and liked it very much. Let's get started. Huang Tao stepped on the stool to wipe the glass of the doors and windows, and Xian also concentrated on the coffee table. Even the legs of the coffee table. If the rag was dirty, she could wash it in the basin and wring it clean by herself, without Huang Tao's teaching. As for Mimi, she lay lazily beside the coffee table, watching Mimi work quietly. Ah, where's the cuteness you promised? Xian shook her head speechlessly. But what could she do? She had to continue to pamper her pet with tears in her eyes. Huang Yida and his wife came over after sweeping the roof. Seeing this scene, they both smiled, but said nothing and went to other rooms to work. They didn't want to disturb the warm moment between the father and daughter. The living room was not big and there were only 4 windows, so it was cleaned in a short time. and the whole living room was much brighter. Daddy? After wiping the coffee table, Xian couldn't help showing off. Look at my coffee table. Is it clean? Wow! Luo Kai exclaimed, it's so clean. Xian is really amazing. Come! Daddy. Give me a kiss. Xian happily put her face close to him, letting her father passively kiss her. Oh! My little cutie. How can she be so cute? Come on! Huang Tao was still not satisfied, and didn't let go. Let Daddy kiss you again. Xian giggled and dodged. Daddy. My beard pricks. No more. Huang Tao stuck to her. No. I have to kiss you even if it pricks. Meow. Mimi tilted her head, and looked at the father and daughter making out with her round eyes. Meows wanted too. Chapter 543. Something must be wrong when things are not normal. It must be said that spring cleaning is really a very tiring thing. But it is precisely because of Xian, such a well-behaved and hard-working little helper, that Huang Tao did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue, and his heart was full of warmth and joy. He really hoped that such a wonderful time together could flow slowly, so that he could stay with the little cutie Xian for a long time. Love her, spoil her, care for her, until forever. Near noon, all the rooms were finally cleaned up by their family. Huang Tao naturally took on most of the work, followed by Huang Ida and his wife. Of course, Xuan's little cutie also contributed a lot. She wiped the coffee table and wooden sofa by herself. It was much better than Mimi, who was lazy even when acting cute. After finishing his work, Huang Tao simply cleaned up and collapsed on the sofa. He was busy all morning and was really tired. To be honest, cleaning is not easier than cooking. Xiao Tao. Xian. Song Xian looked at Huang Tao, who had worked so hard for so long and felt very distressed. She thought that he must be very tired after working all morning and must be hungry. She couldn't help but ask lovingly, Are you hungry? What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Xian smiled sweetly. Grandma, I can do it. I love whatever you cook. This is really a qualified flattery. Song Xian listened to her precious granddaughter's words, and she felt so happy in her heart. Huang Tao thought that his mother was tired after working for so long, and it was time for her to have a good rest. He smiled and suggested, Mom, how about I do it? You've been busy all morning. Song Xian rejected his suggestion. No, I'm not tired. Not at all. Let me cook. Hey, you've been busy for so long this morning. You must be tired too. How about this? Let's go out to eat or order a takeout. Huang Tao, who didn't want his mother to work too hard, suggested something. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by his mother, eating out, running around. How tiring. Besides, the food outside is not as good as what you make at home. Hygiene, especially takeout. Huang Tao. Mom, then you can simply cook something to eat. The simpler the better. Song Xian suggested, then let's eat noodles at noon. How about ginger soup noodles? It just so happens that your dad went to the market this morning to buy fresh shrimps and clams. Huang Tao readily accepted. Okay. I haven't eaten the ginger soup noodles you cooked for a long time. I miss it. Yeah. I also want to eat the ginger soup noodles made by Grandma. This is Grandma's specialty. So Xian is naturally very greedy. Okay. Wait. I'll make it for you. As she said, she went into the kitchen to work. Huang Tao sat on the sofa and took a nap. That's right. My shoulders are a little sore. He couldn't help but reach out and knock on his back. Xian, who was standing by, saw this and immediately volunteered, Daddy, let me give you a pat on the back. Before Huang Tao could respond, the little guy clenched his fist and gently patted Huang Tao's back. You know what? The tapping is quite good. It's comfortable. Huang Tao's mouth corners unconsciously showed a happy arc. Xian, where did you learn this? Xian said proudly, I saw Grandma tapping Grandpa's back like this, and I tapped Grandma. And Grandma praised me for being very well behaved. Yeah. Huang Tao nodded in agreement. My Xian is really well behaved. Hee. Xuan's eyebrows are curved, and her dimples are shallow. After tapping a few times, Xian leaned over and asked Huang Tao in his ear, Dad, is this comfortable? Comfortable. Very comfortable. Huang Tao simply lay on the armrest of the sofa to facilitate Xuan's back tapping. It would be better if it was a little heavier. Yeah. After receiving the instructions, Xian increased her strength and tapped more seriously. One by one. Not only is there a sense of rhythm, but the strength is also good. It was really comfortable. Although it can't be compared with professional masseurs. This sweet feeling is something that no professional masseur can give. Xuan's little fist knocked on his back. But it really comforted his heart. Don't mention how sweet it is. Okay. After knocking for a few minutes, Huang Tao was afraid that his baby girl would be tired. So he stood up and said softly, Xian, Daddy's shoulders are not sore now. You don't need to knock anymore. Xian nodded obediently. Okay. Daddy. If your shoulders are sore again next time, tell me, and I will knock your back again. Okay. Huang Tao reached out and hugged her. And kissed her pink little face. My Xian is the best. Buzz. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. There was a message coming in. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a message in the family group. Aunt, Silian, did Xiao Tao go back to his hometown with you? As soon as this message came out, the uncle who had been lurking all the time also asked in the family group. Uncle, yes. Did Xiao Tao go back to his hometown? Silian. Huang Tao was even puzzled when he saw it. In previous years, the family group was silent during this period of time. And it would only become lively when grabbing red envelopes on New Year's Eve. Why did they suddenly ask him if he had returned home this year? He always felt that something was wrong. He replied in confusion, Aunt, Uncle, I came back yesterday afternoon with my parents. Are you okay? Aunt, nothing. I just thought that if your family returned to your hometown, why don't we spend New Year's Eve together this year? Uncle, that's what I was thinking. I'm going to spend New Year's Eve with you. Let's get together and have fun. Huang Tao looked at the message and was a little surprised. In previous years, my mother would also invite my uncle or aunt to come home to spend New Year's Eve together. But in the end, they all declined. Why did they change this year? They actually took the initiative to ask to come to his house to spend New Year's Eve together. Since they were coming, Huang Tao naturally wouldn't refuse their wishes. He nodded and agreed, sure. Aunt, Xiao Tao, you will be the chef on New Year's Eve. Right? Huang Tao. He finally understood. Uncle and aunt are jealous of his cooking skills. He teased, Aunt, my mother has always been the chef on New Year's Eve. Aunt, Uncle, by the way, is it too late for them to regret now? Huang Tao, Uncle, Aunt, I'm just teasing you. I can cook a few dishes. Otherwise my mother will be tired preparing a large table of dishes by herself. Huang Tao, come over when the time comes. As soon as these words came out, Aunt and Uncle were immediately as happy as a 200-pound fat man. I suddenly felt that I had a good meal. Xiao Tao. Xian, the noodles are ready. Come and eat. Song Silian, who had cooked the noodles, called out. Hey, here we come. Huang Tao brought Xian to the restaurant. And while washing his hands with Xian, he conveyed the words of aunt and uncle to his mother. She naturally welcomed her brothers and sisters to come to her house to celebrate New Year's Eve. Afterwards, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed the seafood ginger soup noodles. The moment a mouthful of seafood ginger soup entered his throat, Huang Tao felt that all the meridians in his body were opened up. It was a bowl of comfort in the cold winter and late autumn. In this spoonful, there are 7 or 8 kinds of ingredients. Sausage, lard residue, clams, razor clams, prawns, dried shrimps, egg skins, etc. The flavors complement each other, and none of them overshadows the brilliance of other ingredients. Everything is just right. And the overbearing ginger flavor also rushed into the nose all of a sudden. The spicy ginger flavor will jump on the rich soup. And the thin rice noodles also absorb the ginger flavor. The waves of ginger flavor make Huang Tao feel very refreshed. If there is a chance in the future, I must learn from my mother. I just don't know if I can be lucky enough to complete a system hidden task. He has good hopes. Chapter 544 Curious. Night. Coquettishly. It lacks some liveliness, but adds some tranquility and peace. The cold wind sometimes blows across the earth coquettishly, and sometimes hums a song and floats past the window. It's cold outside, but the living room of Huang Tao's hometown is warm as spring. The warm wind from the air conditioner drives away the coldness on the body. It's so comfortable. Song Silian sat on the sofa, holding scissors and red paper, and began to cut window paper cuts. It's the new year. Paste window paper cuts. The purpose is auspicious and festive. In previous years, the window paper cuts posted at home were basically cut by Song Salian herself. This year is no exception. Huang Tao has been helping his mother since he was a child. And over time, he has also inherited her paper cutting skills. So, he also picked up scissors and red paper and helped cut together. One more person to help. The progress will be faster. Xian, who was playing with Mimi, saw this and thought it was very interesting. She immediately left Mimi and ran to Huang Tao, holding the corner of Huang Tao's clothes, saying, "Dad, I also want to cut paper cuts. Can you teach me?" This request was beyond Huang Tao's expectations. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He was worried that the little one was too young and it was not safe to hold scissors. But seeing his precious daughter's eager look, how could he bear to go against her request? Thinking that she also learned paper cutting in kindergarten and had held scissors. Although she only held the kind of safety scissors, she was considered to have some paper cutting experience. He will teach her step by step later. And there should be no safety problems. He nodded in agreement. "Okay. Dad will teach you to cut paper cuts." After saying that, he held her in his arms, pinched the red paper, and taught Xian how to fold it a few times. And then taught her how to cut the paper cut. "Look. Cut it like this." Of course, he taught the simplest style. He flexibly cut the folded paper in a few seconds, and then carefully unfolded it, while looking at the beautiful paper cut that slowly unfolded in front of her. Xuan's beautiful big eyes unconsciously widened, and she also uttered a sound of admiration from the bottom of her heart. "It's really magical. Just folding it a few times. The shape I just cut out is ordinary, even a little ugly, but when I open it, wow, it's like a magic. A miracle. Very beautiful. I have to say, this completely overturned her understanding of paper cutting. You know, in kindergarten, she learned paper cutting, which is to cut according to the printed outline. Circle is circle. Square is square. Not only is it very old-fashioned, but it's not good-looking at all. The main reason is that she is not good at learning, and the cutting is a little bumpy, which affects the overall beauty. But now, under the guidance of her father, she actually cut out a beautiful snowflake in one go. Dad is so awesome. Huang Tao asked with a smile. Xian, what do you think this is?" Xian answered without hesitation. "Snowflakes." "Yes, that's right," Huang Tao said with a smile. "Now that you have learned how to cut snowflakes, Dad will teach you how to cut rabbits. Next year is the year of the rabbit, and we have to cut a cute little rabbit window paper cut. The difficulty of cutting rabbit window paper cuts is much higher than snowflakes. But for Huang Tao, it is naturally not a big problem. He can hold it. He has inherited his mother's true skills. In addition, he has helped his mother cut paper cuts during festivals over the years, and his skills have become more sophisticated. Under his guidance, Xian successfully cut out snowflakes and a big Fu character. Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, look! Is my cutting good? Xian carefully pinched the unfolded Fu character with her hands, and couldn't help showing off to Huang Tao proudly. There was an expression on her little face that said, "Praise me quickly." No one knows a daughter better than her father. Huang Tao naturally got her little idea and praised her with a smile. "Well, it's really good. My Xian is really smart and skillful." "Wow!" Huang Ida exclaimed. "Very good. Xian is really amazing." Song Salian also praised her repeatedly. "Not bad. Not bad. Much better than when your dad first learned." Hee. Xian was so happy to be praised. When she goes to school, she will show her paper cutting skills to the two teachers and the children. When the time comes, the children will definitely exclaim wow. Teacher Yi and Teacher Su will definitely praise her. Maybe she can get a little red flower for this. Thinking about it, Xian couldn't help laughing. Huang Tao wondered, "What's wrong?" Xian covered her mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Nothing." "Dad, should we take pictures of these paper cuttings and post them on WeChat Moments?" "Sure." Huang Tao naturally agreed to this suggestion. "Then take it. And let's take a photo together." Huang Tao took out his phone, took a selfie with Xian holding a Fu paper cut, and then posted it on his WeChat Moments. How can we celebrate the new year without window decorations? As a result, as soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted countless likes and comments. Gu Zhihao, wow! The missing people have returned. Li Qingzhan, boss. We miss you. Jianling, where is this? Is it in your hometown? Cousin Tao. Your paper cut is so beautiful. Did you and Xian cut it together? Cousin Xiao Tao. My family is just short of window decorations. Cut more, and I will come to get them on New Year's Eve. Wang Tao rarely posts on Moments, so he suddenly posted one, which attracted countless likes and comments from friends. After replying to the comments, Wang Tao exited WeChat. Beep. Just as he was about to put his phone back in his pocket, the phone suddenly rang twice again. Wang Tao picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yiwen. I just saw the photos on your Moments. You are great at paper cutting, envy. Wang Tao couldn't help but smile. Thank you, shake hands. Yiwen, are you back home now? Question. Wang Tao, yes. I am at my mother's house now. I will celebrate the new year here this year, smile. Yiwen, me too. My parents came back from other places to celebrate the new year, so I went back to my hometown with them. What about Xian? Has she adapted to life in the countryside? However, I saw that she was smiling happily in the photo, so she should be very adapted. Wang Tao, yes. She has adapted to life here. She just learned paper cutting with us. The word fu in the photo was cut by her herself. Yiwen, wow. Xian is so great. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yiwen, then when we go to school, let her teach other kids how to cut paper cuts during the paper cutting class. Wang Tao, Xian will definitely be happy to do that. Yiwen, I think so too. Oh, by the way, when will you go back to the old street in the west of the city? Wang Tao thought for a moment and replied, if nothing goes wrong, I'll probably go back on the 7th day of the first lunar month. He wanted to stay in his hometown for a few more days, but considering that he had to open the store on the 8th day of the first lunar month, he had to go back a day earlier. Yiwen, well, how can I say that? I can eat the food in your restaurant on the 8th day of the first lunar month, happy. Wang Tao, yes. Welcome. Yiwen, okay. Then I wish you and Xian a happy Chinese New Year in advance. And all the best. Wang Tao, holding fists, I also wish you a happy New Year. And that you will become more and more beautiful. Yiwen, cute, thank you, goodbye. Xian leaned over and looked at his phone. Dad. Who are you chatting with? You are quite curious. Wang Tao scratched her nose. Xian took a closer look at the phone, turned around with a look of surprise, and said, it's Teacher Yi. I miss Teacher Yi a little bit. Wang Tao smiled and said, then you can say something to Teacher Yi. Said. Wang Tao turned on the voice. Xian pulled Wang Tao's hand and said to the phone, Teacher Yi. I miss you. Do you want to come to my grandma's house to play? Song Salian and Huang Yida couldn't help but prick up their ears when they heard the 3 words Teacher Yi. Wang Tao looked at the 2 elders eavesdropping and couldn't help but laugh. He understood the feelings of the 2 elders. It is also undeniable that Yiwen is a very charming woman. Beautiful, intelligent, and considerate. It is also comfortable to chat with her, just like a close friend who has known each other for many years. He can also feel that Yiwen has some feelings for him. As for him, to be honest, when he finished the conversation with Yiwen just now, he felt a little strange in his heart. Well, let's just let it go. At this moment, Yiwen also sent a voice message, Xian. Teacher Yi misses you too. But Teacher Yi is busy recently and can't come to play. When you go back to the old street, Teacher Yi will take you out to play. Okay? Xian nodded a little disappointedly. Okay. Then when I get back, we'll play together again. Teacher Yi, you have to keep your word and don't forget our agreement. Yiwen, okay. The teacher will remember it and won't forget it. If you miss Teacher Yi, you can call Teacher Yi. Understand? Xian responded obediently. I know. Teacher Yi, you should also rest early. Bye. After sending the message, she returned the phone to her father. After seeing Yiwen's reply, Wang Tao said goodnight, put his phone back in his pocket, picked up Xian, and said, Mom and Dad, it's getting late. I'm going to take Xian to bed. Song Salian wanted to say something, but seeing Wang Tao said so, she nodded and said, Go. You guys go to bed early. Wang Tao went back to his room, holding Xian. He was going to wash his face, brush his teeth, and go to bed. Chapter 545, I'll go to the bed, and wait for you to sleep with me. Here, in the villa area of the Minjian, in the spacious and comfortable small living room of Villa 27. Yiwen lazily leaned on the sofa, her beautiful eyes staring at the huge TV screen in front of her carelessly, and her slightly raised lips raised a happy smile. In her hand, she held a mobile phone tightly, showing the chat page with Huang Tao. At this moment, a young woman tiptoed to the back of the sofa, stretched out her hands, and covered Yiwen's beautiful big eyes with lightning speed. Ah! Yiwen was caught off guard and screamed immediately. The girl who attacked her was the daughter of Yiwen's aunt and Yiwen's cousin. Her name was Lu Meishue. She was 20 years old this year and a sophomore student. She also studied kindergarten education. She and Yiwen had a good relationship since childhood, so she took advantage of the winter vacation to come and stay for a few days. She asked with a playful smile, "Guess who I am?" "Pa." Yiwen gently slapped her hand and said angrily, "How old are you? Kid? You're still playing this with me?" The young girl smiled and let go of her hands, then walked from the back of the sofa to the front, sat next to Yiwen, and gently put her head on Yiwen's shoulder. "Don't make trouble." Yiwen stretched out her white hand, pushed her head, and said, "I'm watching TV." "Watching TV?" Lu Meishue widened her eyes in surprise. Her eyes swept across the TV in front of her, and said with a puzzled and confused face, "Cousin, you haven't turned on the TV yet. What kind of TV are you watching?" Yiwen. Just now she sat on the sofa while browsing WeChat Moments. And then she saw Huang Tao's Moments, and started chatting with Huang Tao. So much so that she even forgot whether the TV was on or not. Now, she was so embarrassed that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. She smiled awkwardly but politely and asked, "Lu Meishue, what do you think is the huge screen in front of me?" Lu Meishue said without hesitation, "TV." Yiwen smiled slightly. "So, I'm watching TV. Who says that TV should be turned on?" Lu Meishue. There seems to be nothing wrong with what she said. Yiwen said dissatisfiedly, "Also, why are you not staying in the guest room and running to my room?" Lu Meishue said with a smile, "I'm bored staying in the room alone. So I want to talk to you. And I want to sleep with you at night." She stretched the tone of the word sleep for a long time, which made Yiwen have goosebumps. And she quickly said, "Okay. Okay. If you want to sleep here, just sleep here." Lu Meishue was overjoyed. "Thank you, cousin. You are the best to me." She pouted and was about to kiss Yiwen on the side of her face. Yiwen directly stretched out her hand to turn away the other's young and pretty face. Go. Go. Go to bed and sleep." Lu Meishue's face was flattened, but she was still happy and said mischievously, "I know it's hot. I'll go to the bed and wait for you to sleep with me." Yiwen waved her hand impatiently, but her eyes fell on the phone. "That's not right." Lu Meishue was about to get up and leave, but suddenly she sat down again and asked suspiciously, "Cousin, why are you staring at WeChat? Who are you chatting with?" She looked at her cousin, and then looked at Yiwen's mobile phone screen thoughtfully, and caught a glimpse of an avatar. She continued to ask, "Who is this WeChat avatar? Why does it look like a boy's avatar? And you seem to care about him very much?" Yiwen quickly turned off the phone screen and rolled her eyes at Lu Meishue. She didn't want to talk to her at all, lest you say too much and make more mistakes. But a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. This shy expression more or less betrayed her inner heart. Although Lu Meishue usually looks carefree and ignorant of the world, her mind is quite sharp. She just happened to catch a glimpse of Yiwen's shy expression. She was immediately surprised in her heart. "Cousin, something is wrong." She shouted exaggeratedly as if she had discovered a new world. "Cousin, what's wrong with you? Tell me the truth. You are having an affair with this WeChat boyfriend. What are you shouting about?" Yiwen was so embarrassed that she quickly covered her mouth, fearing that her shouting would attract her parents. "Aren't you going to bed? Why aren't you going yet?" Lu Meishue pried Yiwen's hands apart with her hands and said with a smile, "Cousin, you are guilty. Wait, I will tell my aunt about this now." "You dare?" Yiwen's eyebrows immediately turned upside down, and she said seriously, "Don't tell my mother nonsense. I will tell you the truth. He is the parent of my student." "Student's parent?" Lu Meishue didn't believe it at all. She said with a little expression of "I'm young. Don't frame me. If it's a student's parent, why did you blush just now? It's a student's parent. Believe it or not." Yiwen was helpless with her and didn't want to pay attention to her. But Lu Meishue was not willing to give up. She said with a strange look on her face, "Cousin, you are not in love with that parent. Are you? I tell you, you can't break up other people's families." "What nonsense! Yuan knew what he was thinking and said unhappily, he is a single father. Ah? Lu Meishua nodded and said, divorced. Divorce is not considered to destroy the family. You can have a relationship. But does your aunt know about this? If my cousin finds a boyfriend, my aunt will definitely not object. After all, my cousin is not very young. And it's time to have a relationship and consider life events. But if her boyfriend is a single father, it will be a big problem. It's probably hard to get past the aunt. Lu Meishua and Yuan have a very good relationship. So naturally, she was worried about Yuan. Of course, she was also curious about who this parent, who could capture her cousin's heart was. Yuan also knew how her mother would react if the matter was exposed. So she hesitated and said, Meishua, don't tell anyone about this. Especially my parents. And of course, your parents too. Lu Meishua rolled her eyes and said, you can keep it a secret if you want me to. How about this? Cousin, tell me about you and him. And I'll help you keep it a secret from my aunt and uncle. Yuan, I always feel that my cousin is setting a trap for her. But she has no evidence. Lu Meishua said, if my aunt and uncle object, I can help you convince them. You know, my aunt loves me the most. Yuan couldn't help laughing, reached out and touched her face and said, I don't love you in vain. That's... Lu Meishua showed a gossipy expression of tell your story, cousin. Tell me quickly. In another master bedroom. After washing up, Ye's mother Lu Meisheng and Ye's father Yuanshan leaned against the bed and watched TV. Lu Meisheng said thoughtfully, old Yi. You said that our Xiaowen is already old and has no boyfriend. I was thinking, should we ask someone to matchmake for our Xiaowen? Look for a suitable young man? Xiaowen should indeed find a boyfriend. So you can make arrangements to see if there is a suitable young man. And then arrange a time for Xiaowen to go on a blind date. Yi Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Okay. Then I will ask my good sisters to help recommend some suitable candidates. We can also check Xiaowen during the free time during the new year. The couple reached a consensus and wanted to put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible and implement it. But Yuan was still kept in the dark at this moment. Of course, if she knew, she would not agree. In short, it is impossible to have a blind date. And it is impossible to have a blind date in this life. Unless it is a blind date with Huang Tao. She will agree to go on the date. Chapter 546 New Year's Eve. Time flies by. And it's already the 29th. This year, there is no 30th in the 12th lunar month. So the 29th is New Year's Eve. A cold wave hits. And the temperature in the whole city drops sharply from the early morning. But what can we do? Wenling City still failed to welcome the first snowfall of the Year of the Rabbit. Just like in previous years. Fortunately, the New Year atmosphere in the air is getting stronger and stronger. And you can see red everywhere when you go out. Every household has red lanterns, red couplets, and various styles of window paper cuts. Even the elderly and children are all in red. Huang Tao's family is no exception. In the early morning, they return the blessings first, set up a table in front of the hall, offer tea and other fruits and cakes, and light incense and candles. The couplets and door gods at home are also posted. And the window paper cuts are also posted on the glass windows. 2 large electronic red lanterns, with a diameter of about half a meter, are hung above the door. Plug in the power, flashing and spinning in circles, which is very beautiful. Add to that the various decorations for the new year inside and outside the house. And the whole New Year atmosphere is full. Of course, a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner is also indispensable in the evening. For many people, how much do they look forward to the New Year's Eve dinner? Really, there is not much expectation. Because the dishes that can be eaten at the New Year's Eve dinner are also eaten at ordinary times. And there are no dishes that are worth looking forward to. But the atmosphere of the whole family sitting together to eat. The solid feeling of reunion. And the joy of sharing all the gains of the year with family members are what everyone wants most. Especially when eating a sumptuous and affectionate reunion dinner. Turning on the TV next to you and watching the Spring Festival Gala that is disdained and complained every year, but insisted on watching every year. This is even more perfect. If you have been away from your relatives for a year, this feeling will be even stronger. However, Huang Tao's family does not have much of this feeling. After all, they can basically get together once every weekend. And the family does not have to worry about money. So the attitude towards the New Year's Eve dinner is very sparse and normal. Originally, he was thinking about taking his parents and Xian to Sanya to celebrate the New Year this year. traveling and celebrating the new year at the same time. What a good thing. But my parents are too traditional and think it is better to celebrate the new year at home. In addition, there are various worship matters to be done during the new year. So this idea was shelved. Since I am not going out now, I have to prepare what I should prepare. It just so happens that my uncle and aunt's family are coming to their house to celebrate this New Year's Eve together. So it has to be more grand. After all, everyone who comes is a guest, and they have to be treated well. What dishes are needed for this New Year's Eve dinner? My dad went to buy them early in the morning. With my mom, aunt and uncle, 3 folk chefs with decades of cooking skills, and Huang Tao. There is no problem in cooking. In the afternoon, Huang Tao, mom, aunt, and aunt started to get busy early for this New Year's Eve dinner. Huang Ida was eating fruit and chatting with Song Gaohua in the living room. Whenever the topic of children came up, Huang Ida became the object of envy of the 2 relatives. Xian was also busy playing with Mimi and Wang Kai. With the company of 2 good friends, she didn't feel lonely at all. But before she knew it, Wang Kai and Mimi, the happy enemies, were fighting again. Mimi raised her little paw and wanted to scratch Wang Kai. Wang Kai suddenly became alert and nervous. The 2 sides could have a conflict at any time. And then a fight. Mimi! Fortunately, Xian had anticipated such a situation. She stroked Wang Kai with one hand and held Mimi with the other hand, saying, "Don't bully Wang Kai. Wang Kai is a guest. You should give in to him. Don't bully him." "Okay." Has the little master changed his mind? Mimi's sadness at this moment was like a river. Meow meow meow. Seeing this, Xian immediately changed from pressing to touching its cat head, and earnestly advised Mimi, "Be good. Don't bully Wang Kai. And don't quarrel. Wang Kai, you are also good. You can be good friends." Under Xuan's gentle and patient comfort, Mimi retracted its cat claws and stopped trying to attack Wang Kai. Wang Kai seemed to understand, and no longer showed a vigilant and guarded look to Mimi. This scene, obviously, it was exactly what Xian expected to see. Seeing that the 2 little guys could finally try to get along peacefully, she couldn't help but show a gratified arc on her little face. She squatted in front of her 2 good friends and said softly, "Right. That's right. You 2 will be good friends from now on. Come on. Shake hands." Xian reached out and took one of Mimi's little paws, and gently placed it on Wang Kai's dog paw. "Shake hands. We are good friends." Wang Kai looked up at Xian, then looked down at Mimi's cat paw, put his nose close to it, sniffed it carefully, and then, no resistance, no pulling away of his own dog paw. It was giving Xian a face. "Meow," Mimi called lazily, and it didn't feel any threat. The warm air from the air conditioner in the house blew on its body, and fatigue came to it unexpectedly, making it quickly forget the grudges and hatreds between it and Wang Kai. Lazy cat Mimi moved its body, curled up and lay down next to Wang Kai, and closed its eyes comfortably. Really sleepy. Wang Kai glanced at Mimi beside him speechlessly, looked around, shook his tail, and then lay down next to Mimi, put his head on his front legs, and snuggled with Mimi. Even in her heart, she still felt a little reluctant. So good. Xian seemed to have accomplished a great event in her life. She stretched out her 2 little hands with curved eyebrows, and touched Mimi and Wang Kai's heads respectively, saying, "This is what good friends look like. You should always live in peace like this in the future." After confirming that Wang Kai and Mimi could live in peace, Xian ran to the kitchen with her slender legs, came to Huang Tao's side, raised her little face, and said proudly, "Daddy, Wang Kai and Mimi stopped quarreling under my persuasion and became good friends. She was here to show off." "That's great." Huang Tao smiled and bent down, kissed her on the cheek, and praised, "My Xian is great. Go play for a while, and we can have dinner later." "Yeah." Xian nodded obediently, and walked back with her slender legs, seeing Mimi and Wang Kai still sleeping. She was so bored alone. "Got it." She took the paintbrush and drawing paper, pulled a small stool, and sat down in front of the coffee table. Then faced Wang Kai and Mimi, and began to paint seriously. Huang Tao looked at this scene through the sliding glass door of the kitchen, and felt that his heart was full of warmth. I really wish time would stay at this moment forever. If he was not busy at this moment, he would have wanted to take out his mobile phone to take a picture of this scene immediately. He was busy for a long time. Huang Tao prepared 8 dishes first according to his mother's instructions. Then he started to invite the grandfather. Put 8 dishes and cakes on the table. Light incense and candles. Toast and burn paper money. And ask the grandfathers and grandmothers to take care of the family's good fortune, the safety of the whole family, and worship the ancestors. Family members took turns kneeling. When dusk fell and the lights came on, Huang Tao prepared all the remaining dishes. This New Year's Eve dinner was naturally extremely sumptuous. For example, Huang Tao's squirrel mandarin fish, donfa pork, preserved vegetable braised pork, 9-turn large intestine, ginger egg, meat fish fragrant eel shreds, dry fried bell, honey sauce fire square. Originally, he planned to make roast duck, but the equipment at home was not complete. So he didn't arrange for roast duck, and directly made old duck stew. And my mother also made steamed yellow croaker, home-cooked small pomfret, steamed crab, mantis shrimp, and other seafood. As for my aunt, they basically helped with the cooking, and occasionally went to the stove to stir-fry a few vegetables. The full table of dishes will definitely not be eaten tonight. Huang Tao predicted that he would have to eat leftovers in the next 2 or 3 days. Now the New Year's Eve dinner every year is basically like this. On New Year's Eve, you can prepare a large table of dishes, and then basically eat leftovers at home from the 1st to the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month. When the 4th day of the 1st lunar month comes, you start visiting relatives, commonly known as New Year's greetings. In the past, we basically went to a relative's house to pay New Year's greetings and eat. If there were many relatives, it would last until the 10th day of the 1st lunar month. After eating all day, my mouth was numb and I was tired of it. But now this situation has improved a little. In the 1st lunar month, pick a time, and then many relatives will have a meal together in the hotel. For example, the brothers and sisters on my father's side will have a meal together, and the brothers and sisters on my mother's side will have another meal together. And that's it. This also makes the New Year's atmosphere less and less, as everyone sat down. It also meant that the Huang family's New Year's Eve dinner officially began. Come on! Huang Ita raised his glass and said, "Let's all have a drink together." He was really happy because everyone got together to eat New Year's Eve dinner this year. And everyone is happy and healthy, which is more important than anything else. Besides, my son has also had good luck this year. He opened a restaurant and his business is booming, which has helped him get out of the trough of his life. This is better than anything else. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses. And even the little Xian raised her drink cup and clinked glasses with everyone. During the meal, everyone was busy, and almost everyone had a phone call or video call. Many relatives from my aunt and uncle's family also watched the Huang family's New Year's Eve dinner dishes in the video. And then, they all envied. Chapter 547, she would never eat this shit. This pork with preserved vegetables is good. The meat is soft and tender, fat but not greasy. The preserved vegetables are rich and fragrant, and the pork belly has the fragrance of preserved vegetables. This dish can really be said to be just right. It would be even better if it were served with rice. The taste of this squirrel mandarin fish is also amazing. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The crispy skin is wrapped with delicate meat. The marinade is sour and sweet. Well, it's so delicious. I can't describe it in words. It's really a fish that only exists in heaven. And it's rare to hear it on earth. This 9-turn large intestine is simply a work of art. I can't bear to pick up my chopsticks. The appearance is full of color and smells even more fragrant. When the large intestine enters the mouth, the juice oozes out with a hint of freshness in the salty fragrance and a hint of sweetness in the sourness, which is soft and mellow. When you chew half of it, a hint of pepper will flow out from the bottom of the tongue, stimulating the taste buds. The quickness of eating and the beauty of smelling are all revealed. Yes, it tastes soft and tender, with sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy and salty flavors. It is fat but not greasy, fresh and delicious, extremely palatable, and you will never get tired of eating it. The table is full of hot dishes. The dishes made by Huang Tao are the most popular, especially the 2 dishes of squirrel mandarin fish and 9-turn large intestine. The former is the focus of the whole table just by appearance, and the latter is the focus of the whole table just by exquisite presentation. It also captured the eyes of all the relatives and friends present, and captured their stomachs. Of course, there is one exception. That is Huang Tao's cousin Song Sitong. She did not eat the 9-turn large intestine. She did not like eating animal organs since she was a child, and always felt that animal organs had a special taste. Stinky. I can't accept it at all. Although I won't vomit when I see it. I want to vomit after eating it. So for the sake of her own stomach, she chose to ignore the plate of 9-turn large intestine. Of course, she admitted that the beautifully presented 9-turn large intestine, like a work of art, did attract her eyes. But appreciation is appreciation. It's impossible to eat it. She would never eat this shit even if she was beaten to death. She really couldn't understand why anyone would like to eat pig intestines when they are so smelly. Sun Jiakong saw that his cousin Song Sitong across from him only ate other dishes and never picked up the 9-turn large intestine. He asked in confusion, Sitong, why don't you eat the 9-turn large intestine? Song Sitong. She smiled awkwardly but politely. I don't like the taste of pig intestines. They are too smelly. Sun Jiakong, surprised. Oh my god. Why would anyone not like to eat delicious pig intestines? It's okay if they don't like it. But they say it's smelly. They really don't know what's good. He doesn't allow himself to like the pig intestines. But someone actually doesn't like them. He enthusiastically recommended, Sitong. I tell you, this pig intestine is the most delicious thing in the world. No other. If you think it smells bad, it's because the chef's cooking skills are not good enough. This 9-turn intestine is made by your cousin Tao. It has no peculiar smell and tastes great. It's delicious. As long as you eat it once, you will find it delicious in the future. Aunt Sitong. Uncle Jiakong is right. The 9-turn intestine cooked by Baba is delicious. I'm not lying to you. Try one. Xian looked at Song Sitong seriously. As she spoke, she took a piece of the 9-turn large intestine with chopsticks and put it in Song Sitong's bowl, raised her chin and motioned her to eat. Chen Peilon saw Zhuangquani looking at her daughter Song Sitong with an expectant expression, and was afraid that if Song Sitong didn't eat it, it would make Xian sad. So she said, Xiaotong, how about trying this 9-turn large intestine? It tastes really good and smells good. And there is no special smell of internal organs at all. Try it. At the end, she didn't forget to wink at Song Sitong. Song Sitong heard everyone's praise, saw Xian picking it up for her so enthusiastically. Her mother kept winking at her. And the color of the 9-turn large intestine was so beautiful. And most importantly, it was made by cousin Tao. All these reasons made her hesitate a little bit. The reason why she hesitated was all because of her trust and admiration for Huang Tao's cooking skills. But when she thought about what the pig large intestine was, she couldn't accept it and shook her head repeatedly, full of resistance. Really not eating? Sun Jiakong bit the large intestine, which made a squeaky sound, and there was still bright soup on his lips. Song Sitong shook her head like a rattle to express her refusal. Sun Jiakong looked at Huang Tao, who immediately understood what he meant. He pointed outside the door and shouted, someone is coming. Song Sitong looked for a long time, but didn't see a single figure. When she turned around and wanted to ask Huang Tao what was going on, a section of 9-turn large intestine was stuffed into her mouth. In an instant, her eyes widened, and a pain mask was immediately put on her innocent face. She wanted to spit it out, but Sun Jiakong immediately covered her mouth. Don't waste food. Swallow it quickly. So angry. I was actually plotted against. What about the trust between people? Song Sitong, who was plotted against, felt that her trust was wrongly betrayed. She had a tearful expression on her face, but her teeth touched a soft and tender thing. She tried to chew it a few times, and the fragrance exploded in her mouth, domineeringly locking all the taste buds. The 5 flavors stimulated her brain, making her dizzy and reaching for the 9-turn large intestine again, one section after another. It was delicious. The key is that there was no peculiar smell at all, and she didn't feel sick at all. Seeing her eating enthusiastically, Sun Jiakong's heart was bleeding. What if you said you didn't like it? Why are you eating it again? Sun Jiakong regretted it so much. I regretted that I shouldn't have tricked Song Sitong into trying the 9-turn large intestine. This is bad? Originally, I could have eaten a few more pieces of 9-turn large intestine, but now all of them have gone into Song Sitong's stomach. I really regret it. He looked at Song Sitong with a cold light in his eyes. I can't hide my heart that wants to hurt someone. Chen Peilon also quickly held down Song Sitong's hand that was holding out the chopsticks, and said, Xiaotong, that's enough. Oh, okay. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Song Sitong embarrassedly withdrew her hand and didn't touch the remaining 2 pieces of 9-turn large intestine. But she was still not satisfied, and couldn't help licking the remaining marinade on the chopsticks. Sun Jiakong teased, Sitong. Didn't you say that pig large intestines are smelly? It is really smelly. Who would have thought that it would be so fragrant after being cooked? Song Sitong was not embarrassed at all, and even suggested, Brother Tao, you made too few pig large intestines today. Otherwise, I will come to your house tomorrow, and we will eat this again. Everyone. Huang Tao smiled helplessly. Not tomorrow. The ingredients are gone, and the market will not be open tomorrow. Ah. Song Sitong had a disappointed expression on her face. Huang Tao thought for a while. Wait a few days. I will make it for you when we celebrate the new year. Brother Tao is still the best to me. Song Sitong smiled and expressed her gratitude to Huang Tao, and did not forget to send a smug expression to Sun Jiakong. Sun Jiakong. Forget it. I won't argue with her. Anyway, he will have a share when the time comes. Of course. He also took away the last 2 pieces of the 9-turn large intestine. Song Sitong. This situation. Song Sitong couldn't help but reveal a hateful expression of just like Judge Chow took a bite of the original 9-turn large intestine with expectation, and then couldn't bear it, and gritted his teeth and glared at the person who made it. Chapter 548. Not as rich as a child. When the Spring Festival Gala was about to start, Huang Yida turned on the 40-inch TV in the restaurant, ready to watch the Spring Festival Gala of the Year of the Rabbit with everyone. After all, New Year's Eve dinner and the Spring Festival Gala are a perfect match. It's just that the current Spring Festival Gala program, film and television actors account for half of the country. Almost a collection of last year's popular TV actors. It's like the Spring Festival Gala equals a year's hot drama actors plus popular fresh meat plus a few old language singers plus some singers, with a year's popular quotes and classic songs. It's like another Spring Festival Gala. But Song Sitong, who is a fan of a certain young idol, seemed particularly excited at this moment. She was very excited even when watching the long countdown of the advertisement, and kept saying, the first song of the opening is sung by my male god. My male god sang. Then the Spring Festival Gala kicked off. A group of rabbit babies stood neatly in a row on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, smiling and tilting their heads in unison, and began to sing the first song. Then, a group of men and women in pink and green dance costumes danced. The scene changed. A group of stars in red clothes, each holding a red bunny doll, sang happily. The camera was so fast that everyone felt overwhelmed, and they didn't know who Song Sitong's male god was. How to say this opening song and dance. It felt a bit messy. The dance was not very beautiful, and the singing was not very good. A group of dancers, and a group of male and female stars sang happily on and off the stage. But the 3 families were also confused watching the show in front of the TV. Everyone even forgot to pick up their chopsticks to eat, staring blankly at the TV. The opening dance was very ordinary. The singing was not very good. It was chaotic, and the camera cut so fast that it made me dizzy. Oh, the Spring Festival Gala is just like this. Song Galhua shook his head with some dissatisfaction. What he said made sense, so Song Sitong couldn't refute it. Galhua, why don't you watch something else? You choose it. Huang Yida came out to smooth things over, and planned to hand over the remote control to Song Galhua. Although the Spring Festival Gala is tasteless, it is also a pity to give it up. Song Galhua waved his hand and declined. No. No. Just watch it. That's it. This little episode was over, and everyone continued to eat and watch. During the meal, Song Xialian and Chen Peilon each recalled the scene of watching the Spring Festival Gala while eating New Year's Eve dinner when they were young. Sun Jiakong and Song Sitong, on the other hand, started to watch the Spring Festival Gala and complain at the same time. After all, it has become a new folk custom for the whole family to have dinner on New Year's Eve and watch the Spring Festival Gala and complain at the same time. Besides, complaining about the Spring Festival Gala is a very precious thing and should be cherished, because slowly you will find that people are too lazy to complain. And the uncle, together with Song Galhua and Huang Yida, talked to Huang Tao about opening a new store. When the news that Huang Tao was going to open a new store in the city just broke out, the 3 were shocked, because Huang Tao's restaurant, Junhaochi, has only been open for more than half a year, but in such a short time, he had the idea of opening a new store in the city. However, Huang Tao's Shenhaochi restaurant is now a hen that lays golden eggs. So it is only a matter of time before he opens another store. Of course, as elders, they naturally have to give strong support. They even stated on the spot that if Huang Tao needs their help in terms of funds, they are willing to help him. In fact, Huang Tao is still completely in the dark about the new store, because he hasn't even chosen a store yet. And it's a bit too early to talk about the new store. He originally didn't plan to talk about this topic at the table. But when these elders asked about the plan for the next year, he thought that it was very necessary to talk to the elders about the new store in advance. After all, the elders have more social experience and can also make many useful suggestions for the new store. They ate and drank until nearly 9 o'clock, and the New Year's Eve dinner ended. After the meal, Huang Tao helped clean up the table and kitchen, and Huang Yida continued to watch the Spring Festival Gala with Song Gaohua and others and chat. The uncle smiled and waved to Xian Xian, who was playing with Mimi and Wang Kai not far away, saying, "Xian Xian, come here." Unfortunately, Xian Xian, who was playing with Mimi and Wang Kai, did not come over immediately, but looked around in confusion. "Huh? Who is calling me?" Huang Tao walked up and gently touched her little head, and said with a smile, "Xian Xian, Uncle is calling you. Why don't you go over?" "Daddy, I didn't hear clearly who was calling me just now." She raised her little head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and smiled at Huang Tao. "I'll go over now." After that, she ran to the uncle with her thin legs, and shouted sweetly with curved eyebrows and eyes, "Uncle, what do you want me to do?" "Hey, Uncle has something to give you." The uncle agreed with a kind smile on his face, then took out a big red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Xuan's hand. "This is the New Year's money from your uncle. This red envelope is quite thick and looks bulging." Although it is not the first time Xian Xian has received a red envelope. When the store prepared the New Year's Eve dinner a few days ago, Li Qingzhan and others stuffed a red envelope into Xuan's pocket. And when they went to visit Grandpa Li, Grandma Lin also stuffed 600 yuan into Xuan's pocket before leaving. But none of these red envelopes are as thick as this one. She didn't know whether she should take it or not. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Huang Tao and ask for her father's opinion. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Hurry up and thank your uncle." "Thank you, Uncle." Xian Xian took it. "Xian Xian, this is the New Year's money from your uncle." Song Gaohua also gave Xian Xian a big red envelope. "Of course, the thickness is similar to that of my uncle." Xian Xian smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle." "Xian Xian, come here." Wang Yida was well prepared and stuffed a big red envelope into Xuan's pocket. "This is the New Year's money that Grandpa gave you." It must be said that the red envelope he gave was very thick and heavy. Xian Xian accepted it with pleasure. After all, it was a red envelope given by her own grandpa. Xian Xian said sweetly, "Thank you, Grandpa. Good boy." Huang Yida smiled and couldn't help but reach out to touch Xuan's face. After Xuan's revolting entertainment, I don't know how many times she shouted thank you. And then she received 5 or 6 red envelopes. Even Sun Jiakong and Song Sitong, the 2 young elders, gave one. In the end, Xuan's little hands couldn't hold it anymore, and she handed it to Huang Tao with a sad face. "Dad, this is for you. You save it for me." "Okay." Huang Tao smiled and took it. Looking at the bulging red envelope, Huang Tao couldn't help but think of a popular saying on the internet. "I worked hard to earn money for a year, but after the new year, I am not as rich as my children." Xian Xian smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad." Huang Tao touched her head. At this time, there were crackling sounds outside the window, and then bright fireworks bloomed in the night sky. "Wow, fireworks." Xian Xian's eyes were full of desire. "Let's go. Uncle Jiakong will take you to set off firecrackers." When Sun Jiakong came over, he bought a lot of children's firecrackers for Xian Xian. This time, they can finally be used. Xian Xian happily followed him to set off firecrackers. After a while, there were crackling sounds outside the house, and the firelight was reflected on the window. Let this year's New Year's Eve be not only beautiful, but also lively. Chapter 549 Unforgettable Tonight. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Tao's mobile phone in his trouser pocket kept vibrating, making continuous sounds one after another, and the frequently lit screen showed that one message after another had been transmitted and received. He picked up the phone and took a look. All of them were greetings and blessings from friends. Li Qingzhan, Lin Qiuyu, Su Hao, Jiang Chao, Lin Zifeng, Ding Suqin, Yan Huiru, Tai Jiajia, Jiang Ling, Jiang Wei, Su Donglin, Lao Wang, Lao Qin, Gu Zhihao, Lu Qianqian, Ma Yong, Yi Wen, Lin Monli, Wang Ziheng, Wang Ziqing, Wang Zobin, Sun Linhai. Unconsciously, the list of greetings in Huang Tao's mobile phone messages is getting longer and longer. Over the years, the total number of greetings and blessings on New Year's Eve every year has not been as many as tonight. Even the traffic police and the chief and deputy chief of the police station sent blessing text messages. Even business leaders like Li Yuanfu were no exception. They all sent him New Year greetings. Happy New Year. Auspicious Year of the Rabbit. All the best. The Year of the Rabbit has arrived. Good luck has arrived. My blessings are here first. I wish you no worries this year. I wish you a noble person to protect you when you go out. And I wish you a happy Year of the Rabbit. Always smiling. And everything is fine. Send you a rabbit in the Year of the Rabbit. And the whole family will be happy. The rabbit's feet will open up a road to wealth for you. The rabbit's ears will bring you good luck. And the rabbit's back will carry you for a long life. Let this rabbit accompany you. And always move like a dragon rabbit. In the Year of the Rabbit, I will give you a lucky rabbit. You will see happiness when you look up. And you will pick up money when you look down. I will give you a happy rabbit. You will be happy when you turn left. And you will be free when you turn right. I will give you a rogue rabbit. You will be loved by everyone and carried by every car. I will give you a blessing rabbit. Happy New Year and auspicious Spring Festival. One by one, sincere and interesting New Year greetings and blessings made this New Year's Eve particularly lively. In about 2 minutes, it will be the new year. Bang. Pop. A rabbit-shaped firework exploded in the night sky. And the loud explosion spread all over the place. Like a signal. Making the whole Huangjia village fall into the New Year's carnival. Countless firecrackers exploded from all directions. Followed by countless colorful fireworks from different places. For a moment, the night sky was full of fireworks. And fireworks were flying to welcome the new year. Daddy? Xian covered her ears and threw herself into Huang Tao's arms. Her little face was red and her beautiful eyes were shining with excitement. She said excitedly, Look! Look! Those fireworks are so beautiful. Yeah, they are really beautiful. Huang Tao nodded with a smile on his face. Put his phone back in his pocket. Then leaned over and picked her up. And kissed her red face hard. Baby, are you happy during the new year? Xian answered loudly without hesitation. Happy. There was a big meal to eat. Beautiful and gorgeous fireworks to watch. And firecrackers that could not be set off at other times. She felt that this year's new year was the most interesting and special. Xian. Song Sitong held the burning fireworks sticks in both hands. And while laughing and playing in circles, she called out to Xian, I have already lit them. Come and get them. Xian and Sun Jiakong had just set off half a box of various fireworks sticks. And finally got a small taste of the fireworks addiction. In previous years at home, she couldn't have such a great time setting off fireworks. She just set off a few for the sake of showing off. If she set off more, her parents would nag her, saying that she was so old and still only wanted to set off firecrackers. Humph. Has it become impossible for her to have the joy of setting off firecrackers now that she has grown up? Aunt Sitong, you go ahead and play first. I'll come back later. Xian looked at Huang Tao and asked, Dad, do you want to play with us and set off fireworks? It's fun. Why don't you set one off too? Since his little cutie had invited him, he naturally couldn't refuse her. Okay. Dad will play with you. Huang Tao put her down, grabbed the firework stick and lit it. Sizzle. The firework stick immediately shot out colorful fireworks, like beautiful chrysanthemums blooming. Huang Tao handed it to Xian, who waved the firework stick up and down, and then in circles. As her arms swung, the firework stick changed into various shapes. Some like ribbons, some like hearts, and some like the Olympic rings. As Huang Tao lit more firework sticks, Xian had more and more firework sticks in her hand. She held 5 or 6 firework sticks in both hands at the same time. For a moment, there were really fireworks in front of her, competing for beauty. Schwan silver bell-like chuckle laughter also echoed in the sky. The TV in the restaurant heard the passionate voice of the host of the Spring Festival Gala. The New Year's bell has rung. And at this moment, We have already felt the breath of spring. As the familiar song Unforgettable Tonight. Unforgettable tonight. No matter where in the world China embraces us all sounded. It also means the new year is here. Wang Tao followed Xian and was still immersed in the joy of setting off fireworks. Xiao Tao. We should go back too. Song Gaohua and his wife, and his uncle, and his wife came outside the house, and said goodbye to Huang Tao, with the farewell of Huang Ida and his wife. Xian asked reluctantly, Uncle. Aunt. Uncle. Aunt. You are leaving? Well, it's late. We should go back too. Auntie touched Xian's hair and said, Xian. After the third day of the Chinese New Year. If you want to come to Auntie's house to play, just tell your dad, and let Dad bring you over. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently. Aunt. Uncle. Aunt. Please be careful on the road. Wang Tao said goodbye to these elders with a smile. And then said to Xian, say goodbye to Aunt and Grandma. Xian waved her little hand and said, Uncle. Grandma. Aunt. Grandpa. Grandma. Goodbye. Uncle Jiakong. Cousin Sitong. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xian. Song Gaohua and other elders also waved to Xian. Goodbye. Song Sitong reluctantly held Xian in her arms and patted her back. After holding her for a while, she kissed Xuan's little face, and then gently pushed Xian to Huang Tao. See you another day. Huang Tao held Xuan's hand, touched Wang Kai who had been rubbing his feet, and said, Wang Kai, you go back too. Woof woof. Wang Kai seemed to understand, called out to him, rubbed Xuan's feet, and then got into the car with Sun Jiakong's family. Wang Kai. Goodbye. Come and play next time. Xian waved reluctantly and watched them leave. Let's go. Let's go inside too. Wang Tao took Xian back to the warm bedroom, washed her, and carried her to the bed. Xian rubbed her face against Wang Tao's face and said tenderly, Daddy, I want to stay up with you. What do you think? Why should a child stay up? Wang Tao touched her little head and smiled. Go to bed quickly. Be good. As he said that, Wang Tao kissed her. Okay. Xian nodded obediently and reached out to pick up the Peppa Pig doll next to the bed. Wang Tao helped the little girl tidy up the quilt. Let her get in. Then turned off the main light and turned on the small table lamp. According to custom, every household does not turn off the lights on New Year's Eve, and many people will stay up until dawn. Good night. Wang Tao lowered his head and kissed Xuan's forehead gently, saying softly, Baby, go to sleep. Yeah. Xian responded obediently and closed her eyes obediently. Wang Tao sat by the bed for a while, and when he saw Xian was already asleep, he quietly left the bedroom. As soon as he arrived in the living room, his mother asked with concern, Is Xian asleep? Wang Tao nodded. She is asleep. Mom and Dad, I will stay here to watch over the new year today. You go back to sleep. You should go back to sleep. We are worried about Xian sleeping alone. So let your dad stay here this year. Yes, I will do it. You go back to sleep. Song Silian and Huang Ida declined without hesitation. In that case, Wang Tao didn't say much, so he nodded in agreement. Back in the bedroom, seeing Xian sleeping soundly, he lay down beside her quietly. He held up his phone and posted a message on WeChat Moments and the official Weibo account of Zenchichi. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 550 Traditional Must-Eat Food on the First Day of the Chinese New Year. On the first day of the Chinese New Year, we get rid of the old and welcome the new. When it was still light, Wangjia village woke up early. The first thing to do, when opening the door, is to set off the opening cannon, which represents good luck. After that, the old people in each household were busy. Put a table at the door. Put cakes and fruits, and light incense and candles. Pray to heaven and earth. Pray for God's blessing and good luck to the whole family. The family also prepared. The children also got up early because of excitement. Put on beautiful new clothes and dress neatly. In short, no one can sleep in on the first day of the Chinese New Year because of the opening cannon. The sound of firecrackers in the village has been continuous since almost 4 or 5 in the morning. The sound urges you to get up early. However, after the sound of firecrackers, the ground was covered with broken red, and the road outside looked like a red carpet, which looked very festive. According to custom, the first Second and third days of the first lunar month are the new year. During these 3 days, it is forbidden to wash clothes, dump sewage, garbage, sweep the floor, and parents are forbidden to punish their children. During these 3 days, you cannot borrow money or collect debts. On the second day of the first lunar month, you cannot go to other people's homes casually, eat at other people's homes, or live in other people's homes. If someone died in the previous year, a banquet will be held on the second day of the first lunar month, and relatives and friends will be invited to the deceased's home to pay tribute on this morning. It is called going to the seat, and no separate New Year's greetings are given. On the third day of the first lunar month, many shops began to open. In the afternoon, each household prepared to welcome the god of wealth. When welcoming the god of wealth, it is necessary to prepare 3 animals and rice sacrifices, tea, wine, and firecrackers. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the 3 sheep bring good luck, and the kitchen god will check the household registration and welcome the kitchen god back to the people. The people of Wanling also started to pay New Year's greetings on this day. Generally, new friends visit each other, give gifts in return, and the gifts are big or small. They visit each other and have banquets, which is called New Year's dinner. In the past, when guests came to pay New Year's greetings, the host often made soup noodles or soup cakes for the guests to eat, with pork, fresh clams, golden needles, clams, dried cuttlefish, dried shrimps, eggs, etc. as condiments. Now, all the New Year's greetings are concentrated on one day, and each family takes turns to choose a time to hold a banquet. After the 8th day of the first lunar month, the folk New Year's greetings activities are considered to have come to an end. Some people do not end the New Year's greetings until the 14th day of the first lunar month. And the first meal on the first day of the Lunar New Year is naturally to start with the traditional must-eat food on the first day of the Lunar New Year, fried rice. It is said to be a good start and means to get rich. Fried rice is glutinous rice. Fried rice is to use steamed glutinous rice. Add shredded meat, carrots, cabbage, shredded eggs, etc. and stir fry. However, frying directly with steamed glutinous rice flour can save time and effort, but the taste will be lacking and imperfect. What Huang Tao's family has to do is raw fried rice. The key to raw stir-frying is raw stir-frying. Not boiling, not steaming, but frying from raw rice to cooked rice. This is actually very laborious to do, but it can make the glutinous rice more evenly flavored. The taste is more glutinous and tough, and the taste is more fragrant and rich. That is to say, a perfect balance is achieved between rice, oil and water. But the disadvantage: it is laborious. Before making fried rice, wash the glutinous rice with clean water. Put it in a bowl and soak it in boiling water for 20 minutes. After soaking the glutinous rice for 20 minutes, drain the water and put it in a bowl. Add a spoonful of cooking oil. Stir evenly and set aside to prevent it from sticking to the pan when frying. Next, you need to prepare the sauce. Pour 5 milliliters of oyster sauce, 10 milliliters of soy sauce, and 5 milliliters of dark soy sauce into a bowl. Stir well and set aside. You also need to prepare various seasonings, such as carrots, wild rice stems, soaked dried mushrooms, celery, pork, dried tofu, soaked dried shrimps and dried eels, etc. Wash and cut into small pieces. You can also stir and beat eggs. Fry them and cut them into strips for later use. Of course, there is no inherent combination in the choice of seasonings, and it can be completely determined according to personal taste. Then take the pot off the heat. Add the diced fresh fat meat. Pour it into the hot pot and heat it. The transparent fat gradually emits fine bubbles, and the pan is filled with the sizzling sound of the oil bubbles breaking. The thick fat slices gradually turn into thin golden yellow, floating in the oil pan, like golden little fish. Pour in the diced meat with fat and lean parts. Stir fry over low heat until the oil in the pan sizzles, and stir fry until the color changes. When the meat smells good, add the diced eel and shrimp, and continue to stir fry over medium heat. Add cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and add diced mushrooms to continue to stir fry. Pour in the soaked and drained glutinous rice. Stir fry over medium heat until every grain of glutinous rice is covered with grease. During the stirring process, you need to add a small amount of boiling water at the right time. Turn to high heat and stir fry continuously, and add water when the water is dry. Repeat this step until the rice is fried soft, and the water needs to be fried dry after the rice is soft. Repeat this 3 times. Add diced dried tofu, and continue to stir fry. When the glutinous rice is cooked and not sticky, he adds diced wild rice to the pot, and continues to stir fry. Then add diced carrots and diced celery, and continue to stir fry until the fragrance comes out. For this fried rice, after the raw rice is put into the pot, the temperature of the fire, the duration of frying the rice, and the timing of adding seasonings all test the cooking skills of the person who makes the fried rice. A mouth-watering rice, after frying, mixing, stewing and other processes, is in the best state when it is slightly burnt but not mushy, and the glutinous rice is tough but not rotten. In the past, when Huang Tao was frying rice, he had to take turns with his mother to fry it. Otherwise his arms would be sore. Fortunately, Huang Tao held it all by himself at this moment. This is all thanks to his improved cooking skills. Moreover, with the bonus of the master-level flipping of the wok, it is naturally a piece of cake. He grabbed the handle of the pot, and his upper arm led his lower arm to exert force. And the white glutinous rice in the pot was like a waterfall, and then fell. Every time the glutinous rice flipped, it would drive the seasonings and then mix with it. Huang Tao's flipping of the wok was as precise as a scalpel. The 3 feet in the pot was like an absolute domain, and he could clearly feel the state of each grain of glutinous rice. Even though Song Xiaolian had seen such scenes countless times, she still couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Wow! This skill of flipping the wok is amazing. After the glutinous rice becomes soft and sticky, Huang Tao adds the sauce he just prepared to the pot to color the glutinous rice, and then stir-fry it a few times. After the glutinous rice in the pot is fried until the grains are distinct, pour in the egg shreds, sprinkle with some chopped green onions, and stir-fry evenly. This oily, plump, and colorful fried rice is ready. Baba! It smells so good. Xian, dressed in new clothes, walked into the kitchen and sniffed her little nose like a puppy, and said with shining eyes, "Is it time for breakfast?" "Yes. Wash your hands and eat." Huang Tao poured the rice in the pot into a bowl and brought it to the dining table with his mother. Xian, who had washed her hands, couldn't wait to pick up the small spoon and scooped a spoonful. She just tasted her favorite mushroom cubes. The little girl blinked her big eyes and couldn't help saying, "Delicious. You little guy. Grandpa and Grandma haven't come to the table yet, and you started eating first." Huang Tao couldn't help but laugh and joked when he saw her greedy look. Xian had to put her 2 little hands on her knees and sit up straight. But there was a smile in her eyes, and she stuck out her little tongue at her grandmother like a grimace, as if complaining to her grandmother about her father's strictness. Song Xiaolian smiled and said indifferently, "It's okay. Eat it. It doesn't matter. We are all family. Eat it," Huang Yida said lovingly. Xian had been swallowing her saliva with greed for a long time. Hearing this, she happily picked up the small spoon and ate the fried rice fragrantly. "Delicious. Soft and sticky. Xian likes it so much," Xian said vaguely with her mouth full. "It's really delicious. Even better than before." Huang Yida and his wife also praised it. Huang Tao couldn't help but taste it. The glutinous rice is moderately soft and chewy, crystal clear, and each grain is distinct. It is oily but still sweet and delicious. It doesn't taste full of pot flavor, but wins with the homely taste. It is paired with the crispy and delicious taste of various vegetables. It makes people's mouth fragrant and not too greasy. In short, one word: delicious. It's a pity that it didn't collide with a reward for completing a hidden task. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Chapter 551 give her the greatest sense of security. After breakfast and cleaning up, Huang Yida and Song Xiaolian went out. Song Xiaolian was invited by several good sisters in the village to go to the temple in the village to burn incense and pray. As for Huang Yida, he went to the homes of several families in the village who were close to each other. Everyone greeted each other and said Happy New Year, and talked about everyone's recent situation during this period. Of course, there was also a hint of showing off the baby in the conversation, and Huang Yida naturally became the envy of all relatives and friends. After a chat, they would go to the elderly activity center in the village together to play mahjong. It was only 1 cent and a little prize, just for fun. Now, only Huang Tao and Xian were left at home. However, the father and daughter were not idle. After watching the 2 elders leave, Huang Tao drove out with Xian. "Daddy?" Xian got in the car and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" Huang Tao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head and said with a smile, "Let's go to the movies together. Stay there for lunch. And go shopping in the mall or go to the nearby park in the afternoon. What do you think?" The best entertainment on the first day of the Chinese New Year is naturally watching a movie. Speaking of which, Xian has never watched a few movies since she was born. So taking advantage of the Spring Festival when she has nothing to do at home, it's just right to take her to watch one. The movie started on time at 10:30, and the 1.5-hour movie ended at 12 o'clock, which was lunchtime. There are golden arches and some restaurants next to the cinema, so you can eat there, and then go shopping in the mall after dinner. Even if you don't want to go shopping, there is a small park nearby to go shopping. This is what he planned at home early in the morning, which can be called perfect. Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she became interested. "Dad, what movie are we going to watch?" "Bunny Bears, My Bear Core." Wang Tao replied with a smile in his eyes. "It's an animated movie that was released not long ago, and Dad has already booked the tickets online. This is an animated movie produced by Huaqiang Fantawild, Shenzhen Animation Company, Limited, which was released on January 22nd and has already earned nearly 1 billion yuan at the box office. Since the first Bunny Bears, this Bunny Bears series of movies has been released at the rate of one per year during the Spring Festival or Lunar New Year. So far, the cumulative box office of the 9 series of movies has exceeded 5.5 billion yuan. The Spring Festival period is changing, but the Bunny Bears is always there is not an exaggeration. This IP has become the highest-grossing animated movie series in China. It is also suitable for parents to take their children to watch. Xuan's pink face with a mask on revealed 2 shallow dimples. "Dad, you are so nice." "Of course." Wang Tao smiled and said, when watching a movie, "If you want to eat any snacks, tell Dad and Dad will buy it for you." "Yeah." Xian thought about it seriously and said, "Popcorn, French fries, milk tea." "Okay. All arranged." Wang Tao agreed immediately. After all, eating popcorn and other snacks while watching a movie is a standard feature of watching a movie. Not long after, Wang Tao drove her to the movie theater where the ticket was booked. It was a holiday, and the underground parking lot was full. After driving around for a long time, they finally parked in the parking lot on the top floor of the shopping mall. After getting off the car, the father and daughter packed their snacks and went straight to the movie theater. As soon as we entered the mall, we saw a big stage in the middle of the mall. Several actors in gorgeous costumes were performing a stage play, which made the audience laugh. But the cute little Xian had no intention of watching it. She was worried. "Dad, is it still in time? Will we be late?" Wang Tao smiled and glanced at her. "It's still in time. Fortunately, we came out early today, so we still have plenty of time. Even if we are really late, there are still several minutes of commercials before the show starts. Don't worry." "Yeah." Xian was relieved and quickly followed her father to the automatic ticket machine in the cinema to get the ticket. Then the father and daughter went straight to the snack sales point. In front of them was a couple. The girl was holding popcorn in her hand and happily patted the boy's face. It was full of a sweet date atmosphere, while making the single dog Wang Tao envious. He couldn't help but recall the scene when he dated Xuan's mother. They were so sweet at that time. "Sir, what would you like to order?" the waiter Wang Tao asked, pulling his thoughts back. "1 serving of fries, 1 serving of popcorn, and 1 cup of milk tea." Wang Tao kept his word and bought all the snacks his precious daughter had chosen. Xian stared at the full popcorn in the glass cover, and she couldn't help but lick the corner of her lips with her tongue. "I want to eat." Wang Tao saw through this little thought at a glance. When the waiter who sold popcorn skillfully handed the popcorn to the counter, Wang Tao took a grain of popcorn and put it to Xian's mouth to satisfy her craving. Xuan's face was full of happiness, and her eyes were curved with smiles. "Okay, let's eat." Wang Tao looked at her happy face, and couldn't help but put on a gentle smile on his face, and his whole heart was filled with warmth and happiness. After getting the snacks he ordered, he held Xuan's hand and walked to the ticket gate of the cinema. There were a lot of people in the theater, mostly parents and children, and they were chattering and very noisy. Advertisements were playing on the big screen, and the light in the theater was dim. With the light from the screen, Wang Tao held Xuan's hand, lowered his head to find a seat, and reminded Xian, "Be careful of the steps." "Oh!" Xian looked at the many people in the theater and the weak light, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Her body subconsciously leaned towards her father. The broad body of her father in front of her gave her the greatest sense of security. Huang Tao felt Xuanxuan's timidity, and quickly reached out to pick her up and held her to find a seat. Xian hugged her father's neck, smiling. As soon as they sat down, Huang Tao handed the snacks to Xian. Xian only took the popcorn, and Huang Tao put the cup of milk tea in the armrest of the double room, which was specially used to put drinks or popcorn. The movie started, and the opening credits were played first. Xian, who had been tempted by the strong sweet smell of popcorn, held the popcorn and ate it greedily. Of course, she didn't forget her beloved father. She picked up a sweet popcorn and fed it to him. And he shook his head. You eat it. Dad doesn't like popcorn. Just one. Just one. She put it in front of his lips and insisted that he taste it. Huang Tao was naturally powerless to resist his precious daughter's coquettish feeding. He opened his mouth obediently and ate the popcorn. Xian saw it, smiled with curved eyebrows, and chewed one, and asked, Dad, is it delicious? Huang Tao smiled. Yeah. It's delicious. Crunchy and sweet. Hee. Xian threw a popcorn into her mouth, chewed it, and handed him another one with a smile. Dad, if it's delicious, eat more. Dizzy? Huang Tao had to lower his head to bite it, put it in his mouth, and change the subject. The movie has started. Let's watch the movie. Xian obediently looked at the big screen. A warm and beautiful picture slowly appeared in front of her. In a forest, Big Bear and Little Bear were chasing and playing with each other. When they saw their mother coming, Big Bear happily got into their mother's arms, and felt that their mother's arms were very warm. Seeing a stone hanging on the mother's chest, it asked curiously, Mom, why do you always carry the shining stone? You are in the shining stone. Mother Bear hugged Big Bear and Little Bear, and said to them kindly, Look, Big Bear is the star, Little Bear is the moon, and Mom is this stone, and will always protect you. This scene let Xuanxuan's heart quietly ripple. She missed her mother. She also knew Mom has always been in another place, protecting her. Chapter 552, Make the Boss Cry. The stars blink. The moon is crescent. The stars twinkle, brightening the night. The stars smile at you. Swing, swing. How wonderful it is to have you in the world. The crescent moon hangs in the sky, like your lovely smile. I swing, swing, accompany you by my side. With the wind, the smell of love floats. Accompany you. Guard the stars and the moon. Whenever you get lost and sad, the song will guide you. Light up every star in your dream. The film ends with a melodious song, ending in a romantic happy ending style that is unique to us Chinese people. After years of searching, Big Bear and Little Bear returned to their mother's arms. There was another hearty laugh in the White Bear Mountains. In general, this Boonie Bears Bear Corps is awesome, with steady and high-energy performance. It is a new height of the Boonie Bears series of movies. It is a sincere work that can move children and adults. The growth path of the mother bear is fully presented in the movie, from the beginning of not knowing how to take care of the children, to building relationships with the children, learning to take care of and protect them, until the final awakening after reuniting with the children. The unswerving two-way protection of love and affection between mother and child fully interprets love is the root of everything. And it is also an emotional comfort and healing for people in winter. As a result, many mothers who watched the movie in the audience had a strong resonance in their hearts. And the softest part of their hearts was also touched. They couldn't help but burst into tears. As a father, Huang Tao is also like this, laughing and crying. He didn't expect that after watching Boonie Bears for many years, he would be moved by the great love of the bear mother of self-sacrifice for others, and the love of the whole world. As for the cute little Xian, she is also secretly wiping tears now. Of course, in her heart, she is also happy that Big Bear and Little Bear are finally reunited with the mother bear after many years. But it would be great if she could be reunited with her mother again in the end like in the movie. Unfortunately, that's impossible. She knows very well in her heart, Mom will never come back. Her eyes are red and swollen, and her longing for her mother is getting stronger and stronger. Baby, what's wrong? Huang Tao, who felt the low mood of his baby daughter, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, hugged Xian in his arms, let Xian sit on his lap, put his forehead against hers, reached out and wiped Xuanxuan's tears with a distressed hand, and gently, Do you miss Mom? Yeah. Xian nodded and buried her head in her father's arms. I miss Mom. Dad? Do you think Mom is doing well in heaven? Is she watching us and thinking about us? Of course. Huang Tao's eyes welled up with tears when he heard this. He suppressed his inner sadness and nodded quickly to affirm, Mom loves us very much. She will naturally watch us and think about us in heaven. When Mom sees that we are doing well and happy, she will be happy too. If we cry and feel sad, Mom will also feel sad. Xian said, not quite understanding. Then Xian, don't cry. Xian wants to make Mama happy. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and forced a smile. Her well-behaved appearance made Huang Tao feel distressed. And he kissed her on the forehead. Mom will definitely be happy to see Xian happy. At the same time, the heartfelt Easter egg at the end of the film. Many young viewers who watched the film stretched out their hands and gave their mothers a big hug. Immediately, in the theater, the sweet and sticky voices of Mom, I love you came one after another. Xian also stretched out her arms to hug Huang Tao's neck and sweetly confessed in his ear, Dad, I love you. Mom, I love you. Although she didn't have a mother, she was also very happy, because she had the most gentle love in the world. That was the love from her father and her mother. The movie was over. All the audience stood up at the same time, left their seats, and walked to the aisles on both sides. Huang Tao held Xian, put on her mask, followed the crowded crowd, and walked out of the theater together. Baby, what do you want to eat at noon? Daddy will take you to eat. And then after dinner, how about we go to the park? It was past lunchtime. So naturally, Xian finally showed a smile from the heart. She tilted her head and thought for a while, and said, well, I want to eat, whatever. Huang Tao was immediately amused by her words, whatever. There is no such thing as anything in the mall. It's just whatever. Xian hugged Huang Tao's neck and buried her head in his arms. Like a spoiled kitten. To be honest, she didn't know what she wanted to eat. In addition, she had just eaten some popcorn and other snacks. So her little belly was not very hungry. So, she acted like a little rogue, faced with his precious daughter's spoiled behavior. Huang Tao had no idea what to do. Huang Tao looked helplessly at the restaurants open nearby and suggested, how about Dad go to eat barbecue hot pot at noon? Yeah. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought about it, and nodded, okay. Huang Tao smiled. Then he held her and walked straight into a self-service barbecue restaurant. The main features of this restaurant are slate barbecue and stone hot pot. The price is not high and the ingredients are rich and fresh. So the business in the store is booming. Fortunately, there is a table for two. So Huang Tao and his daughter don't have to sit outside and wait in line. Huang Tao took the plate and food clips, handed them to Xian and said, take whatever you like to eat. Don't take too much. Take more after you finish eating. Understand? I understand. Xian nodded obediently, and then went to find delicious food. Her target was naturally not lamb, beef, pork belly, seafood, vegetables, fruits, but cream cakes, chocolate snacks, ice cream and other sweets. Huang Tao did not stop her. After all, it's okay to eat once in a while. He also took the plate and selected the dishes. Let's eat. When eating a buffet, you don't need to be reserved and polite. What you need is your appetite. Sizzle. A thinly cut, red and white fat beef slice was attached to the greased stone slab, and wisps of white smoke immediately rose. The wonderful chemical reaction of oil under high temperature not only brings visual enjoyment, but also brings double temptation to the sense of smell and taste. Huang Tao quickly turned over the fat beef slices that had been roasted on one side with the tongs and continued to roast. After waiting for a while, he decisively picked it up, dipped it in sauce, and put it in Xuan's bowl. It's a little hot. Blow it before eating. Huang Tao reminded, and this cake. Don't eat it after you finish this piece. Otherwise you won't be able to eat the rest. Dad, I don't want to eat barbecue. Xuan's mouth was puffed up, and she shook her head vaguely in response, and then tried hard to swallow the cake in her mouth. Huang Tao smiled and said, Dad baked it specially for you. Try it. It's delicious. Okay. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up the fat beef slices with sauce in the bowl, and blew a few times with her pink little mouth. Then he ate it in one bite. The beef slices were tender and fragrant. And they were even more delicious after being dipped in the sauce. Xian chewed it twice. And her eyebrows curved and 2 shallow dimples appeared. It's delicious. I want more. Good guy. He just said he didn't want to eat it. But now he's yelling for more. It seems his grilling skills are pretty good. Wang Tao smiled and took a tissue to wipe the sauce off the corner of her mouth. And said with a smile, okay, Dad will grill for you again. If we don't make the boss cry at noon, we won't go home. Ah. Xian was surprised. And said a little worriedly, Dad, isn't it bad to do this? Making the store owner cry. Isn't this obviously bullying? Wang Tao laughed, then let the boss go at noon. But you have to eat well and eat enough. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently, patted her belly and promised, Dad, don't worry. I will eat enough. Okay. Wang Tao continued to grill fatty beef slices for Xian, and they enjoyed this New Year's lunch together. Chapter 553: A Unique Gift in Huangjia Village. In the afternoon, Wang Tao accompanied Xian to play happily in the nearby small park for nearly 2 hours before taking her back to Huangjia Village. During this trip to the park, Xian played her favorite slides, swings, and water cruises. She had a lot of fun and didn't want to go home. Of course. She also took a lot of childlike photos this time. Grandpa, Grandma, we are back. When we returned to Huangjia Village, it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xian rushed ahead of Wang Tao and immediately opened the door of her own courtyard, loudly announcing her return. Meow. As soon as Xian stepped into the courtyard, Mimi, who was originally lying under the eaves taking a nap and basking in the twilight, heard the sound and jumped up suddenly, and then showed a dull and confused expression of who am I? Where am I? What should I do? After a while, it came to its senses, seeing that it was its own little Master Yin who came back. It looked at the little Master Yin with resentful eyes, and turned its cat head aside. You went out to play without taking this cat with you. This cat is angry, and no one can coax it. Ah! Xian ran forward, hugged Mimi, and said with a smile, Mimi, did you miss me? Mimi didn't say anything. It tried desperately to break free from Xuan's restraints. No! This cat doesn't want to see people who play and forget friends. Xian felt Mimi's struggle. Seeing Mimi's aggrieved and disgusted look, Xian blinked her eyes, thought about it, and understood it. She quickly reached out and touched Mimi's cat head and coaxed her. Okay. Okay. I'm not angry anymore. I'll take you out to play next time. It's too late. Mimi still looked unhappy and turned her cat head to one side. Xian said she was tired, but she had to continue to spoil her pet even with tears in her eyes. She looked at her father behind her for help, hoping that he could help her and coax Mimi. Wang Tao understood and sighed in his heart. Hey, raising a cat with a bad temper is just like raising another girlfriend. Of course, he didn't want to spoil Mimi's bad habits, but his own baby girl spoiled her. For the sake of his baby girl, he had to coax her. Mimi, stop making trouble. Be obedient, and make you something delicious in the evening. Delicious? Mimi seemed to understand and immediately restrained her temper, then stretched out her tongue and licked Xuan's face. It chose to forgive because it was delicious. Xian giggled and dodged its wet tongue, but in her heart she only thought that her father was so awesome. With just one sentence, Mimi was coaxed. Ah, you are back. Song Salian, wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen and asked with a smile, Xian, did you have fun? Song Salian hadn't seen Xian for almost a whole day, so she was of course very happy to see her back. Xian put Mimi down, nodded vigorously and said, happy. By the way, Xian hurriedly took a handbag from her father's hand and handed it to Song Salian. Grandma, my father and I bought you a gift. She saw this when she was shopping in the mall with her father after dinner. She thought it was very suitable for Grandma, so she bought it. Song Salian was very surprised. Really? Oh, Xian is so nice. The gift Xian gave to her grandma was a scarf, woven from red wool and decorated with flowers of the same color, which was very beautiful. She chose 2 scarves of different styles and colors, and the other one was of course for Grandpa. Song Salian was very happy to receive the gift, and hugged Xian and kissed her hard. Xian. Juanita was wearing a scarf and couldn't let it go. He smiled and asked Xian, is the movie good? Good. Xian answered without hesitation. I watched the animated movie Booty Bears. Bears with me. The movie started in a forest. Mother Bear said to Big Bear and Little Bear, Big Bear is the star. Little Bear is the moon. And Mother is this stone. Always protecting the stars and the moon. Then on an ordinary forest night, the Mother Bear who loved Big Bear and Little Bear very much left them after a fire. Big Bear and Little Bear lost their mother and were very sad. They were shivering in the cold when they slept and could only hug each other for warmth. They were also bullied by the wolf cubs. She chirped like a little sparrow and told Juanita all the plots of the movie she watched. Just at this time, the sound of cheerful gongs and drums sounded and reached the ears of Huang Tao and others. Xian asked curiously, Huh? What's that sound? Song Xian smiled and replied, Oh, it's the dragon dance team coming to our village to dance the dragon. Dragon dancing to celebrate the new year is one of the most traditional folk cultural activities during the Chinese New Year. It has a history of thousands of years. Today, during the Spring Festival, praying for peace and a good harvest by dancing the dragon has become a custom across the country. It means that dragons are soaring and tigers are leaping. Praying for peace and prosperity in the country, good weather, and a good harvest. It also has the meaning of seeking good fortune and avoiding disasters, and symbolizing auspiciousness. The dragon dance team here is composed of older people from other villages. They are dressed in traditional costumes and use traditional accompaniment instruments. The front drum is a small drum on the chest. And there are gongs, large copper plates, and small copper plates. The 4 people form the accompaniment team. They usually perform from dusk to night, and basically dance from door to door. Of course, if you don't want the dragon dance team to dance at your door, just close the door. There are many such cases. Last year, Huang Tao didn't let the dragon dance team come to his house because there was a funeral at home. But this year the situation is different. So he opened the door to welcome them. With the sound of gongs and the sound of copper plates, a dragon dance team composed of elderly people wearing coarse cloth clothes came to the courtyard. The leader sang self-composed lyrics and said blessings to the host family. The grass dragon enters the house. The whole family enjoys happiness. The dragon head has a stick of incense on his head. The family's bookman enters the center. The dragon tail swings. The whole family has money. Congratulations. Make a fortune. The crops are abundant and the people are prosperous. And peace is guaranteed all year round. The dragon dance began immediately. The old men holding dragon dance sticks ran quickly into an open field. The dragon head stood in the middle. The dragon tail circled the dragon head, turning faster and faster. Sometimes running, sometimes dancing, sometimes rolling, sometimes jumping. Everyone's steps were in unison, and the movements were quick and agile. Huang Tao and Juanita, representing the host family, smiled and brought out the prepared cigarettes, alcohol and coins, and rewarded them to the dragon dance team for sending blessings. The cigarettes were Zhonghua cigarettes, 1 pack for each person, and the red envelope was also very generous, totaling 3,888 yuan, which was definitely a unique and generous gift in Huangjia village. The leader was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and he led the dragon dance team to recite 3 congratulatory dragon dance poems. After all, this is the biggest red envelope and the best cigarettes they have received since the establishment of the dragon dance team. Going to other families to dance the dragon. The most red envelope is 580 yuan, and the least is 120 yuan. As for cigarettes, even if the host family gives Zhonghua cigarettes, they only give each of them 1. The treatment of a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes per person has never happened before. I have to say that this family is really generous. The leader recited enthusiastically, and the dragon dance team also danced vigorously and vigorously. Xian watched excitedly and cheered and clapped happily. Of course, she was not idle either. Following her grandmother, she distributed candies to the brothers and sisters in the village, who came to watch the fun. For a while, laughter, lively and prosperous. I have to say, this is the taste of the Chinese New Year. Chapter 554. The taste is a little bit unauthentic. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, the sun was shining. The sky was blue. The sun was warm, and the breeze was blowing. It felt like spring had arrived. Huang Tao did not stay at home or visit relatives to celebrate the new year. Instead, he drove to the city alone. He came here to attend a college reunion. The venue was at the Holiday International Hotel. Many of Huang Tao's college classmates were locals in Wenling City. Even if they worked outside, most of them returned to their hometowns for the new year. So they basically held a reunion every year. Over the years since graduating from college, Huang Tao has received invitations from his classmates every year. But he did not attend every time. He only attended a few times occasionally. Like last year, he did not attend. The reason was that some changes happened at home, which made him depressed. How could he have the heart to attend the class reunion? Fortunately, time is the best medicine to heal all sorrows. As time went by, the sorrow in his heart was slowly soothed bit by bit. So he walked out of the pain of losing his wife and faced life again. His career also ushered in a turnaround and soared. So, when Gu Zhihao and several other classmates invited him to participate this year, he agreed. It's not that he wanted to show off or anything else. On the one hand, he wanted to see his classmates, who hadn't seen him for many years. On the other hand, he didn't want people to misunderstand that he was too arrogant after becoming a boss and forgot his classmates. Welcome. The reception ladies in red cheongsam stretched out their white hands and made a gesture of invitation. Huang Tao nodded and went to the elevator. Brother Tao, are you here? As soon as he entered the elevator, Huang Tao received a call from Gu Zhihao. He took off his mask and said, "Everyone is here. Just waiting for you." Huang Tao smiled and responded, "I'm already in the elevator. I'll be there soon." The hotel restaurant is on the 3rd floor, and the elevator arrived in the blink of an eye. Ding. The elevator door slowly opened. Huang Tao put away his phone and walked out. It must be said that the facilities and services of the 3-star hotel are still very thoughtful and meticulous. When Huang Tao walked out of the elevator, the young woman in waitress uniform at the elevator entrance asked with a smile, "Hello. Sir, which box is it?" Huang Tao said, 888. 888 is here. Please follow me. The hotel waiter led Huang Tao to the box. After a few steps, she couldn't help but look back at Huang Tao and asked, "Excuse me. Are you Mr. Huang Tao?" Huang Tao smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Ah." The waiter covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes wide open, his face full of surprise. "Hello. I am a loyal fan of your store. I like your food very much." Huang Tao smiled, "Thank you." Now he is also a well-known celebrity in Wenling City. He has been on food magazines twice, and has been on the hot search every now and then. The dishes he cooks are also loved by the citizens of Wenling City. Many people come here to eat, and thus become loyal fans of the store. The waiter in front of him was a loyal fan of his store, which was normal. Under the guidance of the waiter, Huang Tao came to the front of the 888 box. After the waiter opened the door for him, he walked in. At a glance, the 2 large tables in the big box were basically full. There were about 30 people. Everyone was talking and laughing at the moment. When Huang Tao was in college, there were more than 50 students in his class. After many years of graduation, it was rare for most of the students to attend a class reunion. Huang Tao, a classmate near the door, saw him first, and immediately shouted in surprise, and stood up to shake hands with him and greeted him. "The chef is here." Huang Tao. Brother Tao. There was a commotion in the box, and other classmates also stood up and waved to Huang Tao. Looking at those familiar faces, all of which had traces of time, and listening to those familiar names, Huang Tao's heart couldn't help but ripples. Speaking of it, when he was studying, he had a very good relationship with his classmates and was very harmonious. Even when he was in the most difficult time, many classmates came to visit him at home. Lin Qing, Li Hongrui, Lu Zihong, Ding Hai. Huang Tao smiled and greeted these old classmates enthusiastically one by one. Although he hadn't seen some classmates for many years, he was still able to accurately say their names at once, especially those who had visited him before, which made him feel more intimate and happy. It felt like returning to the student days. After a round of greetings, Huang Tao sat down next to Gu Zhihao. However, before he could sit down, Lin Qing on the opposite side smiled and said, "Huang Tao, you are the last one to arrive. According to the old rules, you have to drink 3 glasses of wine as a penalty." As soon as this was said, the old classmates present agreed unanimously. They all shouted in a booming voice, "Yes. 3 glasses of wine as a penalty." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Huang Tao helplessly clasped his fists and begged for mercy. "I drove here. I can't drink. I have to rush back to my hometown in the evening. Please forgive me. He has a low alcohol tolerance and will pass out after 3 glasses. If he drinks 3 glasses of wine as a penalty, he can leave the class reunion early. Besides, he will have to drive back later. So drunk driving is absolutely not allowed. Huang Tao poured a drink into his own glass, raised his glass and said, I will toast you with a drink instead of wine. Everyone, eat and drink well. I will treat you to KTV singing tonight. As an apology. How about it? Eating and singing is a standard feature of the class reunion, and the cost is naturally shared by the participating classmates. After all the classmates present have graduated and worked for many years, and no one lacks this little money. Otherwise, they would not come at all. If someone else offered to treat him, it might be suspected of showing off his wealth. But as a former class monitor, Huang Tao would definitely not let people have such a misunderstanding. Besides, the treat was to make amends, so everyone naturally accepted it happily. Applause. Gu Zhihao smiled and said, Okay, you can't have a child. You will pay for the KTV box tonight. Huang Tao smiled and made an okay gesture to him. Lin Chinka said with a smile, but to be honest, compared to singing in KTV, I would rather eat the food you cook. Huang Tao, I heard that the food you cook is delicious, but it's a pity that I have been away from home and have no chance to eat it. As he said this, he sighed with regret. Other students who didn't have the chance to taste it all had the same expression. Yes, I heard that there are a lot of people, and it's hard to buy it even if you have to queue up. They have been craving this for a long time, but they are too busy with work to have time to eat it. Originally, they planned to hold the class reunion in Huang Tao's store, but later they learned that Huang Tao's store was closed during the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, so they had to give up. Now that they have met the real owner, they naturally have to express their helpless feelings. That's natural. Every day, the queues are from the store door to the street corner. Gu Zhihao said solemnly, if I hadn't had a close relationship with Brother Tao, I wouldn't have been able to eat his food at all. Other classmates said with envy, you are still the best. We are the first to eat because we are close to the water. We don't have that blessing. Envy! Jealous. Huang Tao smiled. My store will be open on the 8th day of the 1st lunar month. If you are free, come over and I will save a seat for you. The classmates couldn't help showing a surprised expression of I can eat without queuing. It's just, some are happy and some are sad. The happy ones are those who work locally. The worried ones are those who will go back to work in other places on the 8th day of the 1st lunar month. At this moment, they all showed expressions of heartache and suffocation. By the way, should I ask for leave to delay going back to work? Just at this time, other dishes were brought to the table by the waiter one after another. Eat. Eat. This is Canadian lobster, the hotel's signature dish. Everyone try it. Everyone greeted each other and then started eating. Gu Zhihao, who had been spoiled by Huang Tao, frowned slightly after eating a few bites of other dishes. He missed Huang Tao's food more and more. When he finished a bite of lobster meat, his frown deepened. He lowered his head and asked Huang Tao in a low voice, Brother Tao, do you think the taste of this Canadian lobster is a little bit unauthentic? Since he had the system, Huang Tao's 5 senses have long been different from ordinary people, and naturally he tasted that this lobster meat was not Canadian lobster. He smiled and said, Zhihao, be more confident. Remove the 3 words a little bit. Chapter 555. There is something wrong with this ingredient. Waiter, please call your manager over. When Gu Zhihao got the exact answer, he was very angry, and his arm was aching. So, he waved his hand, and called out to the waitress not far away. The other students who didn't know the situation couldn't help showing a black question mark face expression. The waiter also came over with a puzzled look on his face, looked at the dishes on the table calmly, and after finding nothing wrong, he smiled and asked, Sir, if you have any questions, I can help you solve them. I'm afraid you can't solve this matter, so call your manager over. Gu Zhihao didn't want to talk too much. He just wanted to find someone who could take charge to solve this problem. The waitress was confused by the words and felt something was wrong. However, she had to bite the bullet and continue to ask, Sir, is there something wrong with the food? It's the food. The problem is the ingredients. Go and call your manager. Gu Zhihao's voice was raised by n decibels, with a little dissatisfaction in his words. This made the waitress realize the seriousness of the situation and knew that this thorny problem could not be solved by her alone. She said apologetically, Please wait a moment. I will call the manager for you. After that, she went to the office to find the manager with an uneasy mood. As soon as the waiter left, Lin Qing asked in confusion, Zhihao, what's going on? Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Gu Zhihao replied, this lobster is not Canadian lobster. As soon as this was said, the students present were surprised and began to talk about it. What? Not Canadian lobster? But the hotel has a Canadian sign. No way. This is a 3-star hotel. I often come here to eat. The quality of this lobster is quite good. It's hard to say. Now there are many unscrupulous merchants. Their hearts are very black, and they treat consumers as fools. But this is a 3-star hotel after all. It's impossible to do such a thing to defraud consumers? Zhihao, how do you know that this lobster is not Canadian lobster? Many students still find it hard to believe. Gu Zhihao said seriously, the doubts I raised were confirmed by Brother Tao. When they heard that it was confirmed by Huang Tao, everyone immediately chose to believe it. First, the prestige of Huang Tao's class monitor is still there. Second, Huang Tao is now a chef, and he must know more about the knowledge and identification of ingredients than ordinary diners like them. Just at this time, a well-dressed middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses walked into the private room with a serious face, following the waiter. As soon as he walked to the table, he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, gentlemen. I am the general manager of Holiday International Hotel. My last name is Qin. Excuse me. Is there anything you need from me? Gu Zhihao went straight to the point. Manager Qin, where did the lobster you used today come from? Sir, the lobster we provide today is the top lobster from the Western Ocean of Canada. Manager Qin responded slowly. Oh, Canadian. Are you sure? Gu Zhihao looked at Manager Qin, raised his eyebrows, and asked. Manager Qin nodded and agreed, of course. All the lobsters in our store are Canadian lobsters. Please rest assured. We are a 3-star hotel, and the quality is always guaranteed. On this issue, the two of them argued back and forth, because Gu Zhihao couldn't explain it. Manager Qin insisted that the lobsters in the store were Canadian lobsters, which put the situation into a stalemate. The other students saw it and were anxious in their hearts, but they were helpless and could not help. They turned their heads and looked at Huang Tao eagerly, looking like they were seeking support. In fact, even if these classmates did not ask for help, Huang Tao would stand up and tell the truth. Manager Qin, I just tasted this dish of lobster, and it tastes good. However, this dish of lobster is not Canadian lobster, but Boston lobster. Gu Zhihao said helpfully, that's right. The lobster used in this dish of lobster vermicelli is not the Canadian lobster you said at all. Manager Qin said in disbelief, it's impossible. Our hotel purchases goods through regular channels. The lobsters we purchase are all Canadian lobsters. The purchase order also says Canadian lobsters. If you have any doubts, I can show you the purchase order. Could it be that there is a problem in the purchasing department? It shouldn't be. Manager Qin, who recognized Huang Tao, couldn't help but wonder in his heart, but finally put aside his bad thoughts, and hurriedly whispered to the waitress beside him, asking her to notify the person in charge of the purchasing department and ask the other party to bring the purchase order to prove his innocence. Now, Gu Zhihao and other students are at a loss. They looked at each other in bewilderment, somewhat at a loss. But Gu Zhihao was sure that the taste of the lobster in this plate of lobster vermicelli was different from that of the Canadian lobster. But he couldn't tell the specific difference. At this time, Huang Tao spoke, if what I know is correct. Canadian lobsters and Boston lobsters are actually lobster species living in the same sea area, and their scientific name is American lobster. They all belong to the genus Homarus of the family Nephropsidae of the order Decapita, and are mainly distributed along the Atlantic coast of North America. The main fishing countries are Canada and the United States, and Canada's production is higher. Whether it is Canadian lobster or Boston lobster, they are actually American lobsters, and the species is the same. Its appearance is characterized by the first 3 pairs of walking legs being chelate-shaped, while Canadian lobsters have 2 different chelates. One is the broken chelate, and the other is the thorny chelate. If you look closely at a lobster, you will find that some lobsters have their claws on the right, while some lobsters have their claws on the left. It is not true to say that there is no difference between Boston lobsters and Canadian lobsters. Canada is located further north than Maine, and the sea is colder, so lobsters grow slower, have a longer growth period, and are stronger. In addition, the fishing season for Canadian lobsters is staggered with the lobster's molting period, which ensures that most of the lobsters caught are hard-shell lobsters, with fuller meat and richer nutrition. So the meat of Canadian lobsters is more delicious than that of Boston lobsters. And the meat is also more delicate and plump. As long as you have eaten Canadian lobster and Boston lobster, you can tell the difference, Huang Tao said, and showed Manager Chin the difference of this dish of lobster. Manager Chin understood and confronted the purchasing manager who came. It was learned that because Canadian lobster was out of stock, the person in charge of purchasing today was smart and substituted Boston lobster, which led to this unpleasant episode. Manager Chin and the purchasing manager bowed deeply with an apologetic look and said, "Everyone, I am really sorry. It is our mistake. Mr. Huang Tao, your opinion is very professional. We will make good improvements. Our hotel really needs guests like you who are very proficient in ingredients. Come to our hotel often to supervise and give more valuable suggestions. In this way, all consumption of Mr. Huang Tao and all classmates in this hotel tonight is free. And the KTD box fee upstairs is also free." Manager Chin directed the waiter to serve wine and food, accompanied everyone to drink 2 glasses of wine, expressed his apology, and then said goodbye and left to other boxes that ordered lobsters to apologize. Of course, this matter is not over yet, and we need to investigate it thoroughly. We can't let a bad apple spoil the whole pot of porridge. Lin Qing sighed. "You are worthy of being a chef. You know a lot. When you go there to eat and drink in the future, you have to bring our brother Tao with you, so that he can clear the mines for us." Huang Tao laughed dumbly. At this moment, a cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 556 Random Task. "Brother Tao, come. I'll toast you." In the private room, the round table was filled with cups, bowls, plates and dishes, and on the huge turntable, various dishes were arranged in an orderly manner. Lin Qing held a wine glass to toast Huang Tao, followed by Li Hongrui, Lu Zihong, Ding Hai and other classmates, one after another, like paying homage. For a while, the box was filled with a series of crisp sounds made by the continuous collision of wine glasses. They have a good alcohol tolerance, and the momentum of drinking is naturally very majestic. Everyone holds a large glass filled with red wine and drinks it all. Huang Tao's alcohol tolerance is not good, and he always replaces wine with beverages and stops at a sip. But even so, no one picks on his gift. This is the benefit of being respected. After toasting Huang Tao, everyone politely toasted Gu Zhihao on the side. This round of wine, everyone said casually in their mouths, and drinking a little bit counted. Although Gu Zhihao can drink a little, he doesn't dare to compete with a group of classmates in such an occasion. Otherwise, even if he doesn't fall down from drinking, he will be dizzy and can't tell the directions. So, he has to stay alive. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone continued to talk and laugh, reminiscing about the time when they were studying. Then the topic inevitably turned to the present. Work, life, partner, and children. Many of the classmates present have already married and had children, and some have even responded to the national call and had a second child. Even those who are not married yet have girlfriends by their side. So there are naturally many topics in these 2 aspects. Some students also asked about Huang Tao, mainly because they were curious about his cooking skills. Not only was he curious, but other students also wanted to hear about it. After all, they had been classmates for 4 years, but they didn't know Huang Tao's cooking skills. They decided that Huang Tao hid it well. Huang Tao naturally told them bluntly that he learned his cooking skills from the internet. As soon as he said this, the jaws of these students almost fell on their shoes with a clang, and a sense of disbelief rose in their hearts. And Huang Tao was a little confused at this moment, because the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Host, relying on his understanding of the ingredients, completes the random task uncover the true face of lobster, and wins a perfect level recipe lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? He just talked about how to identify Canadian lobsters. Completed a random task out of the blue? That's right. He never thought that his operation would accidentally trigger a system task and complete it immediately. After all, this task is too simple. But think about it carefully. The system has always been like this. So there is nothing to be surprised about. And he happily accepted this result. This is a reward. He will not go against the reward. Drawl, Huang Tao said silently in his heart. But he still had a little expectation in his heart. thinking that it is the spring festival now. The new year is new, and the luck should not be bad. Just thinking about it, a round turntable appeared in his mind, with the names of various dishes written on it. Mapo tofu, husband and wife lung slices, gong mao chicken, fish-flavored pork shreds, ants climbing trees, hand-shredded chicken, steamed pork with rice flour, steamed scallops with garlic, malchwing, spicy fried squid shreds, spicy chicken, pickled chicken feet, potato braised spare ribs, lantern shadow beef, dry fried beef shreds, winter vegetable braised pork, boiled cabbage, dompa elbow, dry fried fish, twice cooked pork, Sichuan spicy cucumber, ginger duck, pot crusted pork slices, dried tofu twice cooked pork. The names of the various dishes are dazzling. Huang Tao almost got hungry. Just as he was watching with great interest, the round turntable slowly turned, and the speed was getting faster and faster. There was also a pause button next to it. This also means that the lottery has begun. He prayed silently in his heart and sang, "There is a cloud in the sky, and on the cloud is Lu Dongbin, holding a hairy thing in his hand, turning left and right to come down to earth. There is a cloud in the sky, and on the cloud is Lu Dongbin, who has no desires and no wishes, and will never grow old, and will be an immortal on Panlai Island. And the heavens and the earth will pray. The heavens and the earth will pray. The Taishang Lao Jun will show up soon. The heavens and the earth will pray. And earth will pray. And the 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 earth will pray. And ingredients for Wensi tofu, winter bamboo shoots, Jinhua ham, fresh mushrooms, lettuce, salt, message, etc. These ingredients are not fixed and can be replaced by other ingredients, such as carrots instead of Jinhua ham, fungus instead of mushrooms, and some thin slices of egg pancakes can be added. How to make Wensi tofu: peel off the old skin of the tofu, cut it into thin strips, and blanch it in boiling water to remove the yellow water and bean smell. Remove the stems of the mushrooms, wash them, and cut them into thin strips. Peel the winter bamboo shoots, wash them, cook them, and cut them into thin strips. Wow! This Wensi tofu is the Wensi tofu that symbolizes the ultimate knife skills of Huaiyang cuisine. He felt that his luck today was really good. Now, there are new products for the business after the new year. Huang Tao once again relied on his powerful will and lightly clicked on the recipe. Suddenly, the Wensi tofu recipe turned into a stream of light and sank into his eyebrows. He immediately felt that he had completely mastered the production process of Wensi tofu and a lot of experience, as well as the illusions of Wensi tofu. At this time, Huang Tao heard Lin Qing's somewhat disappointed voice. When everyone goes to work, it will be difficult to get together in the future. Huang Tao smiled and said, "I'm still here. Come back here when you have time and get together. I'll prepare a table of dishes for you." As soon as this was said, there was an immediate response. "Ha! Brother Tao. You cook for me personally. I will come back to eat even if I take a leave." "Yes. You are so good at hiding it. We didn't know you were such a good cook for so many years. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. You are a celebrity now. Your cooking skills are really amazing. If there is anything delicious in the future, remember to send us some." Everyone had a lively meal. After the meal, everyone went upstairs to the hotel's KTV, the large private room reserved by Gu Zhihao. Lin Qing sat next to Huang Tao and chatted with Huang Tao privately, asking with a gossipy look on his face, "Have you seen our class flower?" Huang Tao did not hide it and told the truth. "I ran into her downstairs when I went to see Teacher Li that day." "Oh, I ran into her." Lin Qing understood. "I heard that she went back in the second year of junior high school and said she would work abroad for a few years." "I know." Huang Tao nodded. Lin Qing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Gu Zhihao, who ran to order songs, called out, "Brother Tao, what song do you want to sing? I'll order it for you first." Huang Tao smiled. You can sing first, Gu Zhihao said unwillingly. How about a song? You are the hero tonight. You should sing the opening song first. Sing one. Sing one. Other classmates also followed suit. Huang Tao could not help but smile bitterly, and no longer refused, and asked Gu Zhihao to sing a song. Immediately, the song on the big screen changed to the one he had just ordered. Huang Tao picked up the microphone and stood in front of the coffee table to sing, shouting, "Anyone who can sing, come and sing with me." For a moment, everyone sang along. Friends, have you ever thought of me? If you are enjoying happiness, please forgive me. Friends, have you ever remembered me? If you are suffering from misfortune, please tell me. Friends. Many people sang, and their eyes turned red. The reunion and separation on the road of life is a song that can never be finished. Chapter 557, The Taste of Happiness. Shu. At about 11 o'clock in the evening, Huang Tao returned to his home in Huangjia village. The yard was dark, but there was a faint light coming out of the glass window of the living room downstairs. This was the light that his mother had left for him to take him home. Click! He opened the front door of his house. In order not to disturb his family's rest, he closed and locked the door gently. Is Xiao Tao back? A familiar voice came out softly from the half-closed bedroom and fell into Huang Tao's ears. He responded softly, "Mom, it's me. I'm back. What are you waiting for? Go to rest. How can I sleep without worrying about you if you don't come back?" A few simple words instantly flowed through Huang Tao's heart like a stream of warm currents in this cold winter night. "Are you hungry?" Song Salian asked with concern. "If you are hungry, I will cook some noodles for you." "Mom, I'm not hungry. I bought some cakes. Do you want some?" He walked to his mother's bedroom, opened the snack bag, and motioned his mother to take some. "No. Then go back to your room and rest." Xian should have gone to bed. I was going to accompany her, but she said she could be alone and didn't need me to accompany her. After saying goodbye to his mother, Huang Tao came to his own bedroom. Then he was surprised to find that his precious daughter was not asleep yet. She was sitting at the head of the bed with a quilt covering her, reading a picture book with the weak light of the table lamp. Mimi lazily lay on the floor beside the bed, curled up, squinting her eyes, and sleeping comfortably. It can be regarded as silent companionship. "Daddy?" The sound of Huang Tao opening the door made Xian look up from the picture book and look at the door. Seeing that it was Huang Tao, she immediately shouted in surprise, jumped out of the bed, dropped the picture book, and stretched out her arms to Huang Tao. She looked like she was asking for a hug. "Ouch! This is really killing me. If I catch a cold because of this, it would be really painful and upsetting." He hurriedly stopped her. "Xian, stay still. Don't come out. Be careful of catching a cold." Unfortunately, it was too late. Xian had already jumped off the bed and ran towards him. Huang Tao didn't even bother to close the door. He hurried forward, hugged her, stuffed her back into the quilt, and covered her with the quilt again. He couldn't help but nag a few words. You ran out of the quilt without even putting on clothes. It's easy to catch a cold, you know?" Xian didn't say anything, just giggled. Huang Tao scratched her little nose helplessly and dotingly, softly asked, "Baby, it's so late. Why don't you sleep?" Xian's beautiful big eyes curved into crescents, and she said excitedly, "Because I can't sleep." At night, when her father was not at home, she stayed in the living room and watched the cartoon Peppa Pig with her grandparents, and was amused by the plot in it. Then, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. She blinked and asked, "Dad, why did you come back so late? Was the class reunion so fun that you forgot to go home?" Xian also wanted to have a class reunion and get together with her classmates. Huang Tao laughed and reached out to touch her little head. "It's okay. We had dinner together and went to KTV to sing songs. And then it was a little late. Oh, by the way, Dad also bought you something delicious." "Delicious? What delicious food? Where is it?" When Xian heard that her father bought something delicious, her eyes lit up immediately, as she was a foodie. Ding ding ding. Huang Tao raised the plastic bag in his hand and shook it in front of her. "The delicious food is here." "Wow." Xian was so surprised that she took the plastic bag and couldn't wait to look through it. Let me see. What delicious food is there?" "Ah, Meat floss mochi. I like it very much. And egg yolk crisps. She smiled with a shallow dimple. Dad, you are so nice. As she said that, she subconsciously stretched out her pink little tongue and licked the corner of her lips. Want to eat? Of course. Huang Tao touched her pink little face. Dad loves you the most. So of course I have to buy you what you like to eat. But you can't eat it at night. Why? The smile on Xuan's face froze in midair and turned into a bitter face. She touched her chubby little hand and looked at Huang Tao pitifully. Dad, my little belly is so hungry. Listen. It's rumbling. What a clever little ghost. Huang Tao was embarrassed and said with a bit of a smile, but these are desserts. Eating them before going to bed is easy to cause tooth decay. And it is not easy to digest. Then, Xian blinked her big watery eyes and asked in a negotiating tone, Can I eat one? Or half? This pitiful look made Huang Tao completely helpless and defeated. Okay. Just eat half of the egg yolk pastry. And rinse your mouth after eating. Yeah. Xian smiled and nodded like crazy. Huang Tao took out an egg yolk pastry, cut half of it for her with a knife, and took a few tissues and put them on the quilt. Xian held it carefully with both hands and ate it in small bites. The skin was crispy. The filling was dense. The taste was layered, as thin as a cicada's wing, crispy and soft. The egg yolk pastry also has extra snow meringue filling, which is fine, white and soft. The first bite is a very soft and chewy ice skin, with a pleasant milky light cream inside, wrapped with delicious egg yolk, sweet and salty. It's delicious. Xuan's eyes narrowed involuntarily, and she looked very happy. Huang Tao watched her finish eating, then poured her a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Come on. Rinse your mouth and spit the mouthwash into the trash can. Xian nodded and gargled obediently, then spit it into the trash can. It's late. Huang Tao let Xian lie down and covered her with a quilt. Go to sleep. Xian closed her eyes obediently, looking very obedient. So good. Huang Tao pushed her bangs aside, lowered his head, and kissed her on the forehead. Then he took Mimi, who was sleeping on the floor, away and sent her to the temporary cat bed outside the door, and then went to wash. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom, took off his coat, and lay down beside Xian, looking at her sideways. He saw the little girl's eyelids moving slightly. He understood and whispered in her ear, Baby, are you asleep? Dad is trying to trick Xian again? Xian will not be fooled again. Xian, who has been caught by her father many times, has learned her lesson this time. She closed her eyes tightly and did not make a sound. Wow. She has improved and learned a lot this time. Huang Tao could not help but look surprised. He did not expect the little girl to be so patient at this time. In this case, he did not continue to tease her. Instead, he reached out to turn off the desk lamp and hugged Xian through the quilt. Perhaps because of her father's company, Xian fell asleep quickly. Huang Tao listened to Xuan's small breathing in his ears, and a taste of happiness rippled in his heart. Chapter 558 Losing Weight. The festival on the 8th day of the first lunar month is called Xuanqing Festival. This is the first festival that falls on the 8th day of the 8th month since the beginning of the new year. In our folk saying, 8 represents prosperity, which is a symbol of good luck and smooth sailing. Many businesses will choose to open on this day, hoping that in the new year, business will be prosperous and wealth will be made all year round. Huang Tao's Zenchiho restaurant is no exception. It also opened on this day. Ding Suqin and other employees came to the store before 4 in the morning. As soon as she arrived at the store, Shi and Li Qingzhan and Len Qiuyu were busy cleaning the store. Ren Milan and Yang Huiru were busy washing vegetables. Jiang Chao, Su Hao and Lin Zifeng were busy cleaning various kitchen utensils and scrubbing the stove. The few people were divided into 3 groups, each doing their own thing. Logically speaking, the store should have accumulated a lot of dust after 10 days of no one cleaning. But at this moment, there was not much dust in the store. The tables, chairs, and transparent counters were very clean with a rag, and even the floor was shiny after a mop. The kitchen and bathroom were also clean with a wet rag. This greatly saved them a lot of cleaning efforts. It was just that this very unreasonable situation made Ding Suqin and others feel a little confused. But they couldn't figure out why. In the end, they could only blame the boss for buying good materials, and it was not easy to clean up. In fact, all this was due to the permanent cleanliness rewarded by the system. But these employees didn't know it. Cleaned up. Li Qingjian, who was temporarily free, couldn't help feeling happy when he thought about having breakfast made by his boss. He also chatted with Lin Qiyu and others beside him, telling them about the difficulties he had experienced during this period. I can finally have breakfast made by our boss this morning. You don't know how I have been able to get through these days. I managed to stay here by looking at the pictures of food on the official Weibo account of Zha Zhenhaosher and eating the food in the hotel. At the end, he showed a little aggrieved expression of I have it easy. I am no different. I just can't enjoy anything I eat. And I can't enjoy anything I play. When it's time to eat, I can only look at the food photos in our restaurant while eating. Lin Qiyu shook his head helplessly and said, Alas, during this period of time, I feel that I am not celebrating the new year, but overcoming the tribulation. Since they tasted Huang Tao's cooking, they have looked down on the food in other hotels and restaurants. Even the food cooked by the chef they hired at a high salary is not delicious. I haven't been able to eat the employee meals in the restaurant for more than 10 days. I ate a lot of fish and meat at home every day during the new year, but I still lost weight. This is outrageous. Although Su Hao and the other three in the kitchen have not enjoyed their food during this period, they are better than Li Qingjian and his friends. Their weight has not increased or decreased. Su Hao smiled and said, I'm fine. When I'm at home and I want to eat the food in the restaurant, I make some stewed food according to the method taught by the boss to satisfy my craving. I also make some pan-fried buns according to the method taught by the boss to satisfy my craving. Jiang Chao echoed, during the Chinese New Year. The most popular food in my family is the pan-fried buns I make. Although the taste of my pan-fried buns is not as good as the ones made by the boss himself. With the blessing of the skills taught by the boss, the pan-fried buns I make are not 100% similar, but 90% similar, and are much more delicious than those made by other chefs outside. This is the biggest benefit of learning to cook from the boss. Lin Qiyu, Li Qingjian, and me, and jealous. At this moment, their hearts that were buried deep in their hearts and unknown to others, wanted to learn to cook, and were ready to move. Want to learn to cook. Want to learn to cook from the boss. I really want to. If they learn, they can be self-sufficient and well-fed. Of course, they also know that this is not something they can learn if they want to. Cooking also depends on qualifications. Just thinking that Jiang Chao actually made so many pan-fried buns, but never asked them to taste one or two. This makes me angry. Although the pan-fried buns made by Jiang Chao are definitely not as good as those made by the boss himself, they are also 90% similar. Letting them, the brothers, satisfy their cravings should not be a problem. But this guy, he didn't even think of them again. Humph. The friendship is over. They both looked at Jiang Chao with a look of complaint. We agreed to eat together? But I looked at the food pictures while eating. But you secretly ate the pan-fried buns. Jiang Chao, who felt the two unfriendly eyes. He felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Li Qingjian and the others. So he couldn't help but frown and asked the two brothers in a somewhat unrecognizable voice. Why are you two suddenly staring at me like this? What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Li Qingjian didn't respond, but looked at Lin Qiyu beside him and asked, Qiyu, do you know what the idiom for the old sow eating alone is? I know this. Lin Qiyu quickly echoed, only care about your mouth. Only care about your own mouth. Jiang Chao, who understood. Good fellow. This is the rhythm of secretly scolding him for eating alone. Jiang Chao was a little amused. The Xingjianbo he made was not enough for his family. How could he care about these brothers? Knowing the reason why the two brothers were angry, he explained to Li Qingjian and the others, and said that he could make them for them later. But Li Qingjian and the others didn't care. Who let them have a better choice now? Who would want to eat Jiang Chao's substitute Xingjianbo when they can eat the authentic Xingjianbo made by their own boss? Alas, the boat of friendship can be overturned. And the Jiang Chao version of Xingjianbo that I have been thinking about can be over. Jiang Chao sighed that he was so tired, and silently said in his heart, friendship is over. At this moment, many nearby neighbors and the rich second generation came to line up outside the store one after another. They had not eaten Huang Tao's food for more than 10 days, and they had lost a lot of weight. It was as if everyone had not eaten at home during the spring festival, but had been hungry for more than 10 days. With their arrival, the old street in the west of the city, which was originally deserted and had few diners, suddenly rang with lively voices. Oh my God! Mr. Huang's store is finally open as scheduled. I have been looking forward to it for the past few days. And finally Mr. Huang's store is open for business. It's not easy. Not easy. This year. My biggest hope is that Mr. Huang can open for business earlier. Who said it wasn't? Every night I dream. The sky is full of tempting pan-fried buns, glutinous rice balls, braised pig's trotters, roast duck, braised prawns, dompa pork and other dishes from Mr. Huang's store, which are so delicious. Unfortunately, every time I was about to eat it, I woke up. This kind of pain. Do you understand? I understand. I feel the same way. Now, whether it's the food at home or in other hotels and restaurants. I don't like it. For me, eating during the new year is just for living. Hey, don't talk about you. My eldest grandson is always making trouble with me and doesn't want to eat. He only wants to eat the food in Zendelicious restaurant. They have become picky eaters because of Huang Tao's food. When they eat other food, they feel like they have lost their souls. To describe it in 4 words, it's boring. When seeing Huang Tao coming, the neighbor's eyes suddenly glowed green. Hey, Mr. Huang. Good morning. You're finally here. Mr. Huang. Happy New Year. Mr. Huang. Do you know that during the New Year, I almost starved to death because I couldn't eat the food you cooked. Fortunately, I have a strong willpower. Otherwise you wouldn't see me. Mr. Huang. You don't know that I persevered during this year by looking at the food photos in your store. Mr. Huang. Look. I lost weight because I couldn't eat the food you cooked. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for the lost meat? Everyone said. Every time during the festival. I gained 10 pounds. But I not only didn't gain a pound, but also lost several pounds. Okay. Everyone stop surrounding Mr. Huang. Let Mr. Huang go in and clean up. I'm so greedy. Listening to the crying of these neighbors, Huang Tao comforted them with a smile. Everyone. There will be fried buns with chives and eggs in the morning. You can all eat a few then. As soon as these words came out, the neighbors' eyes lit up again. Mr. Huang is going to have a new flavor of fried buns this morning? That's great. I'm so lucky this morning. I must try it later and eat it to my heart's content. No more words. Mr. Huang. I'll buy the first pot. Huang Tao smiled helplessly, chatted with these neighbors for a few words. He then carried a big pot and walked into the store, preparing for the first breakfast of the new year. Chapter 559. Stop fighting. Sizzle. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, the steaming hot air and the overwhelming aroma rushed to the face. Crowded full, the snow white and round shengjian sizzled in the dark pot, and the chopped green onions were lightly decorated. The color, fragrance and hearing were one step ahead of the taste, and they took the lead in occupying the stomach fortress of the 3 assistant chefs in the store. A mixture of oil fragrance, the aroma of shengjian buns, and the delicious aroma of chives and egg stuffing burst out perfectly, making people unable to stop. Soon, the shengjian buns with chives and egg stuffing happily separated from the bottom of the pot, and were served one by one in the white jade porcelain bowls, and began a wonderful encounter with the lips and teeth of the employees. Freshly baked leek and egg-stuffed pan-fried buns. The bottom is golden and crispy. The skin is soft and chewy. The fresh and refreshing leek and egg stuffing is oozing with rich gravy. Not caring about the hot mouth. And taking a bite. The aroma of meat, wheat, oil, and onion spread all at once. There are even dried shrimps in it. The leek is green, and the scrambled eggs are golden. And the seasoning is just right. Not salty or bland. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that they want to swallow their tongues. The employees who didn't eat breakfast and were already hungry felt full of satisfaction. And they couldn't help but exclaimed, so fragrant, so fragrant. I wanted to recite a poem, but I'm not educated, so I can only say wow. It's so delicious. Oh my God. I was so satisfied with one bite. I felt my stomach, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly woke up at this moment. Only in our restaurant can my stomach be satisfied and enjoy the pleasure brought by delicious food. My life is over, and I can only rely on the boss's food to survive. Yes, yes. Only in our store can you experience such a delicious pan-fried bun, soft, dense, chewy, crispy, and you can taste several flavors in one bite. Each pan-fried bun with chive and egg filling has a lot of shrimp skin, and it is indescribably fresh. And it's not just the freshness of shrimp skin and egg, But the whole pan-fried bun has a light sweet shrimp flavor and the deliciousness of egg. So fresh that it makes your eyebrows fall off. Amazing. This chive and egg pan-fried bun is really amazing. The boss is amazing. Hearing this, Huang Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. The pan-fried bun with chive and egg filling is of course delicious. The system's product must be a boutique. He also quickly swallowed a whole pan-fried bun with chive and egg filling. The fresh and fragrant juice is mixed with the deliciousness of chives, eggs and shrimp skin, mixed with the soft skin with a little sweet milk flavor, the crispy skin at the bottom, and the taste of green onions and black sesame after being stimulated by oil. Multiple tastes are perfectly integrated together. I can't stop eating. Huang Tao ate 5 in one go and still felt unsatisfied. While Huang Tao and his employees were enjoying the delicious breakfast, the neighbors and other diners who had been waiting in line at the door of the store also smelled the fresh aroma. This fresh aroma mixed with the aroma of burning seemed to blow into their hearts along with the wind, making them feel itchy in their hearts and secreting some saliva under their tongues. In addition, they haven't been able to eat this for more than 10 days, so they are more greedy and can't help but sip their saliva. Oh my god! This is too fragrant. The greedy bug in my stomach is screaming. Well, just smelling this fragrance makes people feel ecstatic. If you eat one, you will be as happy as a god. Only at Boss Huang's can you smell such a tempting fragrance. I'll say it 3 times. I beg Boss Huang to open the door earlier. I beg Boss Huang to open the door earlier. I beg Boss Huang to open the door earlier. Boss Huang, please open the door quickly. Open the door quickly and earn my money. I want to eat leek and egg stuffed pan-fried buns. Boss Huang, open the door. Open the door. If you have the ability to smell good, you have the ability to open the door quickly. Boss Huang, please, open the door quickly and earn all the money in our hands. Those rich second generations are already greedy. They shouted loudly one by one, trying to let Huang Tao hear their inner desires so that they can open the door earlier. Don't mention it. Huang Tao really heard their urgent cries. He also asked Ding Suqin to open the store a few minutes earlier. If they start selling quickly, the customers will be less affected by the cold wind. At 6:55, Ding Suqin opened the store door, and the morning market began. The neighbors and the rich second generations in front of them rushed into the store, as if they were hungry for 8 lifetimes. Then, they couldn't wait to find a seat and scan the code to order. While waiting for the meal, the rich second generation sitting near the back kitchen couldn't help but stick their heads out and look at the big flat-bottomed pots through the glass baffle. There were dozens of xingjian neatly laid in the pot. Each one was round, covered with black sesame seeds, green chopped green onions, and white steam floating. As the tempting aroma went straight into everyone's nose, Huang Tao took the spatula and gently shoveled it. The metal spatula touched the bottom of the pan-fried buns, making a crisp sound. And then the pan-fried buns happily separated from the bottom of the pot and were served on porcelain plates. Then, they were brought to the table by Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu. Plates were placed on the table, with bright colors, attractive textures, and fragrant aromas. It has everything. What are you waiting for? Just start eating. The rich second generation all started to eat the pan-fried buns with leek and egg filling. The moment the pan-fried buns with leek and egg filling were put into their mouths, they all closed their eyes in ecstasy. They couldn't help but make a vague sound of satisfaction in their throats. This fried bun with chive and egg filling. It's really, really delicious. The moment the soft dough is bitten open, the aroma of the fresh chive, egg and shrimp filling directly fills the whole mouth. The boiling delicious jelly juice is surging, flowing directly into the mouth from the gap of the bitten dough. The fresh fragrance of chives, eggs and shrimp mixed with the fragrance of oil. The fragrance is full and extremely hot. They coughed slightly because of the heat, but they were reluctant to spit it out. They swallowed it hard. Although chives and eggs are ordinary fillings, they are delicious and tender. And the fresh and fragrant shrimp mixed together. The taste is particularly harmonious, and the fragrance is also particularly rich, with the soft dough, and the crispy bottom crust mixed with sesame and green onion. A bite of fried bun. 5 tastes. Each one is just right. Enough to amaze people. Even though they had eaten other flavors of pan-fried buns countless times, they were still amazed by the chive and egg pan-fried buns made with these simple ingredients. Delicious. Wow. 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 It's so delicious. I don't know how to praise it. I'll say wow first. Wow. the middle-aged man with a big belly at the next table. Look at this group of uneducated rich second generations. They must not have studied hard when they were in school. Now they don't know how to praise people. They can only keep saying wow. The middle-aged man with a big belly shook his head and picked up a pan-fried bun with chive and egg filling and tasted it. Then, wow, Mr. Huang's cooking skills are amazing. Delicious. This thing is so delicious that it is easy to overeat. In addition, during the Chinese New Year, everyone didn't eat well, so their appetites were even bigger. The rich second generation, who felt that they had not eaten enough and had finished the pan-fried buns on their plates, immediately set their sights on the last plate of pan-fried buns with leek and egg fillings. After all, it was difficult to buy them again. You all have them. I'm not full yet. Give me this plate. No. Give it to me. I asked for it first. I saw it first. Ma Junwen was quick-witted and grabbed 2 pan-fried buns with leek and egg fillings with chopsticks, and started eating them right and left. Lin Annan immediately went to grab the plate. Sons, this is for Dad. Others were naturally dissatisfied. You are too unkind. So the rich second generation stretched out their chopsticks and started to grab them. Those who had not finished their own food also joined in the fun and started to grab them. The scene was very spectacular. Those who knew that they were fighting for the Xingjianbo. Those who didn't know thought that they were fighting for the immortal Tang monk's meat. Li Qingzhan had just gone to the next room to fetch the dishes, and when he saw the rich second generation fighting like a war, he couldn't help but stop them. Stop! Stop! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop! Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Damn! Xiao Yuqiu. You son of a bitch! You've already eaten one. Stop eating. Why don't you say that Liang ate too? You still have the mind to talk. If you don't grab one, you won't be able to eat it. Stop grabbing. I'll spit in it if you grab it again. Fuck. Lin Annan. You son of a bitch. Do you still have any shame? I'm shameless. I want Xingjianbo stuffed with chives and eggs. Li Qingzhan looked at these brothers, who had no image at all for food, and felt embarrassed. He shouldn't be here. He should be in the next room. Fortunately, Huang Tao couldn't stand it anymore and stopped the fierce food scramble. Everyone, please eat in a civilized manner. If you can't do that, then you can only turn left when you go out. Now, these rich second generations are all honest, sitting down and eating like gentlemen. After all, Huang Tao dominates their stomachs. Only by listening to Huang Tao obediently can you have good results in the future. Chapter 560, Homecoming. Several office workers who worked near the old street in the west of the city, who came into the store later noticed at a glance that there was a new flavor for the pan-fried buns in the ordering system when they scanned the code to order food. Pan-fried buns with chives and eggs. 3 yuan each. They were all surprised and asked excitedly, "Hey, have you added pan-fried buns with chives and eggs? Why didn't I see it on the official Weibo account?" It used to be a habit for college students to check the official Weibo account of Zhenhaoqi before dinner to see if the restaurant had any activities or new dishes. Recently, this habit has evolved into a spiritual food and support for their meals during the Chinese New Year when it is time to eat. But before they lined up this morning, they all checked it out, and there was no new Weibo. Li Qingzhan heard this and explained, "Hello. We did launch new leek and egg stuffed pan-fried buns this morning. We tried it out this morning, but the quantity was not large, so we didn't post it on Weibo. We will launch new ones tomorrow." Oh my god. Am I lucky? This is great. I dreamed that the store would launch new flavors of pan-fried buns. So did my dream come true this time? Happiness came too suddenly, making these office workers, who came together, feel like they were dreaming. Zhou Hong stretched out his hand and pinched the arm of his colleague Lin Jibua next to him with an unbelievable look on his face. Lin Jibua screamed with a grimacing pain. "It hurts." "Zhou Hong, what are you doing?" As he said this, Lin Jibua gave Zhou Hong a speechless eye roll that said killing someone is not punishable by death. "It hurts." Zhou Hong ignored the other person's eyes, patted the other person excitedly like a child, and said, "It seems that we are not dreaming." "Lin Jibua," he complained speechlessly, "are you dreaming? Pinch yourself. It hurts when you pinch me." I pinch you because I'm afraid of pain." Of course, Zhou Hong would not express his inner drama. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten up by the other person. Hong Rui on the side helplessly reminded, "Stop arguing. Order the food quickly. If others have ordered it, it will be too late to cry." As soon as these words came out, they both instantly remembered what Li Qingjian said about the small amount of fried buns stuffed with chives and eggs, and then immediately returned to business. Without hesitation, chose the new flavor of fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and neatly placed the order and paid, waiting for breakfast to be served. Everyone is a food lover. They missed the breakfast at Jinhaochi restaurant after not having it for a long time. When Li Qingjian served the breakfast to the table, they couldn't wait to eat it. The freshly baked leek-stuffed pan-fried buns were golden and crispy at the bottom. The dough was soft and chewy, and the tender and fresh leek and egg oozed rich gravy. They didn't care about the hot mouth and took a bite anxiously. The aroma of leek, wheat, oil, and onion spread in their mouths at once. The mouth was full of gravy, fragrant but not greasy, which could fill the stomach and satisfy the craving. The pan-fried buns at Jinhaochi restaurant were fragrant. In addition, they had eaten unpalatable meals for more than 10 days during the Chinese New Year. This breakfast had multiple buffs, which attracted these people to share their praises on Weibo after eating. Weibo is just in the process of eating out in restaurants, and there are many more Weibo posts sharing delicious food. Slap your hypocritical heart to death. This morning's fried buns with chives and eggs are also amazing. Other people's chives and eggs are easy to make look like only chives. I even doubt whether other people's chives and eggs are poured with egg liquid. And the chives taste is also very strong. What makes it really delicious is that the ratio of chives and eggs is just right. The chives are very refreshing and not strong at all. The eggs are really super tender and smooth. And the shrimp skin is also very fresh and fragrant. I love it. I live like a queen without you. The skin of the fried buns is thin, crispy and not broken. After biting it open, it is rich in juice. The chives and eggs are fresh and tender. The taste buds immediately sense the essence of its taste. This is definitely the best fried buns with chives and eggs I have ever eaten. No one else. Desire bewitches people asterisk. I also want to say that this fried bun with chive and egg filling is really great. My girlfriend who doesn't like the taste of chives said it was delicious. The chive flavor is not strong at all, and it is very refreshing and tender. The eggs are also very tender. The seasoning is also very flavorful and just right. For the taste of chives and eggs, I sincerely suggest that Jinhaochi can make another breakfast like chive and egg stuffed buns, clenching fist. Local students of Chongjiang University also came to the store to buy breakfast as scheduled. Like this morning, not long after the chive and egg stuffed fried buns were launched, a student bought it in person, took a photo, and posted it on the campus forum to show off. Dear family members, I have made progress. I actually ate the new chive and egg stuffed fried buns at Jinhaochi this morning. As soon as the post appeared on the campus forum, which had been silent for many days, immediately became lively, attracting many students to click in and speak, and the post instantly floated to the forum homepage. LZ, this morning, I went to the Jinhaochi restaurant to queue up for breakfast and accidentally found the new leek and egg stuffed pan-fried buns. The waiter said that we tried the new leek and egg stuffed pan-fried buns this morning, but the portion was not large. The new leek and egg stuffed pan-fried buns will be officially launched tomorrow morning. I have to say that this leek and egg stuffed pan-fried bun is crispy and juicy, and the leek and egg are tender and smooth. It is really fresh and delicious, and it is a delicacy. 1L, without further ado, I will just post the picture. I am not responsible for making you greedy. Picture JPG. The picture filled the entire screen with a close-up of a pan-fried bun. Small and exquisite pan-fried buns were stacked on the plate, each with a full shape. The upper half was sprinkled with shiny black sesame seeds and green chopped green onions. The bottom skin was shiny, and you could see the slightly fried brown. You can imagine how golden and crispy it is. And the dough is soft and chewy. One of them was even split in half to reveal the dark green leek and tender yellow egg. The color also gave you a glimpse of its deliciousness. 1L, are you polite? The child is still in my hometown. 2L, damn. I'm so greedy. My mouth is watering. 3L, too much. Posting something so tempting at lunchtime. Are you still human? I can't eat anymore. Bad review. 4L, I went to check the official Weibo account of Jinhaochi again, and there was indeed no new dish on Weibo. I wanted to accuse the OP of spreading rumors with an 80-meter-long sword. But such tempting and delicious leek and egg pan-fried buns must be produced by Jinhaochi. For 99L, when I saw Jinhaochi, I clicked in. It's so touching. I actually waited for leek and egg pan-fried buns in my lifetime. And my mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to eat leek and egg pan-fried buns. But at this moment, I really want to go back to school. 500L. My mom asked me why I was in such a hurry to go back to school. Of course, I love school and study. 501L. Don't ask. If you ask, I want to study. I miss school. I miss my classmates. 902L. In less than a winter vacation, I have lost more than 20 pounds at home. I don't know whether I should be happy that I have succeeded in losing weight, or should I feel sorry for losing so much weight. 903L. In the past, I could gain 10 pounds during the Chinese New Year at home. But now, the opposite is true. I have lost 10 pounds. 904L. Yes. In less than a winter vacation, I have lost a lot of weight because I couldn't eat the dishes made by Huang Tao. Now that Mr. Huang's store is open for business, I have to come back quickly to make up for the weight I lost. The out-of-town college students of Linjiang University are scrolling through the posts, wanting to cry but not crying. And they all wish that it would be time to return to school immediately. They are so eager to go home. Chapter 561 Gentle Country. The spring sun seemed to be covered with an orange lampshade, emitting soft light, which suddenly revealed the hazy old street in the west of the city. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning. All the breakfasts prepared in the store were sold out, but there were still people queuing up. When they heard that the store had fried buns with leek and egg stuffing this morning, they asked the waiter excitedly. When they learned that the fried buns with leek and egg stuffing had been sold out, they couldn't help but sigh. When they learned that all the breakfasts were sold out, they wanted to cry. Ah! It's finally here that the delicious restaurant is open for business. But because I was addicted to the gentle country of the bed and couldn't get up, I couldn't eat the breakfast made by Huang Tao this morning. At this moment, they regretted it so much. Jiang Han squeezed in unwillingly, and saw the pan for frying fried buns in the kitchen through the glass baffle. His eyes suddenly lit up like a light bulb. Boss Huang, don't you have some Xingjian in this pot? Why don't you sell them? Boss Huang, I'm willing to pay double the price. Can you sell all these Xingjian to me? As soon as the voice fell, those diners, who couldn't buy any, couldn't help but look towards the kitchen and the big flat-bottomed pot under Huang Tao's hand. Isn't it? There are still a lot of Xingjian neatly lying on one side of the pot. It is estimated that there are at least 30 of them. Each one is round and plump, with black and shiny sesame seeds and green chopped green onions. And the bottom is fried into a rich brown color, which makes people salivate just by looking at it. While other diners were drooling, they couldn't help but bid for these Xingjianbo. Boss, sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Boss Huang, I'm willing to pay 5 times the price for these Xingjianbo. Just sell it to me. I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. I don't ask Boss Huang to sell all of them to me. I just want Boss Huang to buy a few to satisfy my craving. Employees in the store, surprised. For a bite of food? These customers really do everything they can, and actually bid. Strange things happen every year, especially this year. But it's not surprising that it happens in their own store. Customers dining in the store. Oh my God! How can it be done this way? Huang Tao. He smiled helplessly and said, I'm sorry. This customer. These Xingjianbo are for my daughter and my parents. How much do you want? None of them are for sale. If you want to eat Xingjianbo, come early tomorrow morning to buy them. There will also be Xingjianbo with chive and egg stuffing tomorrow morning. They are just launched this morning and are still in the testing stage. If many people like them, the quantity will be gradually increased in the future. Please bear with me, he said politely. And these old customers felt embarrassed. They all scratched their heads and said, it's okay. We just think your Xingjianbo is so delicious. We haven't been able to eat the food in your restaurant during the Chinese New Year. We are greedy. When we see the new Xingjianbo with new stuffing, we especially want to try it. Then let's come over at noon to eat other things. Huang Tao nodded and agreed, okay. There will be new dishes at noon, but the quantity will not be large. You can come early. Okay. I'll come earlier later. I'll go back to take care of some things and then come back to line up. I don't believe I can't eat the food in the store at noon. These customers talked a lot before leaving reluctantly. Ding-ling-ding. Huang Tao's cell phone in his pocket rang. Oh! He wiped his hands, took out his cell phone and looked at it, and immediately said to Su Hao beside him, Howsy, I'll leave this to you to clean up. I'll take a call first. As he said, he left the kitchen and sat down at Xuan Xuan's exclusive small dining table, saying softly, Hey, Baby. Are you up? Yeah, Daddy. Are you in the store now? Huang Tao's familiar voice instantly came from the microphone of the cell phone. Soft, sweet, and cute. A gentle smile spread across Huang Tao's lips. And he said, Yes, Daddy is in the store. I've prepared breakfast for you. When will you come over with Grandpa and Grandma to eat? It was only a few hours since I was separated from the little guy, but I was still worried about him. I thought I would call my mom to ask if the little guy woke up after I was done with my work. I didn't expect Xian to call me by herself. This is the benefit of having a phone watch. Hee. Xian smiled secretly and replied, Dad, Grandpa and Grandma will go out to the store now. Huang Tao said. Then you should be careful. You must listen to Grandpa and Grandma and don't walk around. Xian nodded. Well, I know. See you later, Daddy. See you later. Huang Tao hung up the phone reluctantly. He put away his phone, stood up, turned around and wanted to get a glass of water from the water dispenser next to the counter. But he was stunned. A delicate little person first caught his eye. Xian was dressed up by her mother like a New Year doll, with a red New Year's greeting dress, black velvet leggings, and black velvet high-top shoes, looking extra cute and beautiful. Huang Tao shouted with surprise, Xian, Daddy. Seeing that her father saw her, she happily opened her slender arms and flew towards Huang Tao like a young swallow returning to the nest. Slowed down. Huang Tao hurried over, stretched out his hands and picked her up, holding her in his arms. He couldn't help but complain, You little brat. You actually lied to your daddy and said you just went out. Xian laughed hee, hugged Huang Tao's neck, fluttered her long eyelashes, and said coquettishly, Dad, I didn't lie. I called it a surprise. Dad, when you turned around and saw me, were you surprised? Huang Tao nodded, Yes. I was very surprised. And I was very happy. Bo. Xian was very satisfied with her father's answer. The little guy giggled, came forward, pouted, and gave her father a sweet kiss as a reward. Huang Tao was stunned for a moment. Then a sweet smile appeared on his lips. He rubbed Xuan's little face and said, Are you hungry? Daddy left you some new flavors of pan-fried buns. Go wash your hands with Grandpa and Grandma first, and I'll bring them to you. Okay? Yeah. Thank you, Daddy. You're so nice. After saying that, she rewarded Huang Tao with another sweet kiss. Huang Tao's heart was about to bubble. Song Xiaolian and Huang Ida watched from the side, with loving smiles on their faces, and then took Xuan's little hand and went to wash their hands. Huang Tao hurriedly went to serve them breakfast. When he brought it over, Xian and her parents had already washed their hands, and her mother helped him to serve. This is the fried buns with leek and egg stuffing that I made this morning. You guys try it. Huang Tao smiled and greeted them, and picked one for each of the three relatives. Ah, there are leeks. Xian, who really doesn't like leeks, still has a little resistance in her heart. Huang Tao, who saw her little thoughts, encouraged her, Xian. Try it first. If you really don't like the taste of leeks, then Dad will help you remove the leeks. Okay? Xian thought about it, and accepted her father's suggestion. She gently bit a small hole in the leek and egg-stuffed pan-fried bun, and tasted only the crispy pan-fried bun's skin. Then she took a sip of the thick soup, and a strong fragrance emanated from her mouth. After drinking the soup, she enjoyed the soft and glutinous dough and the stuffing inside. The egg pieces were smooth, tender and fragrant. The taste of the leek was just right, tender and fresh, not too strong or too light. And there was a faint strong fragrance. Huh? This leek is really delicious. Chapter 562, if you lick it to the end, you will definitely have everything you want. Delicious. Very delicious. Xian likes it so much. Xian touched her round belly contentedly, leaned back on the backrest of her small dining chair in an unladylike manner, and laughed at Huang Tao beside her. She had eaten up all her breakfast, even the leeks that she disliked the most. This bowl and plate is so clean that it can be used as a mirror. In short, whether it is the smooth and delicious eggs, the tender and juicy leeks, or the fresh and fragrant shrimp skin, Xian likes them very much. After eating, she wanted to continue eating, but her little stomach was too weak to eat. So helpless. Then tomorrow morning, Dad will save some leek and egg-stuffed pan-fried buns for me. Huang Tao smiled slightly. His face seemed calm, but he was actually very proud in his heart. In the morning, he received praise from countless diners, but none of them was as fulfilling as his daughter's praise now. Great, great, burp. Xian couldn't help but burp, and she relaxed a little. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Huang Tao again, saying with curved eyebrows, "Daddy, I want to stay by your side for the rest of my life and live with you. Daddy, don't try to get rid of me in this life." She wants to stay by her father's side for the rest of her life, until she is very, very, very old. Huang Tao. Good guy. This is the rhythm of relying on him, but being relied on by your precious daughter for a lifetime, even if it is just because she is greedy for the food he cooks. Is it not a kind of happiness? Huang Tao laughed in silence, and felt happy in his heart. But he also knew clearly that this was just a simple and innocent thought of a child. It was hard to say whether his precious daughter would still have such thoughts when she grew up. Of course, although he loved Xian very much and guarded and cared for her conscientiously, he would not tie Xian to his side all the time, because then this love would become a heavy burden. After all, parents and children are still independent individuals. Although they depend on each other, they can only go forward together for a while, and then complement each other in life, bloom separately, and admire each other from afar. Be her strongest rear in the long road of life. He smiled and said jokingly, "So, even if I am 80 or 90 years old, I still have to cook for you." Xian, who didn't know what 80 or 90 years old meant, blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked in confusion, "Dad, isn't this okay?" Song Xilian and his wife, the employees in the store, and the last batch of guests who stayed in the store to eat couldn't help laughing after hearing the conversation between the father and daughter. Huang Tao took a few tissues, bent down to help the little girl wipe the corners of her mouth, and said with a helpless smile, "You are so filial." Hee. She put her arms around Huang Tao's neck and said coquettishly, "Daddy, I love you the most. Can I? Can I?" In an instant, Huang Tao felt that his heart was melted by his precious daughter's confession of "I love you the most," and he was completely immersed in the sugar-coated bullets of his precious daughter. He took Xian into his arms, kissed her on the forehead, and said, "Of course." Xian smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Daddy. You are the best. Who made me your father?" Huang Tao touched her head and smiled. Xian pouted her pink little mouth and kissed Huang Tao on the face. "Ah!" Huang Tao was a little surprised and more happy to be rewarded with a sweet kiss by his precious daughter. Meow. Mimi tried to stick her head up and called out, as if reminding Huang Tao not to forget herself. It also wants to stay with the shit-shoveling owner for life. Don't ask why. The answer is that it also covets the shit-shoveling owner's cooking skills. It's a pity that its call was ignored by the shit-shoveling owner Huang Tao. The shit-shoveling owner has a daughter but no humanity. Mimi burst into tears. Meow meow meow. Then she lost her color and returned to her cat bed dejectedly. The cat's life feels gloomy. Huang Tao touched her little head and said with a smile, "Go play for a while after eating, and digest the food. Dad will make you delicious new dishes at noon." There are delicious new dishes again. Xuan's beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs, and a big question mark immediately rose in her mind. She asked curiously, "Dad, what new dishes?" The diners who stayed in the restaurant couldn't help but quietly prick up their ears and look forward to Huang Tao's answer. Huang Tao said without hesitation, "Wincy tofu." "Wow! Wincy tofu. This is a Huaiyang kung fu dish. It is famous for its fine knife skills and soft and mellow taste. Speaking of which, can Mr. Huang hold this dish?" Thinking that Mr. Huang's Zhejiang cuisine is so delicious, this Huaiyang cuisine must be no problem. Even if it's not so perfect, it will definitely not be bad. They often eat here, and the taste of each dish is very good. And every time they come to eat, the taste is better and better. Thinking so, they decided not to go back after eating, and directly stroll around the old street, and then come to line up around 9:30, so that they can definitely eat this new product Wincy tofu. Great! Great! When Xian heard the name of the dish, her eyes suddenly lit up again, although she had never eaten or heard of this Wincy tofu. As long as it was made by her father, she was inexplicably looking forward to it, and she also felt from the bottom of her heart that it must be delicious. In short, in her heart, anything made by her father must be delicious. At this moment, she belatedly remembered her good friend Mimi, and ran to the cat's nest. While touching Mimi's head, she told her the good news. Mimi, I'm telling you, we have a new dish for lunch. Dad is going to make a new dish. Wensi tofu. Hearing this, Mimi's dull cat eyes finally had a little light. Although the owner only has his daughter, and not the cat in his eyes. Life has to go on. Right? Forget it. Since there is a new dish for lunch, I won't argue with the owner. Forgive him. Meow. Mimi stretched out her pink tongue and licked Schwan's other hand. Looking very intimate. Being a licking cat. If you lick a cat to the end, you will definitely have everything you want. Who asked the little master to pamper it? The poop shoveler pampers the little master. So, licking the little master is licking the poop shoveler in disguise. After such a long time together, Mimi has completely mastered the rules of survival. Wang Tao, who was completely unaware of Mimi's little calculations, suddenly remembered his parents and asked with concern, Mom and Dad, are you full? Son, look at your mom's current state. Doesn't it look like she is not full? She is so full that she can't walk. Song Salian, who was full, leaned back on the back of the chair, digesting the food in the same posture as Juanita. She had gained a few pounds recently because she could eat Huang Tao's meals almost every day during the Chinese New Year. So she was thinking about dieting. Don't eat too much. But as she ate, she completely threw the idea of dieting out of her mind. I ate too much again without paying attention. Alas, as long as her son cooks, she will never lose weight in her life. Song Salian was in pain and happy. The guests who stayed in the restaurant to eat were almost full and rested, and put their plates and bowls in the bowl basket next to the automatic dishwasher. Let's go. Mr. Wang. You are busy. See you at noon. I have been waiting for more than 10 days to finally eat the breakfast made by you. Mr. Wang. It can be regarded as a little relief from my cravings these days. Only your food can make people feel comfortable and satisfied. Yes. Unlike the food cooked by my wife, I can get a new surprise every day. It's still better here. In this life, I can only rely on you. Mr. Huang. Boss Huang. You must prepare this Wensi tofu for lunch. We can't cheat. I'll bring the money. And you make the Wensi tofu? They are not short of money. And they don't care about the price. Please, Boss Huang. Hurry up and make all the money in our hands. Okay. Don't worry. I will definitely arrange it. Wang Tao said with a smile. Oh. By the way, there is not only Wensi tofu as a new dish for lunch, but also Jiuzhuan large intestine. Wow. There are 2 new dishes for lunch? Boss Huang. You are too awesome. This surprise came too suddenly, making these diners excited and happy. Chapter 563, Are you sure you want to use the knife in your hand? It was a little after 9 in the morning. The neighbors were already queuing up in front of the Zinchichi store. They opened big umbrellas as usual, and set up card tables and chess tables. Lao Qin was there too. But he didn't participate. That's right. At this moment, he was distracted and had no intention of playing chess. Just because he heard a piece of news in the crowd, he could never calm down again. This news, of course, it was about the news that Wang Tao was going to make 2 new dishes. Wensi tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine. For lunch. Yes. He really never expected that Wang Tao could cook these 2 famous dishes. You know, this Wensi tofu is a traditional famous dish in the Huaiyang area, belonging to Huaiyang cuisine, and this Jiuzhuan dachang is one of the top 10 classic dishes in Shandong, belonging to Shandong cuisine. These 2 dishes, it can be said that they are completely unrelated cuisines. Although a famous chef must be proficient in the cooking skills of one cuisine, and must also be familiar with the cooking methods and skills of other cuisines, whether it is cooking, heat, knife skills, food carving, cold dishes, snacks, and embellishment, he can be handy. But there are very few chefs of the older generation who can really do this. Not to mention the younger generation of chefs. No, he has to go and observe it. Otherwise he will be worried all day. Seeing that it was getting late, Lao Qin vaguely saw through the glass windows that the kitchen in the store seemed to have already started the preliminary work of preparing the ingredients. He made up his mind and then, amid the puzzled looks of many neighbors, he walked forward and knocked on the door. Knock. 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 Ding Suqin heard the knock on the door and came to open it. Seeing that it was Lao Qin, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Uncle Qin, it's not open yet. What can I do for you? Lao Qin smiled and explained his purpose. I heard that your boss is going to make Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine for lunch. And I came here just to see your boss make these two dishes. Ding Suqin was stunned. She seriously suspected that Lao Qin wanted to be a taster again. But she had no evidence. Since the other party said so. She had to turn her head to look at Huang Tao, who was looking at his phone not far behind her, wanting to ask his opinion. Huang Tao, who was browsing the store rental software, noticed the situation here and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, you came just in time. I was just about to make Wincy tofu. How about you help me taste it later? Ah, it's just what he wanted. This fell into the ears of old Qin, and he was deeply moved. He shook his folding fan happily and said, Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Boss Huang, I have another unwelcome request. That is, I want to observe a little outside the back kitchen. Do you think it's okay? At the end, he did not forget to ask respectfully. Huang Tao nodded and agreed, Sure. Please go ahead. I'll go to the back kitchen to prepare it first. Daddy, I want to see it too. I want to see it too. Xian shouted to join in the fun. Okay. Then you watch it with Grandpa Qin. Huang Tao touched her little head, then went into the kitchen, washed his hands, and prepared to start making Wincy tofu first. Wincy tofu. As the name suggests, the main ingredient of this dish is tofu. Rennet tofu will do. As for the ingredients, you need mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, quinoa ham, and small rapeseed leaves. However, these ingredients are not fixed and can be flexibly changed and replaced. For example, quinoa ham can be replaced by carrots, and mushrooms can be replaced by black fungus. In addition, you can add some thinly shredded egg pancakes to add a touch of bright yellow to the dish. In this way, it is even more noble. In addition to the above ingredients, this dish has another most important ingredient, which is clear chicken soup. For this dish, most people focus on the knife skills of cutting rennet tofu, and the real experts will focus more on this clear chicken soup, because if you want to make a pot of clear chicken soup that tastes good, it is as difficult as cutting rennet tofu. And the clear chicken soup he is going to use now was made at home yesterday. The old hens are selected to be more than 3 years old. The useless chicken heads, chicken feet, chicken wings and chicken buttocks are chopped off. Then the pot is put into cold water and placed on the stove to simmer slowly over low heat. The water in the pot needs to be kept in a state of boiling or not boiling. If there is floating foam, it should be removed in time. This boiling state needs to last for 6 or 7 hours. Only in this way can a pot of clear chicken soup be obtained. After the chicken soup in the pot is out of the pot, it needs to be filtered with gauze. This gauze is also very particular. It is not a simple gauze, but several layers of thick gauze. After filtering, the clear chicken soup can be used. Boiling clear chicken soup is not only time-consuming, but also labor-consuming. Someone needs to be on the side to watch over the whole process. Because it is slow-cooked over low heat, floating foam may appear at any time. Once floating foam appears, it must be removed as soon as possible. This is a test of the chef's energy, so it is no less difficult than cutting rennet tofu. The important ingredient of clear chicken soup has been prepared. Huang Tao now only needs to cut the rennet tofu first, and then prepare other side dishes. For most people, the process of cutting the tender rennet tofu into hair-like filaments is undoubtedly a pleasing scene. Huang Tao also thinks so. When I saw it on a food show before, I was shocked and also sighed that the knife skills were really good. Now that I have experienced it in person, I am still a little nervous. He first poured some clean water on the chopping board, and then gently turned the box of rennet tofu upside down on the chopping board. Then he picked up the god-level kitchen knife, dipped it in water, and laid the knife flat, with one hand gently pressing the box of rennet tofu, with the other hand holding the kitchen knife, placed it at the bottom edge of the box, and began to cut steadily. This is to cut off the top cover of the rennet tofu box. At the same time, the top layer of old skin of the rennet tofu must be cut off to make it taste smoother after cooking. To be honest, it is also possible to cut it when it is placed upright. But if you do this, the tofu will easily fall out of the box when it is turned upside down. For safety reasons, Huang Tao chose to cut it upside down. After cutting to the bottom, he pushed the box and gently slid it onto the cutting board on the side on the wet knife surface. Then he threw the cut lid and the layer of old skin into the trash can beside him. Immediately, he took the knife and sliced off the entire bottom of the box. While slicing, he also shaved off the old skin of the rennet tofu. Now, the upper and lower ends of the box were all cut off, and the plastic basket was easily removed. He took the knife and cut off the 4 sides of the rennet tofu to make it look more flat and convenient for shredding. After finishing these, he dipped the god-level kitchen knife in water again, and then used the flat knife method to steadily cut the rennet tofu in front of him into 2 halves. And the height of the tofu was also reduced by half. The flat knife method is used to make it easier to cut with the knife. Reduce the amplitude and force of the knife, so that it can be cut more evenly. And the height of the tofu is reduced to prevent the cut tofu from collapsing, thus affecting the final product. After cutting, he slid the knife lightly and put it aside, dipped the god-level kitchen knife in water again, and poured some clean water on the tofu. He grabbed the kitchen knife and quickly cut a few times on the chopping board, trying to get a feel for it and get used to the rhythm of cutting tofu. When Lao Qin saw this, he looked helpless, as if to say, "Boss Huang, are you sure you're not kidding me? Boss Huang, are you sure you want to cut tofu with this knife instead of a slicing knife?" After all, the kitchen knife used to cut tofu is very particular, and the thinnest slicing knife is usually used. This type of knife has a smoother blade and is lighter, which can help the chef maintain his physical strength to the maximum extent. Compared to the slicing knife, the god-level kitchen knife in Huang Tao's hand is much thicker. It is estimated that after a few cuts, the wrist will be sore. But once the tofu starts to be cut, it must be kept at the same rhythm, cutting it all the way through in one breath without pausing in the middle. Once it is paused, the cut tofu will be uneven in thickness, and even the whole piece of tofu will be ruined. In this way, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Old Qin was also worried that he would fail because of this, so he reminded him. Xian blinked her eyes, not knowing why Grandpa Qin asked this. But no matter what, she stood on her father's side and believed in him unconditionally. Su Hao and the other 3 assistants were also puzzled. When they were practicing knife skills before, there was a period of time when they used to practice with lactone tofu without fail, and they also knew that it was best to use a slicing knife to cut Wincy tofu. But now, their boss's unconventional operation made them a little confused and worried. "Boss, even if this knife is good, you can't use it at this time." Could it be that the boss has been spending the new year and left his brain at home? That shouldn't be the case. Huang Tao agreed without explaining, and placed the 4 fingers of his left hand on the edge of the tofu block to form a support, while the thumb of his left hand was raised horizontally, just against the blade of the kitchen knife. The 3 assistants saw that Qin Lao's reminder was useless to their boss, so they didn't say much, thinking that maybe the boss can really hold it. Otherwise, with the boss's personality, he wouldn't be so unwilling to listen to advice. Old Qin saw that his movements were standard and he looked confident, so he had to swallow the words. "Boss Huang, you are so confused. This thick knife will make your wrist sore, which will cause the tofu cut to be uneven in thickness. How come you don't even know this common sense? There is no point in talking too much. Only after personal practice can you learn from it." But then I thought again. Boss Huang insisted on using this thick knife to cut tofu. Maybe he can really do it. After all, Boss Huang is not an ordinary person. He can't use the standards of ordinary people to measure Boss Huang. Just thinking. Then I saw the knife in Huang Tao's hand. The blade quickly fell into the tofu, and then quickly lifted it up, rising to the part 10 centimeters above the tofu and stopped. And then the blade quickly cut into the tofu again. Each cut was completed in an instant. During the whole cutting process, the kitchen knife could not be seen clearly. Only the bright blade rose and fell again and again, and the tofu slices cut out continued to maintain their complete shape, as if they had not been cut at all. Oh my God! This is all possible! The mouths of Lao Qin and the 3 assistants opened wide at this scene. The 3 assistants were also very good at knife skills, but it was a bit difficult to cut Wincy tofu. The reluctance here does not mean that they can't cut it, but that they are not calm and fast when cutting. Not to mention using a thick kitchen knife. Lao Qin can cut calmly, but only when using a slicing knife. He can't guarantee that his hands won't shake when using a thick kitchen knife like Huang Tao's. "Wow!" Cece exclaimed even more, and her little mouth opened as if she could put an egg in it. She was very ladylike and subconsciously covered it with her little hands. Other employees and Song Xiaolian and her husband were also amazed by Huang Tao's superb knife skills. Huang Tao was not distracted at all, and cut the tofu all the way in one breath. His hands didn't shake from beginning to end, and the strength and rhythm were also well maintained. He washed the knife with clean water again, and poured some clean water on the cut tofu with his hands to wash away some debris on the surface of the tofu, so that the texture of the tofu slices could be revealed. Then he dipped the knife in water, slowly wiped the tofu slices that tilted to the left to the right, and turned the tofu slices over. Dipped the knife in water again, and cut off all the uneven parts on the four sides. Started to cut into strips. The speed of the knife was still dazzling. After cutting the strips, he poured half a basin of warm water that was not hot to the touch into the basin, and put 2 small spoons of salt into the basin and stirred it. Adding salt is to remove the bean smell in the tofu later, and also to increase the toughness of the tofu strips, making them taste better. Then he used the knife to carefully scrape up the whole ball of cut tofu strips, and gently put them into the basin. Use the back of the spoon on the water surface and gently turn it. In an instant, the flowers were scattered by fairies, one by one, evenly and delicately, like a blooming chrysanthemum. As he stirred, the tofu shreds in the basin were all moistened, and the whole basin of water was full of silver hairs. The shreds were floating up and down in the basin, and the water was still swirling, which was dazzling. Just the picture of moistening the tofu shreds has gone beyond the scope of cooking and reached the realm of art. Beautiful. Perfect. Lao Chin was excited. When I was a chef, I had the honor of seeing a national chef master making Wincy tofu on the spot. But it's still a little bit away from Mr. Huang. Others swallowed their saliva. I don't know how to describe my feelings. Thank you, Huang Tao said modestly. The softened tofu shreds still need to be soaked for a while. While he was at it, Huang Tao cut the other side dishes into shreds. The knife was so fast that it was almost blurred. It was no exaggeration to describe it as lightning fast. It only took a few seconds. Huang Tao finished cutting all the side dishes, and the shreds were as thin as hair. He was already very good at cutting side dishes, and with the blessing of the god-level kitchen knife, the speed was amazing. This winter bamboo shoot is different from mushrooms. Mushrooms are fragile, while winter bamboo shoots are tough. But the difficulty is no less than that of mushrooms. Especially, the fibers of winter bamboo shoots are very distinct. If you can't feel the fibers, even if you cut them very finely, they will be scattered and broken, and they won't become threads. To achieve this level, there is only one possibility. That is, Boss Huang is familiar with various ingredients. He is so familiar with them that he can subconsciously know the structure and direction of the fiber texture by touching it with his hands, and he can use it flexibly. Old Chin looked at Huang Tao, and he sighed in his heart that Huang Tao is really a master chef with excellent knife skills. Old Chin, you are too kind. Huang Tao put on the wok, added water to the pot, and prepared to blanch the side dishes. After the water in the pot boiled, he poured a little cooking wine into it and stirred it with a spoon. When the water in the pot boiled again, he poured the ham shreds into the pot first. After about a minute, he took out the ham shreds. Then pour the cooked chicken breast into the pot and blanch it. Take it out after half a minute. Then pour the mushroom and bamboo shoots into the pot. As for the rapeseed, there is no need to blanch it. Just wait until the Wincy tofu is ready, and add a little to neutralize the greasiness of this dish. After taking out the shredded mushrooms and bamboo shoots, he poured out the water in the pot, washed it again, and put it on the stove. Turn on the fire. Boil the pot dry. Pour the clear chicken soup into the pot. Cook slowly over medium-low heat. 10 minutes later, the chicken soup in the pot was heated, and some foam appeared on the surface. Huang Tao beat out the foam one by one, while the water in the pot was not yet boiled. He took a large fine mesh sieve and placed it on an empty basin. Bring the basin with soaked tofu shreds over. Pour it into the sieve, and filter out the tofu shreds. After it was done, put it aside to control the water. At this time, the chicken soup in the pot had also boiled. The unique freshness of the chicken soup instantly filled the kitchen and went straight into everyone's nostrils. Everyone was so fragrant that their throats surged and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Just based on this pot of clear chicken soup, everyone knew that the taste of this Wincy tofu was stable. After Huang Tao removed the foam, he did not add the tofu shreds immediately, but seasoned them first. He first added a small spoonful of salt, half a small spoonful of sugar, and pepper to the pot, and stirred gently with a spoon. Turn the heat to low. When the chicken soup in the pot was no longer boiling, He put the side dishes such as mushroom shreds, ham shreds, winter bamboo shoots, and chicken breast into the pot one by one. Gently turn the hot soup with the back of the spoon to let the water flow to stir these side dishes evenly. Then pour the starch water prepared in advance into the pot. Gently turn it with the back of the spoon again to allow the soup and starch water in the pot to be fully stirred. He poured the tofu shreds that had been controlled with water into the pot, and continued to gently turn the back of the spoon on the soup surface. The slightly sticky chicken soup slowly stirred the tofu shreds. It blended perfectly with the side dishes in the pot. Continue stirring for 1 minute. After the tofu shreds are thoroughly seasoned, Huang Tao pours the rapeseed shreds into the pot and continues stirring evenly. This also means that the Wincy tofu is ready and can be served. Chapter 564. You become bad. You lied to me. Daddy. Can we eat it? I'm dying of greed. Under the constant teasing of the fragrance, Xuan's pink nose wings couldn't help but flutter slightly, and she even greedily stretched out her tongue to lick her mouth. I want to eat it so much. I also want to take a look at the Wincy tofu in the pot first. But the little guy is too small and has no height advantage, so she can't see the situation in the pot clearly. Helplessly, she had to tiptoe hard, stretch her neck, and look through the glass baffle in the back kitchen. Huh? Why can't I see it clearly? It must be that the pot is too big and too high, blocking her sight. It must be like this. She would never admit. It was because she was too short. After all, she was very tall among children of the same age, and she was one of the best. Lao Qin and the others were also drooling with greed. It was just that because of their adult status, they were trying not to be anxious. When Huang Tao heard his precious daughter's anxious cry, he looked up and saw her anxious and greedy look. He couldn't help but smile and comforted her. Xian. Not yet. We have to wait a while. Okay. You need to wait patiently for delicious things. But I can't eat it and can't see it. So itchy, she said aggrievedly. Dad, I want to see the Wincy tofu you made first. But the pot is too high. I can't see it clearly. The hidden meaning is naturally. Xian wants to go into the kitchen, and Dad holds her to watch. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Huang Tao naturally understood her little thoughts, but he was worried that Xian was not safe to go into the kitchen. So he said tactfully, Xian, if you can't see it, let Grandpa hold you to watch it. Xian, come. Let Grandpa Qin hold you. Old Qin, who was the first to react, said quickly. As he said that, he hurriedly bent his old waist, opened his arms, and greeted Xuan's arrival with a friendly face. Pleasing Xian is equivalent to pleasing Huang Tao. It's worth it to let his old waist bear more than 30 kilograms of weight. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Xian thanked him politely. But looking at the 60-year-old old Qin, she was really worried that he couldn't hold her and would stumble and fall. In addition, she was not used to being held by outsiders, so she directly declined old Qin's kindness. But Grandpa Qin, I still want my grandfather to hold me. After saying that, she turned around and threw herself into the arms of her own grandfather beside her. Okay. After all, a grandfather from another family is no match for my own grandfather. Old Qin burst into tears. Woo. Huang Ida picked up Xian with a chuckle, and looked at the stove at the same time, and saw his father brought the soup bowl and scooped out the Wincy tofu in the pot 1 spoonful at a time and put it in the soup bowl. When pouring the soup bowl, he tried to put the spoon in the middle so that the ingredients in the soup bowl, whether it was tofu shreds or other side dishes, would radiate from the middle to the surroundings. In this way, it looked so good just by looking at it. Wow! So beautiful! Xian exclaimed. And just looking at the appearance, she was reluctant to eat it. But you still have to eat it. Otherwise, how do you know that this dish is delicious? Xian, who was preparing in her heart, couldn't wait to ask, Dad, can we eat it now? Your Xian is going to be so greedy. Huang Tao smiled and teased her. Not yet. After the Wincy tofu is ready, if you want to taste it, you have to wait a little longer. Ah, why do you have to wait? Xuan's stomach is growling from waiting. As she said this, she did not forget to touch her own stomach to show that what she said was true. This cute look made everyone laugh. Huang Tao laughed. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. You can eat it now. Uncle Qingzhan will bring it to you later. Ah? Xian opened her eyes in disbelief, and then made a babyish accusation. Dad, You have become bad. You actually lied to me. But to Huang Tao's ears, it sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child. Huang Tao couldn't help but laugh. Xian pouted her lips. A little unhappy, but for the sake of the wincy tofu made by her father, she forgave him. After all, he is her own father, and she has to love him even with tears in her eyes. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, to punish Daddy for lying to me, you have to serve me more wincy tofu. Good guy. She is really a little foodie. Even the punishment for Daddy is about food. Everyone was amused by Xuan's words. Huang Tao was the same. Of course, he gladly accepted this little punishment, and nodded with a smile. Okay, Daddy will serve you more. Then you go to the dining table and wait obediently. Yeah. Xian nodded obediently, and then followed Grandpa to the dining table to wait. Boss Huang, I haven't tried your wincy tofu yet, but now that I've asked you, I feel it's delicious. I'll go and try it first, and then I'll watch you make the 9-turn large intestine. Lao Qin gently waved his folding fan, his face calm. But in fact, he was already impatient. He wanted to taste it right away. Okay. Please. Huang Tao nodded in response. Lao Qin followed Li Qinzhan, who was holding the bowl of wincy tofu soup. But his eyes were always staring at the soup bowl. This behavior completely exposed his old foodie side. But he didn't know it at all and enjoyed it. The aroma of wincy tofu also quietly drifted out of the store, while the neighbors queuing at the door of the store were all craving it. They saw Lao Qin in the store through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, and he was happily helping to get the bowls and chopsticks, even if they had to guess with their toes. The neighbors knew that Lao Qin, who was thicker than the city wall, must have been using the banner of tasting to try Mr. Huang's new dishes. The neighbors were very jealous. Lao Qin, are you still a human being? Please be a human being. Lao Qin, secretly tasting wincy tofu in the store? And you let me smell the smell of wincy tofu outside the store? Can you still do something human? We agreed to play chess together, but you secretly ran to the store to be a taster. Lao Qin, be careful. Your mouth is crooked. Lao Qin, who vaguely heard the noise, looked up at the envious and jealous faces of the neighbors outside the window, and felt so happy. He took a bowl of wincy tofu, sat by the window, and waved to a few neighbors outside who had a good relationship. Yo, they're still playing cards and chess. I'll watch you play cards and chess while eating. Lao Lu and others outside the glass window were so angry that their faces turned black. When we play chess later, shall we play the game of tapping the head? Tapping the head is very tiring. Let's just stick the note. Old Qin scooped a spoonful of wincy tofu and put it in his mouth. The chicken soup and the tofu shreds that were extremely delicious slid into the depths of his throat. Old Qin's taste buds were completely opened, and he scooped faster with the spoon in his hand. 1 mouthful. 2 mouthfuls. The crispy bamboo shoots perfectly blended with the taste of the chicken soup, and squeaked in Old Qin's mouth. Hulu hulu. For a moment, the whole restaurant was filled with the sound of eating wincy tofu, as well as the praises of delicious and yummy. Chapter 565. The world is so wonderful, but you are so irritable. The neighbors outside the store, through the glass window, watched Lao Qin happily enjoying the famous Huayang dish wincy tofu, while they could only sit outside the store and drink the northwest wind. They were envious and angry. They all paid 100 or 200 yuan a day. So why didn't they have a chance to taste the food? Is it because they are not 5-star chefs? No. It's because they are not as thick-skinned as Lao Qin. They can't bear to give up their old face and shamelessly go to eat. They even call it tasting. Ah. Lao Lu, who was abandoned by Lao Qin time and time again, was angry. Why don't we just pin Lao Qin to the ground and beat him up when he comes out? Or I won't be able to get over it. The diners behind him couldn't help but shout, no. No. I'm going crazy with greed. Mr. Huang, please open the door quickly. If we don't have wincy tofu, we can have jiuzhuan dachang. And if we don't have jiuzhuan dachang and other dishes, we can have braised rice. I just ask you to open the door quickly. Neighbors, loudly continued Fang. Old Lu's suggestion. He said, let me think about it. Let's play the game of head smashing while we play chess later. I'll risk my head to kill Old Qin. Old Chung also nodded and said, okay. Let's play the game of head smashing while playing chess. If I don't make his head full of bruises, I'm not Lu. If the tiger doesn't show its power, it will think I'm a sick cat. Uncle Jiang gritted his teeth and said, Old Qin has forgotten the pain after the scar healed. It's time for him to feel it again. The other uncles said in unison, "We have no objection." Old Qin, who has become a thorn in his side, is naturally aware that his actions will arouse the jealousy of the neighbors. However, even if time goes back and he is allowed to choose again, he will still choose to go into the store without hesitation to watch Boss Huang make Wincy tofu and taste it. In short, in front of the food made by Boss Huang, everything else is nothing. After eating a small bowl of Wincy tofu, Lao Qin felt warm all over, and his face was full of satisfaction. He praised Boss Huang. "Your cooking skills are really amazing." Huang Tao kept moving his hands and smiled. "As long as it tastes good. More than delicious. When I was a chef, I had the honor to taste the Wincy tofu made by a national chef master. At that time, I thought he made it very well, and it tasted great. But you make the best. Whether it's knife skills or taste, it's really amazing. The most commendable thing is that it tastes so good every time." Before Huang Tao opened his mouth to respond, little Xian nodded and said, "Of course. Whatever my dad cooks, it's the best." Xuan's face was full of pride. Although she was not the one who cooked and was praised by Grandpa Qin, her father was her favorite father. Others were very envious, especially the children in her class. Not only were they envious, but they also wanted to exchange their fathers with her. Besides, she was not wrong. The uncles, aunts, grandparents, who had eaten her father's cooking also praised his father in this way. Moreover, the Wincy tofu made by her father was really delicious and not greasy. Old Qin laughed and nodded in agreement. The other employees also nodded with a smile. Although not everyone among them had eaten this Wincy tofu, there were many who had eaten it. And the Wincy tofu they had eaten definitely did not exude such an amazing fragrance. Just like Yang Huiru, in her sophomore year, thanks to the popularity of the TV program A Bite of China, she was amazed after seeing the dish of Wincy tofu, and was also aroused by the Wincy tofu described in the program. So she took advantage of the summer vacation that year to travel to Yangzhou, in order to taste this famous Wincy tofu. But before going, she did not make a good strategy. She just followed the trend and chose a restaurant that entertained tourists. But in the end, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It tastes terrible. It doesn't even taste as good as the tofu soup made by her mother. Although she returned disappointed, her interest in this dish did not diminish at all. After all, many people are following this dish, and the filter of A Bite of China is too heavy. She believes that the taste of this dish will definitely not be as bad as it tastes. It's just that she came to the wrong place. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. She just picked up the Wincy tofu made by her boss. The delicious taste and the melt-in-the-mouth texture made her instantly understand why so many literati and scholars are following Wincy tofu, and why this dish was selected by A Bite of China and appeared on the show. I have to say, this dish is really wonderful. In cooking, some dishes exist just to show off their skills, and their taste is actually not outstanding. But this dish of Wincy tofu is not just for show. It really combines the characteristics of fragrance, freshness, beauty and elegance. It is just like a gentle and jade-like Jiangnan woman. Fascinating and intoxicating. She never expected that the regret of not tasting the delicious Wincy tofu in Yangzhou would be found in the boss's place now. As for the taste and other aspects, is it authentic? You can tell by looking at Uncle Qin's expression and words. It is very authentic. Xian blinked and said, "Grandpa Qin, my father's 9-turn large intestine is also delicious. During the Chinese New Year, my father made it for me. It was really delicious." When she recalled the deliciousness of the 9-turn large intestine, Xian couldn't help but be intoxicated. Old Qin was greedy again. "Okay, then I'll try it later." As he spoke, Huang Tao's 9-turn large intestine was also out of the pot, and he also carefully painted it with caramel. Lao Qin dropped the folding fan in his hand, with a surprised look on his face. "Oh, this is to use the 9-turn large intestine to form a plum blossom shape, and match it with the dead branches on the plate to form a winter plum blossom picture. TSK. I didn't know that Boss Huang actually has these two tricks." The 3 assistant chefs and other employees were also surprised. I didn't expect the boss to have such a high level of artistic skills. The dead branches on the plate have a strong sense of desolation. It's just a casual doodle. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Huang Tao waved his hand calmly and smiled. I immediately asked Li Qingzhan to take it out to taste it. While they were tasting, Huang Tao posted the delicious pictures of Wincy tofu and 9-turn large intestine on the official Weibo account. Super delicious Zhenhaoqi restaurant, today at noon. The new Jiuzhuan large intestine and Wincy tofu are available. The quantity is limited on the first day, and only 60 portions of each item are available at noon. Do you want to eat? Make a promise. Picture JPG 1. Picture JPG 2. In the white porcelain soup bowl in picture 1, there are thousands of tofu shreds as long as toothpicks and thinner than hair. The colorful side dishes are floating in the white porcelain soup bowl, which looks like blooming chrysanthemums. In picture 2, the red large intestine head is like a blooming plum blossom, which looks very poetic. Anyway, it is very beautiful and attractive. It is probably more than 10 o'clock now. Many old customers who have developed the habit of checking the Zhenhaoqi official account before lunch. You don't know until you see it, and you will be surprised. Hey, there are really new dishes. Many people were shocked when they saw the latest blog pop up and quickly looked at the pictures. This is Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine? This is too beautiful. It seems that these are not two dishes, but two exquisite works of art. Only 60 portions are available. Those who have nothing to do put on their shoes and take their mobile phones and keys to go out. Those who cannot leave for work can only pray silently in their hearts. Bless. Bless. Fewer people see this blog. Fewer people line up to buy food. Bless me to eat Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine. After tasting it happily, Lao Qin thanked Huang Tao and walked out of the store. Oh, they are still playing chess. Lao Lu. Lao Li. You don't know? The Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine made by Mr. Huang are really amazing. So delicious. I have to order another portion later to satisfy my craving. The fists of several uncles hardened, looking at the opposite table expressionlessly. Lao Qin. My arms are a little out of control recently, and I just can't control the urge to beat people. Lao Qin. The world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. This is not good. Not good. Chapter 566 still to be verified. Beep. 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 Buzz 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 buzz. Huang Tao's mobile phone in his trouser pocket kept vibrating, making a series of continuous beeps. And the frequently lit mobile phone screen also showed the arrival of messages. He wiped his hands, took out his mobile phone, and saw that they were all sent by his good college classmates. Lin Qing, Brother Tao. Are you in your restaurant now? Smile. Lu Zihong, Brother Tao. Where is your restaurant located? In the old street in the west of the city. Can you send me the location? I can't find it because I'm a road idiot, helpless. Ding Hai, Brother Tao. It's time to fulfill your promise. I'm going to eat at your restaurant later. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you welcome? Funny face. Gu Zhihao, Brother Tao. Today is the 8th day of the first lunar month. Your restaurant is open for business. Right. I'm going to take my girlfriend to your restaurant for lunch at noon. Please reserve a seat for me. Thanks. Fist. Li Hongrui, Brother Tao. I took a leave of absence today to delay my return to work just to taste the food you made. Don't let me down. Oh, by the way, your restaurant is still open. Right? Looking at the question, Huang Tao was speechless. He first replied to Li Hongrui's message, "It's open." Then he replied to several other old classmates one by one, asking them to come before 11 o'clock. And then they would be arranged at the same table. Of course. In the message sent to Lu Zihong, there was an additional location. When these old classmates saw the message, they also replied to him, "Then we know. We will be there soon. Brother Tao, please prepare the food quickly." Except for Gu Zhihao. All of them work in other places. But at that class reunion, they heard that Huang Tao was going to do it. Huang Tao put away his phone and shouted to his mother not far away, "Mom, Dad, I have a few college classmates coming over for dinner later. I don't think I have time to entertain them. Can you help entertain them, classmates?" "Who are they? Do I know them?" Song Salian was afraid that she would make a fool of herself if she didn't know them. Huangita was the same. She felt a little nervous for some reason. Huang Tao smiled and said, "You have seen Zhihao and Ding Hai before. They will probably come before 11 o'clock. Okay. I got it." Song Salian nodded and said, "I promise to entertain you properly. Just go and do your thing." "Yes. Leave the drinking and socializing to me." Huangita patted his chest and said with a smile, I will toast them a few glasses of wine on your behalf. I think you are greedy and want to drink. Right? Song Salian saw through Huang Yida's little calculations and glared at him speechlessly. Huang Yida. Since he was exposed, he could only laugh. Anyway, his wife wouldn't do anything to him. It's okay to toast. But don't drink too much. Just for the sake of it. Song Salian let go, but still didn't forget to give him a concerned look. Your own body. Take care of yourself. Oh! People with 3 highs can't afford it. Huang Yida nodded and said, I know. I have it in mind. Song Salian shook her head with a little expression of why don't I believe it. Who made the wolf cry so many times? Huang Yida had promised her the same thing before. But as soon as she drank, good guy. I forgot everything. So, watch out for a while. So as not to drink too much. Daddy? Xian, who was petting the cat on the side, heard their conversation and saw that her father did not assign her any tasks. So she couldn't help but ask, what should I do when the uncles come? Huang Tao never thought of asking Xian to help entertain them. After all, the little girl is so young. What can she do? But now she took the initiative to ask, with an excited look of expectation. And he couldn't bear to refuse her request. Think about it. He smiled and said, then you can be a little messenger. Xian was puzzled. Dad, what is a little messenger? Huang Tao explained, if those uncles need anything, you can tell Chengzhan and Qiyu and ask them to help get it. Oh, Xian got it. Xian understood and nodded obediently. Then asked, Dad, what is Mimi going to do? Mimi? No. This cat only wants to eat, sleep and play. Huang Tao looked at Mimi, who was lifted up by Xian and looked like she had no hope in life. Mimi will continue to be responsible for being cute. Mimi called meow meow twice. I have to say, this cute act is perfunctory. But Xian likes it. She smiled and waved Mimi's front paws. And said, Mimi, did you hear it? You have to behave well later. Mimi said she was too tired. Too tired. Huang Tao looked at the couple, smiled, and continued to prepare for the lunch. Of course, he also had to prepare a sumptuous meal for the students. This way, they would not let down their intention of taking time off to eat. I tell you, this restaurant is definitely a treasure. The boss's cooking skills are first class. And even the state banquet chefs can't compare to him. A middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor. Her arm was intimately held by a young girl in her early 20s. And a middle-aged couple, who were slightly older than her, followed her. The group came to the Jinchi restaurant with laughter and chatter. If Yuan was there at this time, she would be surprised to take off. The group was her mother Luo Meisheng and father Yuan Shan, as well as her aunt Luo Meili and cousin Lu Meichi. The reason why Yuan was not among them was because she had some unpleasantness with her parents. Her mother specially asked someone to arrange a blind date for her, but she refused to go no matter what. Now, the old couple was suspicious. So they asked her if she had a boyfriend behind their backs? If yes, she could bring him home and let them see him, so that they could check for her. But Yuan hesitated for a long time and said no. This really annoyed the old couple. Since no one, let's go on a blind date. But Yuan refused to go no matter what, and said that the old couple were just worrying about nothing. How could she worry about not finding a partner when she was so beautiful? She also said that only those who were not popular would go on a blind date. Now, both parties parted unhappily. In order to avoid being urged by her mother to go on a blind date, Yuan hid away. This made Luo Meisheng even more angry. She hadn't talked to Yuan on the phone for many days. Even when Yuan sent a greeting message, she didn't respond. The reason why the couple appeared here today was because they were invited by their sister Luo Meili. She said she was going to treat them to a meal. They naturally agreed readily. But when they heard that they were going to the old street in the west of the city, they were a little unhappy. She thought her sister was too frugal. They finally made an appointment and let her choose the location. So she booked this place. But it was she who asked her sister to choose. So Luo Meisheng was embarrassed to say anything. Now she heard her sister praise the chef of this restaurant so well. And she said with disbelief, is it so exaggerated? In this place in the old street, there is a chef who cooks better than the chef of the state banquet? Luo Meisheng was half skeptical and half believing. She felt that it was impossible. But she also felt that her sister Luo Meisheng would not talk nonsense. Her love for food was much stronger than hers. You'll know after you eat. Luo Meili was too lazy to explain. Seeing that many neighbors were already queuing, She rushed over and lined up behind them. She took a deep breath and said thankfully, "Fortunately, there aren't many people. There should be hope. Eat so early. And still have to line up?" Luo Meisheng saw that it was less than 10:30, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Is it really a good restaurant? I know this restaurant. This restaurant has been on the hot search several times. I heard that the food is delicious. If you come a little later, it will be hard to get a meal." Lu Meiqi didn't taste the food in the restaurant because she was studying in another city. But she knew the name of this restaurant well. "This morning, my mother said mysteriously that she would take her to eat delicious food. It turned out to be this one. She couldn't help but look forward to it." Hearing this, the balance in the hearts of Luo Meisheng and his wife tilted a little. After all, so many customers came to line up early, which was enough to show that the taste of this restaurant was good. Is it better than the chef of the state banquet? This remains to be verified. Chapter 567. Brother Tao's dishes have this effect? We've arrived. On the roadside, a silver Audi A4 parked steadily at the Mimi parking space on the roadside, followed by 4 high-end private cars. Creaky. The doors of those private cars were pushed open one after another, making a slight sound of opening the door. And then 5 young men in their 30s and a young woman in her 20s walked out of those cars one after another. These 5 young men are Huang Tao's college classmates: Gu Zhihao, Lin Qing, Li Hongrui, Lu Zihong, Ding Hai, and Gu Zhihao's girlfriend Zhang Linya. Zhang Linya wore a camel cashmere coat on the outside and a black tight low-necked wool sweater on the inside, revealing her white neck and delicate and charming collarbone. She wore a black one-step skirt and black silk stockings to show her legs, with her 1.66-meter height and a pair of black velvet high heels. Her figure was perfectly set off. Her flaxen waves showed a maturity that was inconsistent with her age. Well, she was very elegant and very hot. Lin Qing and others noticed her as soon as they got off the car. They all looked at her a few more times involuntarily, and even forgot to say hello to Gu Zhihao for the time being. Gu Zhihao saw them getting off the car and looking towards him, and he smiled and said hello to them. "Da Qing, Hongrui, Zihong, Da Hai, you are here. Hey, here we are." Everyone smiled and waved at him, and went to greet him. Seeing that Zhang Linya had walked to Gu Zhihao's side, they all understood at once. This beauty is the legendary girlfriend of Gu Zhihao, Zhang Jingyao. She is also their sister-in-law. It must be said that Lao Gu has a good eye. They asked with a smile. "Lao Gu, this is your sister-in-law, right? She is so beautiful. Where did you find her? She is so beautiful." The word sister-in-law made Zhang Linya's pretty face flush. Gu Zhihao was very happy. It was really a great honor to have a beautiful girlfriend. Of course, he was able to chase such a beautiful and well-built girlfriend, all thanks to his brother Tao. "This is Lin Qing, Li Hongrui, Lu Zihong, Ding Hai, my college classmates." Gu Zhihao put his arm around Zhang Linya's shoulders and introduced her seriously. "This is my girlfriend Zhang Linya, who is also my colleague. But the two of us can get together, and it really depends on Brother Tao, the matchmaker." "Ah, is there anything about Brother Tao?" These 4 classmates pulled Gu Zhihao to popularize their blind spots. "You won't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked. By the way, the dishes made by Brother Tao have this effect? It can actually promote marriage? Just thinking about it." They came to the door of the store. The people queuing at the door of the store wanted to stop them, but after seeing Gu Zhihao's face, they didn't say anything. It's common knowledge that Mr. Huang's classmates are treated preferentially. Luo Meisheng and Yi Yuanshan wanted to say that they cut in line, but they were stopped by Luo Meili. After learning the situation, they didn't say anything and let them enter the store first. Therefore, their impression of this store was greatly reduced again. If Luo Meili hadn't pulled him hard, Luo Meisheng felt that he could turn around and leave immediately. Ding-ling-ling. Gu Zhihao and others pushed open the door of the store. Ding Suqin immediately looked over and found a familiar face. She nodded to welcome them. "Brother Tao. Am I not late?" "Brother Tao. I'm here." "Brother Tao. I'm here. Have you missed me after not seeing me for a long time?" After they walked into the store, they nodded and said a silent hello to Ding Suqin, and then called out to Huang Tao. Found that Huang Tao was busy in the kitchen and ignored them. They took a look. "Busy? Hey, what are you doing? Wensi tofu?" Zhang Linya also curiously poked her head in. ever since she was brought to Zenhachi to eat by Gu Zhihao. She has completely fallen in love with the food in Zenhachi. That's right. Except for fish ball soup and nourishing fish soup. The other dishes in the store are high in calories. And she always can't help breaking the rules and eating before the Chinese New Year. Because she came here to eat every other day. Her weight increased instead of decreased throughout the winter. She gained 8 kilograms and had a small belly. People even misunderstood whether she was pregnant. It was so happy and painful. Finally, during the Chinese New Year, the restaurant was closed and she could not eat there. She had been controlling her diet for more than 10 days before and after the Chinese New Year and lost 10 kilograms. Although she was greedy every day. But sometimes it was a good thing that she could not buy it. At least during this year. She persisted by looking at the food pictures of the store that she had saved before and eating whole wheat toast. I originally thought that I would continue to carry forward this persistence. As a result, I received a call from Gu Zhihao last night. I learned that Huang Tao would serve 2 new dishes tomorrow, which were the famous dishes Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine. So, she once again raised the white flag to her stomach. Surrender? She didn't want to. But it was really delicious. It was a new product in the store. It was a new product that others couldn't find. Besides, it was 2 new products. She couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Wang Yida and Song Salian heard the noise, came over, and said with a smile, Zhihao, Linya, Daqing, Hongrui, Zihong, Xiaohai. You are here. Xian also shouted politely, hello, uncles. Hello, Aunt Linya. Okay. You are so good. Gu Zhihao and others handed the gifts in their hands to Xian. This is the snack that Uncle bought for you. Take it. Thank you. Xian took it with a smile. But she was too small to hold it. Fortunately, her grandparents helped her hold it. You are too polite. You bought so many things. Wang Yida smiled and said, come. Sit here. Xiao Tao is busy making Wincy tofu now. I will talk to you after he is done. Okay. We are not in a hurry. Gu Zhihao is very manly, and took Zhang Linya to sit down. As soon as she sat down, she smelled the fragrance from the store, and her stomach growled. For this lunch, she didn't eat in the morning. Zhang Linya wanted to lose weight and eat the delicious food made by Huang Tao. So she had to do this. Lin Qing and the other 4 walked to the semi-open kitchen and looked down. Huang Tao was cutting tofu shreds. The lightning-fast knife skills dazzled them and made them exclaim, wow! This knife skill is amazing! Huang Tao just finished cutting and looked up. Seeing that it was his old classmate, he smiled and said, please sit down first. It will take a while. Brother Tao, your knife skills are amazing. Lin Qing and the others looked like they had seen a ghost. Who did you learn this from? Huang Tao smiled and said, I learned it on the internet. Lin Qing and the other 4. Brother Tao, you dare to open your own store just by learning it on the internet? Yeah. Okay. This is really your style. Chapter 568, A Master Hidden in the Market. At 11 o'clock, Zenchichi opened on time as usual and started the lunch business. Oh. It's open. It's finally open. I'm itching all over. Oh. Mr. Huang finally opened the door. It's not easy. It's not easy. The lunch I've been waiting for a long time is finally here. Stop talking. Let's go in quickly. The old men and women at the front of the line were a little excited when they saw the store door open. And they almost cried with joy. What are you waiting for? Just go in quickly. Ding-ling-ling. They walked forward with vigorous steps, lifted the plastic wind curtain at the door of the store, and walked into the store. Smelling the fragrance in the store, she asked, Suchin, are the Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine new at noon? Can we order them? Yes. Ding Suchin nodded politely and responded, it's all entered. You can just scan the code and order. Okay. The uncles and aunts found their seats and tried to scan the code to order. When they saw the prices of Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine. Wincy tofu, 98 yuan per large portion, 28 yuan per small bowl. Jiuzhuan large intestine, 98 yuan per portion. Ouch. It's a little expensive. But for them, it's acceptable. After all, at their age, they have a lot of pension every month, which is enough for them to eat and drink. In the past, in addition to playing chess and cards, these uncles also have a very favorite hobby. That is fishing. Fishing costs money, And they bought 2 or 3 fishing rods of different sizes. And they also play lure fishing. That's simply a bottomless pit. However, they now have another hobby. That is eating. Of course. Only in Huang Tao's small restaurant. For eating, they even became a second hobby for fishing, which made the number of fishing trips drop sharply, so that they can save money and spend it here. Besides, with Mr. Huang's craftsmanship, selling at this price is really not expensive. Their pensions are enough to cover it. Besides, their spouses also have pensions, which are not low. Even the 98 yuan Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan large intestine can be tasted occasionally. So, the uncles and aunts who are not short of money, ding-ling-ling, the group of rich second generations, who followed closely behind also walked in and immediately filled the restaurant. Boss Huang, you are going to serve 2 new dishes at noon. But you didn't tell us in advance. We almost missed them. We were going to go to the mall to buy some things. But when we heard from the neighbors that you were going to serve Jiuzhuan dachang and Wincy tofu at noon, we didn't go and rush to the store to line up. Fortunately, we came immediately. Otherwise, when we came back from shopping, there would be no Wincy tofu and Jiuzhuan dachang for us. Oh, it's so sad. I bought a house here just to eat the food you cook. Huang Tao's classmates Lin Qing and others were a little surprised when they heard this. Is this guy crazy? To eat a meal. He bought a house here? Lin Qing and the other 4 opened their mouths, their brains a little confused. Speaking, what kind of people are Huang Tao's customers? Gu Zhihao and Zhang Linya have heard about this. And they also saw the hot search about a group of rich second generations buy houses here for dinner. These people are the rich second generations who buy houses. Right? As expected. They are willful because they have money. Huang Tao looked up at them and asked, didn't I post a new product preview on my official Weibo account? Didn't you see it? Rich second generations. I saw it. But if they come again after seeing that, they definitely can't be counted on. Okay. Boss Huang is very busy. So how can he have time to notify everyone one by one? They smiled awkwardly but politely. Boss Huang. We saw it. You do your thing. Don't worry about us. Huang Tao said him. And then asked Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu to bring all the prepared dishes to the table of his college classmates. As soon as the various dishes were served, waves of rich aroma went straight into the nostrils of Gu Zhihao and others. It smelled so good. It must be said that these dishes not only tasted delicious, but also looked so perfect. The colorful soup of Wincy tofu, the perfect combination of tofu shreds and various side dishes with chicken soup, all of which were delicious. The color of the 9-turn large intestine was bright, and the thick soup wrapped on the surface made each piece of large intestine have a caramel-like luster. And the presentation like a work of art made the 9-turn large intestine more beautiful. The white and red lotus seeds and fire squares in the honey fire square complemented the dark sauce. In short, all the dishes were delicious. As for the taste, it must be good. Gu Zhihao and others were so agitated that they could hardly keep their sanity. The neighbors and the rich second generation waiting for their meals in the store could not help but be tempted by the aroma and showed fascinated expressions. Song Salian took a bowl and chopsticks, 1 set for each person. Huang Ita smiled and greeted Zhihao, Daqing, Hongrui, Xiaohai, Zihong, Xiaoya. You guys try it. Hey. Okay. Uncle. Then we won't be polite. Although everyone couldn't wait, they still picked up chopsticks and spoons with reserve and started eating. This soup? Lin Qing took a sip of Wincy tofu, and there were almost stars in his eyes. It's so delicious. This light and mellow taste is really unforgettable. And it's soft, tender and mellow, melting in the mouth. Is this Brother Tao's cooking skills? It's really amazing. Some ordinary ingredients can be made so delicious. Li Hongrui and the others were completely shocked after tasting a few dishes. They couldn't imagine that Huang Tao, who had been their classmate for 4 years, had such great cooking skills and made every dish so delicious. Such delicious food can't be tasted even in a 5-star hotel or a Michelin restaurant. Lin Qing ate while watching the busy Huang Tao, and felt that Huang Tao at this moment was like a master hidden in the market. Li Hongrui asked in wonder, Daqing, why do you always look at Brother Tao? I just think that our Brother Tao has changed a lot. You said that during our time at school, we didn't see him show us his cooking skills. Lin Qing had a look on his face that said, Brother Tao, you've kept it a secret from me. I'm so miserable. If Huang Tao had shown them his cooking skills at school, he wouldn't have had to eat 4 years of bad canteen meals. If he had known that Huang Tao had such great cooking skills, he would definitely not have gone to work outside the city. Speaking of which, should he transfer his job back? Li Hongruei smiled and said, "Who doesn't have some little secrets these days? Like me. When I was in college, I rode a shared bike around campus every day. But who would have thought that I had a small BMW at home?" Lin Qing. Gu Zhihao flicked his hair and continued, "That's not right. Don't look at me as aloof on the surface. In fact, I am warmer in secret." Zhang Linya pursed her lips and raised a charming smile, nodded slightly, and said coquettishly, "Well, it's really warm." Lin Qing and the other 4. Aloof? Do you have any misunderstanding about the word aloof? Chapter 569. Did Mr. Huang buy insurance for his hands? This way. While waiting for the meal, Jiang Qihong turned on his phone and put it aside to live broadcast. Although Mr. Huang's store is very popular now, he helped to promote it and give more attention. But he still needs to win over some of his fans. Otherwise, the fans who have been increased with great difficulty will be lost. As soon as the broadcast started, more than 2,000 people immediately poured into the live broadcast room. Brother Hang is finally on air. I've been waiting so long. Damn. Why is it this store again? I finally figured it out. Brother Hang is going to die in this store. I suddenly miss Brother Hang, who used to fly around the country and check in all over the world. Don't ask why. It's because I can't eat the food in this store. It's painful to watch. What's the hardest thing in life? What nonsense are you talking about? Huh? What are you doing? Are you cleaning the knife? Brother Hang. Give Boss Huang a close-up. When the camera shook, it happened to shake to Huang Tao holding a god-level kitchen knife, with just a little bit of force on his wrist. He rolled up a beautiful knife flower, and then gently slid along the water in the basin on both sides, to wet the blade on both sides. The water in the basin rippled slightly, as if a breeze had blown by. Jiang Qihong knew that dipping both sides of the knife in water was a necessary step for cutting tofu. But this fancy way of dipping the knife in water is so damn cool. But, is there any water on this knife? Looking at the water in the basin, it seems that it has not moved. And I didn't see Huang Tao put the knife into the water. Just when Jiang Qihong couldn't help stroking his chin to think, the god-level kitchen knife in Huang Tao's hand began to move. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In just a dozen seconds, a piece of soft and smooth tofu was cut into dozens of thin slices. The blade gently rubbed the top of the tofu slices, and then moved to the left, forming a row of tilted patterns. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The contact between the knife and the cutting board once again burst out a crisp and even sound, like a precision instrument in operation. Combined with the perfect knife skills, it gives people a pleasing aesthetic feeling. Huang Tao's movements were fast and neat, and no movement was redundant, falling into the eyes of everyone. This knife skill is simply amazing. Oh my god! Is this cutting tofu shreds? This hand speed is so fast that I can only see the afterimage. Is this the legendary rich woman's happy hand? I don't know whether the rich woman is happy or not, but tofu is definitely not happy. Lactone tofu. I was cut into pieces hundreds of times. Who knows this kind of pain? Is this really just knife skills? Why do I feel that this is completely a hand technique? The process of cutting tofu shreds is too pleasing to the eye. Does Mr. Huang have insurance for these hands? I suggest adding insurance. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all shocked by Huang Tao's superb knife skills. Jiang Qihong exclaimed, "Mr. Huang, how do you use such a thick knife and cut so fast?" As far as he knows, tofu shreds are generally cut with the thinnest slicing knife, which has a smoother blade and is lighter, allowing the chef to maintain physical strength to the maximum extent. Because once you start cutting, you have to keep the same rhythm and cut all the way through without stopping in the middle. Moreover, as time goes by, the difficulty will increase exponentially. If you use a heavy knife to cut, your wrist will probably start to ache after a few cuts. A dish of Wincy tofu can fully show whether a chef's knife skills are awesome or not. And Mr. Huang's knife skills are obviously not just awesome. After all, he uses a relatively heavy kitchen knife. It must be said that with such a heavy kitchen knife, he can still cut so quickly and well. It is not an exaggeration to say that this knife skill is superb. Huang Tao gently put the cut tofu shreds into clear water with a knife and said, when cutting tofu, Rhythm is more important than strength. Because tofu itself is not thick, and the rennet tofu is soft and tender. So as long as you master the rhythm of cutting, you are basically half successful. And the other half of success is to control the distance. The 4 fingers of the left hand are placed on the edge of the rennet tofu block to form a support. And the thumb of the left hand is raised horizontally, just against the large surface of the kitchen knife. When cutting, the left hand retreats at a very slow speed, using the gravity of the kitchen knife itself to let the blade cut into the tofu. It's very simple, isn't it? Is this simple? Boss Huang, you may have some misunderstanding of the word simple. Right? You need to have a good grasp of the rhythm and strength to achieve this? And this? Boss Huang actually summarized it with the word simple. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room all knelt down. My mother asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. It was because Boss Huang was so awesome. Kneel down. Kneel down. I kneel down to Mr. Huang. I don't even lean on the wall. I just respect you. I will never look at the word simple again. Mr. Huang, isn't it enough to have hands? No way. Is there anyone who can't do it? I feel like Mr. Huang is scolding me. Huang Tao gently turned the back of the spoon on the water surface, and the tofu shreds in the water were like ink dissolving in the water, rippling with the waves of the water. Out of this world. Wow. So beautiful. Jiang Jihang looked at the tofu in the water. Each strand was as thick as a hair, without any knots in it, and the thickness of each strand was so uniform. In the past, in the back kitchen of a hotel, he had the honor of watching a chef cut tofu shreds, and there were still some knots or uneven thickness. This is normal, as long as most of them are very thin. It means that the knife skills are very good. After all, this is tofu that will break with a slight pinch, and the difficulty can be imagined. But how come the cuts made by Mr. Huang are so even and beautiful? It can only be said that there are differences between chefs. Seeing that the other dishes ordered were served, Jiang Jihang did not continue to watch, but returned to the table to taste other delicacies, first to satisfy his cravings. The camera swept across the table, and happened to scan the table of the neighbors. The netizens looked at the new products. Jiuzhuan large intestine and Wincy tofu, which were like works of art, and Wincy tofu, which were like Chinese ink paintings. They could feel the poetic space with endless charm across the screen, and could also peek into its deliciousness from its color. Why am I watching this in the middle of the day? I'm just asking for trouble. Oh my god. If I'm guilty, please arrest me, instead of letting me watch this at lunchtime. MP. My saliva dripped onto the keyboard, and I almost got an electric shock. As everyone knows, our Brother Hang's live broadcast room has been changed to food live broadcast. It looks really delicious. It looks much better than those pan-fried buns. They are different. There is no comparison at all. If food also has an artistic level, then this Jiuzhuan large intestine and Wincy tofu are undoubtedly the most perfect works of art in everyone's mind at this moment. Chapter 570. The traffic police team has identified the old street in the west of the city as a section of normal congestion. Outside the Zinchichi restaurant, the queues are increasing instead of decreasing. Instead, they are getting longer and longer, especially for some guests who rushed over after get off work and some guests who came from far away. It was a little late when they arrived, but they were not willing to give up, so they could only queue up first. We still have to have expectations and persistence. What if it comes true? Even if we can't eat the 2 new dishes in the store, there are other dishes. Even if we can't eat other dishes in the store, just a braised rice to satisfy our cravings is fine. Everyone has this attitude. So the number of people queuing at this moment is increasing instead of decreasing. From the front door of the Zinchichi store to the front doors of several other restaurants. It made a group of store owners drool with envy. But there is no way. Even the clerks in their store, when they are not working, go to buy food from Huang Tao's store. Of course, the bosses are no exception. They also go to Huang Tao's shop from time to time to eat a meal, to satisfy their cravings. After all, Huang Tao's food is really delicious. And what's more outrageous is that it is always so delicious. But the food made in their shop is obviously made according to the ratio every day, and the taste is not very stable. Alas, Boss Huang's cooking skills are outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. The owner of the sushi shop has long been numb. Gods. That's it. They are so idle that they can only watch and wait until Huang Tao's business is done. And then, they will pick up those customers with their own skills. Traffic police officers Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai are still maintaining order on the street. The traffic police team has identified this old street in the west of the city as a normally congested section of the road, and they will arrange personnel to take turns here every day. Recently, the favorite place for the traffic police and the team to work is the old street in the west of the city. That's right. They are all thinking about it in their hearts. After the shift, they can also go to the Zenhachi restaurant for a meal. And Mr. Huang is very nice. After knowing that they are on duty here, he will take care of them, and specially leave 2 portions of braised rice for them. This is simply too wonderful. Therefore, everyone wants to come to the duty here. The customers queuing in front of the store are more patient than the fishermen, and they all seem to be unwilling to leave until the last moment. At this time, they were still standing there in the order they came, playing with their phones or chatting. The men were not afraid of the wind, while the women used hats to block the cold wind, which showed their love for the food in Jinhao restaurant. When waiting, they were naturally impatient, but the tempting aroma in the restaurant and the temptation of 2 new dishes made them reluctant to leave and go back to eat the food in the company canteen or other restaurants that had been the same for several years. Because some dishes were not suitable for takeaway, many customers stayed in the restaurant to eat directly, resulting in a slow turnover in the restaurant. Fortunately, the dishes were served quickly in the restaurant, and the customers did not stay for long after eating, and they all stood up to give seats to the customers behind them. The queue also kept moving forward. It was finally Luo Meisheng and his friends, who were a little impatient waiting. Meisheng, Yuan Shan, it's our turn. Let's go in. Luo Meili smiled and called her sister and brother-in-law into the store. As soon as she entered the store, Luo Meili found a seat for 4 people and sat down. You know what? This store is quite spacious. Yi Yuanshan looked around the store inside. Although it is not as good as the environment of the restaurant outside, it is not bad. It looks very clean. In his impression, the small restaurants on this old street are all small. Not only are the stores narrow and you can't move around, but the tables, chairs and walls are all black. No matter how delicious the food is, you can't eat it. He has been a little clean since he was a child, so he pays the most attention to the dining environment. Fortunately, this really delicious environment did not disappoint him. Luo Meisheng's expression was also satisfied. She found that the environment in the store was good. There was air conditioning, and the tables and chairs were very clean, and she could smell the tempting aroma of the dishes. Is it as delicious as it smells? But, seeing other customers enjoying the food, I guess it tastes good. Luo Meili picked up her phone and scanned it. Seeing that there was still the last serving of Wensi tofu and jiuzhuan large intestine, she placed an order decisively and asked Luo Meisheng and his wife what they wanted to eat. Sister, brother-in-law, we are lucky today and found some new and delicious food. I have already placed an order for these 2 new dishes. You can also take a look and order what you want to eat. As she said that, she handed the phone to the couple, wanting them to choose. Luo Meisheng didn't get the joy of buying new dishes like her sister, so she said lightly, "We are not familiar with this store, and we don't know what is delicious and what is not. You can just take a look." "Okay, I'll order." After Luo Meili selected a few hard dishes, she placed the order. While waiting for the meal, Lu Meichi kept looking towards the kitchen. That's right. She was looking for the legendary handsome shop owner. Then she saw the most handsome guy in the kitchen and determined that he was Huang Tao. Don't ask why. If you ask, he is the most handsome. And it feels good. Her eyes were almost glued to Huang Tao's face. It's a pity that the distance is a bit far. Otherwise, she must secretly take a picture of the boss's gorgeous face and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. Let those classmates who have always been craving for Boss Huang's food envy her. Because now she can also eat the food made by Boss Huang. After waiting for a long time, the dishes were served one after another. Honey sauce fire square, oil braised prawns, donfa pork, fried bell, wensi tofu, 9-turn large intestine, roast duck and other dishes are particularly tempting when put together. And they are not worse than the dishes usually ordered in the hotel. Lu Meichi looked at the table of delicious food, which was so beautiful and smelled that she didn't even look at Huang Tao. What kind of male color? How can it be as beautiful as this table of delicious food? She was also like the young people nowadays. After the dishes were served, she asked the camera to eat first, and she would send it to the circle of friends after a click. Beautiful girl Chi-Chi. Today I came to Qingxi Old Street with my mother and my aunt and uncle to eat really delicious food. Hey, it is often on the hot search and has been on the All Food magazine twice. It is a really delicious restaurant that everyone praises for its deliciousness. I was lucky at noon and bought 2 new dishes that were just released in the store at noon. Wincy tofu and 9-turn large intestine. These 2 dishes are so beautiful that people can't bear to pick up their chopsticks. Picture JPG. Luo Meili looked at the thousands of hair-thin strands in the bowl, which were floating up and down like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum, and couldn't help but praise, this tender tofu can be cut so thin. The chef's knife skills are really amazing. Su Meichi smiled and said, not only is the knife skills amazing, but it is also very beautiful. I can't bear to eat it. Both Luo Meisheng and Luo Meili were amused by her words, and they agreed with her words. Although it looks good, I still can't help but taste it. The temperature of Wincy tofu is extremely perfect. It is fresh, smooth and tender. The tofu silk melts in the mouth, and the soup is light and mellow, with endless aftertaste. When Yi Yuanshan eats with business partners, he often eats in famous restaurants. But this is the first time he has eaten such delicious Wincy tofu. It is much better than those Wincy tofu that cost hundreds of yuan a bowl. I have to say that the chef's skills are really good, and the seasoning and food are perfectly matched. Awesome. Delicious. This restaurant must be visited often. The 4 of them drank silently, enjoying themselves. Because of the deliciousness of Wincy tofu, they also looked forward to other dishes. While eating other dishes, the 4 of them also shared the taste with each other, and then talked about family matters, and took a sip of green bean paste milk from time to time, which was particularly leisurely. Luo Meisheng and Yi Yuanshan, who had been depressed for many days, also became happy, and they also saw things through. They understood that the reason why Yi Wen was not in a hurry was not that she didn't want to fall in love or get married, but that she wanted to find someone worthy of trust. Not someone who could meet her parents' requirements to get married. At least the former can guarantee a lifetime of happiness, while the latter can only guarantee her parents' happiness and her sadness. Compared with the 2, the happiness of the child is more important. Only a happy marriage is the best destination for everyone. Besides, they don't want to see their daughter rush into marriage in order to fulfill their wishes. After all, the child's marriage is not something they can urge. It depends on the child to know and identify which boy is more suitable for her and can live with her. The marriage belongs to her, and she knows what she needs. So, they should believe in their children, communicate with them more, and listen to their ideas. Don't be dictatorial and force the children to follow their own ideas. Thinking of this, the 2 elders are relieved. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. So let her go. When she finds someone she likes in the future, even if they don't urge her, she will be anxious to get married. At that time, just help to check it out. That's it. I wonder which pig will take this little cabbage of theirs in the future.